In the next few videos, I will look at equipping you to be able to build real-life applications. For this to happen, we need to look at saving data of our applications somewhere online and centralized. We need apps where several users at once change and see data from the same database, but on different mobile devices. We need a mobile backend as a service. So what is a mobile backend as a service? It's a model for providing web app and mobile app developers with a way to link their applications to backend cloud storage and APIs exposed by backend applications, while also providing features such as user management, push notifications, and integration with social networking services. Providing a consistent way to manage backend data means that developers do not need to redevelop their own backend for each of the services that their apps need to access, potentially saving both time and money. It specifically addresses the cloud computing needs of web and mobile app developers by providing a unified means of connecting their apps to cloud services. And if you look at backendless.com platform backend as a service, you can see they describe their backend as a service as a highly scalable backend for your mobile and web apps. Backendless mobile backend as a service is a complete backend with support for user authentication, data persistence, file storage, messaging, and custom business logic. Everything you need to build awesome apps without worrying about servers. So if we can say this in normal English, if you look at this picture, we've got a space where we've got database and database management, user authentication and management, push notifications, geolocation, file storage, and much more in one centralized place. Now, these guys from Backendless have created this for us automatically. They've already created it. They've built the APIs. They've built the software development kits for every platform. It includes Android, iOS, JavaScript, PHP, .NET, everything built in APIs, and then for all of those a software development kit. So what we've got here is a place online where we can store our data, but where we can have our PC, our laptop, our tablet, our phone all connect to the same database, this backend as a service. So now let's just go through the Backendless website and see what they offer. So the first thing that we're going to quickly have a look at is the pricing. So if you go to Backendless Cloud to go to their pricing structure, and you scroll down a bit, you can see that they've got 4 different plans that you can choose from. And this changes a lot. So I'm not sure by the time that you watch this video that it could change already. But they've got a free plan, they've got a developer plan, Cloud 9 and Cloud 99. And this one has got a free trial for you as well. So you can check out the free trial first before you go to the free plan, or you decide to buy one of the other options or the pricing options that you can get. So they recently changed this now, and it's now, when I'm doing this video, it's July 18 and 2018, and they've changed the API calls to calls per month instead of per minute. So they had it as 60 calls per minute, and now it changed to 1 million per month. So if you take the 60 API calls per minute and convert that to monthly, this 1 million is more than half of what you had. But in this case, I think for beginner developers, this would be fine, just to check out their free plan. If you go to the developer plan, 5 million, that's now 2 times more as it was with the 60 API calls per minute. So this one is quite nice. And then depending on your specific app and how many API calls you'll need, you can decide on which one of these pricing options you need to take. Okay, so they've also now, with Backendless 5, I think it came out now at the end of June, they've got real-time connections now, so you can have 100 real-time connections without paying anything. 5 real-time listeners per month, I think it's per month. No, sorry, this will be for the app and for the real time at any given stage. Then development team size is unlimited for all of the options. There's custom security roles, there's data tables. The data tables on the free plan is a bit limited, but if you pay your $15 per month, then you'll get your 20 tables. The objects in a table also could be restricted. 1,000 could be maybe not enough. But if you go to the next plan, you've got 20,000 objects that you can save in a table. You've got 400 geopoints. You've got geofences. You've got file storage of a gig if you want more. There's options. Objects in cache, push messages, notifications, and so forth. So you can look at what you get free in this first plan. So the free plan is a quite nice plan to start off with and to get your app to a stage where you can go and then buy one of the other options. So in this course, or in this video course that I'm doing with Backendless, I will focus only on the free plan, and everything we'll do will be covered by the free plan. So now if you go down a bit, let's say you decide to take one of the 3 last options where you actually pay something. So if you pay, let's say $15 a month, and you find that your 20 data tables is not enough, then you can go and, let's say, buy yourself an additional 50 data tables, which will add $25 per month, and that will then go to $40 per month. But then you'll have this 20 plus the additional 50, which will give you 70 tables. So as soon as you start paying, you can see that limits can be increased, not in the free plan, but in any of the other plans. And increasing those limits, for example, you can include 200,000 data objects by just adding a $10 per month if your data objects in the table is not enough for you. Right, and that's basically it then for the pricing structure. So I think the free plan is more than enough. If you go then to the support part there, you can see that there's a support forum, there's a Slack channel, and there's some video tutorials. I would really recommend that you go and ask questions in the support forum or in the Slack channel. The Slack channel is like instant messaging, where you can directly talk to somebody from Backendless. Also the support forum, they are very fast. They never take longer than a day to answer your question, sometimes even in a few minutes. So their support is really good, support forum and the Slack channel. So please make use of that. Then you can see that there's the platforms. They've just released Backendless 5 in late June 2018, and the previous version Backendless 4. They've also got a service called Code List that we will look at, where you can basically build your apps without using code, but then create some APIs that you can actually use your codeless programming inside of your app, which is quite nice. So there's some codeless introduction and videos, and how you can do stuff with codeless. It's quite a nice service where you basically drag and drop blocks of code, and that gets that will do some of Backendless features for you. So now if we go to the documentation and we go to the API documentation, you can see there's documentation for Android, Java, iOS, JavaScript, custom business logic. There's the REST API, there's for .NET, and so forth. So they support a lot of platforms that you can use. So if you're developing for mobile, then you've got basically everything you need. It's Android, Java, and iOS. And then if you go into API documentation, you can see this is now for version 5. That's the newest version, but it's also backwards compatible. If you go into Backendless and you look at this one, you can see that they ask you there at the top also, go to the Slack channel and tell us if we need to improve this documentation. In the documentation, you can see there's a quick start guide, there's a client-side setup, there's migration from 3 to 5, there's some error handling. You can look at the user service where we log in new users and so forth. It's like a textbook for you or tutorials to show you how to do the code and what's all the errors and stuff like that. For instance, in the user service API, if you want to see how to log in a new user, they've got the calls there. If you want to log out a user, they've got the calls there. There's the data service API, where we just save new objects to a database or to a table. You can see that you can update, you can save data, you can delete, basic object retrieval and so forth, and some more advanced stuff. Also, the new real-time database, real-time messaging, they push notifications. If you want to get into that, we'll do that still. There's files API if you want to save files online. There's geolocation, logging, caching, and so forth. So this will really be your go-to documentation for Backendless. There's also a way to download this as PDF. I'm not sure where now, but you can also download this as PDF. Then if you go into the quick start guides, you can see that they give you some first steps for Android and for Java that you can do and follow these steps to get your application up and running. But we will do this first initial steps when we get to the next video. Right, and then you also get the SDKs. If you want to download the SDK and include that into your libraries folder in Android Studio, then you can do it from here, from any one of these repositories, and how to set up your environment. Also, there's some videos that you can run through. There's some API explanations and so forth. Right, so I think before we can carry on to the next video, we need to log in, or not to log in, to register a new account with Backendless and make sure that you've got an account that we can work with. So you're going to go to the register button there, or go to develop.backendless.com. So here you'll enter your first name, your last name, your email address, and your password. Make sure you're not a robot, and then you can register. Before you log in though, they will send you an email, so please do not log in unless you already confirmed your email address. So you will receive an email address or an email notification that you have registered a new account, and they need to confirm that it's you. And then after clicking on confirm, you may come and log in to Backendless. Right, so basically when you get to the screen after logging in for the first time, it will ask you to give your application a name. So I'm just going to give my application the name Test App, and I'm going to say create. Okay, that can only contain, let me just remove the space there and say create, and it creates your new application for you. And now when you create a new application, you can see that your billing plan starts off with Cloud 99, which is the trial. And I'm not sure how long this trial is active, maybe 10 days or so, but you can use the Cloud 99. Now this is the dashboard where we are right at the start, where you can change your app icon, you can see your billing plan, you can set your URL for Google Play and for the Apple Play Store here. You will get your application ID, your iOS key, your Android key, and so forth. You'll get here, but we'll get to this part when we set it up in Android Studio. Now also, because this is a dashboard, you can see all your statistics of how many API calls per month you had. You can see this one is, I think, I'm not sure, 4 million or what. And then we've got pub/sub messages, push messages, the disk space, how much you've used so far, and so forth. So this is a dashboard that gives you some analytics for the last 6 months, the year, the current billing period, and so forth. Okay, so this is the home button to get back to your dashboard. You can see you can also reset your app, delete your app, or clone your app. Remember that you can, at any time, you can create as many apps for your account as you want, but billing is only for one specific app. Right, so we're going to go to Manage now. If you go to the Manage tab there, you'll see that we've got some app settings, which gives your API keys and stuff again. There's social, mobile, email. You can set up your email if you want to send email from Backendless. There's domain control if you use your own custom domain. There's Git, there's your teams, so you can set your team members there. Invite a new team member. Remember, you've got unlimited team members that you can add to work with you on this database. Then there's analytics. You can look at your statistics, API calls, the number of users, the messages. There's log management that you can have a look at. There's billing, so you can choose a new plan here for developer or Cloud9 or whatever. And then you can also export your data. You can import your data. And then there's a new feature now that came out with Backendless 5, the landing page, where you can set up your landing page for your app and your own custom domain, or you can use a domain at Backendless that will help you to create a web page where you can promote your own app on a website. Okay, so if you go to the Users tab, you see that you can do user registration there, so you can switch it on or off, whether new users can be registered to your app, whether they require email confirmation or not, and so forth. So we'll get back to these settings later on. There's also a login section where you can enable multiple logins to your application, when the sessions should time out, to lock a user account, and when to unlock it again. There's some email templates. We'll get back to the email templates also. For example, when they first install your application, you can send out an email, and you can define how the email will look from here. Also, if you want them to confirm the email address like you've done before you logged in here, if the user requests a new password, you can also set up how your mail for that will look, but we'll come back to that. There's also some security roles, basic ones. You can create one new security role here for the free plan, but this is basically for specific users. If it's an Android user, what data does the person have access to? So if it's data to create, to update, to find, to remove, whatever, if it's an Android user, it's got access to all of these. Right, so if we then go to the data tab on the left hand side, this is where all your tables for your database will lie. This section here is basically all your own created data tables. By using the plus there, I can create a new table. You can also do it in coding, and then your tables will lie in this section. Your system data section here, this section does not count towards your 5 free data tables, so these tables are not part of it. But all the tables that you create in here, those tables cannot be more than 5 in your free plan. So you'll see there's your users table, your loggers, device registration, backenders, counters, cache, and so forth. But these are held by backenders itself. In the users table, you can actually include some more. For example, if I want to add a new, if I go into schema there, I can create a new column in this specific table and save some data in it, but we'll get to that part later on. So in your data section is where you'll have all your data tables in your database. If you go to files, this is where all your files will be if you want to save some files online. In your messaging, this is where you can send out push notifications to different channels. So you can create new channels here or in coding, and you can send out notifications to your devices from here. We can also go to geolocation. In this section, this will basically be where you save your latitude and longitude, your points on the map, and you can see then on this map also where those specific points are that you saved. We've got some business logic as well. We will later look at codeless a bit, but we'll get back to this one. Let me just see if we go to codeless now. Now we'll do the codeless one later on, where we drag and drop some blocks and so forth. If we go to the marketplace, this is where you can add some extra things into your specific plan, but this is not allowed in the free plan. So if you've got Cloud 99 or whatever, you can add some of these to it. Then there's code generation also. If you want to get a standalone template for, let's say, a real-time chat application or basic create, retrieve, update, delete demo, or data classes or Java classes defined for data tables, geo, browser, registration and login, or whatever. You can get the codes by a zip file and then open it up in Android Studio, and everything is set up for you and ready to go. I would not recommend this unless you know what you're doing, but for the start, please just follow this video instead of taking one of these. This is basically it for this video. We'll come back on the next video and show you how to set up this now in your Android Studio for your specific application.
When you load up the Figma for the first time, what you are going to see is this whole screen right here. And let's start with the left side. On the left side, we are seeing our sidebar, and on the top, we can see to switch our user button, notifications from the clients or their comments, searching for any other stuff, for example, our files, plugins, etc. Recents, so our recent files. Down below we are going to see our themes as well as our favorite files to add. So we can go into our themes, create new projects for the themes and share between the users. And down below we are having our Explorer community that we are going to dive a little bit later. On the top we are seeing our home button or our plus button. When we click on that button we can add new project or FigJam file. And when we go to the drafts, we can see our drafts or deleted, all of our projects that we previously created. We can see structure for our projects, for example, to sort them by alphabetical order or date created, last modified, etc. Or we can create or display them as a lists, not grid. And up here we are going to see design file button, FigJam board, or import our project. let's dive deeper into the community tab. So when we click on that button down below, we are going to see our big screen that shows welcome to Figma community. Explore thousands of free and paid templates, plugins, and UI kits to kickstart your next big idea. We are going to use this throughout our project, and there are so many helpful stuff that you're going to find around here. You can see the plugins, some files, maybe even typographies, colors that you want to use, icons that you want to use, maybe even some paid design systems that you can include in your projects, or something that can boost your productivity throughout the whole process of creating things for the clients. What we see here is that we have inspiration, and when we click on that, we can see so many stuff to explore from. So for example, we have related tags, and we can see there is portfolio, logo, mockups, redesign, typography, case studies, a landing page, for example, resume, presentation, literally anything that you can think of to boost your creativity while creating the projects, or maybe creating your new mood board. You can find it around here. Let's go back. So we are having theme syncs, and around here is some of more of advanced stuff. For example, some design principles for the themes, maybe some notes that we can include in the FigJam file, so we can share that between our co-workers or colleagues that are working on the same project. Let's go back and dive into design system. That's really important for us to see. You can see so many stuff around here. We can even sort them by popular, for example, and see what's the most popular for the design system. And a lot of stuff here are free, so basically you can find anything that you want and you don't even need to pay for that. So it's really helpful. Figma is it's literally built by the community. Around here we have visual assets. That's something similar to design system, but more of with icons, illustrations that you can include maybe in the landing page. For example, these backgrounds that you can include in your headings for the landing page, etc. But in this course, we are going to focus more onto the mobile side of things. And for the development side, we can see maybe some structure, how to hand off our projects to the developers. There are so many ways to do those stuff, so I will show you how I do it, and I think it's maybe the most efficient way to share those stuff. But before we dive into creating our first project, let's start with designing for iOS versus Android. And welcome back. We are diving now into exciting world of mobile app design, and specifically we will explore the differences between designing for iOS and Android, and discuss why iOS might be the right choice in certain cases. And in our course we are going to use iOS in our examples. So first thing first, let's talk about design principles. And both iOS and Android have their unique design philosophies. iOS follows more minimalist and sleek approach, while Android embraces customization and flexibility. And when designing for iOS, you're likely to focus more on clean, intuitive, and user-friendly interface. On the other hand, designing for Android can involve consideration for a wider range of devices and screen sizes. That means accommodating various form factors and resolutions, which can impact the layout and presentation of your app. And Android design language is guided by the material design principles. It emphasizes depth, realistic lighting, responsive animation to create some tactile experience, and while using your phone with fingers, it needs to be smooth. iOS design encourages us as designers to use their human interface guidelines that you can find that on Apple website, you can see all kinds of different sections for the platforms, foundations, patterns, components, inputs, technologies, guidelines, anything that you want to use in your application. iOS applications often prioritize simplicity and seamless user experience. The consistency across iOS devices makes it much easier for any designers to create visually appealing and user-friendly interfaces. Now I want to take a short break from our lecture. Udemy already asked you to leave your feedback, and it may seem a bit early, but that's the platform policy. And Udemy values your first impressions of this course, so I would greatly appreciate it if you could provide your honest feedback. Your insights help me deliver this course to more students who want to start a mobile design just like you. In the comments, feel free to share what you would like to see, learn, and the goals you hoped to achieve. If you have any issues at the end of the course, you can find a short video to assist you. Now, let's touch on a critical aspect, and that's fragmentation. Android operates on a wide array of devices with different screen sizes, resolutions, and hardware capabilities, and diversity really poses a challenge for any designer, and they must ensure that their application looks and functions well across the whole spectrum of different sizes and size classes as well. On the other hand, iOS has more controlled ecosystem because Apple produces their iPhones for the users, and they're in much bigger control of every single small aspect while designing anything. So with a limited number of devices, that can allow users and us as designers to create more consistent experience and ensures that applications looks and work the same way on different iOS devices. Also, let's not forget about the App Store ecosystem. The Apple App Store has rigorous review processes, and they're ensuring that only high quality applications make it to the platform. So this can be much better solution for everyday user. They can feel secure onto their platform. So, and that's maybe one of the reasons that we are going to create iOS application in this course. While on the other hand, Google Play Store has much more open approach, allowing a broader range of application. It may also mean a higher likelihood of encouraging lower quality designs, and the App Store's commitment to the quality control can strongly incentivize designers to create much better experiences. And as well, other thing is that iOS users or Apple users are more likely to pay for their application or paid for the subscriptions. Most of the Android users, even though that sounds maybe dumb for some people, are going to pay much less, or they would value more of like free stuff, while on the other hand, iOS or Apple users don't really mind using any paid services. Hi and welcome to the Figma mobile design course. My name is Željko, and here you will learn everything you need to know how to design your first mobile application from start to finish. While using our software Figma, we will go through the industry standard practices that will make your designs better than most of the internet. As a user interface designer myself, I've been in this industry for the last 8 years, and I've been working with the clients all over the world, from the United States, Europe, Australia, you name it. I work with dozens of clients, private companies and bigger agencies. In this course, we will work on creating social media application with a proper design system that contains all reusable assets and wireframes that will prepare for your project. Also, we will connect all the screens and make usable prototypes that will make your clients even more amazed with your skills and help them understand it even better. As with that said, let's get started.
तो अब आप सोच रहे होगे कि ये सारी चीज़ें हम जो भी है पे पर क्लिक, पे पर एक्शन, और ये ऐड हम कहाँ से रन करेंगे और कैसे रन करेंगे, कैसे इस चीज़ को हम ऑप्टिमाइज़ करेंगे, कैसे हम अपनी ऐड बनाएंगे, कैसे हम लोगों तक पहुँचेंगे। तो इसका एक ही सिर्फ सोल्यूशन है जो कि है गूगल एड्स। आपने इसका नाम भी सुना होगा, गूगल एड्स। यह एक वेरी पॉपुलर, जो कि गूगल का एक सर्च इंजन है, उसका एक एडवर्टाइजिंग प्लेटफॉर्म है। यहाँ पर आप अपनी जो एड्स है गूगल पर रन करवा सकते हो। आप उसमें अलग अलग टाइप की एड्स होती है, आपकी सर्च ऐड, डिस्प्ले ऐड, वीडियो ऐड एंड बहुत अलग अलग टाइप की। इसके बारे में हम और जानकारी इसके सीधा इंटरफेस में जाकर लेते हैं। तो चलिए हम इसके इंटरफेस पे जाते हैं और वहाँ पर मैं आपको सारा कुछ सिखाऊंगा कि ऐड क्या होती है, ऐड कैसे बनानी है, ऐड कितने टाइप की होती है, और ऐड में जो कीवर्ड डालने हैं उसकी रिसर्च कैसे करनी है, और उसके बाद जो बीडिंग है, यानी कि कितने डेली बजट से आप मतलब पर व्यू या पर क्लिक के आप पैसे देना चाहते हो, वो हमने कैसे सिलेक्ट करनी है। तो चलिए हम गूगल एड्स के सीधा प्लेटफॉर्म पर जाते हैं और वहाँ पर देखते हैं। तो एक बार इसके इंटरफेस पे जाने से पहले हम गूगल एड्स के बारे में और कुछ जान लेते हैं। तो गूगल ऐड बेसिकली गूगल ऑक्शन के ऊपर काम करता है। जैसे कि ऑक्शन होता है जिसमें कि जो सबसे ज़्यादा बिडिंग करता है वो सबसे ज़्यादा टॉप पर आता है, ऐसे ही हमारे ऐसे ही गूगल एड्स में जो एड्स होती हैं वो गूगल ऑक्शन के थ्रू टॉप पर आती हैं। इसके बेसिकली जो 3 मेजर पार्ट्स है जो वेरी करते हैं। सबसे पहले तो है बिडिंग, कि आपकी जो बिडिंग है मतलब वो कितने की है, बिडिंग आपकी कैसी है। देन उसके बाद है ऐड रैंक, जो आपका ऐड रैंक है, आपकी बिडिंग और क्वालिटी स्कोर को मिलाकर आपका जो ऐड रैंक है वो कितना ऐड रैंक आया है। देन उसके बाद क्वालिटी स्कोर, जो आपकी ऐड को क्वालिटी स्कोर मिला है वो होता है क्वालिटी स्कोर। तो क्वालिटी स्कोर बेसिकली 4 पॉइंट्स पर डिपेंड करता है। सबसे पहले ऐड रेलिवेंस, यानी कि जो आपकी ऐड है कितनी रेलिवेंट है आपकी वेबसाइट के साथ, आपके प्रोडक्ट के साथ। अब ऐड रेलिवेंस में आपने यानी कि जो भी ऐड ग्रुप में आप ऐड डालोगे वो कितनी रेलिवेंट है अपनी ऐड के साथ। देन उसके बाद आता है लैंडिंग पेज ट्रांसपेरेंसी, यानी कि यही बेसिकली यही कहना चाहता है कि जो लैंडिंग पेज आपका वो ऐड से रिलेटेड है या नहीं। देन उसके बाद आता है ईज़ ऑफ नेविगेशन, कि जो आपकी ऐड होगी जो उसके बाद अगर जो नेविगेट करना आएगा बंदा, उसको मतलब कोई दिक्कत नहीं आनी चाहिए, बिल्कुल सही तरीके से वो आपकी ऐड के ऊपर नेविगेट कर सके। देन उसके बाद इंक्रीजिंग ऑन साइट टाइम, जो आपकी वेबसाइट पर जो भी ऐड पर जितने भी ज़्यादा लोग जितना टाइम ज़्यादा बिता रहे हैं, चाहे वो 1 मिनट 10 मिनट, उसको कहते हैं ऑन टाइम। अगर ऑन टाइम ज़्यादा होगा तो आपका क्वालिटी स्कोर भी बहुत बढ़िया होगा। तो आगे देखते हैं हम हाउ ऐड रैंक इज़ कैलकुलेटेड। तो बेसिकली ऐड रैंक है वो कैसे कैलकुलेट करते हैं। सबसे पहले तो मैक्सिमम बिड इनटू क्वालिटी स्कोर इज इक्वल टू ऐड रैंक, यानी कि मैक्सिमम बिड इनटू क्वालिटी स्कोर, उससे आपकी ऐड रैंक आ जाएगी कि आपको कितनी रैंक मिलेगी ऐड में, कि आप टॉप पर आओगे या लो में आओगे। तो अब बेसिकली ये मैक्सिमम बिड में आता है हमारा, आप कितने मतलब बिडिंग मतलब कितना डेली बजट करते हो आपने उसके लिए, कितने बिडिंग पर ऐड चलाते हो। और क्वालिटी स्कोर मैंने आपको बता ही दिया, आपके पेजेस और आपकी ऐड रेलिवेंस के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। देन उसके बाद आपका हाउ CPC कॉस्ट पर क्लिक इज़ कैलकुलेटेड। तो हमें ये भी पता होना चाहिए कि कॉस्ट पर क्लिक है, जो हमारा एक ऐड पर क्लिक आ रहा है उसकी कितनी कॉस्ट पड़ रही है, उसको कैसे कैलकुलेट करें। तो CPC इज इक्वल टू ऐड रैंक ऑफ पर्सन बिलो यू अपॉन योर क्वालिटी स्कोर प्लस 0.1। तो CPC बेसिकली इस फॉर्मूले से कैलकुलेट होता है। अब ऐड रैंक ऑफ पर्सन बिलो यू अपॉन योर क्वालिटी स्कोर प्लस 0.1। अब जैसे मान लो आपका जो नीचे है बिलो है आपका पर्सन, उसकी ऐड रैंक है 20 और उसके बाद आपका क्वालिटी स्कोर है 10, तो 20/10 प्लस 0.1, तो कितना हो गया हमारा 2 + 0.1 इज इक्वल 2.1, यानी कि जो हमारी कॉस्ट पर क्लिक आएगी वो आएगी 2.1 रुपीज़। तो इस तरीके से आप इसको कैलकुलेट कर सकते हैं। तो चलिए अब हम चलते हैं इसका सीधा गूगल एड्स पर और वहाँ जाकर देखते हैं। लोगों तक अपना प्रोडक्ट पहुँचाना है तो आपको मतलब गोल सेट कर लोगे और टारगेट दे दोगे अपने आप को, तो डिजिटल मार्केटिंग में आप ज़रूर कामयाब होंगे। सो नेक्स्ट स्टेप है हमारा क्रिएट वेब प्रेजेंस। अब डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के लिए आजकल लोग क्या करते हैं, ज़्यादातर आप भी बहुत सारी वेबसाइट देखते होंगे, बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स आप वेबसाइट पर देखते होंगे। तो डिजिटल मार्केटिंग अगर आप ज़्यादा सक्सेसफुल होना चाहते हो तो आपको एक वेबसाइट भी बनानी पड़ेगी जिसका होगी क्रिएट वेब प्रेजेंस। आपको एक वेबसाइट बनानी पड़ेगी अपने ब्रांड्स के लेकर, वहाँ पर आपको प्रोडक्ट्स प्रमोट करने पड़ेंगे। शुरू में तो आप अपने प्रोडक्ट्स प्रमोट करने सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू कर सकते हैं, जिसमें आपको कोई वेबसाइट्स के लिए पे नहीं करना पड़ेगा। और जैसे जैसे आपकी सेल्स आएगी, आप अर्निंग शुरू हो जाएगी, आप धीरे धीरे वेबसाइट भी बना सकते हैं। और लास्ट स्टेप है गेट नोटिस यूजिंग डिजिटल मार्केटिंग, यानी कि डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के थ्रू अपने कस्टमर्स तक पहुंचना। तो ये थे हमारे डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के कुछ स्टेप्स जो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि अगर आप कैसे स्ट्रैटेजी बनाई है, कैसे अपने गोल सेट करने हैं, कैसे वेब प्रेजेंस बनानी है। तो सबसे पहले टॉपिक आता है हमारा SEO, यानी कि सर्च इंजन ऑप्टिमाइजेशन। तो बेसिकली सर्च इंजन ऑप्टिमाइजेशन है कि आपने बहुत बारी सुना होगा, आपने यूट्यूब पर भी इसकी बहुत सारी वीडियोस देखी होगी, आपने ब्लॉग्स में भी बहुत सारा कुछ पढ़ा होगा। तो बेसिकली सर्च इंजन ऑप्टिमाइजेशन एक प्रोसेस है जो कि अपनी वेबसाइट की ट्रैफिक को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए है, वेबसाइट की ट्रैफिक की क्वांटिटी इम्प्रूव करने के लिए, क्वालिटी इम्प्रूव करने के लिए। अब आप भी सोच रहे होंगे कि कीवर्ड्स की हम रिसर्च कैसे करें, तो आगे देखते हैं हम कीवर्ड्स की रिसर्च करने में कीवर्ड्स को कैसे रिसर्च करना है। सबसे पहले तो फ्रीक्वेंसी देखनी है कीवर्ड्स की कि वह कितना फ्रीक्वेंट है, कितना मतलब लोग ज़्यादा यूज़ कर रहे हैं, फ्रीक्वेंसी कैसी है उसकी। उसके बाद देखनी है रेलिवेंस यानी कि वो अपने टॉपिक के साथ कितना रेलिवेंट है, जो आपकी प्रोडक्ट के साथ कितना रेलिवेंट है। ये नहीं है कि जैसे कि आपने टॉपिक अपना ब्लॉग लिखा, इंस्टाग्राम आइडियाज़, और उसमें आप फेसबुक आइडियाज़ के कीवर्ड लगा रहे हो तो कोई फ़ायदा नहीं हुआ आपकी, ना तो वेबसाइट रैंक करेगी, ना में आपका ब्लॉग रैंक करेगा। ये आपको रेलिवेंस जो है बहुत ज़रूरी है देखनी कीवर्ड्स के में। उसके बाद आता है कंपटीशन, कि इस कीवर्ड पे कितना ज़्यादा हाई कंपटीशन है, कि कितने लोगों ने इसका कंटेंट ज़्यादा बना रखा है। और अगर लो कंपटीशन है तो आप ज़्यादा रैंक करोगे। अगर जी हाई कंपटीशन है तो आप जैसे समझ सकते हो कि रैंक करना थोड़ा डिफ़िकल्ट होता है, आपको इसके लिए SEO और ज़्यादा डीपली करना पड़ेगा। उसके बाद आती है सर्च वॉल्यूम। जैसे आपने कोई कीवर्ड देखा तो आप सर्च वॉल्यूम उसकी देखो भी, कितने लोग उसको मंथली सर्च कर रहे हैं, डेली कितने सर्च कर रहे हैं, ईयरली कितने सर्च कर रहे हैं। अब आप कहोगे कि ये कीवर्ड के लिए आपने बता तो दिया कि कीवर्ड रिसर्च इस तरीके से करनी है, फ्रीक्वेंसी, रेलिवेंसी, कंपटीशन एंड सर्च वॉल्यूम, पर ये हम इतनी सारी चीज़ें करेंगे कहाँ से? इसके बारे में मैं आपको टूल्स बताऊंगा जहाँ से आप अपने कीवर्ड्स की रिसर्च कर सकते हैं। तो आगे देखते हैं हम वह कीवर्ड के लिए रिसर्च के लिए टूल्स। तो सबसे पहले है गूगल ट्रेंड्स, उसके बाद है गूगल कीवर्ड प्लानर, उसके बाद है मोज कीवर्ड प्लानर, उसके बाद है सेमरस कीवर्ड मैजिक टूल, एंड देन वर्ड स्ट्रीम, एंड देन कीवर्ड टूल। ये सारे टूल्स हैं जिससे आप अपनी कीवर्ड की रिसर्च कर सकते हैं। इसमें आपको ये सारी चीज़ें देखने को मिल जाएगी, फ्रीक्वेंसी भी, रेलिवेंस और कंपटीशन और सर्च वॉल्यूम। आपको बहुत कुछ इसमें सीखने को मिलेगा, आपको बहुत कुछ देखने में मिलेगा अगर आप अपने प्रोडक्ट को, अपने ब्लॉग को रैंक करवाना चाहते हो। तो चलिए मैं आपको गूगल में जाकर आपको सारे इस टूल्स के बारे में एक बार दिखा देता हूँ कि आपको कैसे इसको यूज़ करना है। अब अपने हम गूगल की स्क्रीन पर चलते हैं, गूगल पर देखते हैं ये टूल कौन कौन से हैं और कैसे इसको देखना है। तो यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं ये है कुछ कीवर्ड रिसर्च टूल्स। सबसे पहले है गूगल ट्रेंड्स, उसके बाद है कीवर्ड एक्सप्लोरर, उसके बाद है सेमरस कीवर्ड मैजिक टूल, उसके बाद है वर्ड स्ट्रीम, एंड एट द एंड है हमारे पास कीवर्ड टूल। तो सबसे पहले देखते हैं हम गूगल ट्रेंड्स। ये एक गूगल का ही प्रोडक्ट है जिसमें आपको गूगल के सर्च रिजल्ट्स के जो कीवर्ड है उसकी आपको वैल्यू देखने को मिलती है। यहाँ पर जैसे देख सकते हैं कि आप इस टाइम ये दिखा रहा है पॉपुलर सर्च जो कि पास्ट 7 डेज़ में हुए हैं वर्ल्ड वाइड और यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में, और रिसेंटली क्या ट्रेंडिंग में चल रहा है गूगल पर। तो चलते हैं हम देखते हैं कोई कीवर्ड रिसर्च करके। यहाँ पर हम अपना कीवर्ड डालते हैं इंस्टाग्राम टूल्स। यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं इसने हमें ग्राफ में दिखा दिया है कि लोगों ने लास्ट 12 मंथ्स में कितना कहाँ पर कितना सर्च किया है। यहाँ पे 50 सर्च आइटम हुए हैं, और यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं 100 हुए हैं। और यहाँ से हम इसमें पास्ट डे में भी कर सकते हैं कि लास्ट डे में कितने सर्च आइटम हैं। और यहाँ पर सबसे बेस्ट है कि आपको अपनी कंट्री देखने को मिल जाती है, आप कौन सी कंट्री में। इसमें ऑलमोस्ट सभी कंट्रीज़ है जहाँ पर आप गूगल में वो देख सकते हो कीवर्ड रिसर्च कितना हुआ है। कैटेगरीज़ में सबसे बेनिफिट मेरे को ये लगा, यहाँ पर आप अलग अलग कैटेगरीज़ के अकॉर्डिंग भी देख सकते हो। और साथ में यहाँ पर वेब सर्च है, इसमें आप इमेज सर्च, न्यूज़ सर्च, गूगल शॉपिंग और यूट्यूब। अगर आप यूट्यूबर हो तो ये आपके लिए सबसे बेस्ट फ्री टूल है। यहाँ पर YouTube पे आप देख सकते हो कौन सी वीडियो लास्ट मंथ में कहाँ सर्च हुई और कितनी उसकी सर्च वॉल्यूम है। अब हम नीचे चलते हैं, अब इसमें देखते हैं कि जो हमारा की इंस्टाग्राम टूल्स कीवर्ड है, ये लास्ट डे में कहाँ कहाँ पर कितना कितना सर्च हुआ, कितने लोगों ने सर्च हुआ। यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं पंजाब में सबसे ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट दिखा रहा है 100, हिमाचल में 76, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में 66। और उसके साथ रिलेटेड क्वेरीज़ क्या लोगों ने सर्च करी, IG टूल्स इंस्टाग्राम, IG टूल्स, माई ओन टूल्स। यहाँ पर एक सबसे ये बेनिफिट है इसका कि आपको यहाँ पर वो देखने को साथ में थोड़ा आइडिया सा मिल जाता है कि कीवर्ड किस टाइप से सर्च होते हैं। और यहाँ पर साथ में आप इधर कंपेयर का ऑप्शन है, आप किसी और कीवर्ड को इसके साथ कंपेयर कर सकते हो। दोनों कीवर्ड्स की जो सर्च वॉल्यूम है उनको आप कंपेयर भी कर सकते हो। तो ये था एक पहला गूगल प्रोडक्ट जो था हमारा गूगल ट्रेंड्स। तो आप इसको यूज़ कर सकते हैं। लिंक आपको सभी टूल्स के डिस्क्रिप्शन में मिल जाएंगे, आप वहाँ से जाकर उनको चेक कर सकते हैं। आई एम बैक। मैंने अपने इसमें अकाउंट सेटअप कर लिया है। मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ कि आपने कैसे कीवर्ड में रिसर्च करना है। तो यहाँ पर हम अपना कीवर्ड डालेंगे इंस्टाग्राम टूल्स। तो यहाँ पर हम अपनी कंट्री सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं, कौन सी कंट्री में देखना चाहते हैं। हम देख लेते हैं अपनी इंडिया। और यहाँ पर कीवर्ड, रूट डोमेन, सब डोमेन, यहाँ पर आप ये 3 चीज़ें रिसर्च कर सकते हैं, पर हमने करना है कीवर्ड। हम करेंगे एनालाइज। और यहाँ पर हम देखते हैं कि क्या आता है हमारे पास रिजल्ट्स। अब यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं, यहाँ पर हमें रिजल्ट्स आ गए हैं, जो कि आया डिफ़िकल्टी यानी कि 52, 100 में से 52। ऑर्गेनिक क्लिक थ्रू रेट है 64% और प्रायोरिटी है 21%। और यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर आपके कौन कौन से एनालिसिस में आपको दिखा रहा है। PADA एनालिसिस हम देखते हैं हमारा फुल इसमें, कि लोग क्या क्या सर्च कर रहे हैं, कौन कौन सी वेबसाइट जो कि सर्च कर रही है। देखिए कि मतलब इतने क्लिक्स आ रहे हैं, इतने इस पे व्यू आ रहे हैं। यहाँ आपको बहुत कुछ देखने को मिलेगा, आप आराम से इसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं। सो अब हम अपने नेक्स्ट टूल की तरफ जाते हैं और वो है हमारा SEMrush कीवर्ड मैजिक टूल। यह भी फ्री है। यहाँ पर आप अपनी कंट्री सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। हम सेलेक्ट करते हैं इंडिया एंड देन यहाँ पर हम अपना कीवर्ड डालेंगे एंड देन सर्च। यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं इन्होंने बहुत सारे रिजल्ट्स दिखा दिए हैं, जैसे कि इंस्टाग्राम टूल्स, इंस्टाग्राम हैक टूल्स, इंस्टाग्राम पासवर्ड क्रैकर टूल, इंस्टाग्राम मैसेज टूल और बहुत सारे आपको टूल्स देखने को मिलते हैं। और साथ में आपको यहाँ पर दिखा रहा है इसकी वॉल्यूम, इसकी मतलब इतनी वॉल्यूम सर्च हुई है और ट्रेंड इसका किस ग्राफ में जा रहा है, और CPC यानी कि कॉस्ट पर क्लिक इसके कितने डॉलर्स है। और कंपटीशन में भी दिखा रहा है कि कितना कंपटीशन है। यहाँ पर आपको दिखा रहा है लास्ट वीक में मतलब इतने सर्च हुए हैं। यहाँ पर आपको बहुत सारे ऑप्शन देखने को मिल जाते हैं, जैसे कि वॉल्यूम में आपको कैसी वॉल्यूम चाहिए, ज़्यादा जिसकी जो ज़्यादा हुए हैं वो वाली वॉल्यूम। और यहाँ पर डिफ़िकल्टी लेवल मतलब कि जो सबसे ज़्यादा हार्ड, जिसमें सबसे ज़्यादा कंपटीशन है, वो कौन से कीवर्ड्स है। और इंटेंट में ये हमारा आ गया इंफॉर्मेशन, नेविगेशनल, कमर्शियल। जो आपको C दिख रहा है, I दिख रहा है। इंफॉर्मेशनल कौन सा था, मतलब कि इसमें दिखा रहा है यूज़र वांट टू फाइंड एन आंसर टू ए स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन। मतलब जो इसने ये कीवर्ड डाला इंस्टाग्राम हैक टूल, इसमें इसको एक स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन का आंसर चाहिए था। और C पे द यूज़र वांट्स टू इन्वेस्टिगेट ब्रांड्स और सर्विसेज। इस टूल के ज़रिए वो यूज़र था जो अपने ब्रांड्स और सर्विसेज को ढूंढना चाहता था। और CPC मतलब कॉस्ट पर एक्शन क्या होनी चाहिए। इंक्लूड कीवर्ड्स मतलब साथ में कौन से कीवर्ड भी होने चाहिए। और एडवांस फिल्टर में आपको यहाँ पर देख वर्ड काउंट कि कितने से कितने वर्ड काउंट लोगों ने डाले, कॉम्पिटिटिव डेंसिटी क्या थी, SERP फीचर्स क्या थे और रिजल्ट्स इन SERP। आपको यहाँ पर बहुत कुछ देखने को मिलेगा। तो ये एक फ्री टूल है, आपके बहुत ही ज़्यादा काम आएगा, आपको यह हमेशा यूज़ करना चाहिए। सो नेक्स्ट टूल है हमारा वर्ड स्ट्रीम। अब यहाँ पर आप देखते हैं कोई भी वेबसाइट है, अगर आप उसके कीवर्ड ढूंढना चाहते हो कि लोगों ने इसको क्या कीवर्ड सर्च करके इसको फाइंड किया था, तो यहाँ पर इसमें आपने सिर्फ उस वेबसाइट का लिंक डाल देना है और कैटेगरी सिलेक्ट करनी है और लोकेशन सिलेक्ट कर लेनी है और उसके बाद फाइंड माई कीवर्ड्स पर टैप करना है। तो यहाँ पर मैं एक वेबसाइट का लिंक डाल देता हूँ। सर्च करते हैं इंस्टाग्राम टूल्स, इंस्टाग्राम के बारे में सर्च करते हैं हम। जो भी है ये सेकंड लिंक आएगा हमारा, जैसे कि ये आ रहा है, तो अब इसमें हम इस लिंक को कॉपी करते हैं। जो लिंक है इसको हम कंट्रोल सी करके कॉपी किया, उसके बाद वर्ड स्ट्रीम में जाकर यहाँ पर हमने अपना लिंक पेस्ट कर देना है और साथ में इंडस्ट्री सेलेक्ट कर लेंगे। ये हमारी है इंडस्ट्री, इसमें है इंटरनेट एंड टेलीकॉम और कंट्री है इंडिया। एंड देन फाइंड माई कीवर्ड्स कि इंडिया से लोग क्या क्या सर्च कर रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं कि जो ये लिंक था, यानी कि जो ये पेज हमारे आगे ओपन हुआ था, इस पेज पर लोगों ने क्या कीवर्ड डालकर इस पेज तक पहुँचे हैं। जैसे कि देख सकते हैं हाउ टू रीशेयर ऑन इंस्टाग्राम, मतलब इस कीवर्ड के जरिए लोग इस पेज पर पहुँचे हैं। हाउ डू यू रीपोस्ट ए वीडियो ऑन इंस्टाग्राम, हाउ डू यू पोस्ट ए लिंक ऑन इंस्टाग्राम। यानी कि ये टूल है, अगर आपके पास कोई लिंक है एक पेज का या एक वेबसाइट का और आप जानना चाहते हो कि लोग इस तक कैसे पहुंचे, यानी कि कौन से कीवर्ड्स डालकर इस पेज तक पहुंचे हैं, तो ये वर्ड स्ट्रीम आपको फ्री टूल है जो कि इसके बारे में बता देगा। और सर्च वॉल्यूम भी बताएगा कि टोटल सर्च वॉल्यूम कितनी थी और CPC कॉस्ट पर क्लिक किया था और कंपटीशन किस हिसाब से था, यानी कि कंपटीशन हाई था, लो था या इंटरमीडिएट था। तो आप इस टूल को आराम से यूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो नेक्स्ट टूल है हमारा जो कि लास्ट में है हमारा कीवर्ड टूल। इस टूल की सबसे बेस्ट फीचर मेरे को ये लगी, इसमें आपको बहुत सारे अलग अलग वेबसाइट्स देखने को मिलती है जिसके आप अलग से कीवर्ड देख सकते हैं। जैसे कि गूगल, यहाँ पर आप गूगल के कीवर्ड देख सकते हैं, गूगल पर लोग कितना सर्च कर रहे हैं, और साथ में आपको यूट्यूब पर भी ऑप्शन मिल जाता है कि जो यूट्यूब पर लोग कितना सर्च कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद बिंग जो कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का एक इंटरनेट एक्सप्लोरर है, और साथ में एक अमेज़ोन पे भी आप सर्च कर सकते हैं। अगर आप अमेज़ोन पर अपने प्रोडक्ट बेचते हैं तो उसके सर्च वॉल्यूम आप इसमें देख सकते हैं कि लोग क्या क्या सर्च कर रहे हैं और मैं किस हिसाब से अपने प्रोडक्ट को उन तक पहुंचाऊं। अगर आप eBay पे सेल करते हैं तो आप इसे भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। प्ले स्टोर पर भी इंस्टाग्राम के आपको यहाँ पर टूल देखने को, इंस्टाग्राम के भी कीवर्ड्स देखने को मिल जाएंगे और ट्विटर के भी। तो हम करते हैं अभी फ़िलहाल गूगल पे, और यहाँ पर डालते हैं हम इंस्टाग्राम टूल्स। कंट्री का आपको ऑलमोस्ट हर एक टूल में देखने को मिल जाता है। हम कंट्री सेलेक्ट कर लेते हैं और करते हैं सर्च। तो यहाँ पर आपको देखने को मिलते हैं बहुत सारे, इन्होंने जो कीवर्ड्स लोगों ने रिसर्च करे हुए थे। ये अभी पता नहीं क्या एरर सा आ रहा है, कोई डू यू नीड दिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कीवर्ड टूल प्रो, यानी कि हमें इसका प्रो वर्जन डाउनलोड करना पड़ेगा। पर हमें ऐसे ज़रूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि हम तो सिर्फ कीवर्ड चाहते हैं कि लोग क्या क्या सर्च करते हैं, ताकि हम अपने जो भी ब्लॉग है, जो भी वेबसाइट है, उसमें टैग लगा सकें कि लोग ये सर्च करके हम इस वेबसाइट तक पहुँच रहे हैं। ये देखिए कितने सारे जो कीवर्ड है लोग सर्च कर रहे हैं इस कीवर्ड के रिलेटेड। हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम। स्किल टैक्टिक्स चैनल में आपको बहुत ही स्वागत है। तो आज हम आपके लिए लेकर आए हैं डिजिटल मार्केटिंग का फुल कोर्स, जिसमें आपको डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के बारे में बहुत कुछ जानकारी मिलेगी। आप जानते हैं कि आजकल सब कुछ डिजिटल हो रहा है, तो आज के ज़माने में मार्केटिंग भी डिजिटल हो गई है, जिसको आजकल हम डिजिटल मार्केटिंग कहते हैं। तो इस कोर्स में आपको बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा, और एट द एंड आपको इस कोर्स में एक सर्टिफिकेट भी मिलेगा। वो सर्टिफिकेट अगर आपको चाहिए तो आपको वीडियो लास्ट तक देखनी होगी। वो सर्टिफिकेट कैसे लेना मैं आपको इसके बारे में एंड में बताऊंगा, ताकि आप आराम से अपना कोर्स कंप्लीट करें और उसके बाद अपना सर्टिफिकेट भी ले सकें। तो जैसे कि देख रहे हैं डिजिटल मार्केटिंग, लर्न एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ मार्केटिंग इन डिजिटल वर्ल्ड, यानी कि जो डिजिटल वर्ल्ड है आज का, इसमें हम मार्केटिंग कैसे करेंगे। अगर हमारे पास कोई प्रोडक्ट है, हमारा ब्रांड है खुद का, पर हमें मार्केटिंग नहीं आती, हम मार्केटिंग कैसे करें डिजिटली। ऑफलाइन मार्केटिंग में तो ये होता था कि लोग न्यूज़पेपर में एड्स देते थे, अपने पैम्पलेट छपवाते थे और होल्डिंग्स लगवाते थे बड़े बड़े। पर आजकल डिजिटल मार्केटिंग में ये सब नहीं रहा। ये सारा कुछ आपके एक सिर्फ छोटे से फ़ोन पर होता है, जो कि आप आराम से कर सकते हैं। तो चलिए अब शुरू करते हैं। अगर चैनल पर पहली बार आए हैं तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर देना और साथ ही नीचे बेल आइकन भी प्रेस कर देना, जिससे हमारी हर वीडियो की नोटिफिकेशन आपको सबसे पहले मिल सके। तो सबसे पहले मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि इस कोर्स में कौन कौन से टॉपिक्स कवर होने वाले हैं। सबसे पहले तो डिजिटल मार्केटिंग इंट्रोडक्शन, यानी कि डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के बारे में मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि बेसिकली डिजिटल मार्केटिंग कैसे वर्क करती है और डिजिटल मार्केटिंग शुरू करने के लिए आपको क्या क्या चाहिए। और उसके बाद आपको मैं बताऊंगा SEO, सर्च इंजन ऑप्टिमाइजेशन। ये भी डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के पार्ट्स है, ये सारे डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के पार्ट्स है। आपको इस कोर्स में हर एक के बारे में पता लगेगा। फिर उसके बाद मैं आपको बताऊंगा SEM, सर्च इंजन मार्केटिंग। फिर उसके बाद SMO, सोशल मीडिया ऑप्टिमाइजेशन। फिर उसके बाद SMM, सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग। और साथ में आपको कंटेंट मार्केटिंग, ईमेल मार्केटिंग, एफिलिएट मार्केटिंग और मार्केटिंग एनालिटिक्स के बारे में भी आपको इस कोर्स में पता लगेगा। तो देखा जाए तो यह कोर्स आपके लिए बहुत ही ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। इस कोर्स को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शेयर भी करें, ताकि जो आपके साथ में दोस्त हैं, आपके फ्रेंड्स हैं, वो फैमिली वाले वो कोर्स करना चाहते हैं तो वो आराम से कर सकें। इसलिए मैंने इसको फ्री में यूट्यूब पे अपलोड करा है। मैं चाहता तो यह कोर्स बेच भी सकता था 1000-2000 में, पर मैंने यह नहीं चाहा। मैंने कहा कि जितनी ज़्यादा लोगों की हेल्प हो सके उतनी ज़्यादा हमें हेल्प करनी चाहिए। तो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद डिजिटल मार्केटिंग इंट्रोडक्शन। सो नंबर 1 क्वेश्चन तो आपके सबके माइंड में आता होगा कि व्हाट इज़ डिजिटल मार्केटिंग। डिजिटल मार्केटिंग है क्या? डिजिटल मार्केटिंग, also called online marketing, is the promotion of brands to connect with potential customers using the internet and other forms of digital communication। यानी कि जो डिजिटल मार्केटिंग एक तरह की ऑनलाइन मार्केटिंग है, इसमें जो कि ब्रांड्स अपना प्रमोशन के लिए अपने पोटेंशियल कस्टमर के साथ इंटरनेट के द्वारा कनेक्ट होते हैं और अलग अलग डिजिटल फॉर्म्स के साथ। यानी कि फॉर एग्जांपल मान लो आपके पास कोई ब्रांड है आपका, आप कोई ने अपने प्रोडक्ट बनाया, आपने प्रोडक्ट बना लिया, आपने इसकी ऑफलाइन मार्केटिंग तो कर दी पर आपको रिजल्ट्स नहीं मिल रहे, क्योंकि आजकल सारा फ़ोन में बिजी होता है, न्यूज़पेपर कोई पढ़ता भी नहीं ज़्यादातर। तो इसलिए अगर आपको डिजिटल मार्केटिंग आती होगी तो आप अपने पोटेंशियल जो भी कस्टमर्स हैं उन तक आराम से पहुंच सकते हो। आपको शायद ही पता हो कि आजकल लोग डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के साथ बहुत पैसा कमा रहे हैं। तो बेसिकली ये थी डिजिटल मार्केटिंग की डेफिनेशन, यानी कि जो अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को जो उनसे ब्रांड्स हैं वो पोटेंशियल कस्टमर तक पहुंचाने के लिए एक डिजिटल वे का यूज़ करते हैं, जिसको हम डिजिटल मार्केटिंग कहते हैं। सो लेट्स मूव ऑन टू नेक्स्ट टॉपिक। तो आगे हम देखेंगे तो डिजिटल मार्केटिंग चैनल्स। डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के कौन कौन से चैनल्स हैं? देयर आर 4 टाइप ऑफ चैनल्स। नंबर 1 इज़ कंटेंट मार्केटिंग, नंबर 2 इज़ वीडियो मार्केटिंग, नंबर 3 इज़ ईमेल मार्केटिंग एंड नंबर 4 इज़ सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग। तो कंटेंट मार्केटिंग में क्या होता है कि आपने अपने प्रोडक्ट से रिलेटेड कंटेंट बनाया और फिर उसकी मार्केटिंग की। अब कंटेंट हम किस तरीके से बनाते हैं, जैसे कि हमने एक ब्लॉग की वेबसाइट बना ली, हम कंटेंट में अपने उसमें प्रोडक्ट का ब्लॉग लिख रहे हैं, उसके रिव्यू के बारे में लिख रहे हैं। और आप ई बुक लिख सकते हैं अपने प्रोडक्ट के बारे में, ई बुक लिख के उसको प्रमोट कर सकते हैं। आप कैसे प्रमोट करेंगे, इसके लिए आपको डिजिटल मार्केटिंग आनी चाहिए। तो कंटेंट मार्केटिंग में बेसिकली ये चीज़ होती है कि आपने अपना कंटेंट बनाया अपने प्रोडक्ट को ही प्रमोट करने के लिए और फिर आप उसकी मार्केटिंग कर रहे हो। और उसके बाद जो हमारी ये वीडियो मार्केटिंग है, इसमें ये होता है कि आपका प्रोडक्ट है, आपने अपने प्रोडक्ट की एक प्रमोशन के लिए वीडियो बना दी, प्रोडक्ट का आपने रिव्यू कर दिया, उसकी वीडियो बना के फिर आप वीडियो को मार्केट कर रहे हो, यानी कि वीडियो लोगों तक पहुंचेगी। जितने ज़्यादा लोग देखेंगे कि यह प्रोडक्ट तो वाकई सही में कामयाब है, तो उतने ज़्यादा लोग इसको परचेज़ करेंगे। और उसके बाद एक बहुत ही पॉपुलर और सबसे जो कि कहते हैं बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स देने वाली मार्केटिंग है, वो है ईमेल मार्केटिंग। ईमेल मार्केटिंग में क्या होता है कि आप अपने प्रोडक्ट्स के लेकर, अपनी जो भी प्रोडक्ट है, अपनी जो सेल्स आते हैं उसको लेकर आप एक ईमेल लिखते हो। ईमेल फिर आप अपने जो ऑडियंस है उनको ईमेल करते हो और लोग वहाँ से परचेज़ करते हैं। यह भी आजकल बहुत बढ़िया वे है पैसे कमाने का। फिर उसके बाद करते हैं हम बात सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग की। सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग में बेसिकली क्या होता है कि आजकल लोग सोशल मीडिया बहुत यूज़ करते हैं। लोग सारा दिन फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम, व्हाट्सअप, लिंक्डइन, ट्विटर, ज़्यादातर इन जगहों पर लोग अपना टाइम देते हैं। तो क्यों ना इस चीज़ का फ़ायदा उठाया जाए और सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग, यानी कि सोशल मीडिया के ज़रिए हम मार्केट करें अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को। और लोग करते भी हैं, लोग बहुत लाखों में पैसा कमा रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू अपने प्रोडक्ट्स प्रमोट करके। इसमें क्या होता है कि अगर आपने एक इंस्टाग्राम पर एक पेज बना लिया, फेसबुक पर पेज बना लिया, वहाँ पर अपने प्रोडक्ट्स डाल रहे हो, फॉलोवर्स गेन कर रहे हो। जितने जितने आपके फॉलोवर्स बढ़ते रहेंगे उस हिसाब से आपको सेल आती रहेगी। इससे आपकी सोशल मीडिया भी इम्प्रूव होगी। तो ये थे कुछ डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के चैनल्स। तो आगे हम बात करते हैं कि डिजिटल मार्केटिंग शुरू करने के लिए हमें पहले स्टेप्स कौन से होने चाहिए जो हमें पता होने चाहिए। तो सबसे पहला स्टेप वो तो रहेगा कि एक आपको मार्केटिंग की स्ट्रेटेजी बनानी पड़ेगी। डेवलप ए मार्केटिंग स्ट्रेटेजी। इसमें क्या होता है कि आपको मार्केटिंग के लिए रिसर्च करनी पड़ेगी कि जो आपके जो कॉम्पिटिटर्स हैं वो कैसे अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं। अगर मान लो आपका कोई प्रोडक्ट है, आप उसे प्रमोट करना चाहते हो, पर सबसे पहले आपको रिसर्च करनी पड़ेगी कि जो आपका कॉम्पिटिटर है वो कैसे प्रमोट कर रहा है, किस प्राइस में प्रमोट कर रहा है और उसको कितने रिजल्ट्स मिल रहे हैं और कितनी सेल्स आ रही है। उस हिसाब से आपको एक स्ट्रैटेजी बनानी पड़ेगी। ये तो हो गया हमारा पहला काम। और उसके बाद हमारी काम आता है आइडेंटिफाई योर टारगेट ऑडियंस। आपको अपनी ऑडियंस आइडेंटिफाई करनी पड़ेगी कि मेरे को इस एज से लेकर इस एज तक के लोग को ही टारगेट करना है, या फिर कोई स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स को टारगेट करना है, या फिर जो जॉब करते हैं उनको टारगेट करना है। मतलब आपको ये रास्ता क्लियर होना चाहिए कि आपने जाना क्या है। मेरा कहने का मतलब यह है कि आपकी ऑडियंस बिल्कुल आइडेंटिफाई होनी चाहिए, टारगेट ऑडियंस, कि आपको कहाँ किनको प्रोडक्ट देना है और किनको आप प्रोडक्ट बेचना चाहते हो। और उसके बाद है स्टेप एस्टेब्लिश्ड गोल्स। गोल्स में आपको अपने आप को टारगेट देना है कि मेरे को कब तक यह काम करना है, कब तक मेरे को कितने लोगों तक अपना प्रोडक्ट पहुंचाना है। तो आपको गोल सेट कर लोगे और टारगेट दे दोगे अपने आप को, तो डिजिटल मार्केटिंग में आप ज़रूर कामयाब होंगे। सो नेक्स्ट स्टेप है हमारा क्रिएट वेब प्रेजेंस। अब डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के लिए आजकल लोग क्या करते हैं, ज़्यादातर आप भी बहुत सारी वेबसाइट देखते होंगे, बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स आप वेबसाइट पर देखते होंगे। तो डिजिटल मार्केटिंग अगर आप ज़्यादा सक्सेसफुल होना चाहते हो तो आपको एक वेबसाइट भी बनानी पड़ेगी, जिसका होगी क्रिएट वेब प्रेजेंस। आपको एक वेबसाइट बनानी पड़ेगी अपने ब्रांड्स के लेकर, वहाँ पर आपको प्रोडक्ट्स प्रमोट करने पड़ेंगे। शुरू में तो आप अपने प्रोडक्ट्स प्रमोट करने सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू कर सकते हैं, जिसमें आपको कोई वेबसाइट्स के लिए पे नहीं करना पड़ेगा। और जैसे जैसे आपकी सेल्स आएगी, आप अर्निंग शुरू हो जाएगी, आप धीरे धीरे वेबसाइट भी बना सकते हैं। और लास्ट स्टेप है गेट नोटिस यूजिंग डिजिटल मार्केटिंग, यानी कि डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के थ्रू अपने कस्टमर्स तक पहुंचना। तो सबसे पहले टॉपिक आता है हमारा SEO, यानी कि सर्च इंजन ऑप्टिमाइजेशन। तो बेसिकली सर्च इंजन ऑप्टिमाइजेशन है कि आपने बहुत बारी सुना होगा, आपने यूट्यूब पर भी इसकी बहुत सारी वीडियोस देखी होगी, आपने ब्लॉग्स में भी बहुत सारा कुछ पढ़ा होगा। तो बेसिकली सर्च इंजन ऑप्टिमाइजेशन एक प्रोसेस है जो कि अपनी वेबसाइट की ट्रैफिक को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए है, वेबसाइट की ट्रैफिक की क्वांटिटी इम्प्रूव करने के लिए, क्वालिटी इम्प्रूव करने के लिए। SEO बिल्कुल एक फ्री मेथड है और यहाँ पर जितनी भी ट्रैफिक आती है वो आती है ऑर्गेनिक, जो कि आपकी गूगल के सर्च रिजल्ट से आएगी। जो कि सर्च इंजन के थ्रू ट्रैफिक आती है उसे कहते हैं SEO, सर्च इंजन ऑप्टिमाइजेशन। इसके लिए आपको अपने वेब पेजेस को बिल्कुल सही तरीके से ऑप्टिमाइज़ करना पड़ेगा, तभी आप अपने वेबसाइट को गूगल में रैंक करवा सकते हो। तो मान लो आपने कोई गूगल पर एक क्वेरी लिखी, और जैसे ही आप क्वेरी लिखते हो आपको बहुत सारे रिजल्ट्स देखने को मिलते हैं, आपको बहुत सारे पेजेस देखने को मिलते हैं, पर आप देखते हो आपकी वेबसाइट पर भी सेम टॉपिक है, पर वो आपके फर्स्ट पेज पर नहीं आ रहा। फर्स्ट पेज पर क्यों नहीं आ रहा? क्योंकि आपने उसका सही तरीके से SEO नहीं किया। SEO करने से यह होता है कि आपके देखते हो बहुत सारे पेजेस आते हैं, तो इसमें धीरे धीरे आप इम्प्रूव होते जाओगे और फर्स्ट पेज पर आओगे, फिर फर्स्ट पेज से आप धीरे धीरे टॉप पर आओगे। तो जैसे कि आप ये वेबसाइट्स देख रहे हैं जो यह टॉप पर आती है, इनका SEO बहुत ही अच्छा हुआ है, तभी यह टॉप पर आ रही है। मैं आपको पहले भी बता दूं, यह बिल्कुल ही फ्री मेथड है और यहाँ पर ट्रैफिक ऑर्गेनिक आती है, जो कि सर्च रिजल्ट से आती है। आप में से बहुत लोग ऐसे होंगे जिनको SEO के बारे में पता भी होगा, कोई नहीं होंगे जिनको नहीं पता होगा। तो SEO एक ऐसी चीज़ है, यानी कि फ्री मेथड से आप अपने वेबसाइट पर ऑर्गेनिक ट्रैफिक लेकर आ रहे हैं। तो आगे देखते हैं हम टाइप्स ऑफ SEO। जो SEO है वो 3 टाइप्स के हैं बेसिकली। सबसे पहला है ऑन पेज SEO, उसके बाद ऑफ पेज SEO और उसके बाद टेक्निकल SEO। तो बेसिकली ये एक SEO करने के भी बहुत सारे मेथड हैं। ऑन पेज SEO में यह होता है कि जो भी एक्टिविटीज़ आप अपनी वेबसाइट्स के पेजेस पर कर रहे हो, ऑन पेज SEO को ऑन साइट SEO भी कहते हैं। यानी कि जो भी चेंजेस आप अपने पेजेस को और ज़्यादा इम्प्रूव करने के लिए कर रहे हो उसे कहते हैं ऑन पेज SEO। जैसे कि आपने बहुत बढ़िया डिस्क्रिप्शन लिखा, बहुत बढ़िया उसका टाइटल लिखा और आर्टिकल भी बहुत लंबा लिखा, जिससे कि लोग उसको सही तरीके से पढ़ सके। तो ये सारी बेसिकली जो भी आती है ये ऑन पेज एसईओ के अंडर आती हैं। आपने सही तरीके से टैग लगाए हैं, उसमें इंटरनल लिंक्स लगाए हैं, ये सारा हमारा जो भी है ये ऑन पेज एसईओ में आता है। तो उसके बाद आता है ऑफ पेज एसईओ। ऑफ पेज एसईओ को ऑफ साइट एसईओ भी कहते हैं। जो भी एक्टिविटीज़ आप अपनी वेबसाइट नहीं दूसरों की वेबसाइट्स के ऊपर करते हो अपने वेब पेज को रैंक कराने के लिए, उसे कहते हैं ऑफ पेज एसईओ। ऑफ पेज एसईओ में बेसिकली बैकलिंक्स काम आते हैं। इसमें बैकलिंक्स वर्क करते हैं, बैकलिंक्स ही आपकी वेबसाइट पर ट्रैफिक लेकर आते हैं। तो उसके बाद आता है टेक्निकल एसईओ। टेक्निकल एसईओ में क्या होता है कि जो कि आपकी वेबसाइट्स हैं वो ऑप्टिमाइज होनी चाहिए, जिससे कि जो सर्च इंजन के स्पाइडर्स यानी कि क्रॉल बोट्स हैं वो आपकी वेबसाइट्स के इंडेक्स को अच्छी तरह ढूंढ सके। अब बेसिकली सर्च इंजन कैसे काम करता है, इसकी सर्च इंजन में बेसिकली दो चीज़ें होती हैं। एक होते हैं बोट्स यानी कि जिसको हम स्पाइडर भी क्रॉल भी कहते हैं, और आपकी जो वेबसाइट है वो सर्च इंजन में इंडेक्स होनी चाहिए। ये भी मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि आपने सर्च इंजन में अपनी वेबसाइट को कैसे इंडेक्स करना है ताकि वह सर्च इंजन के पेजेस में शो कर सके। और साथ ही साथ टेक्निकल एसईओ में हमारा वो भी आता है कि जैसे हम मेटा टैग लगा रहे हैं, मेटा डिस्क्रिप्शन लिख रहे हैं और टाइटल लिख रहे हैं, जो कि यानी कि अपने हमारा कोड है वेबसाइट के वेब पेज का, उसमें हम ज़्यादा इम्प्रूव कर रहे हैं। टेक्निकल एसईओ में बेसिकली आपकी वेबसाइट की ऑप्टिमाइजेशन स्पीड भी आती है कि आपकी वेबसाइट्स कितनी जल्दी ऑप्टिमाइज़ हो रही हैं, कितनी जल्दी वह लोड हो रही है। और अगर आप ये सारी चीज़ें कर रहे हो तो आपको एक बारी गूगल की वो पॉलिसी पढ़नी चाहिए। उसमें आप टेक्निकल एसईओ के बारे में सही तरह देख सकते हैं कि टेक्निकल एसईओ में और हम किस तरीके से इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, कि ताकि जो गूगल की पॉलिसी है वो भी ना डिस्टर्ब होए, यानी कि कोई कॉपीराइट वगैरह ऐसा कुछ मतलब कोई आप मतलब गलत काम ना करें, बिल्कुल सही तरीके से अपनी वेबसाइट्स को एसईओ करें। तो फिर गूगल आपकी वेबसाइट को भी ब्लॉक कर देता है, फिर बहुत दिक्कत आती है। तो चलो आगे बढ़ अब आप भी सोच रहे होंगे कि कीवर्ड्स की हम रिसर्च कैसे करें, तो आगे देखते हैं हम कीवर्ड्स की रिसर्च करने में कीवर्ड्स को कैसे रिसर्च करना है। सबसे पहले तो फ्रीक्वेंसी देखनी है कीवर्ड्स की कि वह कितना फ्रीक्वेंट है, कितना मतलब लोग ज़्यादा यूज़ कर रहे हैं, फ्रीक्वेंसी कैसी है उसकी। उसके बाद देखनी है रेलिवेंस यानी कि वो अपने टॉपिक के साथ कितना रेलिवेंट है, जो आपकी प्रोडक्ट के साथ कितना रेलिवेंट है। ये नहीं है कि जैसे कि आपने टॉपिक अपना ब्लॉग लिखा इंस्टाग्राम आइडियाज़ और उसमें आप फेसबुक आइडियाज़ के कीवर्ड लगा रहे हो तो कोई फ़ायदा नहीं हुआ आपकी, ना तो वेबसाइट रैंक करेगी ना में आपका वह ब्लॉग रैंक करेगा। ये आपको रेलिवेंस जो है बहुत ज़रूरी है देखनी कीवर्ड्स के में। उसके बाद आता है कंपटीशन कि इस कीवर्ड पे कितना ज़्यादा हाई कंपटीशन है, कि कितने लोगों ने इसका कंटेंट ज़्यादा बना रखा है। और अगर लो कंपटीशन है तो आप ज़्यादा रैंक करोगे। अगर जी हाई कंपटीशन है तो आप जैसे समझ सकते हो कि रैंक करना थोड़ा डिफ़िकल्ट होता है, आपको इसके लिए एसईओ और ज़्यादा डीपली करना पड़ेगा। उसके बाद आती है सर्च वॉल्यूम। जैसे आपने कोई कीवर्ड देखा तो आप सर्च वॉल्यूम उसकी देखो भी, कितने लोग उसको मंथली सर्च कर रहे हैं, डेली कितने सर्च कर रहे हैं, ईयरली कितने सर्च कर रहे हैं। अब आप कहोगे कि ये कीवर्ड के लिए आपने बता तो दिया कि कीवर्ड रिसर्च इस तरीके से करनी है, फ्रीक्वेंसी, रेलिवेंसी, कंपटीशन एंड सर्च वॉल्यूम, पर ये हम इतनी सारी चीज़ें करेंगे कहाँ से? इसके बारे में मैं आपको टूल्स बताऊंगा जहाँ से आप अपने कीवर्ड्स की रिसर्च कर सकते हैं। तो आगे देखते हैं हम वह कीवर्ड के लिए रिसर्च के लिए टूल्स। तो सबसे पहले है गूगल ट्रेंड्स, उसके बाद है गूगल कीवर्ड प्लानर, उसके बाद है मोज कीवर्ड प्लानर, उसके बाद है सेमरस कीवर्ड मैजिक टूल एंड देन वर्ड स्ट्रीम एंड देन कीवर्ड टूल। ये सारे टूल्स हैं जिससे आप अपनी कीवर्ड की रिसर्च कर सकते हैं। इसमें आपको ये सारी चीज़ें देखने को मिल जाएगी, फ्रीक्वेंसी भी, रेलिवेंस और कंपटीशन और सर्च वॉल्यूम। आपको बहुत कुछ इसमें सीखने को मिलेगा, आपको बहुत कुछ देखने में मिलेगा अगर आप अपने प्रोडक्ट को, अपने ब्लॉग को रैंक करवाना चाहते हो। तो चलिए मैं आपको गूगल में जाकर आपको सारे इस टूल्स के बारे में एक बार दिखा देता हूँ कि आपको कैसे इसको यूज़ करना है। अब अपने हम गूगल की स्क्रीन पर चलते हैं, गूगल पर देखते हैं ये टूल कौन कौन से हैं और कैसे इसको देखना है। तो यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं ये है कुछ कीवर्ड रिसर्च टूल्स। सबसे पहले है गूगल ट्रेंड्स, उसके बाद है कीवर्ड एक्सप्लोरर, उसके बाद है सेमरस कीवर्ड मैजिक टूल, उसके बाद है वर्ड स्ट्रीम एंड एट द एंड है हमारे पास कीवर्ड टूल। तो सबसे पहले देखते हैं हम गूगल ट्रेंड्स। ये एक गूगल का ही प्रोडक्ट है जिसमें आपको गूगल के सर्च रिजल्ट्स के जो कीवर्ड है उसकी आपको वैल्यू देखने को मिलती है। यहाँ पर जैसे देख सकते हैं कि आप इस टाइम ये दिखा रहा है पॉपुलर सर्च जो कि पास्ट 7 डेज़ में हुए हैं वर्ल्ड वाइड और यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में, और रिसेंटली क्या ट्रेंडिंग में चल रहा है गूगल पर। तो चलते हैं हम देखते हैं कोई कीवर्ड रिसर्च करके। यहाँ पर हम अपना कीवर्ड डालते हैं इंस्टाग्राम टूल्स। यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं इसने हमें ग्राफ में दिखा दिया है कि लोगों ने लास्ट 12 मंथ्स में कितना कहाँ पर कितना सर्च किया है। यहाँ पे 50 सर्च आइटम हुए हैं और यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं 100 हुए हैं। और यहाँ से हम इसमें पास्ट डे में भी कर सकते हैं कि लास्ट डे में कितने सर्च आइटम हैं। और यहाँ पर सबसे बेस्ट है कि आपको अपनी कंट्री देखने को मिल जाती है, आप कौन सी कंट्री में। इसमें ऑलमोस्ट सभी कंट्रीज़ है जहाँ पर आप गूगल में वो देख सकते हो कीवर्ड रिसर्च कितना हुआ है। कैटेगरीज़ में सबसे बेनिफिट मेरे को ये लगा, यहाँ पर आप अलग अलग कैटेगरीज़ के अकॉर्डिंग भी देख सकते हो। और साथ में यहाँ पर वेब सर्च है, इसमें आप इमेज सर्च, न्यूज़ सर्च, गूगल शॉपिंग और यूट्यूब। अगर आप यूट्यूबर हो तो ये आपके लिए सबसे बेस्ट फ्री टूल है। यहाँ पर यूट्यूब पे आप देख सकते हो कौन सी वीडियो लास्ट मंथ में कहाँ सर्च हुई और कितनी उसकी सर्च वॉल्यूम है। अब हम नीचे चलते हैं, अब इसमें देखते हैं कि जो हमारा इंस्टाग्राम टूल्स कीवर्ड है ये लास्ट डे में कहाँ पर कितना सर्च हुआ, कितने लोगों ने सर्च हुआ। यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं पंजाब में सबसे ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट दिखा रहा है 100, हिमाचल में 76, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में 66। और उसके साथ रिलेटेड क्वेरीज़ क्या लोगों ने सर्च करी, IG टूल्स इंस्टाग्राम, IG टूल्स, माई ओन टूल्स। यहाँ पर एक सबसे ये बेनिफिट है इसका कि आपको यहाँ पर वो देखने को साथ में थोड़ा आइडिया सा मिल जाता है कि कीवर्ड किस टाइप से सर्च होते हैं। और यहाँ पर साथ में आप इधर कंपेयर का ऑप्शन है, आप किसी और कीवर्ड को इसके साथ कंपेयर कर सकते हो। दोनों कीवर्ड्स की जो सर्च वॉल्यूम है उनको आप कंपेयर भी कर सकते हो। तो ये था एक पहला गूगल प्रोडक्ट जो था हमारा गूगल ट्रेंड्स। तो आप इसको यूज़ कर सकते हैं। लिंक आपको सभी टूल्स के डिस्क्रिप्शन में मिल जाएंगे, आप वहाँ से जाकर उनको चेक कर सकते हैं। आई एम बैक। मैंने अपने इसमें अकाउंट सेटअप कर लिया है। मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ कि आपने कैसे कीवर्ड में रिसर्च करना है। तो यहाँ पर हम अपना कीवर्ड डालेंगे इंस्टाग्राम टूल्स। तो यहाँ पर हम अपनी कंट्री सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं, कौन सी कंट्री में देखना चाहते हैं। हम देख लेते हैं अपनी इंडिया। और यहाँ पर कीवर्ड, रूट डोमेन, सब डोमेन, यहाँ पर आप ये 3 चीज़ें रिसर्च कर सकते हैं, पर हमने करना है कीवर्ड। हम करेंगे एनालाइज। और यहाँ पर हम देखते हैं कि क्या आता है हमारे पास रिजल्ट्स। अब यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं, यहाँ पर हमें रिजल्ट्स आ गए हैं, जो कि आया डिफ़िकल्टी यानी कि 52, 100 में से 52। ऑर्गेनिक क्लिक थ्रू रेट है 64% और प्रायोरिटी है 21%। और यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर आपके कौन कौन से एनालिसिस में आपको दिखा रहा है। PADA एनालिसिस हम देखते हैं हमारा फुल इसमें, कि लोग क्या क्या सर्च कर रहे हैं, कौन कौन सी वेबसाइट जो कि सर्च कर रही है। देखिए कि मतलब इतने क्लिक्स आ रहे हैं, इतने इस पे व्यू आ रहे हैं। यहाँ आपको बहुत कुछ देखने को मिलेगा, आप आराम से इसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं। सो अब हम अपने नेक्स्ट टूल की तरफ जाते हैं और वो है हमारा SEMrush कीवर्ड मैजिक टूल। यह भी फ्री है। यहाँ पर आप अपनी कंट्री सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। हम सेलेक्ट करते हैं इंडिया एंड देन यहाँ पर हम अपना कीवर्ड डालेंगे एंड देन सर्च। यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं इन्होंने बहुत सारे रिजल्ट्स दिखा दिए हैं, जैसे कि इंस्टाग्राम टूल्स, इंस्टाग्राम हैक टूल्स, इंस्टाग्राम पासवर्ड क्रैकर टूल, इंस्टाग्राम मैसेज टूल और बहुत सारे आपको टूल्स देखने को मिलते हैं। और साथ में आपको यहाँ पर दिखा रहा है इसकी वॉल्यूम, इसकी मतलब इतनी वॉल्यूम सर्च हुई है और ट्रेंड इसका किस ग्राफ में जा रहा है, और CPC यानी कि कॉस्ट पर क्लिक इसके कितने डॉलर्स है। और कंपटीशन में भी दिखा रहा है कि कितना कंपटीशन है। यहाँ पर आपको दिखा रहा है लास्ट वीक में मतलब इतने सर्च हुए हैं। यहाँ पर आपको बहुत सारे ऑप्शन देखने को मिल जाते हैं, जैसे कि वॉल्यूम में आपको कैसी वॉल्यूम चाहिए, ज़्यादा जिसकी जो ज़्यादा हुए हैं वो वाली वॉल्यूम। और यहाँ पर डिफ़िकल्टी लेवल मतलब कि जो सबसे ज़्यादा हार्ड, जिसमें सबसे ज़्यादा कंपटीशन है, वो कौन से कीवर्ड्स है। और इंटेंट में ये हमारा आ गया इंफॉर्मेशन, नेविगेशनल, कमर्शियल, जो आपको C दिख रहा है, I दिख रहा है। इंफॉर्मेशनल कौन सा था, मतलब कि इसमें दिखा रहा है यूज़र वांट टू फाइंड एन आंसर टू ए स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन। मतलब जो इसने ये कीवर्ड डाला इंस्टाग्राम हैक टूल, इसमें इसको एक स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन का आंसर चाहिए था। और C पे द यूज़र वांट्स टू इन्वेस्टिगेट ब्रांड्स और सर्विसेज। इस टूल के ज़रिए वो यूज़र था जो अपने ब्रांड्स और सर्विसेज को ढूंढना चाहता था। और CPC मतलब कॉस्ट पर एक्शन क्या होनी चाहिए। इंक्लूड कीवर्ड्स मतलब साथ में कौन से कीवर्ड भी होने चाहिए। और एडवांस फिल्टर में आपको यहाँ पर देख वर्ड काउंट कि कितने से कितने वर्ड काउंट लोगों ने डाले, कॉम्पिटिटिव डेंसिटी क्या थी, SERP फीचर्स क्या थे और रिजल्ट्स इन SERP। आपको यहाँ पर बहुत कुछ देखने को मिलेगा। तो ये एक फ्री टूल है, आपके बहुत ही ज़्यादा काम आएगा, आपको यह हमेशा यूज़ करना चाहिए। सो नेक्स्ट टूल है हमारा वर्ड स्ट्रीम। अब यहाँ पर आप देखते हैं कोई भी वेबसाइट है, अगर आप उसके कीवर्ड ढूंढना चाहते हो कि लोगों ने इसको क्या कीवर्ड सर्च करके इसको फाइंड किया था, तो यहाँ पर इसमें आपने सिर्फ उस वेबसाइट का लिंक डाल देना है और कैटेगरी सेलेक्ट करनी है और लोकेशन सेलेक्ट कर लेनी है और उसके बाद फाइंड माई कीवर्ड्स पर टैप करना है। तो यहाँ पर मैं एक वेबसाइट का लिंक डाल देता हूँ। सर्च करते हैं इंस्टाग्राम टूल्स, इंस्टाग्राम के बारे में सर्च करते हैं हम। जो भी है ये सेकंड लिंक आएगा हमारा, जैसे कि ये आ रहा है। तो अब इसमें हम इस लिंक को कॉपी करते हैं। जो लिंक है इसको हम Ctrl+C करके कॉपी किया। उसके बाद वर्ड स्ट्रीम में जाकर यहाँ पर हमने अपना लिंक पेस्ट कर देना है और साथ में इंडस्ट्री सेलेक्ट कर लेंगे। ये हमारी है इंडस्ट्री, इसमें है इंटरनेट एंड टेलीकॉम और कंट्री है इंडिया। एंड देन फाइंड माई कीवर्ड्स कि इंडिया से लोग क्या क्या सर्च कर रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं कि जो ये लिंक था, यानी कि जो ये पेज हमारे आगे ओपन हुआ था, इस पेज पर लोगों ने क्या कीवर्ड डालकर इस पेज तक पहुँचे हैं। जैसे कि देख सकते हैं हाउ टू रीशेयर ऑन इंस्टाग्राम, मतलब इस कीवर्ड के जरिए लोग इस पेज पर पहुँचे हैं। हाउ डू यू रीपोस्ट ए वीडियो ऑन इंस्टाग्राम, हाउ डू यू पोस्ट ए लिंक ऑन इंस्टाग्राम। यानी कि ये टूल है, अगर आपके पास कोई लिंक है एक पेज का या एक वेबसाइट का और आप जानना चाहते हो कि लोग इस तक कैसे पहुँचे, यानी कि कौन से कीवर्ड्स डालकर इस पेज तक पहुँचे हैं, तो ये वर्ड स्ट्रीम आपको फ्री टूल है जो कि इसके बारे में बता देगा। और सर्च वॉल्यूम भी बताएगा कि टोटल सर्च वॉल्यूम कितनी थी और सीपीसी कॉस्ट पर क्लिक किया था और कंपटीशन किस हिसाब से था, यानी कि कंपटीशन हाई था, लो था या इंटरमीडिएट था। तो आप इस टूल को आराम से यूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो नेक्स्ट टूल है हमारा जो कि लास्ट में है हमारा कीवर्ड टूल। इस टूल की सबसे बेस्ट फीचर मेरे को ये लगी, इसमें आपको बहुत सारे अलग अलग वेबसाइट्स देखने को मिलती है जिसके आप अलग से कीवर्ड देख सकते हैं। जैसे कि गूगल, यहाँ पर आप गूगल के कीवर्ड देख सकते हैं, गूगल पर लोग कितना सर्च कर रहे हैं, और साथ में आपको यूट्यूब पर भी ऑप्शन मिल जाता है कि जो यूट्यूब पर लोग कितना सर्च कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद बिंग जो कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का एक इंटरनेट एक्सप्लोरर है, और साथ में एक अमेज़ोन पे भी आप सर्च कर सकते हैं। अगर आप अमेज़ोन पर अपने प्रोडक्ट बेचते हैं तो उसके सर्च वॉल्यूम आप इसमें देख सकते हैं कि लोग क्या क्या सर्च कर रहे हैं और मैं किस हिसाब से अपने प्रोडक्ट को उन तक पहुंचाऊं। अगर आप ईबे पे सेल करते हैं तो आप इसे भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। प्ले स्टोर पर भी, इंस्टाग्राम के आपको यहाँ पर टूल देखने को, इंस्टाग्राम के भी कीवर्ड्स देखने को मिल जाएंगे और ट्विटर के भी। तो हम करते हैं अभी फ़िलहाल गूगल पे, और यहाँ पर डालते हैं हम इंस्टाग्राम टूल्स। कंट्री का आपको ऑलमोस्ट हर एक टूल में देखने को मिल जाता है। हम कंट्री सेलेक्ट कर लेते हैं और करते हैं सर्च। तो यहाँ पर आपको देखने को मिलते हैं बहुत सारे, इन्होंने जो कीवर्ड्स लोगों ने रिसर्च करे हुए थे, ये अभी पता नहीं क्या एरर सा आ रहा है कोई, डू यू नीड दिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कीवर्ड टूल प्रो, यानी कि हमें इसका प्रो वर्जन डाउनलोड करना पड़ेगा। पर हमें ऐसे ज़रूरत नहीं है क्योंकि हम तो सिर्फ कीवर्ड चाहते हैं कि लोग क्या क्या सर्च करते हैं, ताकि हम अपने जो भी ब्लॉग है, जो भी वेबसाइट है, उसमें टैग लगा सकें कि लोग ये सर्च करके हम इस वेबसाइट तक पहुंच रहे हैं। ये देखिए कितने सारे जो कीवर्ड है लोग सर्च कर रहे हैं इस कीवर्ड के रिलेटेड। तो जैसे कि आप देख रहे हैं हम अपने आ गए हैं गूगल एड्स के प्लेटफॉर्म पर। अब यहाँ पर हम देखते हैं कि कैसे एड्स बनाते हैं और बिडिंग कैसे करनी है, कैंपेन कैसे क्रिएट करनी है। तो यहाँ मैं आपको ओवरव्यू में दिखाया, तो यहाँ से आप न्यू कैंपेन क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पर आप सेटिंग्स में जाकर आपको और अलग अलग सेटिंग देखने को मिलती है, जैसे कैंपेन बजट आपका कितना है, बिड स्ट्रेटेजी टाइप आपने किस टाइप की बिडिंग करी है, कैंपेन टाइप, कैंपेन मतलब आपकी कौन सी कैंपेन है, नेटवर्क, ऐड रोटेशन, और आपको बहुत सारी चीज़ें देखने को मिलती हैं। कैंपेन स्टार्ट डेट, एंड डेट, लैंग्वेज, लोकेशन, ऐड शेड्यूल, बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं। यहाँ पर आप एक बार इसको देख सकते हैं। उसके बाद हिस्ट्री में भी आप देख सकते हैं कि आपने हिस्ट्री में कौन कौन सी पास्ट में अपनी कैंपेन चलाई है। तो अब मैं आपको यहाँ पर ऊपर दिखा देता हूँ, साइड में आपको यहाँ सर्च वाला ऑप्शन, आप अपनी कैंपेन्स को सर्च कर सकते हैं जो आपने कैंपेन का नेम दे रखा है। देन उसके बाद है रिपोर्ट, यहाँ से आप अपनी जो भी कैंपेन्स है उसके रिपोर्ट्स वगैरह देख सकते हैं। डैशबोर्ड में डायमेंशंस में टाइम के हिसाब से, कन्वर्जन, लेबल्स, लोकेशन के हिसाब से, एक्सटेंशन के हिसाब से, बहुत बढ़िया फीचर्स आपको देखने को मिलते हैं गूगल एड्स में। उसके बाद है टूल्स एंड सेटिंग्स। यहाँ पर आपको बहुत सारे टूल्स मिल जाते हैं, जैसे कि प्लानिंग के लिए अलग टूल है, शेयर्ड लाइब्रेरी के लिए अलग टूल है, बल्क एक्शंस के लिए, मेजरमेंट के लिए, सेटअप के लिए और बिलिंग के लिए। तो प्लानिंग में आपको परफॉर्मेंस मैनेजर, कीवर्ड प्लानर, रीच प्लानर, एड प्रीव्यू एंड डायग्नोसिस, ऐप एडवर्टाइजिंग हब। अब यहाँ पर ये कीवर्ड प्लानर आपने सुना होगा, यहाँ से आप कीवर्ड भी रिसर्च कर सकते हैं, जैसे डिस्कवर न्यू कीवर्ड्स। यहाँ पर हमने सर्च करा डिजिटल मार्केटिंग कोर्स। देन उसके बाद गेट रिजल्ट्स। तो हम रिजल्ट्स में देखते हैं, यहाँ पर आपको बहुत सारे जो भी हैं मतलब गूगल कीवर्ड देखने को मिल जाएंगे, जिसमें आपको मंथली सर्चेस और जो भी कंपटीशन हाई है, मीडियम है, और बिड रेंज भी आपको पता लग जाएगी, जो कि है कि बिड जो कि लो रेंज है, बिड वो कैसी है। टॉप पर आने के लिए, और जो कि बिड की हाई रेंज है, यानी कि सबसे ज़्यादा जो पे कर रहे हैं लोग वो कर रहे हैं 500 रुपये, 550। ऐसे यहाँ पर आपको बहुत कुछ देखने को मिलता है। अगर जब भी कोई भी आप अपनी ऐड चलाएंगे तो सबसे पहले कीवर्ड प्लानर पे कीवर्ड की रिसर्च ज़रूर कर लें। देन उसके बाद यहाँ पर एक ऑप्शन आपको दिख रहा होगा, यहाँ पर है नेगेटिव कीवर्ड्स। ऐसे कीवर्ड्स हैं जिन कीवर्ड्स पर आप अपनी ऐड यानी कि नहीं चलाना चाहते हैं। तो यहाँ पर आप यहाँ पर सिलेक्ट करके यहाँ पर नेगेटिव कीवर्ड सेव कर सकते हैं कि इन कीवर्ड्स पर मैंने अपनी ऐड नहीं चलानी। तो आपको मतलब बेसिकली थोड़ा बहुत तो पता लग ही गया है कीवर्ड कैसे प्लानिंग करनी है। देन उसके बाद हम टूल्स में जाते हैं। हमारे पास और टूल्स हैं परफॉर्मेंस प्लानर के। तो परफॉर्मेंस प्लानर हम चेक करते हैं। तो यहाँ पर आपको सारा मतलब प्लान मिल जाएगा कि आपने किस तरीके से अपनी एडवर्टाइजिंग को प्लान करना है, कि कौन सी मतलब कब चलानी है, कब से कब चलानी, टारगेट क्या रखना है। तो उसके बाद हमारा टूल है रीच प्लानर। रीच प्लानर में भी यही है कि क्रिएट द राइट यूट्यूब स्ट्रेटेजी फॉर योर बिजनेस। अब रीच प्लानर में यह है कि आपको यहाँ पर यूट्यूब पर भी एड्स चलाने को मिल सकती है। आप यहाँ से यूट्यूब पर भी एड चला सकते हैं। देन उसके बाद आपको बहुत सारे टूल्स मिल जाते हैं शेयर्ड लाइब्रेरी में, बिड स्ट्रैटेजी, नेगेटिव कीवर्ड लिस्ट, शेयर्ड बजट्स, लोकेशन ग्रुप्स, प्लेसमेंट एंड यहाँ पर हम देखते हैं बिड स्ट्रैटेजीज। बिड स्ट्रैटेजी में आपको अलग अलग स्ट्रैटेजीज देखने को मिलेगी जो आप बनाओगे जब आप अपनी कैंपेन बनाओगे। उसमें आपको क्लिक्स, इम्प्रेशंस, CTR, एवरेज CPC, कॉस्ट, कन्वर्जन्स, आपको बहुत सारी चीज़ें देखने को मिलेगी। उसके साथ साथ आपको यहाँ पर मेजरमेंट के लिए कन्वर्जन्स, गूगल एनालिटिक्स एंड एट्रीब्यूशन, सेटअप में आपको बिजनेस डाटा, पॉलिसी मैनेजर, एक्सेस एंड सिक्योरिटी, लिंक्ड अकाउंट्स, प्रेफरेंस, गूगल मर्चेंट सेंटर, और यहाँ पर आपको बिलिंग के लिए बहुत सारे ऑप्शन मिलते हैं। इसका एक बहुत ही बढ़िया है लिंक्ड अकाउंट्स, जिसमें कि आप अगर किसी कंपनी के लिए काम करते हो, इसमें यहाँ पर ऑप्शन मिलेगा आपको एक्सेस एंड सिक्योरिटी। इस अकाउंट की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं। अगर आप किसी कंपनी के लिए काम करते हो, वहाँ पर आप एड्स चलाते हो, तो उसमें आप जैसे कि यहाँ पर अब दिखा रहा है एडमिन मैं हूँ, तो इसमें आप एडमिन भी ऐड कर सकते हो। अगर आप एडमिन ऐड करना चाहते हो, या उसको सिर्फ ये देखिए ईमेल ओनली, जिस पे सिर्फ ईमेल जाए कि क्या चल रहा है आपकी एड्स के ऊपर। बिलिंग जो कि सिर्फ जब बिल की पारी आएगी तो वो बिल करेगा। अगर आप फ्रीलांसिंग करते हो तो आप ये चीज़ों का ध्यान ज़रूर रखें, क्योंकि इसमें क्या होता है कि अगर आप कोई थर्ड पार्टी के लिए एड्स चलाते हो तो उसको आपको एक्सेस ज़रूर देनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि जब वो बिलिंग पे करेगा तो उसको मतलब प्रूव हो जाएगा कि जितने मैंने पैसे दिए हैं उतने में मेरी ऐड चली है। देन उसके बाद है रीड ओनली। रीड ओनली में क्या होता है कि वो सिर्फ एक बार पढ़ सकता है, जो कि कैंपेन्स को टूल्स को देख सकते हैं। यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं रिपोर्ट को पढ़ सकता है। देन उसके बाद है स्टैंडर्ड। स्टैंडर्ड में वो है कि बेसिकली सभी चीज़ें देख सकता है, सिर्फ वो ऐड मतलब एडिट नहीं कर सकता। ना वो प्रोडक्ट की लिंक ऐड कर सकता, ना कुछ ऐड कर सकता। वो रिपोर्ट्स भी देख सकता है, रिपोर्ट को एडिट भी कर सकता है। अगर एडमिन बना दिया तो वो हर एक चीज़ मैनेज कर सकता है, एड्स भी चला सकता है, हर एक चीज़ चला सकता है। तो ये चीज़ का आपको पता होना चाहिए अगर आप फ्रीलांसिंग करते हो गूगल एड्स पर। तो ये आपने देख ली, यहाँ पर बहुत सारे टूल्स हैं। ये सारे टूल्स बहुत ही काम आने वाले हैं। अब धीरे धीरे जैसे जैसे आप प्रोफेशनल होंगे वैसे वैसे आपको ये सारे टूल काम आएंगे। तो अब हम चलते हैं कि देखते हैं कैसे कैंपेन क्रिएट करनी है, कैसे हमने उसमें ऐड लगानी है। तो हम सिंपली यहाँ पर क्लिक करेंगे न्यू कैंपेन। अब यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं आपको लिखा हुआ है सिलेक्ट द गोल दैट यू वुड मेक दिस कैंपेन सक्सेसफुल टू यू। तो यानी कि आपको गोल सिलेक्ट करना है कि आपको कैंपेन के थ्रू क्या चाहिए। रिटर्न में सेल्स चाहिए, यानी कि अगर आपकी कोई ऑनलाइन ऐप है या ऑनलाइन स्टोर है उस पर आप सेल्स चाहते हो, या पर आप लीड्स चाहते हो। यानी कि लीड्स मैंने आपको पहले बताया था कि लीड्स क्या होती है कि जो कि ईमेल हम कलेक्ट करते हैं यूज़र से। अगर आप ईमेल कलेक्ट करना चाहते हो तो उसके लिए इस तरीके की कैंपेन चलाओगे आप। देन उसके बाद वेबसाइट ट्रैफिक, मतलब कि आप सिर्फ अपनी ट्रैफिक पर वेबसाइट चाहते हो। जैसे कि आपकी ब्लॉगिंग वेबसाइट है, आपने ब्लॉग बनाया तो उस पर सिर्फ आप ट्रैफिक चाहते हो, उसके लिए आप वेबसाइट ट्रैफिक का टूल, वेबसाइट ट्रैफिक की कैंपेन चलाओगे। देन उसके बाद है प्रोडक्ट एंड ब्रांड कंसीडरेशन। अब आपका कोई ब्रांड है, आपने प्रोडक्ट बनाया, अब उसकी सिर्फ कंसीडरेशन लोगों तक पहुंचाना है जो ब्रांड वो प्रोडक्ट खरीदें, तो उसके लिए आप प्रोडक्ट एंड ब्रांड कंसीडरेशन। अब यहाँ पर दिख रहे हैं नीचे कैंपेन टाइप वीडियो, यानी कि इसमें जो भी कैंपेन होगी आपकी वीडियो अपने प्रोडक्ट की बनाकर लोगों तक पहुंचाओगे। देन उसके बाद ब्रांड अवेयरनेस एंड रीच, इसमें भी सेम ऐसे ही आप डिस्प्ले और वीडियो के थ्रू आप अपने ब्रांड की अवेयरनेस को बढ़ाओगे। देन उसके बाद ऐप प्रमोशन, अगर आप ऐप डेवलपर हो, ऐप बनाते हो, आप अपनी ऐप इंस्टॉल करवाना चाहते हो तो उसके लिए ऐड भी चला सकते हो। और उसके बाद है हमारा लोकल स्टोर विजिट्स एंड प्रमोशन। अगर आपकी कोई लोकल शॉप है, आप चाहते हो कि जब गूगल पे लोग सर्च करते हैं तो मेरी ऐड दिखे, तो इसके लिए आप अपनी एड्स को गूगल स्टोर में चला सकते हैं, लोकल स्टोर में। और अगर आप इन चीज़ों को नहीं करना चाहते, अगर आप थोड़े मास्टर हो, इसमें प्रोफेशनल हो, तो आप बिना किसी गोल गाइडेंस के अपनी कैंपेन खुद बना सके। पर इसके लिए आपको थोड़ी स्किल्स चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर स्टार्टिंग कर रहे हो तो आप इसमें से सिलेक्ट में से ऑटोमेटिक जो गूगल के एआई है, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, उसके थ्रू आपको ऑटोमेटिक सारी सेटिंग्स मिल जाएगी। पर अगर आप खुद बनाना चाहते हो तो आप इससे भी कर सकते हो ट्राई। तो हम सिलेक्ट कर लेते हैं जैसे कि वेबसाइट ट्रैफिक। जैसे हमने वेबसाइट ट्रैफिक सिलेक्ट किया, नीचे आपको यहाँ दिख रहा है सिलेक्ट ए कैंपेन टाइप। अब यहाँ पर मैंने आपको बताया था कि गूगल जो ऐड है वो 4-5 टाइप की होती है। नंबर 1 इज़ सर्च एड्स, जो कि जब हम कोई चीज़ सर्च करते हैं तो सर्च में टॉप पर दिखती है, वो होती है सर्च एड्स। और सेकंड नंबर पर है डिस्प्ले एड्स। डिस्प्ले ऐड वो होती है जब भी हम कोई सर्च करते हैं और साइड में जो डिस्प्ले में हमें दिखती हैं, टॉप के साइड में, वो होती है डिस्प्ले ऐड। यह किसी भी वेबसाइट पर बैनर के रूप में डिस्प्ले में आती है। देन उसके बाद है शॉपिंग एड्स। आप देखते हो जैसे भी कुछ आप टाइप करते हो गूगल पे, जैसे कि शूज़ टाइप करते हो, साथ में ऑल इमेजेस के साथ आपको शॉपिंग का कैटेगरी मिलती है, जिसमें कि सबसे ऊपर जो एड्स आती हैं शूज़ वगैरह की, वो शॉपिंग एड्स होती हैं। देन उसके बाद है वीडियो ऐड। वीडियो ऐड में क्या है कि आप अपनी यूट्यूब पर ऐड चला सकते हो, आप अपनी वेबसाइट्स पर अपनी वीडियो बना के वीडियो के थ्रू अपनी ऐड चला सकते हो। देन उसके बाद है डिस्कवरी में ये होता है कि आप अपनी यूट्यूब और जीमेल पर ऐड चला सकते हो। तो हमने वेबसाइट ट्रैफिक सेलेक्ट कर ली, यहाँ से हमने कर लिया सर्च ऐड। तो अब यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं सिलेक्ट द वे वुड यू लाइक टू रीच द गोल। तो यहाँ पर हमने अपनी वेबसाइट डाल देनी है। हम डाल देते हैं अपनी स्किल टैक्टिक्स वाली वेबसाइट्स का लिंक डाल देते हैं। तो यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं हम अपनी स्किल टैक्टिक्स की ब्लॉग वाली वेबसाइट को हमने डाल दिया है। यहाँ पर दिखा है स्टार्ट ट्रैकिंग योर वेबसाइट्स, योर कन्वर्जन एक्शन हैज़ बीन क्रिएटेड फॉर योर अकाउंट। कि हमें वेबसाइट ट्रैफिक चाहिए तो उसके लिए हमारा जो कन्वर्जन अकाउंट होना चाहिए। कैंपेन का हम यहाँ पर नेम सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि वेबसाइट ट्रैफिक सर्च 1, आप कुछ भी लिख सकते हैं, पर हम इसको बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट ही रहने देंगे। तो आगे हम करेंगे कंटिन्यू। तो कंटिन्यू करने के बाद जो मेन आपका आता है वो आता है बजट एंड बिडिंग। बजट, आप डेली बजट कितना डालना चाहते हो? आप 100, आप 500 डालना चाहते हो, या 1000 डालना चाहते हो, या 10,000 डालना चाहते हो? ये आप पर डिपेंड है, आपका बजट कितना है, आप कितने बजट में एड्स चलाना चाहते हो डेली बजट पर। देन उसके बाद है बिडिंग। बिडिंग में ये है कि व्हाट डू यू वांट टू फोकस ऑन, आप किस चीज़ पर फोकस करना चाहते हो। सेट ए टारगेट कॉस्ट पर एक्शन, अगर आप कॉस्ट पर एक्शन पर फोकस करना चाहते हो तो यहाँ पर आप सेट कर सकते हो। यहाँ पर आपको बिडिंग में देखने को मिल जाता है कन्वर्जन वैल्यू, क्लिक, अदर ऑप्टिमाइजेशन इन्फॉर्मेशन एंड इम्प्रेशन शेयर। कन्वर्जन में क्या है आपको यहाँ पर देखने को मिलता है सिलेक्ट ए टारगेट कॉस्ट पर एक्शन। तो यहाँ पर जो है हमारा कन्वर्जन में यहाँ पर लिखा है दिस कैंपेन विल यूज़ द मैक्सिमम कन्वर्जन बिड स्ट्रेटेजी टू हेल्प यू गेट द मोस्ट कन्वर्जन्स फॉर योर बजट एंड टारगेट CPA। मतलब कि आपने जो भी CPA मतलब कॉस्ट पर एक्शन को टारगेट करा है, इससे जो होएगा क्या, आपकी जो कन्वर्जन है वो मैक्सिमाइज हो जाएगी। तो यहाँ पर आप कर सकते हैं जैसे कि क्लिक्स में आप मतलब क्लिक थ्रू रेट कितना देखना चाहते हैं, मतलब कि सेट ए मैक्सिमम कॉस्ट पर। तो मैक्सिमम कॉस्ट पर क्लिक, इसमें मतलब ये है कि मैं 2 रुपये से ज़्यादा क्लिक का नहीं दूंगा। तो इसमें आप बिडिंग में सिलेक्ट कर सकते हो कि मैं 1 रुपया या 2 रुपये एक क्लिक का नहीं दूंगा। एक क्लिक का मतलब इससे ज़्यादा नहीं दूंगा, मैक्सिमम मैं इतना दे सकता हूँ। तो यहाँ पर आप बिड स्ट्रैटेजी सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं अलग अलग तरीके से कि क्या क्या आपको चाहिए, कन्वर्जन वैल्यू चाहिए या इम्प्रेशन शेयर या क्लिक्स चाहिए। देन उसके बाद हम करते हैं नेक्स्ट पे टैप। तो उसके बाद आ गया हमारे पास कैंपेन सेटिंग में सबसे पहले हमसे पूछ रहा है नेटवर्क्स मतलब कौन कौन से आप नेटवर्क पर अपनी एड्स चलाना चाहते हो। एक तो हो गया हमारा गूगल सर्च रिजल्ट्स, और जो अदर गूगल साइट्स है उस पर हमारी सर्च में जो आइटम आएगी वो, और साथ में आपको डिस्प्ले नेटवर्क भी इसमें देखने को मिल रहा है कि अगर जैसे कि आपने कोई सर्च के लिए ऐड चलाई, आप साथ के साथ डिस्प्ले नेटवर्क पर भी ऐड चला सकते हो। अगर जैसे ऊपर है ये, इसके साथ में आपको यहाँ पर सर्च इंजन साइड में भी आपकी ऐड दिखेगी। तो इसमें मैं तो आपको सलाह दूंगा कि इसको आप ऑन ही रखें। तो उसके बाद आता है हमारा लोकेशन में आप अपनी लोकेशन टारगेट कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि हम टारगेट करते हैं इंडिया में आपको और लोकेशन ऑप्शन में आपको मिल जाते हैं एक्सक्लूड। यहाँ पर आपको टारगेट मिल जाता है, एक्सक्लूड मिल जाता है कि मतलब इससे ज़्यादा दूसरी लोकेशन में आपने नहीं जाना। तो यहाँ पर आप अपनी अलग से सिटी भी टारगेट कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि हमने सिलेक्ट किया दिल्ली, तो दिल्ली में हम अपनी ऐड चला सकते हैं। यहाँ पर हम एडवांस सर्च पर जाकर अपनी सारी जो भी कैंपेन सेटिंग है उसको देख सकते हैं। यहाँ पर आपको दिखा देगा कि कितने लोगों तक रीच हो जाएगी आपकी। तो अब लोकेशन आपकी यहाँ पर आ गई है कि दिल्ली को ही सिर्फ टारगेट करेगा। तो उसके बाद यहाँ पर लोकेशन के साथ आपको रेडियस का ऑप्शन मिल जाता है कि इससे ज़्यादा रेडियस पर मैं अपनी ऐड नहीं चलाऊँगा। कि यहाँ पर माइल और किलोमीटर में आप देख सकते हैं कि इतने किलोमीटर पर रेडियस पर मेरी ऐड चलेगी। तो ये कुछ एडवांस चीज़ है जो आप मतलब यूज़ कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद है लैंग्वेज। यहाँ पर अपनी लैंग्वेज सेलेक्ट कर सकते हो कि किन लैंग्वेज वाले लोगों को आप अपनी ऐड दिखाना चाहते हो। तो मैं तो कहूँगा इंग्लिश के अलावा इसको कैंसिल करके आप यहाँ पर ऑल लैंग्वेजेस पे सिलेक्ट कर दें कि अगर कोई भी लैंग्वेज में आप कोई भी सर्च करें तो आपकी एड्स वहाँ पर शो हो। उसके बाद यहाँ पर हम देखते हैं, नेक्स्ट में हम जाते हैं। तो यहाँ पर आ गया हमारा कीवर्ड्स। तो बेसिकली जो हमारी गूगल एड्स में जो कैंपेन बनती है उसके अंदर डिफरेंट ऐड ग्रुप होते हैं। तो बेसिकली इस ऐड ग्रुप का क्या काम है कि जैसे कि मान लो एक ऐड ग्रुप है आपका, जैसे डिजिटल मार्केटिंग का कोर्स है। तो डिजिटल मार्केटिंग का जो कोर्स है उसके लिए आपने 2 ऐड ग्रुप बना दिए। एक कैंपेन बनी डिजिटल मार्केटिंग कोर्स और ऐड ग्रुप बन गए 2। तो उस 2 ऐड ग्रुप में क्या होएगा कि आपके एक ऐड ग्रुप में जो रेलिवेंट कीवर्ड है सारे एक में आ जाएंगे उस कैंपेन के लिए, और जो दूसरा ऐड ग्रुप है उसमें आपके जो रेलिवेंट कीवर्ड्स होंगे वो दूसरे में आ जाएंगे, दूसरे ऐड ग्रुप में। तो यहाँ पर जैसे ये है, तो यहाँ पर कीवर्ड्स जो भी है देखिए हमारा ऐड ग्रुप 1 है। अब यहाँ पर हमने कीवर्ड्स जो भी हमने यूज़ कर रखे हैं, इतने कीवर्ड जो सिमिलर है यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं आप। सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग, मीडिया मार्केट, ये सारे जो भी सिमिलर है एक ही उसमें ऐड ग्रुप में आ गए। तो उसके बाद डिस्प्ले पाथ। अब डिस्प्ले पाथ में क्या होता है कि जैसे कि आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं, यहाँ पर दिखा रहा है skilltactics.blogspot.com। साथ में आप यहाँ कुछ दिखा सकते हैं, यहाँ पर जैसे कि लिख सकते हैं डिजिटल मार्केटिंग कोर्स। डिजिटल कोर्स, चलो हम ये भी कोर्स लिख लेते हैं। तो यहाँ पर जैसे देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर हमारी ऐड दिखा रहा है skilltactics.blogspot/digital कोर्स। तो ये कुछ होता है डिस्प्ले पाथ का। अगर आप उसको ऐड करना चाहते हैं तो आप आराम से उसमें ऐड कर सकते हैं। तो उसके बाद आपकी आ गई हेडलाइन। मेन हेडलाइन क्या है, तो अगर आप यहाँ पर अपना नाम नहीं देना चाहते तो नहीं दे सकते। तो यहाँ पर हम लिख सकते हैं डिजिटल मार्केटिंग कोर्स। यहाँ पर देखिए मैंने यहाँ पर लिख दिया डिजिटल मार्केटिंग कोर्स। तो यहाँ पर देखिए डिजिटल मार्केटिंग कोर्स आ गया, और नीचे है जो हमारी दूसरी हेडिंग है उसमें हम स्किल टैक्टिक्स भी डाल सकते हैं, ग्रो योर बिजनेस। ऐसी आप जितनी मर्जी हेडिंग क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद आ गया डिस्क्रिप्शन, जो कि आपके यहाँ पर डिस्क्रिप्शन दिख रहा है, यहाँ पर आप अपना डिस्क्रिप्शन ऐड कर सकते हैं। तो यहाँ पर हम अपना डिस्क्रिप्शन ऐड करते हैं। तो मान लो जैसे कि मैंने ये लिख लिया यहाँ पर डिजिटल मार्केटिंग कोर्स, लर्न डिजिटल मार्केटिंग कोर्स ऑन इंडस्ट्री लीडिंग प्लेटफॉर्म। यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं आप, यहाँ पर डिस्प्ले में आपका यहाँ पर दिखा रहा है कि लर्न डिजिटल मार्केटिंग ऑन इंडस्ट्री लीडिंग प्लेटफॉर्म। डिस्क्रिप्शन आप और भी ऐड कर सकते हैं और यहाँ पर आपको देखने को मिल रहा है ऐड यूआरएल ऑप्शन। अब यहाँ पर आप
on social media and find your target audience without paying to advertise for any other audiences, but find your specific audience on social media and show your ad only and only to them. You know, when you can do that, you will realize that you're spending your money effectively. You're only spending money on people who you think should see your ads. It's not like a television ad where you put up an ad and a million people see it and you don't even know who saw it or was the person on the opposite side even relevant for your products. But via Facebook ads and Instagram ads, you can guarantee that the right target audience sees your ad. Now, currently you can see that in audience section, I am currently advertising to everybody in India, okay, between the age group of 18 and 65, gender all, and you can see that my potential reach is for up to 360 million people, roughly 36 crore people. You can see that I will be reaching out to so many people if I advertise, but I totally don't want to do that. So I'm just going to narrow down and I'm going to come down to my city. So I'm going to come down to my city, Mumbai. And now you can see that the entire number has changed and has gone down to 21 million people. And now if I want to advertise, I can advertise only and only to Facebook and Instagram users of my city. But let's say that I don't want to advertise to the city. I think it's too big to advertise. And let's say that I own a restaurant somewhere here. Let's just take an example. And let's say if I own a restaurant somewhere here, what I can do is, if you're a restaurant owner, in most cases, you don't want to advertise to the entire city because no one's going to travel 30 kilometers or 30 miles and come to your restaurant, which is why you mainly want to advertise to people in and around your vicinity, which you can totally do because Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram know where you are at all times and they know your location and you can use that to advertise. Let me show you how. You can click on this button called drop pin and you can actually drop your pin saying, hey, my restaurant is somewhere here. And now you can say, I want to target people within only 2-kilometer radius of where my restaurant is. So now you can see that the target audience out here is only and only 490,000, right? 4.9 lakhs is the audience out here. And let's say that, you don't want to target everyone between 18 and 65 and your audience you want to get to your restaurant are like university going students or college going students. You can say that, hey, I only want people between the age group of 18 and 25 to come to my place. So now you can see that you're only and only targeting 150,000 people. Further, this could be people even traveling in this location. So if you really want to target people who only and only live in this location but not travel, you can even change that. You can go and change this setting to people living in this location. Facebook basically calculates where you sleep at night from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. And that's most likely where you live. So let's go and check this box. And now you can see that you're targeting 120,000 people who live in this area between the age group of 18 and 25. Very interesting, right? Now, let's just say that if your restaurant is an expensive restaurant and you want people who have a slightly higher purchasing power to enter your restaurant, you can totally do that. From this crowd of 120,000 people, you can totally filter and you can find people with a higher purchasing capacity. Well, to do that, you can do something very simple. You can just find out how many people probably own an iPhone. Because if they own an iPhone, they're already spending a lot to purchase that phone, which means they might have a higher purchasing capacity and that might be an appropriate target audience for your restaurant. So let's go find iPhone users, So I'm going to first just quickly increase this radius because I think that people at least from 5-kilometer radius are willing to travel to a restaurant. So 5 kilometers is nothing. So you can see that the audience size out here has increased to from 120 to 390,000 people. And now I'm going to go to detailed targeting. I'm going to click on browse. I'm going to click on behaviors. Then I'm going to go to mobile device user. And I'm going to click on all mobile devices by brand, Apple. And now let's find out how many of these people own an iPhone X. Let's quickly see. So fewer than 1,000 people. Let's click on XS, XS Max, and you can see it's become 1,600 already. Let's say XR, 2,400, iPhone 8, and now you can see 2,700, iPhone 8 Plus, and you can see 3,000 people. So what I can actually guarantee you is that within a 5-kilometer radius of where my restaurant is, I have 3,000 people between the age group of 18 and 25 who I think will have a high purchasing capacity. And that I think is just an appropriate audience for people to come to my restaurant. Now, this was just one example. Facebook ads can be used in multiple different ways. Let me just quickly go and give you lots of more examples, okay? So I'm going to very quickly just remove this radius as it restricts an audience size. I'm just going to make it Mumbai for now. And I just want you to very quickly see the different type of targeting options you have. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of these users out here. And I'm going to click on Browse. I'm going to click on Demographics. You can even find people studying in a particular university. So if I want to find people who study at a popular university in Mumbai called NMIMS, I can click out here, and all people who have ever taken a photo at NMIMS University, you can see there are 5,300 people who study at this university. So if you want to make an ad specifically to students of this university, you could. Or if you want to find people who've just gotten married, you're a honeymoon company, or you're a jeweler, or you're a wedding planner, you could click on Demographics. You could click on Life Events, and then you could click on any of these options. Newly engaged 1 year, newly engaged 3 months, newly engaged 6 months. The minute you upload a photo of you getting engaged to someone on Instagram or Facebook, or even if your friend uploads something like that on Instagram or Facebook, immediately Instagram and Facebook put you in a bucket called newly engaged. And then they start showing you only ads which are relating to your future wedding. So for example, like a wedding planner, a jeweler, a honeymoon planner, a dress planner, any of these, So this is the power of Facebook ads. You can actually use so many different options that they have. I want to show you some other magical feature of Facebook ads and Instagram ads, okay? Now, let's just say if you're a business or if you're a marketer who has a database of names, numbers, email IDs, you can take that database, upload it onto Facebook, and advertise only and only to those people and nobody else besides them. All you need to do is you need to have a database. Let me show you how. So I'm very quickly going to go right now to this thing known as custom audiences out here. And I'm going to click on create new custom audience. And now I'm going to say that I'm going to upload a customer list. So I'm going to click on customer list. Then I'm going to quickly go on next. I'm going to say no. And now I'm going to upload a file, and I'm going to upload an entire file of my customers database. Okay, so can you see I have this entire database out here of names, numbers, email IDs. And I'm going to go down to the bottom, and I'm going to show you how many name, number, email IDs I have. 1,229. That's the size of this database that I have right now. And I'm going to quickly upload it out here onto Facebook. And I'm going to click on next. And then I'm going to say, hey, this is everyone's phone number and these are their email IDs, upload and create. Now, all I want to tell you is in the next 2 minutes, Facebook will actually scan all these phone numbers and email IDs and ask themselves a question. Hey, can I find this email ID on Facebook or Instagram? Is there a user who uses Facebook or Instagram with this email ID or with this phone number? And if yes, my ads will only and only go to them. Cool, right? So let's check how many of these 1,229 people Facebook could find on their platform. I'm going to click on upload, and now you can see they're actually finding people for me. They're hashing my entire database for me right now. And boom, out of 1,229, they could find 1,227 people in this database, right? So now you know that I'm advertising very specifically to these 1,227 people and nobody else besides these 1,227 people. And I think that's the power of Facebook ads. So I'm very quickly going to go down further. I'm going to and you can also choose, by the way, where you want to show your ad. So you can say, hey, I want my ad only on Facebook and only on Instagram. And I want my ad to be only and only on feeds. Also, I want my ad to be on Facebook and Insta stories. I don't want my ad anywhere else. So you can choose exactly where you want your ad to be. So I've chosen for now my ad to be on Facebook newsfeed, Insta newsfeed. The next topic, which is again very important on Google, which is known as search engine optimization. Now, if you don't remember what search engine optimization is, when you go to Google and you type something on Google, what shows below the ads out here, these are known as organic results, also known as search engine optimized websites. So websites which rank on the first page of Google without paying Google. Now, it's very hard to get your website to come onto Google's first page without paying them. I'm going to tell you a 3-step formula on how you can ensure your website ranks on the first page of Google organically, free of cost. But before we deep dive into this 3-step formula, I want to give you a very quick stat about Google. From Google itself, I found out this statistic where Google says that 50% of the people that search something on Google click on the first link in organic results. Which basically means that if your website is not the first organic result on Google, no one's ever come into your website. You know, I came across this really funny meme on Instagram which says, where should you hide a dead body? You know where? On the second page of Google, because nobody even goes there. All I'm trying to tell you out here is that ensure if you make a website, it needs to rank on the first page of Google, or your website is kind of absolutely useless. It's like if you ever opened a store. Would you open a store in the outskirts of a city, or would you open a store in the prime location? I'm pretty sure you'd open a store at the absolute prime location, right? Because you want more visibility, you want people walking to see your store and then probably enter your store. Very similarly, if you make a website which doesn't rank on the first page of Google, your website is like opening a store at the outskirts of the city, absolutely useless. So ensure when you make a website, your first thing to do is SEO everything about your website. And if you're a beginner, the next 3 steps I tell you on how to do SEO should be your starting kit for SEO. So let's begin on how to do SEO. Now, when you actually start doing SEO, the first and the most important step, which is step 1 of the 3-step formula, is please go to Google and find out what do people search on Google. Literally, just go to Google and type something and then pause while typing and press space. Immediately, you will see on Google an entire list of what people type on Google. Now, in this example which I am taking out here, I've gone to Google and I've typed running shoes. And immediately once I typed running shoes, Google is showing me running shoes for men, running shoes for women, running shoes low price, running shoes for men under 500, running shoes Nike, right? All of these, if you see, are actually keywords. First, find out what do people search on Google. Once you know what people search on Google, you can rebuild your website to match what people search on Google. If you haven't understood what I just said, wait, I'm going to explain in my step 2 and my step 3. So step 1, go to Google, type something on Google and look at the entire list of options Google is giving you and note those down. Once you've noted these down, there could be many options that you've noted down. So what we really need to do is we need to reduce the number of options we have. Like here we have already 5 options: running shoes for men, women, low price, men under 500 and Nike. I want to actually reduce these options. So for doing that, there are many tools available on the internet. I'm going to give you 2 of my favorite tools. One of my favorite tool is a tool by a SEO guru called Neil Patel. It's called Uber Suggest. What Uber Suggest does is, it's a free tool by the way, what it does is it tells you exactly how many people are searching for a particular keyword per month on Google. It will quantifiably tell you exactly how many people search for something that you type on Google per month. Another paid tool which is connected to Google is, it's only for probably $10 a year, is a tool called Keywords Everywhere. It will again tell you how many people are searching on Google per month. Have a look at this example. I've actually gone to my Google and I've typed running shoes. And here you can see that 6,73,000 people per month go to Google and type running shoes. And if you look at some other related keywords, I can also see that Nike running shoes has a search volume of 3,68,000 people. Running shoes under 500 has 880 people searching for it. Running shoes low price has 2,900 people searching for it. So step 1 of a 3-step formula. Go to Google, Find out what people are searching. You'll have many options. To narrow those options, use a free tool called Uber Suggest, and quantify and write down how many people are searching for what keywords and make an entire list of that. Now, once you have an entire list of keywords and search volumes against them, which are relevant to your business, you actually get to step 2. Now, according to me, step 2 is the most important step in SEO. Why? Because in this step, you will actually filter your keywords to find a keyword which has the maximum buying intention. If you still haven't understood this, I'm going to give you an example right now. This chart has an x-axis and a y-axis. Okay, so you can see on the left-hand side of this chart, there is something known as search volume, and search volume high and search volume low. Whatever is high means many people are searching for it. Whatever is low is fewer number of people are searching for it. And on this axis, you can see something known as conversion rate. Now, conversion rate basically means, is the customer going to buy or not buy? Now, you will realize that whenever it's low means that the customer is most likely not going to buy. But whenever it's high, it's like most likely the customer is going to buy. Now, have a look at these keywords. I'm going to show you the first keyword out here. Now, the first keyword is shoes. Now, what I can tell you about shoes is that many people go to Google and type shoes. The search volume is extremely high. But do people ever actually purchase a pair of shoes after going to Google and typing shoes? Absolutely not, right? Let me give you option 2, running shoes. Now, with running shoes, again, quite a few people search on Google running shoes, but do they actually end up buying a pair of shoes after typing running shoes on Google? Most likely not. Most people, when they type such small keywords on Google, shoes or running shoes, I genuinely think they're probably window shopping, searching for their friend, probably doing a project, just looking at images, but they're most likely not going to purchase. But if you'll have a look at this third keyword, which is red men's running shoes. Now, very few people search for this keyword, but most people who actually search for this keyword end up buying a pair of shoes. So my question to you is, would you like your website to rank for the keyword shoes, which most people search, but nobody ever buys? Or would you like your website to rank for a long keyword which has a very high buying intention? So when someone goes to Google and types red men's running shoes, they're most likely going to buy in the next 14 days. So you need to find out of your entire list of keywords from step 1, add step 2 to it. Filter your keywords by finding out which keyword has the maximum buying intention and still has a decent amount of search volume, which means there's still a decent amount of people searching for it, but there's a very high chance with this keyword, they're going to buy this product in the next 7 to 14 days. Step 3 is about taking this keyword and putting it on your website. Okay, you need your website to talk about this keyword. Only and only then will Google understand that your website stands for this particular keyword. Now, let me really quickly show you a normal layout of a website. This is how a normal website looks like. Every website has a page title, a meta description. Every website has a URL, a heading, some content on that web page, and some other content further. Now, your main job is to ensure that the best keyword that you have selected is now on the title of your page, in the URL of your page, within the content of your web page. Because only if you put your keyword at these locations will Google realize that this person's website stands for these keywords. Let me give you an example. Have a look at this web page, and I'm going to leave you at this website for 30 seconds on the clock. What I want you to do is I want you to read the URL, the title, and the content on this web page for the next 30 seconds. And try making mental notes of what you understand while you read this. Okay, time's up. If you still haven't managed to understand anything from this example, don't worry at all. I've got you covered. Okay, let's go back to this example. And if you look at the URL right here, you will realize that the URL has a keyword called best sport shoes men under 500. So that's most likely his keyword. Okay, if you look at the title, it again says 10 best sport shoes under rupees 500. Right? So now if you realize he's repeated it in the URL, he's also repeated it in the title. Now let's read a little bit about the content in this. The first line again starts with the same keyword, sport shoes under 500. If you read further, it again says best shoes under 500. If you read further, it again says 10 best sport shoes you can buy under rupees 500. And if you read again further, it still says, I have made a list of the top 10 best sport shoes for men under rupees 500. Did you realize what just happened? This person who owns this website has identified the keyword, understands that the keyword sport shoes under men for 500 has a very high buying intention, has taken this keyword and has stuffed it on his website in the URL, title, and at different parts of the content in the website. Now, this allows Google to recognize that this website stands for these keywords. So the next time somebody goes to Google and actually types best sport shoes for men under 500, very high chance that this guy's website will show up first. Now, I hope you understood SEO because this was a very simple 3-step formula, basics that you need to implement for your website when you just get started. Now, if you remember, I told you half our audience is either on Google, which I just explained to you, and the remaining half of our audience is on social media websites. So it's very important to also reach out to your customer on social media and get them to click on your information from there and get them to your website from there. Third topic in this masterclass, which is social media marketing. In this masterclass, I'm going to dissect the two things I told you, Google and social media. I'm going to dissect Google into search engine marketing and search engine optimization. And social media, I'm going to dissect that into Facebook and Instagram ads. So let's start with the first one, search engine marketing. Now, if you forgot what search engine marketing is, look at this screen again. When you type something on Google, what comes on the top as an ad is known as search engine marketing. Okay, so if your website is not ranking on Google, pay Google, come as an ad so that when someone types something related to your business, you click on it and they'll come to your website. So let's take this case of someone who goes to Google and types wooden furniture online. Now, when someone goes to Google and types wooden furniture online, what I can tell you about the customer is that there's a very high chance that the customer is going to buy wooden furniture within the next 7 to 14 days. What you need to do is you need to make yourself available out there. Now, quickly have a look at these listings out here. You see these listings right now out here? All of these are Google ads because if you look at the top right section out here, it's something known as sponsored, which means all these brands out here, Pepperfry, Hometown, all these brands are paying Google and are doing sponsored ads on Google for the word wooden furniture online, hoping that the person who types wooden furniture online will click on one of these ads, come to their website and eventually make a purchase. If you also see the two links below it, which is this one and this one, you will realize that these are also ads. So all I'm trying to say is that if your website is not ranking on the first page of Google, make a Google ad because the person who's gone to Google and typed wooden furniture online is going to buy in the next 14 days. So if you own a business that provides wooden furniture online, you must be on the top searches of Google. Now that's search engine marketing for you. So let me give you a really cool example of how Google Ads was used differently by someone. This example is about a guy called Alex Brownstein. Now, Alex Brownstein wanted to work at a creative marketing agency. What he did is he went and found the names of the top 6 directors who run these creative marketing companies in New York. And what he did was he went ahead and made Google Ads on their names, hoping that if these top 6 directors ever one day Google their own name, there will be an ad on the top on their name by Alex Brownstein asking them to hire him. Check out this video and you will realize the power of Google Ads. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you is that if you want to ensure that when someone types something on Google, your website comes first, you can totally do that by paying Google. I'll give you an example of how IIDE uses this. Have a look at this. When somebody goes to Google and types PG, which is post-graduation in digital marketing, you can see that the top ad that comes out there, which is the first result, is actually an ad by IIDE, which says PG program, digital marketing, 2-month compulsory internship. All I'm trying to tell you is that if you have a product and somebody is searching for something relevant on Google, ensure you have an ad on Google and you're placed as the first link, because there's a very high chance that people will click on it, come to your website, and then you can make them fill a form and they'll make an inquiry, and sooner or later, a high chance you'll actually convert them into a paying customer. So this was search engine marketing, also known as Google Ads, also known as SEM. Let's get to the next topic, which is again very important on Google, which is known as search engine optimization. Hi, and welcome to this masterclass. Today's masterclass is about digital marketing 101. So if you're just beginning your career in digital marketing, or you've been listening to buzzwords about digital marketing, in the next 45 minutes, I'm going to tell you the top 3 things which will totally help you start a beautiful career in digital marketing. But before I tell you all of those things, let me tell you a little bit about me. Well, my name is Karan Shah and I am the CEO and founder at IIDE. Well, I've trained more than 13,000 professionals in my life, online and offline. I've been a student at Harvard University where I specialized in a topic called e-commerce strategies. I've also been a TEDx speaker. I'm currently a visiting faculty at one of India's best management institution called the Indian Institute of Management. And for the last few years of hard work that IID has put in, we were recently awarded India's best Digital Learning Institute of the Year by the Indian Education Congress. But today's masterclass is not about me, it's about you and your career in digital marketing. So let's get started. But before we get started, I just want to tell you that when you reach the end of this masterclass, you're going to reach a screen which looks like this, which says download certificate. So click on that download certificate, fill the form, and ensure you get a certificate for watching this masterclass, and then ensure you upload it on LinkedIn or on your resume and make it look much better. So let's start. I want to start mainly with this article that I came across on news18.com. This article said that internationally, youth is spending 6 hours on an average per day on the internet every day. It said that during COVID, digital consumption from 6 hours skyrocketed to 12 hours per day, including digital tablets, television, phones, smartwatches, everything put together. Youngsters internationally are spending 12 hours a day on digital devices. That's a lot, but that's interesting. Which brings me to an interesting question, which is that if I want to promote a product to these youngsters, where do I find these young people? I'll tell you where you find all the young people in the world today. In their house, sleeping on their bed, with their room lights off, but their phone lights on. Check this picture out right now. I am pretty sure you look like this every night before you sleep, because I am sure that I look like this every night before I sleep. And you know what? In this picture, what you need to understand is that this person in this picture is still the customer. And this device that this person is holding in their hands is the new marketing medium. If you want to get in touch with this person, the only way is through that smartphone. I hope you've realized that, and that's what today's masterclass is about. Digital marketing, marketing through that smartphone. Now, my next question to you is, what are all these people doing on their phones? You know, when I researched a lot, I figured out that I can tell you in 2 broad categories, in literally 2 broad categories on what people are doing on their phones. Broad category number 1, most people are spending all their time on social media websites. Broad category 2, most people are going to Google, typing something on Google, and then finding a website, and then going to a website and then doing something on that website. So this tells you something really basic, right? Which is that if you want to promote your website or your business or your product, there are 2 places that you need to be popular on. Either you need to be popular on a social media website where your target audience is, or you need to ensure that when this same person goes and types something on Google related to your business, your website shows up first out there, right? And that's the only way to actually get people to come to your website. Now, let me very quickly split these broad categories down into some smaller categories for you. If you actually want to promote yourself on social media, the first thing you need to do is identify which social media you want to. So if your target audience is between the age group of 18 and 30, you're going to be on Instagram because that's where they are. But if your target audience is between the age group of 40 and 60, maybe Facebook is better because all people older are on Facebook. So choose your social media platform. You don't need to be on all, but you need to be on the one where your target audience is. Now, when it comes to Google, Google is also split into two things. When you type something on Google, what shows on the top on Google will always say these words ad. These are Google ads, also known as search engine marketing. But what comes below these ads in the same search engine result page is organic results or search engine optimized websites. These are free websites that Google show over there. But on top where it says ads, these are paid websites. So somebody is actually paying Google to show their website out there. Now, these were the two broad categories. When you get people to come to your website, either from social media or from Google, your most important thing that you need to do is that the minute this user comes onto your website, you need to anyhow collect their name, number, and email ID. This is extremely important. Why? Just think of it from an offline store perspective. Let's say you owned a jewelry store. If somebody came to your jewelry store offline, they checked out jewelry at your store but didn't purchase, would you just let them walk out of your store just like that? Well, I totally wouldn't do that. I would probably maintain something like a diary or a register where I would write down a name and their number so that 10 days later, when the customer is sure about their decision, I can actually call them and say, hey, on this jewelry piece, I can offer you a 10% discount. High chance that customer might walk back into my store and purchase. Just the same way, it's extremely important. If people come to your website, you anyhow need to collect their name, number, email ID. Now, there are multiple ways to do this, and I'm going to give you some examples. If you're an educational website, you can say to download detailed brochure or detailed curriculum, given your name, number, email ID. If you're a car website, you can say to get a free first test drive, fill in the form, given the name, number, email ID. Or if you're a real estate website, you can say to get a free site visit and check out the property, fill in your name, number, email ID. That's how you can actually collect the customer's name, number, email ID once they come to your website. This is extremely important because nobody buys in the first go, which is why you need to keep reminding them. In this masterclass, I'm going to dissect the two things I told you, Google and social media. I'm going to dissect Google into search engine marketing.
How to future-proof your marketing. Over the course of this training, we've examined a large number of different types of AI and machine learning in the context of digital marketing. The objective of all this has been to help you better prepare for the future. You know that you should start collecting as much data as possible right now, that you need to add schema markups to your site, that you should be using LSI, that you could benefit from a chatbot. You even know a little bit about SQL, just in case you ever decide to get involved behind the scenes. But in all likelihood, all of this is going to change a lot more before it enters the scene, and we can't really anticipate just how its impact will be felt. There are huge waves making their way through internet marketing, and the power of AI can't really be understated. Imagine, for instance, what will happen once AI that can write high-quality content becomes commonplace and commercially available. This technology already exists. AI that can write nearly as well as a human. But when it is allowed to cut loose on the web, it could potentially flood the internet with new enough content to double or triple its size in a matter of days. How will we know what's written by a human and what's not? What about when AI can create realistic-looking images? We've already seen the power of deep fakes. How will we know what's real and what's not? We can't really prepare for these scenarios because we don't know how they will play out. So for now, it is best to focus on what we do know. And in particular, as a marketer, that means focusing on Google's move to natural language processing and more human-like interactions. It also means that Google is going to keep getting smarter. Google used to look for keyword matches, but now it actually understands the meaning of a website and can use many more metrics in order to understand whether it is high or low quality and whether it is delivering on what it claims to do. In fact, Google likely has the potential to become the most powerful AI on the planet owing to the huge amount of information it has access to and the huge resources that the company pour into it. This makes it increasingly difficult to game the system or to try and trick Google. The best thing we can do then, make the best quality content we can. As Google becomes more and more human, writing for Google and writing for the reader will mean essentially the same thing. It's time we started focusing on great quality content and on providing real value. The key thing to remember is that Google serves its customers first and foremost. Who are its customers? The users who use it to find information and entertainment. Google wants people to keep using its search, and as such, it needs to make sure it consistently brings up only the most relevant and interesting information. As long as you are concerned with creating great quality content for your readers, then your goals and Google's will be aligned. Thus, each time it gets a little bit smarter, that will work to your favor instead of being something you need to worry about. As Google gets smarter, it will find more ways of identifying the best quality content. And so, if you're focused on delivering that, Google will find more ways of connecting you with your audience. Combine this with more data collection and a generally more data-driven approach to marketing, and you'll be ready for the future of the industry. Email marketing. The key to success on the web is not just to gain traffic, but also to control that traffic. What does that mean? It means that you need to know how to decide which of your visitors you want to talk to at any time. It means that you need to understand your visitors and to know what they are thinking, what their moods are, and what they're interested in at any given time. And it means you need to know how and when to strike when it comes to selling products or encouraging people to sign up to your mailing list. This is a theme we've seen come up time and again with machine learning and AI, and email marketing is no different. You can do all this by building a mailing list and then segmenting that list. First, let's go over the basics of email marketing again for those that aren't familiar. Email marketing is, of course, the process of marketing via email. In other words, this means you're going to be building a big list, a collection of emails, and you'll do this by asking visitors to your site to share their contact details when they land on your homepage. This in turn requires an autoresponder. An autoresponder is a tool that you use to create email forms and then to manage all of the contacts on your list. You can use the form somewhere on your page to let people input their details, and you'll use the autoresponder to actually send all your emails. It should be immediately apparent what the value of this is. Sending all your emails manually using Gmail or another web client is not easy and would likely result in many not getting delivered. You'd have to send lots of different emails for longer lists, and you'd need to manually manage any requests to subscribe or unsubscribe. An autoresponder manages all of that for you, so you just need to write one email and then click send. The other benefit of an autoresponder is that it can collect data for you and use that information to do a range of different things. For example, an autoresponder can show you the percentage of subscribers who actually open your emails. If your email subject headings aren't successfully encouraging people to read, then you can identify this problem and work on a solution. Suddenly, we're using a data-driven approach and machine learning again. You can then see all the visitors who did read a given message in one place, or choose to see all the ones that didn't. You can see the open rate for different individual visitors, and you organize your list by different factors. That's another handy thing about using an autoresponder. It will allow you to grab more information using the form embedded on your page, and that information can then be used to group your visitors. Want to just message the men? Go for it. Want to just message the people over 30? You can do that too. Or how about having multiple different mailing lists for different brands, or even for different products? All of this can be accomplished using just a single autoresponder. And of course, this kind of control and automation opens up all sorts of possibilities when it comes to AI and machine learning for marketers. Lead warmth and email segmentation. The true power of all this information comes from being able to use that data in order to pick and choose who your messages go to. For instance, you can decide that you want to send an email only to people who fall into particular categories. What we're interested in to begin with is sending emails based on engagement, retention, and lead warmth. A lead is anyone who has shown some kind of interest in buying from you. That means that anyone who has signed up to your mailing list can be considered a lead because they have demonstrated an interest simply by doing this. But at the same time, a lead is also anyone who visits your site or who takes your card. This is a cold lead, whereas someone who actually gives you their contact details is a warm lead. Leads get warmer the more interest they show in what you do and what you're selling. And the warmer a lead is, the more likely they are to buy from you. In fact, this is the true and most useful purpose of having a mailing list to begin with. It allows you to take your ice-cold leads and turn them into warm leads and then paying customers. I always liken this to asking for someone's phone number. If you were just to walk up to someone in a club and ask for their number, they'd likely just tell you to go away. Why would they give you their number when they know nothing about you and have shown no interest in you? First, you need to chat to them and let them get to know you. If they look at you and smile, they're a cold lead. If they respond to your witty banter and tell you their name, they're a warm lead. If they've kissed you or let you buy them a drink, they're a hot lead. And once they're hot, you can ask for their number. This is all about timing. Time this wrong, and they're not going to give you their number because you haven't laid the groundwork. The exact same thing is true with internet marketing. If someone visits your site and you tell them right away to buy your product, they won't. Why would they? You haven't given them any reason to trust you. You haven't told them anything about you. They don't know much about the product. Ask them to hand over their email after a few blog posts, though, and you can gently start to increase engagement. This is then when you wow them with all your information and all your knowledge. You entertain them a little, and you let them get to know you. If they don't open your emails, that's the equivalent of giving you the cold shoulder. That's like the girl or guy in the club that isn't laughing at your jokes and keeps looking away. If you try and sell to them now, you become spam and you get deleted. And they never return to your website. But if they open your emails, you know you're in with a shot. That means you can then send them some more information about your products and get them excited for your product launch. If during that they still keep opening your emails, then you know you've got an even better chance of success. If you now try and sell to them, there's a much better chance they'll buy from you. Using email segmentation, you can do exactly that. You can see which of your visitors are actually opening your emails, are actually clicking your links, and are scrolling down to the bottom. In fact, using cookies, it is even possible to see which of those visitors has been to your website and looked at your products. You can see who has hovered on your products and been tempted to click buy. Email segmentation combined with machine learning. If you have been paying close attention, then you might already have figured out where this is going. Remember when we discussed big data? We said that you could use predictive analytics in order to better rate leads. This is where things could get really interesting for the autoresponders of the future. Imagine if your autoresponder not only segmented your audience and looked at the open rates and engagement, but if it could look for trends across huge data sets. In other words, what if your autoresponder recorded every single person who bought from you and assessed what actions they usually took first? This would allow that machine learning algorithm to better spot when a user is behaving like someone ready to buy and to send them a message tailored to encourage that purchase. This could be combined with smart recommendations in order to improve their likelihood of buying even more. This is already being used by some big brands, so it's only a matter of time until more of us get access to this same amount of precision. Tips marketers can follow now. For any of that to work, you also need to make sure that people are signing up to your mailing list in the first place. Again, this will help us to prepare for the AI-powered future. There are a few ways you can encourage this. Firstly, make sure that you show your mailing list wherever you can. At the very least, that should mean that your mailing list is shown at the bottom of your post. At the same time, though, you can also place this in the sidebar so that your list is visible on every page of your site. Another tip is to make sure that you draw attention to it. A mistake a lot of people make is to create their mailing list and then just hope that people see it. Far more effective is to occasionally tell people about it and to explain in your post why it's a good opportunity and why people should be excited to sign up. Here's the thing, though, you should always be honest. The aim of a mailing list is not to grow it as much as you possibly can. Instead, the aim is to grow it as much as you can with only highly targeted visitors. If your visitors have no interest in what you're offering through your list, then you will just frustrate them and effectively be spamming. Chatbots. Chatbots are an increasingly popular tool for marketers, business owners, and webmasters. So what is a chatbot? Essentially, a chatbot is a minuscule AI that will normally live on a website and will which then be able to answer questions and engage in basic conversation. Very often, chatbots are used in customer service. This way, a website can answer commonly asked questions and significantly lighten the load on its customer service team. The company can provide the support it wants to for its buyers without spending a huge amount on extra members of staff and call centers. But a chatbot can be much more than just customer support. Chatbots are just as effective in marketing and can be extremely effective at increasing sales and profits. Chatbots are particularly effective at kickstarting a sales process by welcoming visitors to a website and asking them what they're looking for. Instead of relying on UX to try and guide the visitor to the right part of the page, a chatbot can instead simply ask what they are hoping to buy and then take them to that page. What's more is that it can provide useful recommendations, perhaps informed by previous buying history, and it can reduce any concerns that users might have. Chatbots can even get information from customers by asking them their budget or what it is they're looking for. Even if they don't buy, you now understand their intent, and you can use this information to hone your marketing strategy further. Some pundits argue that in the next few years, 85% of business might be done through chatbots. So how can you get started? 80% of businesses say they want chatbots in place by 2020. Facebook chatbots. One option is to invest in a Facebook chatbot. There are plenty of sites and services online that will sell these for you. Facebook Messenger is a new frontier for a lot of small businesses. While it has crept under the radar for many marketers, the numbers speak for themselves. Facebook Messenger is currently used by over 1.2 billion people. That's 11% of the entire human population. And what makes Messenger even more powerful is that it can be embedded into your website. Over 20 million pages use messaging, and that number is growing. This provides a very simple and easy way to communicate with your visitors, to answer their queries, and to help convert traffic into sales. But you can't be available 24/7 to cater to all your visitors' needs, and this is where a chatbot comes in. This is a basic AI that can tend to your customers and help to provide a more personal experience while answering basic questions. This is a hugely powerful tool for businesses, as it means you'll no longer lose visitors that struggle to find their way around the website or to get the information they need. Imagine if customers could order food by just sending a Facebook message and then answering a few automated questions. Or what if a business could access your expert legal advice without ever needing to speak to you in person? All of this is possible in the near future. Facebook chatbots can even be proactive by sending messages to potential customers. You need to be extremely careful with this, seeing as it can be seen as spam. But if you have an automated system that's able to reach out to potential buyers at just the right time with a carefully crafted message, this can be huge for business. Other types of chatbot. Of course, not all chatbots are Facebook chatbots. There are many other ways to implement chatbots into a website, from creating them from scratch using homemade software, to using them to respond to emails or SMS. Developing your AI skills using SQL. If you want to ensure you aren't left behind by developments in AI and machine learning, then it may pay to learn relevant skills that you can use to implement your own strategies. At least by understanding the tools used in AI and machine learning, you will be able to navigate these new horizons and make smarter decisions for your business. One of the key concepts to understand then is SQL. SQL stands for Structured Query Language and is a declarative language that is used to store and retrieve information from a database. If that sounds like gobbledygook, it basically provides a set of commands you can use to manipulate large data sets. SQL is crucial for data science and machine learning. It takes a number of forms, such as MySQL, SQL Server, and SQLite. Each uses a slightly different dialect to achieve the same thing: interact with relational databases. Relational databases consist of numerous tables like you see in Excel, with columns and rows. So if you had a lot of visitors to your website, you might fill out their data across rows such as name, age, contact details, etc. Pull out any given visitor, and it will bring their details up so that you're ready to call them and market to them.
तो चलिए अब कुछ स्कैनर की बात करते हैं कि कीबोर्ड से किस तरह से वैल्यू इनपुट होती है और किस तरह से उसको प्रिंट कराते हैं। तो जैसे कि मान लीजिए इंटीजर हम n की बात कर रहे हैं, अब हम यहाँ पे वैल्यू हार्ड कोड नहीं रख रहे हैं, मतलब कि यहाँ पर ऐसे वैल्यू नहीं रख रहे हैं। जब प्रोग्राम रन करेगा तब हम वहाँ पर हम वैल्यू रखेंगे। मान लेते हैं अगर इसको हम यहीं पे इसको प्रिंट कराते हैं तो क्या हो रहा है, %d और n। तो ये तो हमें सिंपल क्या प्रोग्राम रन करेगा, इसको हमने रन कराया। जब रन कराया तो हमारा आउटपुट जब दिखा तो आउटपुट क्या दिखा हमारा 10। तो हम चाह रहे हैं कि इसी ब्लैक स्क्रीन पर ही हम वैल्यू इनपुट करवाएं, ठीक है। तो हम यहाँ पर इनपुट वैल्यू कराना चाहते हैं, तो इसके लिए हम क्या यूज करते हैं, हम स्कैनफ का यूज करते हैं। तो अगर हम चाह रहे हैं यहाँ पर स्कैनफ, अब SCANF स्कैनफ, ठीक है। अब स्कैनफ के लिए ध्यान रखें, प्रिंटफ के लिए प्रिंट करने के लिए सिंगल जैसे वेरिएबल्स यहाँ पर सिर्फ सिंपल n प्रिंट कर देंगे, मगर जब स्कैनफ का यूज करना चाह रहे हैं तो हमें इस वेरिएबल का, इस n वेरिएबल का एड्रेस को डिक्लेयर करना ज़रूरी है। तो यहाँ पर लिख दें क्या, एम्परसेंड, इसको एंड भी कहते हैं, एम्परसेंड लिख दिया, कंट्रोल एस करा, सेव करा। अब इसको फिर वापस से रन कराते हैं। तो देखिए ये प्रोग्राम हमारा अब ये रन कर गया। प्रोग्राम रन करने के बाद देख रहे यहाँ पर एक कर्सर ब्लिंक कर रहा है, ये ब्लिंक कर रहा है ना, वाइट ब्लैक वाला ये। तो ये कह रहा है कि यहाँ पे वैल्यू आप रखिए, हमसे कह रहा है, तो हम रखें वैल्यू, तो रखें, क्या रख दें, 5 1 5 15 मान लेते, रख दिया, हमने रख दिया। जैसे ही रखने के बाद हमारा आउटपुट चल गया। तो यहाँ पर हमने किया क्या, कुछ नहीं किया, सिर्फ स्कैन एफ किया है, %f। अब हम चाह रहे हैं इसको, इसके बाद इसकी तो हमारा पूरा प्रोग्राम रन कर चुका है। ये स्कैन एफ होने से पहले जैसे कि कर्सर ब्लिंक कर रहा है, काफ़ी अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है ना। जैसे कि हम दोबारा फिर से एक बार रन करके दिखाते हैं। यहाँ पर क्या हो रहा है, ये कर्सर ब्लिंक कर रहा है, कर्सर ब्लिंक कर रहा है। तो कर्सर ब्लिंक कर रहा है तो ये दिख नहीं रहा है सही से, मतलब क्या कह रहा है, क्या कहना चाह रहा है वो एक्चुअल में समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि क्या कहना चाह रहा है। तो हम चाह रहे थे इससे पहले कुछ मैसेज प्रिंट करा देते तो वो ज़्यादा अच्छा होता। तो इसके लिए हम यहाँ से बाहर आते हैं पहले। तो यहाँ हम चाह रहे हैं इससे पहले थोड़ा सा एक मैसेज प्रिंट कर जाए, तो प्रिंट एफ। अब हम यहाँ पे लिख देंगे इंटर एन। तो वो जो स्कैनफ है, स्कैनफ इस जो वैल्यू इनपुट कराने से पहले ये यहाँ पर इस प्रिंटफ को रोके रहेगा। ये प्रिंटफ से उससे पहले मैसेज आएगा, उसके बाद फिर आपका स्कैनफ काम करेगा। तो इसको दोबारा रन कराते हैं। तो दोबारा रन कराने पे देखिए यहाँ पे आउटपुट क्या आया। यहाँ पे आउटपुट ये आया कि इंटर एन वैल्यू, ये इसको कह रहा है कि ये इंटर एन ये मैसेज प्रिंट कर गया और यहाँ पर वैल्यू कर्सर ब्लिंक कर रही है। अब मतलब कि अब स्कैनफ की बात हो रही है, इस स्कैनफ की बात हो रही है। तो यहाँ पे वैल्यू को हम क्या कर दें, यहाँ पे वैल्यू इंटर कर देते हैं 1 5 15 और इंटर कर दिया, ये बाहर आ गया। ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे हम तो कुछ कर नहीं रहे, सिर्फ वैल्यू कैसे इनपुट करा रहे हैं वो चीज़ है। ठीक है, अब मान लेते हैं अगर हम इसको ही प्रिंट करा देते हैं, इंटर एन था, हम चाह रहे थे इसका स्क्वायर प्रिंट कर देते, तो प्रिंट एफ एक मैसेज प्रिंट करा दें, स्क्वायर ऑफ एन इज इक्वल टू। अब इक्वल टू के बाद मुझे एक वेरिएबल प्रिंट कराना है, तो वेरिएबल प्रिंट कराना है तो जहाँ वेरिएबल प्रिंट कराना है वहाँ पर %d और उस वेरिएबल का नाम। तो हमें n तो प्रिंट नहीं कराना है, हमें प्रिंट क्या कराना है, स्क्वायर ऑफ n। तो n इंटू एन कर देते हैं। जब n इंटू एन किया तो ये क्या प्रिंट कर गया हमारा। इसको सेव कर देते हैं, दोबारा रन कराते हैं। यहाँ मैं इंटर करता हूँ, तो यहाँ पे वैल्यू हम इंटर करते हैं, थोड़ा जूम कर देते हैं। यहाँ पे वैल्यू हमने इंटर किया 5। अब 5 का अब हम क्या करना है, इसका ये 5 उठ के कहाँ पे चली जाएगी, जैसे ही हम इंटर करेंगे तो इंटर करने के बाद वैल्यू आपकी n में चली जाएगी और n में चली जाएगी। जैसे कि अभी और बाकी चीज़ भी हम लोग जानते हैं कि इंटर करने पर वैल्यू जो होती है वो नीचे लाइन में पहुँच जाती है। आपने जैसे कि वर्ड में या किसी भी फाइल में एडिटर में यूज़ किया होगा, जैसे ही आप इंटर करेंगे तो वैल्यू आपकी नीचे पहुंच जाती है। तो यहाँ पर जैसी वैल्यू हम इंटर कर दिया है 5, अब जैसे इंटर दबाएंगे तो यहाँ पर 2 काम होगा। पहला काम होगा n में 5 को असाइन करना और दूसरा काम होगा न्यू लाइन पर पहुँचना। तो जैसे हमने इंटर किया, इंटर करने के बाद ये तो 5n में 5 हो गया, असाइन हो गया, और स्क्वायर ऑफ n ये 25। हम क्या प्रिंट करा रहे हैं, हम प्रिंट करा रहे हैं n इंटू एन, ये तो n इंटू एन प्रिंट करा रहे हैं, तो इसलिए इसका आउटपुट क्या आ गया 25। तो सिंपल ये प्रोग्राम ये था कि क्या था कि आपको यहाँ पर n को इंटर कराया कीबोर्ड से और कीबोर्ड से प्रिंट कराने के बाद इसको वापस प्रिंट करा दिया। ठीक है, तो स्कैनफ का यूज़ इस तरह से होता है। पहले यहाँ पर n की वैल्यू थी, तो यहाँ पर इसको हटाने के बाद एक बार और चलाते हैं, देखते हैं। ठीक है, वो तो ओवरराइट कर दे रहा है। तो इससे पहले बाहर आते हैं। ठीक, तो n में वैल्यू अभी तो कुछ नहीं है, n में रखा हमने 5 और इंटर किया, तो क्या आ गया आउटपुट हमारे पास 25। ठीक है, क्लियर है। तो ठीक है, तो हमने क्या किया, थोड़ा सा इसको अपडेट कर दिया है इस प्रोग्राम को। तो प्रोग्राम में अपडेट हमने क्या किया, प्रोग्राम में हमने ये किया कि कुछ नया वेरिएबल बनाया है, फ्लोट टाइप का। क्योंकि ये जो आपका फ्लोट टाइप का वेरिएबल है, ये फ्लोट, ये कैरेक्टर और ये इंटीजर। ठीक है, ये 3 वेरिएबल हमने बनाया है। तो 3 वेरिएबल आने पर तो ये वाला तो हमारा आपका पहले वाला है, ये पार्ट, ये तो पहले का है हमने बनाया है। नेक्स्ट आपका कैरेक्टर है, कैरेक्टर के लिए मैंने क्या करा, इंटर कैर, फिर उसके बाद सेम जैसे कि हम यूज़ करते हैं %d में, %d यूज़ करते हैं इंटीजर के लिए, तो %c यहाँ पे यूज़ करेंगे कैरेक्टर के लिए। ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे मैंने ये स्कैनर के लिए हमने कैरेक्टर के लिए %c यूज़ किया। ठीक है, यहाँ पर मगर एक चीज़ ध्यान दिए, ये देखिए यहाँ पर स्पेस है, इस स्कैनर %c के लिए, स्कैनर के लिए एक स्पेस यूज़ होता है। ठीक है, स्पेस कैरेक्टर में स्पेस यूज़ करेंगे %c पर। और इसी तरह से मैंने लास्ट वाला बनाया है फ्लोट के लिए इंटर फ्लोट, फिर f यहाँ पर %c कैरेक्टर के लिए, तो %f फ्लोट के लिए। ठीक है, ये 3 वेरिएबल मैंने अलग अलग बनाया है। यहाँ से चलाया इसको थोड़ा जूम कर लेते हैं। तो अब ये वैल्यू पूछ रहा है, हमने रखा 5 लिखा, तो ये पहली वाली वैल्यू आ चुकी है हमारे पास कि ये कह रहा है कि स्क्वायर ऑफ n का स्क्वायर जो हमने पहले प्रिंट कराया था वो। अब यहाँ पे वैल्यू रख देते हैं कोई कैरेक्टर, मैंने रख दिया s, सिंगल कैरेक्टर। अब इंटर किया तो इसके बाद ये मैसेज आ गया माई कैरेक्टर इज s। अब फ्लोट की वैल्यू की बात करते हैं, तो फ्लोट मैंने रख दिया 2.3। अब जैसे इंटर करा तो ये देखिए माई फ्लोट वैल्यू इज 2.3 और टोटल कितने ज़ीरो हैं, ये आपके टोटल ज़ीरो हैं 6, डेसिमल के बाद कितने ज़ीरो हैं, 6 ज़ीरो हैं। ठीक है, तो ये हमारा आउटपुट वेरिएबल डिक्लेरेशन पे हो गया। तो ये ध्यान रखेंगे, बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट बात है कि डेव सी प्लस में आपको जब भी स्कैनर से कैरेक्टर की वैल्यू में लेना हो तो इस %c के आगे एक वाइट स्पेस देना ज़रूरी है। इसका क्या कारण है, क्या वजह होगी, तो इसको हम आगे जब हम स्कैनर पे इनपुट आउटपुट जब पढ़ेंगे तो उसके बारे में इसके डिटेल से बात करते हैं। ठीक है, तो आज के लिए इतनी ही काफ़ी है। तो नेक्स्ट क्लास में हम लोग इसके आगे पढ़ते हैं कि किस तरह से हमारा कुछ न्यूमेरिकल सॉल्व किया जाता है। ठीक है, थैंक यू। और कोई क्वेश्चन है तो आप कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ सकते हैं। ठीक है, थैंक यू। तो जैसा कि पहले पिछली क्लास में हम लोगों ने हेलो वर्ल्ड प्रिंट कराया, तो आज कुछ वेरिएबल के बारे में कुछ बात कर लेते हैं। तो जो मोस्ट कॉमन वेरिएबल आपका है इंटीजर, इसमें a है। ठीक है, अगर इसकी वैल्यू को हम रख लेते हैं 10, अब इसको प्रिंट कराना है, प्रिंट है। अब इंटीजर वैल्यू के लिए प्रिंट कराने के लिए %d लगाते हैं, %d, उसके साथ कॉमा, फिर उस वेरिएबल का नाम और फिर ये सेमीकोलन, और फिर इसको हम सेव कर दिया। ये सेम पिछली, तो जैसा कि ये a वैल्यू है, इंटीजर वैल्यू को हम %d से प्रिंट कराते हैं। तो इसको सेव तो कर लिया है, अब दोबारा हम इसको रन कराते हैं। ये एक रन और कंपाइल और रन दोनों एक साथ कराते हैं, देखते हैं क्या आउटपुट आता है। कोई आउटपुट, ये आउटपुट आएगा हमारे पास। तो यहाँ पर जो आउटपुट दिख रहा है हमारा, तो इसका आउटपुट हमारे पास क्या आया, 10। तो 10 आउटपुट आया हमारे पास, क्योंकि हमने सिर्फ क्या करा, यहाँ पर सिर्फ 10 लिखा। तो आगे हम अगर ये लिख दें a इज इक्वल टू परसेंट, और इसको सेव कर लेते हैं, फिर रन कराते हैं। फिर रन कराने पर जो दिख रहा है वैल्यू, तो क्या दिखा मुझे, a इज इक्वल टू 10। तो ये जो a की वैल्यू है, a इक्वल टू ये परसेंट d की वैल्यू, जहाँ पर आगे नीचे वाले से कोई लेना देना नहीं, ये सिर्फ ये, ठीक है। तो ये वेरिएबल से इस तरह से हम लोग प्रिंट कराते हैं। तो चलिए अब आगे थोड़ा सा 2 नंबर का अर्थमेटिक जो ऑपरेशन होते हैं उनके बारे में थोड़ा देखते हैं। तो एक और नया वेरिएबल ले लेते हैं, b इक्वल टू 5। तो और एक वैल्यू हमें क्या करना है, सम करना है, वैल्यू सम करना है। तो जब सम करना है तो हमने सम इक्वल टू क्या लिख दिया, a प्लस b, ठीक। अब इसको हमने सेव कर दिया। अब मैं चाह रहा हूँ ये जो वैल्यू जो हो यहाँ पर परसेंट d, ये वैल्यू यहाँ पर सम वाली प्रिंट कर जाए। तो मतलब a और b में जो वैल्यू होगी, a और b में, तो a में क्या है, a में इस समय है 10 और b में क्या है 5। तो a और b में जो वैल्यू 10 और 5 है, ये टोटल ऐड करके, ये दोनों ऐड करके ये वापस वैल्यू इसमें रख दे। ये दोनों ऐड करने के बाद किस में रख दे, इस सम में, ये दोनों वैल्यू ये रखने के बाद फिर सम वैल्यू को हमने क्या करना है, सिंपल प्रिंट कराना है। तो प्रिंट कराते हैं, देखते हैं। तो क्या करना है मुझे, यहाँ पर ये क्लिक किया, ये कंपाइल और रन, कोई एरर नहीं। यहाँ पे आउटपुट क्या आया, आउटपुट आपका आया 15। ये देखिए 15 आ गया आउटपुट। तो ये आउटपुट आपका 15 आ चुका है। अब हम चाह रहे हैं कि इस पे कोई और ऑपरेशन लग जाए। पहले इसको हम चाहते हैं थोड़ा सा और अच्छी तरीके से प्रिंट हो जाए। तो यहाँ पे प्रिंट करने के लिए आगे हम अगर यहाँ पर सम लिख दें, सिर्फ 15 इसका आउटपुट अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। तो अगर सम इक्वल टू लिख देते हैं, तो सम इक्वल टू लिख देंगे तो क्या आएगा आउटपुट, कंट्रोल एस कर देते हैं, सेव कर लेते हैं, फिर से रन कराते हैं। तो जब रन किया तो देखिए यहाँ पर आउटपुट इसका आ गया है सम इक्वल टू 15। तो सम इक्वल टू 15 ये देखने में थोड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है, ठीक है। इसके बाद हम आगे दूसरा ऑपरेशन करते हैं सब्ट्रैक्शन का। तो सब ले लेते हैं और एक मल्टीप्लिकेशन का ले लेते हैं, एक ले लेते हैं डिवीजन का, और एक होता है मॉड का, जो कि मॉडुलर बताता है, रिमाइंडर बताता है। तो जैसे कि हमने सम का जैसे वेरिएबल बनाया है, इसी तरह से बाकी सबका कर देते हैं। तो सब का कर लेते हैं। सब मुझे क्या करना है, a माइनस b, सिंपल। फिर उसके बाद मल्टीप्लिकेशन में क्या रख लेते हैं, a मल्टीप्लाई b। डिव में, डिवीजन में क्या रख देते हैं, a डिवाइडेड बाई b। और मॉड आता है, तो मॉड में क्या रख लेते हैं, मॉड में a यहाँ पे परसेंट लगेगा, ठीक है। तो परसेंट लगाया, ये मॉड की वैल्यू आ गई। अब जैसे कि हमने सम को तो प्रिंट करा लिया, अब प्रिंटएफ कर देते हैं किसको, सब्ट्रैक्शन को, सबको प्रिंट करा देते हैं, ठीक है। %d कॉमा सब। अब इसी तरह से प्रिंटएफ मल्टीप्लिकेशन के लिए मल इक्वल टू %d और मल, ठीक है। यहाँ भी लगा देते हैं और प्रिंटएफ डिवीजन के लिए %d कॉमा और div, और इसके बाद लास्ट आपका मॉड के लिए प्रिंटएफ, ये हो गया मॉड। इक्वल टू %d और mod। ठीक है, अब देखिए यहाँ पर क्या हो गया हमारा, ये a इक्वल टू 10 है और b इक्वल टू 5, तो सम इक्वल टू क्या हो जाएगा आपका 15, सब इक्वल टू क्या आ जाएगा 10 माइनस 5, मल इक्वल टू 10 इंटू 5 50, और डिव इक्वल टू a डिवाइडेड बाई b, मतलब 10 डिवाइडेड बाई 5 इक्वल टू 2, और मॉड मतलब ये होता है कि ये 10 का 5 में डिवाइड करने पर जो रिमाइंडर आता है, जो शेषफल आता है, वो आपका रिमाइंडर बताता है, ये रिमाइंडर। तो यहाँ पर 10 को 5 से अगर हम डिवाइड करेंगे तो क्या आएगा रिमाइंडर आएगा आपका 0। तो यहाँ मॉड की वैल्यू हो जाएगी 0। तो इसको हम एक बार रन कराते हैं सिंपल इसी तरीके से। ठीक है, तो यहाँ पर ये देखिए वैल्यू क्या आ रही, यहाँ पर वैल्यू जो हो रही है आपकी वो एक लाइन में आ रही है। तो हम चाह रहे थे कि जैसे ही सम प्रिंट करे और जैसे सब की बारी आए वो न्यू लाइन में पहुंच जाए। तो न्यू लाइन में पहुंचने के लिए सबको हमें न्यू लाइन में करना पड़ेगा। तो न्यू लाइन में पहले इसको कर देते हैं। तो ये वाली लाइन जब प्रिंट हो जाए, तो जब सब आए तो उसके बाद फिर न्यू लाइन पे पहुंच जाए, और सब जब प्रिंट कर दे तो उसके बाद मल्टीप्लिकेशन आए तो न्यू लाइन पे पहुंच जाए, और उसके बाद मल्टीप्लिकेशन में, और इसी तरह से मॉड। तो /n से \n से न्यू लाइन पे पहुंच जाएगा। तो कंट्रोल से सेव करते हैं, फिर से रन कराते हैं, इसको देखते हैं क्या होता है। तो अब देखिए यहाँ पे इसकी वैल्यू आ गई आपकी जी। तो मॉडुलस में सम में 15, सब में 5, मल्टीप्लिकेशन में 50, डिवीजन में 2, और मॉड में क्या आ गई आपकी वैल्यू 0। ठीक है, क्योंकि रिमाइंडर क्या बता रहा है 0। तो थोड़ा सा इसमें मॉड में एक और देख लेते हैं, 2-3 वैल्यू हम कुछ चेंज करके देखते हैं। तो मान लीजिए अगर इसकी वैल्यू हम 4 से डिवाइड करते हैं, अगर 4 से डिवाइड करते हैं तो क्या होता है इंटीजर की वैल्यू में। तो यहाँ पर देखिए आउटपुट क्या आया, 4 से डिवाइड किया हमने। जब 4 से डिवाइड किया तो पहला वाला आउटपुट आया 14, क्योंकि ऐड हुआ, सब्ट्रैक्शन 10 माइनस 4 6 हो गया, मल्टीप्लिकेशन 10 इंटू 4 क्या हो गया 40 हो गया। डिवीजन में देख रहे 2 आ रहा है, वैल्यू 2 क्यों आ रहे हैं, क्योंककि जब 10 डिवाइडेड बाई 4 करेंगे तो एक्चुअल वैल्यू आएगी 2.5। तो 2.5 वैल्यू जो होगी वो इंटीजर में वैल्यू पॉइंट की वैल्यू को नहीं लेता है। तो यहाँ से उसने क्या किया, 2.5 को में से सिर्फ 2 को लिया, और 0.5 की सारी वैल्यू गायब हो जाएगी, मतलब वो नहीं लेगा। पॉइंट में वो 9.9 भी होगा तब भी नहीं लेगा, क्योंकि पॉइंट में वैल्यू इंटीजर में नहीं है, सिर्फ वो आपका इंटीजर पार्ट लेगा, डेसिमल वाला पार्ट नहीं लेगा। और लास्ट में ये जो मॉड वाली बात हो रही है, मॉड की बात, अब हम क्या कर रहे हैं, हम कर रहे हैं 10 को 4 से डिवाइड कर रहे हैं। तो इसका रिमाइंडर क्या आया हमारे पास 2। तो देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे रिमाइंडर क्या आ गया 2 आ गया। ठीक है, तो चलिए आज के लिए अभी ये वाले वेरिएबल की किस तरह से यूज होता है, कैसे अरिथमेटिक ऑपरेशन यूज हो रहे हैं, इसके लिए आज हम यही देख।
तो नेक्स्ट प्रोग्राम है सम ऑफ मार्क्स और परसेंटेज निकालने का। तो इसमें कुछ नहीं, हमें कीबोर्ड से 5 सब्जेक्ट के मार्क्स लेना है, जैसे कि हिंदी, इंग्लिश, साइंस, मैथ और कंप्यूटर। इन 5 सब्जेक्ट के मार्क्स हम कीबोर्ड से लेंगे और इनका सम निकालेंगे, और सम निकालने के बाद उस सम को प्रिंट कर देंगे। फिर परसेंटेज निकालेंगे, उस परसेंटेज को प्रिंट कर देंगे। तो जैसे कि इस हिसाब से हमें कितनी वेरिएबल की जरूरत पड़ेगी, एक हिंदी के लिए हिंदी का वेरिएबल के लिए, इंग्लिश के लिए, साइंस, मैथ, कंप्यूटर और सम की बात कर रहे हैं। तो सम को हमने यहाँ पर इंटीजर में ही ले लिया, जो मार्क्स आएगा उसको हम सम कर लेंगे। अब जहाँ पे परसेंटेज को हमने एक अलग परसेंटेज को ले रहे हैं तो फ्लोट में ले लिया। क्योंकि डेसिमल में कुछ वैल्यू आ सकती है तो इसलिए हमने फ्लोट में रख दिया। ठीक है, तो सिंपल जैसे कि हम लोग इनपुट कीबोर्ड से ले रहे हैं तो उसके लिए क्या करेंगे, इंटर मार्क्स ऑफ हिंदी इक्वल टू ये प्रिंट कर जाएगा। उसके बाद फिर आपका आएगा एंड स्कैनर %d, मतलब इस हिंदी में क्या लेना है वैल्यू, कुछ हिंदी में इंटीजर की वैल्यू लेना है तो कीवर्ड लगा दिया गया %d। इसी तरह से मार्क्स कर ले जाए इंग्लिश का, फिर साइंस का, मैथ का और कंप्यूटर का। ठीक है, तो इसका लेने के बाद फिर क्या करते हैं, हम नीचे क्या करते हैं, इन सब को वैल्यू को सम कर दिया कि हिंदी प्लस इंग्लिश प्लस साइंस प्लस मैथ प्लस कंप्यूटर। जब इन दोनों को सम कर दिया तो सम करने के बाद इसकी वैल्यू सारी उठा कर किसमें रख दिया, सम में रख दी। सम में रखने के बाद इसको प्रिंट कर दिया। इसको प्रिंट किया तो क्या आ गई वैल्यू, जो सम करने के बाद जो वैल्यू आएगी। और परसेंटेज निकालना है तो जैसे कि हमारे 5% है तो 5% है, मान लेते हैं कि हम परसेंटेज निकाल रहे हैं, ये इनपुट ले रहे हैं कीबोर्ड से 100 मार्क्स से। तो 100 मार्क्स से अगर हमें परसेंटेज निकालना रहता है तो 5 से डिवाइड कर देंगे तो परसेंटेज आपका आ जाएगा। ठीक है, अब इसको कैसे करते हैं, थोड़ा सा रन कराते हैं इसको। तो यहाँ से कंपाइल और रन दोनों एक साथ करा देते हैं। ठीक है, तो थोड़ा सा जूम कर देते हैं, कुछ ज़्यादा जूम हो गया, थोड़ा सा डाउन, थोड़ा सा जूम करते हैं। अब यहाँ पे देखिए क्या लिखा है, इंटर मार्क्स ऑफ हिंदी। तो हम हिंदी के मार्क्स हम आपका रख देते हैं 85। ठीक, इंटर मार्क्स ऑफ इंग्लिश 75, इंटर मार्क्स ऑफ साइंस 90, इंटर मार्क्स ऑफ मैथ 95 और इंटर मार्क्स ऑफ कंप्यूटर इसको भी रख लेते हैं हम 80। तो जब इंटर किया तो यहाँ पे देखिए सम ऑफ मार्क्स कितना आ गया, 425, मतलब 500 में आउट ऑफ आपने पाया कितना, 425, और परसेंटेज आपका कितना हो गया, 85%। तो ये आपका मार्क्स, सम ऑफ मार्क्स और परसेंटेज निकालने का प्रोग्राम था। तो अब ये जो प्रोग्राम है सिंपल इंटरेस्ट और कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट का प्रोग्राम है। जैसे लास्ट में हम लोगों ने पढ़ा है कि आप इनपुट वैल्यू कीबोर्ड से कैसे लें और उसको फिर प्रिंट कैसे करें, तो इस लेक्चर में हम एक सिंपल इंटरेस्ट और कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट का एक प्रोग्राम बनाने जा रहे हैं। इसमें हमें सिंपल इंटरेस्ट में जैसे कि हमें चाहिए क्या क्या चाहिए, हमें चाहिए प्रिंसिपल, अमाउंट, रेट, ये 2-3 इनपुट चाहिए। और इसके बाद मुझे चाहिए क्या, सिंपल इंटरेस्ट के लिए एक सिंपल इंटरेस्ट का वैल्यू और दूसरा क्या चाहिए, कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट का। जैसे कि हम लोग जानते हैं कि कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट में फॉर्मूला लगता है a माइनस पी, ए जहाँ पर a अमाउंट होता है, ठीक है, a होता है अमाउंट। तो इसमें हम सबसे पहले क्या करते हैं, इन तीनों वैल्यू को इनपुट ले लेते हैं। तो हमने पहले एक p ले लिया, वेरिएबल फ्लोट टाइप का वेरिएबल ले रहे हैं, डेसिमल है तो इसलिए डेसिमल के हिसाब से चल रहा है। तो फ्लोट टाइप के वेरिएबल के लिए एक p ले लिया हमने प्रिंसिपल के लिए, r ले लिया रेट के लिए, t टाइम के लिए, a अमाउंट के लिए, si सिंपल इंटरेस्ट के लिए और ci कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट के लिए। हम तो सबसे पहले प्रिंसिपल को रख लेते हैं, प्रिंसिपल को कीबोर्ड से इनपुट ले लेंगे, फिर रेट को इनपुट ले लेते हैं सेम तरीके से, और फिर टाइम को इनपुट ले लेते हैं। तीनों को इनपुट लेने के बाद जब हम सिंपल इंटरेस्ट निकालेंगे तो सिंपल इंटरेस्ट का फॉर्मूला सिंपल होता है क्या, PRT अपॉन 100। तो P इंटू R इंटू T अपॉन 100 कर दिया और ये वैल्यू उठकर आपकी सिंपल इंटरेस्ट में आ गई। तो अब सिंपल इंटरेस्ट को यहाँ पर सिंगल सिर्फ प्रिंट कर दिया। दूसरा यहाँ पर नेक्स्ट आता है आपका कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट। मगर कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट निकालने के पहले तो हमें क्या करना पड़ेगा, सबसे पहले अमाउंट निकालना पड़ेगा। तो अमाउंट का फॉर्मूला हमारे पास हम लोग जानते हैं, अमाउंट का फॉर्मूला क्या होता है, A A इक्वल टू P 1 प्लस R अपॉन 100 की पावर n, ये होता है फॉर्मूला। तो यहां पर वही लग रहा है। तो P, ये P हो गया इनटू, अब मुझे पावर निकालना है कि यहाँ पर n क्या है, टाइम है, t जिसको हमने इनपुट में क्या लिया है, t को लिया है। तो 1 प्लस आर अपॉन 100 और की पावर t। तो पावर वाला फंक्शन हम जो यूज कर रहे हैं, इसके लिए हमने क्या किया है, यहाँ पे इंक्लूड एक math.h हेडर फाइल को भी इंक्लूड किया हमने, जिससे क्या हो रहा है, हमारा ये वाला पावर वाला फंक्शन यूज कर रहे हैं। तो पावर के फंक्शन में दो पैरामीटर है, एक है आपका ये पहला वाला बेस और ये है पावर। तो 1 प्लस आर बाई 100 की पावर n, ये कॉमा n हो गया। तो ये वैल्यू आ गई अमाउंट में a निकल गई। तो सी आई कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट का हो गया वैल्यू, क्या हो गई, a माइनस पी। ठीक है, अब हम इसको थोड़ा सा रन कराते हैं। तो रन कराने में क्या होगा, जब हम रन कराएंगे तो रन कराने में तो इसको क्या करते हैं, सबसे पहले यहाँ पे कंपाइल या रन एक साथ कर देते हैं। रन किया,
सी लैंग्वेज, जैसे कि सी लैंग्वेज हम लोग पढ़ने जा रहे हैं। सी लैंग्वेज क्या है? सी लैंग्वेज इज अ जनरल पर्पस प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज क्रिएटेड बाय डेनिस रिची। डेनिस रिची ने बनाया, ठीक है, एट कहाँ पर, बेल लैबोरेटरीज इन 1972 में, ठीक है। 1972 में डेनिस रिची ने बेल लैबोरेटरी बनाया। क्यों बनाया, ठीक है, इसके बारे में आगे देखते हैं हम लोग। इट इज़ वेरी पॉपुलर लैंग्वेज डिस्पाइट बीइंग ओल्ड, ठीक है, बहुत ज़्यादा ओल्ड होने के बावजूद भी बहुत ही पॉपुलर लैंग्वेज है। हर बीटेक में अगर कहीं भी कोर्स में आप लोग पढ़ते हैं, इसमें आपको सी लैंग्वेज की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। इसी को कॉपी करके बाकी सारी लैंग्वेज को और इंटीग्रेट करा गया है, ठीक है। सी इज स्ट्रांगली एसोसिएटेड विद यूनिक्स। यूनिक्स एक ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम होता है। यूनिक्स ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम के साथ ये सी लैंग्वेज बनी हुई है, यूनिक्स ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम। इट वाज डेवलप्ड टू राइट द यूनिक्स ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, ठीक है। यूनिक्स ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम बनाने के लिए ही ये सी लैंग्वेज को बनाया गया। डेनिस रिची ने इसलिए बनाया क्योंकि उनको एक ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम लिखना था, इसका नाम था यूनिक्स, ठीक है। अब हम लोग को वाई लर्न सी क्यों पढ़ना है? इट इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट पॉपुलर प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज इन द वर्ल्ड। बहुत ही फेमस है। आप कोई भी आप कोर्स करने जाएंगे तो उसमें सी लैंग्वेज आपको ज़रूर पूछता है। सी लैंग्वेज आप सीख लेंगे तो बहुत सारी लैंग्वेज, कोई भी लैंग्वेज आपको सीखने में बहुत ही आसानी रहेगी, बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत नहीं होगी। इफ़ यू नो सी, you will have no problem to learning other popular programming language such as Java, Python, C++, C Sharp, etc. and syntax is similar, ठीक है। बहुत सारी, एक अगर प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज आपने सीख लिया सी लैंग्वेज को, तो आपको बाकी लैंग्वेज सीखने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा डिफिकल्ट नहीं होगा, क्योंकि उनके सिंटैक्स जो लिखने के जो फॉर्मेट है वो सारे कुछ सेम है एज ए सी लैंग्वेज से, क्योंकि इसी को कॉपी करके, थोड़ा सा सिंटैक्स कॉपी करके बाकी लैंग्वेज भी बनाई गई है, ठीक है। C is very fast compared to other programming language like Java और Python. C क्या है? एक प्रोसीजरल ओरिएंटेड लैंग्वेज है, फंक्शन बेस्ड है, इसलिए बहुत फास्ट है, ठीक है। वो जावा और पाइथन के अकॉर्डिंग है। C is versatile. It can be used both application and technology. Versatile है, हर जगह यूज हो जाती है, कहाँ पर, एप्लीकेशन में भी और टेक्नोलॉजीज में से। C और C++ में क्या डिफरेंस है? C++ was developed as a extension of C. C को अगर हमने और भी अपग्रेड करा गया है जब, तो उसके लिए क्या करा, बना फिर C++। बोथ आर लैंग्वेज हैज ऑलमोस्ट द सेम सिंटेक्स, दोनों के सिंटेक्स एकदम सेम होते हैं, ठीक है। द मेन डिफरेंस बिटवीन C and C++ is that C++ support the classes and object while C does not. क्लासेस एंड ऑब्जेक्ट की बात हो रही है, यानी C++ जो है एक ऑब्जेक्ट ओरिएंटेड प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज है, और सी जो है सी प्लस प्लस ऑब्जेक्ट ओरिएंटेड प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज है, और सी ऐसी प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज नहीं है, सी फंक्शन ओरिएंटेड प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज है। तो चलिए अब कुछ स्कैनर की बात करते हैं कि कीबोर्ड से किस तरह से वैल्यू इनपुट होती है और किस तरह से उसको प्रिंट कराते हैं। तो जैसे कि मान लीजिए इंटीजर हम n की बात कर रहे हैं, अब हम यहाँ पे वैल्यू हार्ड कोड नहीं रख रहे हैं, मतलब कि यहाँ पर ऐसे वैल्यू नहीं रख रहे हैं। जब प्रोग्राम रन करेगा तब हम वहाँ पर हम वैल्यू रखेंगे। मान लेते हैं अगर इसको हम यहीं पे इसको प्रिंट कराते हैं अगर, तो क्या हो रहा है, %d और n। तो ये तो हमें सिंपल क्या प्रोग्राम रन करेगा, इसको हमने रन कराया। जब रन कराया तो हमारा आउटपुट जब दिखा तो आउटपुट क्या दिखा हमारा 10। तो हम चाह रहे हैं कि इसी ब्लैक स्क्रीन पर ही हम वैल्यू इनपुट करवाएं, ठीक है। तो हम यहाँ पर इनपुट वैल्यू कराना चाहते हैं, तो इसके लिए हम क्या यूज़ करते हैं, हम स्कैनफ का यूज़ करते हैं। तो अगर हम चाह रहे हैं यहाँ पर स्कैनफ, अब SCANF स्कैनफ, ठीक है। अब स्कैनफ के लिए ध्यान रखें, प्रिंटफ के लिए प्रिंट करने के लिए सिंगल जैसे वेरिएबल्स यहाँ पर सिर्फ सिंपल n प्रिंट कर देंगे, मगर जब स्कैनफ का यूज़ करना चाह रहे हैं तो हमें इस वेरिएबल का, इस n वेरिएबल का एड्रेस को डिक्लेयर करना ज़रूरी है। तो यहाँ पर लिख दें क्या, %, इसको एंड भी कहते हैं, %, लिख दिया, Ctrl+S करा, सेव करा। अब इसको फिर वापस से रन कराते हैं। तो देखिए ये प्रोग्राम हमारा अब ये रन कर गया। प्रोग्राम रन करने के बाद देख रहे यहाँ पर एक कर्सर ब्लिंक कर रहा है, ये ब्लिंक कर रहा है ना, वाइट ब्लैक वाला ये। तो ये कह रहा है कि यहाँ पे वैल्यू आप रखिए, हमसे कह रहा है। तो हम रखें वैल्यू, तो रखें क्या रख दें, 5 1 5 15 मान लेते, रख दिया, हमने रख दिया। जैसे ही रखने के बाद हमारा आउटपुट चल गया। तो यहाँ पर हमने किया क्या, कुछ नहीं किया, सिर्फ स्कैनफ किया है %f। अब हम चाह रहे हैं इसको, इसके बाद इसकी तो हमारा पूरा प्रोग्राम रन कर चुका है। ये स्कैनफ होने से पहले जैसे कि कर्सर ब्लिंक कर रहा है, काफ़ी अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है ना। जैसे कि हम दोबारा फिर से एक बार रन करके दिखाते हैं। यहाँ पर क्या हो रहा है, ये कर्सर ब्लिंक कर रहा है, कर्सर ब्लिंक कर रहा है। तो कर्सर ब्लिंक कर रहा है तो ये दिख नहीं रहा है सही से, मतलब क्या कह रहा है, क्या कहना चाह रहा है वो एक्चुअल में समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि क्या कहना चाह रहा है। तो हम चाह रहे थे इससे पहले कुछ मैसेज प्रिंट करा देते तो वो ज़्यादा अच्छा होता। तो इसके लिए हम यहाँ से बाहर आते हैं पहले। तो यहाँ हम चाह रहे हैं इससे पहले थोड़ा सा एक मैसेज प्रिंट कर जाए, तो printf। अब हम यहाँ पे लिख देंगे इंटर n। तो वो जो स्कैनफ है, स्कैनफ इस जो वैल्यू इनपुट कराने से पहले ये यहाँ पर इस printf को रोके रहेगा। ये printf से उससे पहले मैसेज आएगा, उसके बाद फिर आपका स्कैनफ काम करेगा। तो इसको दोबारा रन कराते हैं। तो दोबारा रन कराने पे देखिए यहाँ पे आउटपुट क्या आया, यहाँ पे आउटपुट क्या आया कि इंटर n वैल्यू, ये इसको कह रहा है कि ये इंटर n ये मैसेज प्रिंट कर गया, और यहाँ पर वैल्यू कर्सर ब्लिंक कर रही है। अब मतलब कि अब स्कैनफ की बात हो रही है, इस स्कैनफ की बात हो रही है। तो यहाँ पे वैल्यू को हम क्या कर दें, यहाँ पे वैल्यू इंटर कर देते हैं 1 5 15 और इंटर कर दिया, ये बाहर आ गया, ठीक है। तो यहाँ पे हम तो कुछ कर नहीं रहे, सिर्फ वैल्यू कैसे इनपुट करा रहे हैं वो चीज़ है, ठीक है। अब मान लेते हैं अगर हम इसको ही प्रिंट करा देते हैं, इंटर n था, हम चाह रहे थे इसका स्क्वायर प्रिंट कर देते, तो printf एक मैसेज प्रिंट करा दें, स्क्वायर ऑफ n इज इक्वल टू, अब इक्वल टू के बाद मुझे एक वेरिएबल प्रिंट कराना है। तो वेरिएबल प्रिंट कराना है, तो जहाँ वेरिएबल प्रिंट कराना है वहाँ पर %d और उस वेरिएबल का नाम। तो हमें n तो प्रिंट नहीं कराना है, हमें प्रिंट क्या कराना है, स्क्वायर ऑफ n। तो n इंटू n कर देते हैं, जब n इंटू एन किया तो ये क्या प्रिंट कर गया हमारा। इसको सेव कर देते हैं, दोबारा रन कराते हैं। यहाँ मैं इंटर करता हूँ, तो यहाँ पे वैल्यू हम इंटर करते हैं, थोड़ा जूम कर देते हैं। यहाँ पे वैल्यू हमने इंटर किया 5। अब 5 का अब हम क्या करना है, इसका ये 5 उठ के कहाँ पे चली जाएगी, जैसे ही हम इंटर करेंगे तो इंटर करने के बाद वैल्यू आपकी n में चली जाएगी, और n में चली जाएगी। जैसे कि अभी और बाकी चीज़ भी हम लोग जानते हैं कि इंटर करने पर वैल्यू जो होती है वो नीचे लाइन में पहुँच जाती है। आपने जैसे कि वर्ड में या किसी भी फाइल में एडिटर में यूज़ किया होगा, जैसे ही आप इंटर करेंगे तो वैल्यू आपकी नीचे जब पहुँच जाती है। तो यहाँ पर जैसी वैल्यू हम इंटर कर दिया है 5, अब जैसे इंटर दबाएंगे तो यहाँ पर 2 काम होगा। पहला काम होगा n में 5 को असाइन करना, और दूसरा काम होगा न्यू लाइन पर पहुँचना। तो जैसे हमने इंटर किया, इंटर करने के बाद ये तो 5n में 5 जो हो गया असाइन हो गया, और स्क्वायर ऑफ n ये 25। हम क्या प्रिंट करा रहे हैं, हम प्रिंट करा रहे हैं n इंटू एन, ये तो n इंटू एन प्रिंट करा रहे हैं, तो इसलिए इसका आउटपुट क्या आ गया 25। तो सिंपल ये प्रोग्राम ये था कि क्या था कि आपको यहाँ पर n को इंटर कराया कीबोर्ड से, और कीबोर्ड से प्रिंट कराने के बाद इसको वापस प्रिंट करा दिया। ठीक है, तो स्कैनफ का यूज़ इस तरह से होता है। पहले यहाँ पर n की वैल्यू थी, तो यहाँ पर इसको हटाने के बाद एक बार और चलाते हैं, देखते हैं। ठीक है, वो तो ओवरराइट कर दे रहा है, तो इससे पहले बाहर आते हैं। ठीक, तो n में वैल्यू अभी तो कुछ नहीं है, n में रखा हमने 5 और इंटर किया, तो क्या आ गया आउटपुट हमारे पास 25। ठीक है, क्लियर है। तो ठीक है, तो हमने क्या किया, थोड़ा सा इसको अपडेट कर दिया है इस प्रोग्राम को। तो प्रोग्राम में अपडेट हमने क्या किया, प्रोग्राम में हमने ये किया कि कुछ नया वेरिएबल बनाया है, फ्लोट टाइप का। क्योंकि ये जो आपका फ्लोट टाइप का वेरिएबल है, ये फ्लोट, एक कैरेक्टर और ये इंटीजर। ठीक है, ये 3 वेरिएबल हमने बनाया है। तो 3 वेरिएबल आने में तो ये वाला तो हमारा आपका पहले वाला है, ये पार्ट, ये तो पहले का है हमने बनाया है। नेक्स्ट आपका कैरेक्टर है, कैरेक्टर के लिए मैंने क्या करा, इंटर कैर, फिर उसके बाद सेम जैसे कि हम यूज़ करते हैं %d में, %d यूज़ करते हैं इंटीजर के लिए, तो %c यहाँ पे यूज़ करेंगे कैरेक्टर के लिए। ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे मैंने ये स्कैनर के लिए हमने कैरेक्टर के लिए %c यूज़ किया। ठीक है, यहाँ पर मगर एक चीज़ ध्यान दिए, ये देखिए यहाँ पर स्पेस है, इस स्कैनर %c के लिए, स्कैनर के लिए एक स्पेस यूज़ होता है। ठीक है, स्पेस कैरेक्टर में स्पेस यूज़ करेंगे %c पर। और इसी तरह से मैंने लास्ट वाला बनाया है फ्लोट के लिए इंटर फ्लोट, फिर f यहाँ पर %c कैरेक्टर के लिए, तो %f फ्लोट के लिए। ठीक है, ये 3 वेरिएबल मैंने अलग अलग बनाया है। यहाँ से चलाया है इसको थोड़ा जूम कर लेते हैं। तो अब ये वैल्यू पूछ रहा है, हमने रखा 5 लिखा, तो ये पहली वाली वैल्यू आ चुकी है हमारे पास कि ये कह रहा है कि स्क्वायर ऑफ n का स्क्वायर जो हमने पहले प्रिंट कराया था वो। अब यहाँ पे वैल्यू रख देते हैं कोई कैरेक्टर, मैंने रख दिया s, सिंगल कैरेक्टर। अब इंटर किया तो इसके बाद ये मैसेज आ गया माई कैरेक्टर इज s। अब फ्लोट की वैल्यू की बात करते हैं, तो फ्लोट मैंने रख दिया 2.3। अब जैसे इंटर करा तो ये देखिए माई फ्लोट वैल्यू इज 2.3, और टोटल कितने ज़ीरो हैं, ये आपके टोटल ज़ीरो हैं 6, डेसिमल के बाद कितने ज़ीरो हैं, 6 ज़ीरो हैं। ठीक है, तो ये हमारा आउटपुट वेरिएबल डिक्लेरेशन पे हो गया। तो ये ध्यान रखेंगे, बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट बात है कि डेव C++ में आपको जब भी स्कैनर से कैरेक्टर की वैल्यू में लेना हो तो इस %c के आगे एक वाइट स्पेस देना ज़रूरी है। इसका क्या कारण है, क्या वजह होगी, तो इसको हम आगे जब हम स्कैनर पे इनपुट आउटपुट जब पढ़ेंगे तो उसके बारे में इसके डिटेल से बात करते हैं। ठीक है, तो आज के लिए इतनी ही काफ़ी है। तो नेक्स्ट क्लास में हम लोग इसके आगे पढ़ते हैं कि किस तरह से हमारा कुछ न्यूमेरिकल सॉल्व किया जाता है। ठीक है, थैंक यू। और कोई क्वेश्चन है तो आप कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ सकते हैं। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
When you load up the Figma for the first time, what you are going to see is this whole screen right here. And let's start with the left side. On the left side, we are seeing our sidebar, and on the top, we can see to switch our user button, notifications from the clients or their comments, searching for any other stuff, for example, our files, plugins, etc. Recents, so our recent files. Down below we are going to see our themes as well as our favorite files to add. So we can go into our themes, create new projects for the themes and share between the users. And down below we are having our Explorer community that we are going to dive a little bit later. On the top we are seeing our home button or our plus button. When we click on that button we can add new project or FigJam file. And when we go to the drafts, we can see our drafts or deleted, all of our projects that we previously created. We can see structure for our projects, for example, to sort them by alphabetical order or date created, last modified, etc. Or we can create or display them as a lists, not grid. And up here we are going to see design file button, FigJam board, or import our project. Let's dive deeper into the community tab. So when we click on that button down below, we are going to see our big screen that shows welcome to Figma community. Explore thousands of free and paid templates, plugins and UI kits to kickstart your next big idea. We are going to use this throughout our project, and there are so many helpful stuff that you're going to find around here. You can see the plugins, some files, maybe even typographies, colors that you want to use, icons that you want to use, maybe even some paid design systems that you can include in your projects, or something that can boost your productivity throughout the whole process of creating things for the clients. What we see here is that we have inspiration, and when we click on that we can see so many stuff to explore from. So for example, we have related tags and we can see there is portfolio, logo, mockups, redesign, typography, case studies, a landing page, for example, resume, presentation, literally anything that you can think of to boost your creativity while creating the projects or maybe creating your new mood board. You can find it around here. Let's go back. So we are having theme syncs. And around here is some more of advanced stuff, for example, some design principles for the themes, maybe some notes that we can include in the FigJam file, so we can share that between our co-workers or colleagues that are working on the same project. Let's go back and dive into design system. That's really important for us to see. You can see so many stuff around here. We can even sort them by popular, for example, and see what's the most popular for the design system. And a lot of stuff here are free. So basically you can find anything that you want and you don't even need to pay for that. So it's really helpful. Figma is it's literally built by the community. Around here we have visual assets. That's something similar to design system, but more of with icons, illustrations that you can include maybe in the landing page. For example, these backgrounds that you can include in your headings for the landing page, etc. But in this course, we are going to focus more onto the mobile side of things. And for the development side, we can see maybe some structure, how to hand off our projects to the developers. There are so many ways to do those stuff, so I will show you how I do it, and I think it's maybe the most efficient way to share those stuff. But before we dive into creating our first project, let's start with designing for iOS versus Android. Hi and welcome to the Figma mobile design course. My name is Željko and here you will learn everything you need to know how to design your first mobile application from start to finish. While using our software Figma, we will go through the industry standard practices that will make your designs better than most of the internet. As a user interface designer myself, I've been in this industry for the last 8 years and I've been working with the clients all over the world, from the United States, Europe, Australia, you name it. I work with dozens of clients, private companies and bigger agencies. In this course, we will work on creating social media application with a proper design system that contains all reusable assets and wireframes that will prepare for your project. Also, we will connect all the screens and make usable prototypes that will make your clients even more amazed with your skills and help them understand it even better. As with that said, let's get started. This time we are going to create our design system, or better said, we are going to focus on the colors and typography this time. Of course, there are many plugins to make maybe this process much easier, but since you're trying to make it first time, it's much better to start working manually and not letting other plugins or applications work instead of you. Because you need to understand the principles first, and then later it's much easier just to include some plugins for the color designs or color systems to maybe create your grayscales or maybe to create your typographies first. So yeah, let's get started with the colors first. That's maybe the most easiest part. What we need are primary colors, probably secondary colors, but in this case maybe not. We will try to focus mostly on the primary colors and grayscale behind that. So primary colors or primary color in this case is going to be our blue with maybe a light shade and maybe some darker shades, and we are going to create maybe some gray scale colors. Okay, so how we are going to do that? We are having these images right here that we can see, and the colors that we are going to use are going to be from these screens. That's why we need the mood board to create or start the project. So I'm seeing now what blue should we use. For example, this blue is okay, but it has that purple tint or maybe pinkish tint to it, so maybe let's not go with that one. For example, this blue color is totally solid option, but for example, I don't like it when it's filled too much and it looks like it just looks too corporate. For example, it's more of like formal. It doesn't have any pastel representation. This right here is just without any blue colors. This one is maybe too bright for my taste. It doesn't really matter. You can choose maybe something that you like. Maybe you really like this color and you're going to stick with that. But I think maybe with our case, I think this blue color is much better option. Maybe this one, for example. I'm going through these interfaces. For example, this one is totally fine to use. Or maybe this blue color is also amazing, but what I want to do is maybe create that dark bluish interface, so probably I will go with this color. And our interface is going to be maybe similar to this one. I really like the way that they display this as a dark color above, and in this case, and the important elements to display them in the white background. So maybe we are going to take more inspirations from this kind of a design. So what we are going to do is maybe create few shades of the primary color. How we can do that is maybe just create some rectangles. We go to the rectangle and just hold the shift button and maybe create it it doesn't really matter for the dimension because we are going to apply it into our design system. So how we are going to do that? We're going to our color, choose our color picker, and maybe choose this color. And we can see the hex code that you can maybe input if you don't have this picture right here. You can input this 0D6FFD with 100% opacity. And we are seeing now this color right here. What we can do is maybe duplicate it with holding Alt or Option key on the keyboard. And how we are going to now change it is just maybe choose other shade. Now in this case we don't have the maybe slightly darker option or maybe slightly darker color than this one. So how we are going to do it is maybe just tone it down like this, for example. Okay, and something like that, for example. I think that's enough. And let's duplicate it one more time. As you can see, it snaps with smart snapping option. When we are moving our object, we are going to see the distance is exactly the same between our objects. That is going to be really important when we start working on our project. So yeah, let's tone it down a little bit more. For example, like this one is solid. Okay, and let's create two more colors. Maybe to create this one, and if you hold Command or Option or Control D, it's just going to duplicate this if you're holding it now or just tapping it on the keyboard, or we can undo the process. Okay, let's maybe create something a little bit more brighter than this one. Okay, maybe something like this, and let's see, maybe something like this. It doesn't really need to be exactly my hex code. I'm just providing you the example, and the way that we are going to add them to the local styles, it's just going to be really simple, and we can always change it. So if we now start the project and don't like it maybe, or we don't like some of the colors that we are seeing, it's really easy to just change it. So what we are having here is just a 5 shades of primary color, or 4 shades of that primary color. And now let's add our grayscale. So let's start with maybe pure black color. It's just going to be 0 across the board, and maybe duplicate it and change to something else. For example, this color looks amazing. Let's copy it up. Let's duplicate this one as well, and maybe change it to maybe something slightly more with some shade, for example. Let's move it maybe like this, because on the left side you can see it's more of like grayscale, and how we are going on the right, it's more of like color choice. So let's also duplicate it and maybe move this slightly up. Okay, let's now duplicate. Oh, let's duplicate this one and maybe choose something slightly brighter. Let's duplicate this one as well. Okay, and maybe choose something a little bit brighter. Okay, it doesn't really need to have exact amount of the shades. It's just personal preference really at the end of the day. So maybe let's stick with this really bright gray, and let's duplicate this last one to the pure white. So we need some colors between pure white and pure black. This one is maybe kind of the more of like brighter option, so let's add another one in between. I think that should be enough, but maybe we are not going to use it even in the project. We don't know that, but when you're starting to create your colors, you should always add as many as you really want. It's much easier to just create more colors and maybe not work with all of them than create few colors and then midway through the project you realize that you need other colors and you add them and then it doesn't match with others. So maybe this is solid representation to create some grayscale for the project and to create the primary. Now how we are going to add them into our local styles, it's really simple. Just we are going to click on this rectangle and we are seeing this fill section right here, and there is styles and variables button. We can click on it and now we are having custom libraries, etc. We can see all of our libraries, but what we can do is tap on new style or variable and, for example, name it primary. Description doesn't really need description, and create style. So when we click on canvas, for example, we are now seeing our color style primary. So when we add our rectangle, for example, and click on the rectangle, we can choose now from our library any other color that we created. So how I'm going to now create, for example, is this going to be, let's call it primary dark 1 and primary dark 2. And I'm going to do the same thing with this one. For example, let's call it primary light 1 and primary light, light 2. Okay. So we are having our primary dark 1, 2 and light 1, 2. Now what we can do is maybe add our pure black or dark, but let's call it black, just 0. Okay. And let's call this one white. So now we have just two basic colors and primary. It's just black, white and primary, and we need the shades between those colors in between. So now how we can maybe create these shades, it's really up to you. For example, what we can do is maybe just create it as a gray 1, gray 2, for example, and name it exactly as that until this color. And let's call this last one gray 8. Okay. Now when we click on our canvas or anything, literally we can see our styles or libraries around here. So we can see we have our primary colors and our shades that we are going to use throughout the interface. Now what we can do is remove these rectangles or just maybe place them right here. It doesn't really matter because we have our style on the right. The next thing what we need to do is create our text styles. So how we are going to create our text styles and what those text styles really are. For example, in this case, we need some headings, we need some body type of text, we need our button text, we need our description text, maybe some subheadings, for example, in this case right here, or maybe some small descriptions or really small text like this one right here. So we need some variations, for example, and what I would suggest is maybe creating like 2, 3, 4 titles or big headings to use in the text styles, maybe some body, captions, sub captions or something like that, or subheadings. Now let's just start with it and hopefully you will understand it more. So how we are going to do that? For example, let's type this one, type text. Okay, and let's zoom it. In our case, what we need is maybe some font that we are going to use, the weight that text really has, the size of the text, height or the line height of the text, letter spacing. We are not going to focus too much on that side, paragraph spacing even not so much on that. auto width, auto height, fixed size. Doesn't really matter when we are creating our design systems. And with alignments and maybe the way that it aligns the middle, top, on right, and maybe some other settings to maybe make it underline or strike through or bullet point. In this course, we are going to focus just on basics, okay? So let's start with creating our big titles. Our first title is going to be maybe the biggest one. So let's create the size of maybe 34, and the line height it's suggesting to be 41, but let's just stick with 40. Why? Because some of the time we need our interface to be precisely aligned. Maybe it's not going to be all of the time because we are designing for the mobile, but if you also saw my course on the web design, we know the 4-point rule or 4-point grid rule. To use it through the interface, now it's not going to be applicable in this case, but if we can try to implement it into our design, it's going to be much better. So what does that mean? It means that our text size, it's not really important to be divided by 4. The line height is something that's important. For example, if we are having our rectangle, and let's set it maybe the size to the 40 by 40, okay? And when we are trying to align with the text, you see how it aligns with the top and the bottom, even though the text is not aligning with the top of this rectangle in this case, or maybe on the bottom with P or Y. But when we try to align it as a whole, you can see they're aligned. Why? Because the height of this text is 40 because of the line height, and we have our rectangle that's also 40. So throughout the interface, we are going to maybe align the elements in between. So we need to make sure that everything is properly aligned. So line height is most important stuff, not so much with the font size. So let's continue. So after we choose our font, for example, it's going to be Inter in this case. There are so many fonts, but while choosing your font, it's really not just needs to be simple without any crazy stuff going around. For example, this one, like, it doesn't really look good, or it's not going to work with our interface. But whatever text you like the most, you can choose it. There are differences between sans serif and sans serif fonts, so we don't need this crazy type of fonts, okay? So we'll just stick with simple stuff. It's going to be Inter, and the weight of this can be maybe let's say bold, for example. We can change it always with our colors. For example, if we need to change it, let's just click on the edit style, go to this one and change it however we like. So it's going to be pretty much same with the text. So if we don't like this style, we can just always change it later. Let's duplicate this one and maybe create something else, maybe something a little bit smaller, for example 28 font, and let's stick with the size of 38, for example, and let's call it semi-bold. Let's duplicate it and make it even more smaller. For example, 22, for example, can work with a height of 28. Also semi-bold. Let's duplicate it one more time. Maybe create something like 20 with 24 height. Let's duplicate this text right here and maybe try to see, maybe the medium will work much better with 17 and maybe 20 height. Okay. Now maybe we can even focus on our body text, or maybe kind of subheading type of text. So maybe let's stick with 16 and 20 with the medium. Okay. And now let's try to create something like 14 and maybe with a line height of 16 with a regular. So maybe that can be our body text as well. Now let's create something else as well. Let's say we need a 12 with a 14. Okay, regular. And we would probably need something really small, but don't go too small. For example, 11 with 12 line height. Light is okay, but it's just too small to be the light. Because when you zoom out, you really need your text to be visible for every single user. So let's just stick with this kind of weight for the font, okay? So now what we are going to do is pretty much similar stuff to our colors that we previously worked. So how we are going to do that? For example, let's name this one a heading 1. How we can do that is just name it H1. Name this one to H2. This one can be H3. Let's call this one H4. Now we are seeing that we are going into medium section, so let's call it subheading, for example. This one is 16, for example, let's call it subheading 2. This one is 14 by 16 and with a regular, so let's call it just a normal body text that is going to be used mostly throughout the whole interface. It's going to be most commonly used when we are designing. Let's call this one, it's a 12, so let's call it maybe captions. And this smallest one, we can call it maybe footnote, for example. Okay, so now we are having our text styles and we are having our color styles that we are going to use throughout the whole interface. You are now noticing that this text is really small, but that's the way that we are going to work around, and we are going to use our standard sizes for the mobile. I will show you that in the next episode when we start working on our wireframes. And welcome back to another video. So in this video we will dive deeper into mood board and project direction stuff. So first thing first, we need to create our page, or in this case we are going to rename this page to the mood board and maybe project direction, to implement our pictures from the internet. In this case we are going to use dribble.com. It's an amazing platform or website to explore different kinds of the designs. And in our project, we are going to create social media application. Okay, so let's rename this page to moodboard. Okay, and how we are going to place those pictures in our Figma file. Basically, we will just go to our web browser and we are going to go to the dribble.com. Okay, now since we are making the social media application, we need some applications to look like our project that we are going to present to the client or work with the client. For example, in this case, the client wants something similar to the Instagram, okay? So we are going to need some stories and posts of Instagram, maybe messages, settings, login informations, profile, and etc. Okay, and for those kinds of stuff, and usually what colors work the best and etc., it's usually blue color. For it's just default stuff to implement in your project. So what we can do is go into this search bar and type, for example, social media. Okay, and now what we can see here is to maybe copy some designs or see what's interesting to us. For example, what we can do is maybe create the interface that has some dark colors and maybe some dark blues and whites as well, so we can combine them into our interfaces. So for example, what we can do is just see from interface to interface what interests us, what not. Maybe something that you would like to implement in your interface, because I'm just providing you the guidance. You can always implement your own ideas with my way of teaching. So for example, this design looks kind of great, and we can see maybe that profile type of way, or maybe this chat is amazing. We also need to see how we are going to add our navigation bar on the bottom. So for example, let's copy this picture, right click and copy our image, go back to the Figma, paste it with Command V or Control V, depending on your operating system that you are using. I'm using the macOS, so I'm going to use the command most of the time, Command C or Command V, Command X to cut, and etc. Okay, so what we can do is maybe copy around 10 different pictures in our interface and see what can work the best for us. In this case, I can go down below and see maybe what's interesting. In this case, let's check it. Maybe what we can do is as well, not maybe copy from this one. There's so many stuff to copy from and see, maybe to get some ideas. Maybe we can literally type Instagram. And now we are going to see maybe some other stuff and maybe some Instagram redesigns and etc. we can maybe implement into our project. For example, maybe this one we can copy this. The icons are interesting to me. When you're building out the mood board, it doesn't really need to have every single element for you to be perfect. For example, I would not showcase the stories with this type of design, but maybe icons are interesting, or maybe the font is, and choice of the colors through the interface that some person designed is also nice. So we can copy that into our project and maybe just place them around, move them as you like. So for example, let's go and see what else we can find. For example, this one looks kind of interesting. Let's see this down below. Okay, maybe this is nice. Maybe something like that we can implement into our logging or getting started screens. So we can copy that as well. Maybe enlarge it. And now I will be back when I get the pictures that I want for this kind of interface. So I will be back really soon. So I added few other pictures and I want to go over them to maybe talk about what I like about those shots. For example, let's go with this one. This one is great direction. A lot of those stuff that you are going to see on Dribble and other online websites for maybe some examples or mockups that you want to see for your design, usually they don't translate really well when someone goes and develops that, or it doesn't really translate with the design language of the system, operating system that you're going to design for. So mostly those stuff can just be inspiration to properly design something. For example, in this case, like this hovering navigation bar is okay stuff, but when we go and see maybe this curved thing right here, it doesn't really serve any purpose. Maybe when you scroll it, you are going to see that white card element go up, but I don't think like that should look good, or it's going to look good when you really try to use it. And especially it doesn't really translate well with maybe iOS design language. So the way that we are going to design our stuff are going to be in that iOS element with the iOS elements, and we are going to properly follow whole Apple principles. So for example, this one is really beautiful, even though it got some crazy stuff going around through the interface. It does look really, really clean and sleek. For example, this one is really great as well. Maybe this login screen is what we need. For example, this one, it's just clean, great use of colors. Maybe this blue color as well is really nice, and maybe some icons are solid. In this case, I really like this login screen as well. Maybe not so much the usage of the color. For example, this is not maybe the best designed interface that you will find on this application, but some of the elements we can maybe try to be inspired. So yeah, I really like those kind of pictures that I choose. Some of them got some flaws, some of them are great in some terms. So we will try to combine all of those stuff into our project. But before all that, we need to go through the iOS library and show you real life examples. And welcome back. In this video we will go through the process of creating your first project and also exploring the Figma canvas. So how do we create our first project? We can do it, we are going with this plus button right here. It's like a tabs on any internet browser, or we can go here and click design file. So we can click on it and add it. So when we are seeing our canvas, what we can firstly do is just change the name, and for example, let's call it course project, for example. And now we changed our name, and that is now being placed in our drafts or recent projects. We can see it right here. Let's go back. Now let's go over some basic stuff around here. Firstly, on the top side, we are having our tools that we are going to use to create our beautiful interfaces. So for example, we have this Figma icon right here, and it's just a file, edit view, some standard stuff for design applications. Around here we have our arrow button to move things around or scale it even. When we click on frames, we can see that we can add our frames with different sizes with the phones, tablets, desktops, etc., and move around with the prototype options as well. We are going to dive deeper into that later, and we can see there's a section or a slice. Most of those stuff aren't even important for us. Mostly we are going to use just this arrow, frame, rectangle, or any shapes that we need, but mostly it's going to be rectangles, maybe for the wireframe stuff. And later we have the pen or pencil to draw something around, and also text is really important to place our text on the interface and type whatever we need. Now this is fun part, is components, plugins, and widgets. We are going to use few plugins to maybe ease our design process or create some stuff much faster, and we are having components that we can add later and we will add later. We have our hand tools so we can move around the interface, and comment buttons so we can add some comments when we are having other users, or maybe just memos or notes for ourselves. On the left side we are going to see the layers and the pages that we are going to add. For example, setting up the page for the mood board, adding another page for design and design system, final design, wireframes, etc., whatever you like. And on the right side we are having our prototypes. Now on the right side we are having our settings for the things that we are going to add. For example, if we draw the shape, on the right side we are going to see all the coordinates of the object, width and height, maybe the angle, corner radius that we can change, layer opacity, filling options, so we can click for example and change our color for anything literally, other stroke, effects. For example, we can go and add something like inner shadow. We can go around here and play around with, move the blur around, and etc. So many different stuff to do from, and export buttons so we can export our frames to file type that we need, for example PNG, JPEG, SVG or PDF. And welcome back to another video. In this time we are going to dive deeper into iOS library design system. So before starting any project, you really need to understand how projects are structured and what goes into them. And right off the bat, we are now into Apple design releases, iOS 17 and iPadOS 17 community. How I got here is that you go to the home screen, explore community, and in the search bar you type iOS, and luckily we got the Apple that uploaded this design system right here. You can open it in Figma, agree, and then you are going to see that file that now we are going to use. And let's go a little bit into more depth this time. So what we have on the left side are components, and we can see every single thing that iOS uses. For example, we can see the buttons or the controls. We can see literally drop downs, menus, icons, input bars, drop downs right here, action with the arrows as well, text selection, navigation panels as well. That's going to be really important for us, especially these top headers with date and time and battery, Wi-Fi, etc. Page controls, of course, picking up the date and the time, maybe some progress bars, segment controls, sliders, status bars, toggles, tab bar. It's called tab bar right here, but usually it's like toolbar or navigation bar, navigation panel. So as we are seeing, usually they're kind of going in the way to present the icon and the description below that icon. For example, home icon and home text below, search and search below, and notification profile, something like that. We are going to implement that as well in our interface. And let's go down below. What we are going to see are really amazing stuff that you can explore. Click on that, see maybe the properties of that, auto layout features as well. Auto layout is really important, and we will go through that in this course as well. As we are seeing with different kind of background colors as well, with kind of transparent gray, black type of colors, touch ID as well, notifications, and etc. Keyboard, we are going to see even the home screen right here and home indicator that goes down below. So mostly how we are going to design our application is that we will copy these home indicators and we are going to copy those top bars. We are not going to copy this shape of iPhone into our project. It doesn't really make sense, but we are going to copy other stuff. Let's go into more components as well. For example, we are having example components page, and we can see every single component placed on the interface and how it's going to interact with each other. Examples with the iPhone, for example, okay, that's really their home screen and notification bars and notification screens, lock screen, etc. Colors are also great, and we are probably going to use some inspiration through that, especially with the text styles. How we are going to structure our text styles is going to be pretty similar to this one, for example, with the titles, headlines, body, and etc. Okay, materials, it's usually some transparency with drop shadows. We are going to use some of those stuff. It's not really important to, for example, beginners usually like to implement the drop shadows, but most of the time you don't really need them as well. Textiles, now as we can see, every single textile that usually is being used by iOS safe areas, as we can see. This stuff is really important, for example, to see this date and these indicators, and down below home indicator as well. We will copy that into our file. And down below we are having the changelog, license, and etc., but we don't need those stuff. So in the next episode, what we are going to go over is literally creating our design system. As you're seeing in this case, you can see those elements being placed right here, or maybe on the right side you can see the textiles, even the colors that they're using. When you drop the color, you can see all kinds of different colors, background colors, and even the effect styles as well, how the text are structured, even the title, and maybe some of them are bold or not. This is more of an advanced stuff, but really you need to understand what's the best, and then you know what to go for. So basically this is just inspiration for you to strive for this maybe kind of complexity in your projects, but it doesn't really need to be complex all the time, or maybe be advanced as this all the time, especially in our project. If this is your first application, really, we are not going to dive into those kind of advanced stuff. So in the next episode we will go through how to design our design system. And welcome back to another video. In this time we are going to dive deeper into iOS library design system. So before starting any project, you really need to understand how projects are structured and what goes into them. And right off the bat, we are now into Apple design releases, iOS 17 and iPadOS 17 community. How I got here is that you go to the home screen, explore community, and in the search bar you type iOS, and luckily we got the Apple that uploaded this design system right here. You can open it in Figma, agree, and then you are going to see that file that now we are going to use. And let's go a little bit into more depth this time. So what we have on the left side are components, and we can see every single thing that iOS uses. For example, we can see the buttons or the controls. We can see literally drop downs, menus, icons, input bars, drop downs right here, action with the arrows as well, text selection, navigation panels as well. That's going to be really important for us, especially these top headers with date and time and battery, Wi-Fi, etc. Page controls, of course, picking up the date and the time, maybe some progress bars, segment controls, sliders, status bars, toggles, tab bar. It's called tab bar right here, but usually it's like toolbar or navigation bar, navigation panel. So as we are seeing, usually they're kind of going the way to present the icon and the description below that icon. For example, home icon and home text below, search and search below, and notification profile, something like that. We are going to implement that as well in our interface. And let's go down below. What we are going to see are really amazing stuff that you can explore. Click on that, see maybe the properties of that, auto layout features as well. auto layout is really important, and we will go through that in this course as well. As we are seeing with different kind of background colors as well, with kind of transparent gray, black type of colors, touch ID as well, notifications, and etc. Keyboard, we are going to see even the home screen right here and home indicator that goes down below. So mostly how we are going to design our application is that we will copy these home indicators and we are going to copy those top bars. We are not going to copy this shape of iPhone into our project. It doesn't really make sense, but we are going to copy other stuff. Let's go into more components as well. For example, we are having example components page, and we can see every single component placed on the interface and how it's going to interact with each other. Examples with the iPhone, for example. Okay, that's really their home screen and notification bars and notification screens, lock screen, etc. Colors are also great, and we are probably going to use some inspiration through that, especially with the text styles. How we are going to structure our text styles is going to be pretty similar to this one, for example, with the titles, headlines, body, and etc. Okay, materials, it's usually some transparency with drop shadows. We are going to use some of those stuff. It's not really important to, for example, beginners usually like to implement the drop shadows, but most of the time you don't really need them as well. Textiles, now as we can see, every single textile that usually is being used by iOS safe areas, as we can see. This stuff is really important, for example, to see this date and these indicators, and down below home indicator as well. We will copy that into our file. And down below we are having the changelog, license, and etc., but we don't need those stuff. So in the next episode, what we are going to go over is literally creating our design system. As you're seeing in this case, you can see those elements being placed right here, or maybe on the right side you can see the textiles, even the colors that they're using. When you drop the color, you can see all kinds of different colors, background colors, and even the effect styles as well, how the text are structured, even the title, and maybe some of them are bold or not. This is more of an advanced stuff, but really you need to understand what's the best, and then you know what to go for. So basically this is just inspiration for you to strive for this maybe kind of complexity in your projects, but it doesn't really need to be complex all the time, or maybe be advanced as this all the time, especially in our project. If this is your first application, really, we are not going to dive into those kind of advanced stuff. So in the next episode we will go through how to design our design system.
In this video, I'm going to talk about the async task class. So if you go to the developer's website, you'll see that the async task enables proper and easy use of the user interface thread. Now, this class allows you to perform background operations and publish the results on the user interface thread without having to manipulate threads or handlers. Now, you can see an asynchronous task is defined by computation that runs on a background thread and whose result is published on the user interface thread. So an asynchronous task is defined by three generic types called params, progress, and result, and we're going to look at that now. And four steps called the on pre-execute, actually going into the background or doing background method. On progress update, while you're in the background, updating some progress bar. And then the on post execute. So I'm going to look at the async task class for this video and see how we can run some specific tasks in the background instead of slowing down the user interface on the main thread of your application. So I'm going to go to Android Studio now. Now I've done a small application here just to to show you how it works and what is the problem actually. So you'll see there in this application, we roll the dice. So let's say we want to roll the dice 1,000 times. So we run a for loop and we'll look at the coding now. So if I roll the dice, it will create random numbers every time the for loop runs and tells me out of the 1,000 times I've rolled the dice, how many times it was a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, or a 6. So it's quite easy coding. If you look at the activity main XML, we've got an edit text that asks the user for how many times did they roll the dice. We've got the button. If he clicks it, we give the results on the text view. So if you look at the coding in the main activity, we've set up all the components, make links to them, set the button up so that when it gets clicked, it goes to the onClick method. Then I declared variables for every single value that you can get, either 1 or a 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or a 6. And we use these variables to count the number of times that we got a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4 or 5 or a 6. Then the number of times is what the user typed. So we get whatever the user typed by using et number times. So that will be this edit text, et number times. .getText.toString. The trim method just removes white space at the beginning and at the end. And because we want to use this as an integer, I'm taking that string that the user typed, which will be a number in any case, but it will be a string number, convert that string to an integer, and then save it into number of times. And then that's the number of times we will run the for loop. Okay, we'll get back to that now. Then I use the random class in order to create a random number. I'll just declare the results variable there. And then in the for loop, we start at 0 up until the number of times that the user indicated, which means that this for loop will run the exact same number of times as the user entered in the edit text. Now, every time it runs, we need to create a new random number, and that's simulating rolling a dice, for example. So there's the random object that we created. So on that random object, we call .nextInt and we pass in a 6. Now the 6 just means there it's going to return me a random number between 0 and 6, where 0 is included and 6 is not included, which means I'm going to get the values 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So if I put a +1 there, instead of starting at 0, it will start at 1. And instead of ending at 5, it will end at 6. So this will give me then, this line there with the +1, will give me a random value between 1 and 6, where 1 and 6 is actually included. So basically values on a dice. So if we get the random number every time this loop runs, we pass that random number into the switch. If it's a 1, we increment the 1s. If it's a 2, we increment the 2s. If it's a 3, we increment the 3s. If it's a 4, we increment the 4s. If it's a 5, we increment the 5s. And then if it's not a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, it must be a 6. So then we increment the 6s as the default. After this for loop, we can then set up the results variable. So we'll say results 1 and show the number of 1s, 2 and the number of 2s, and so forth. And then on TV results, we set the result and we show it those that the process is done. So let's just look at this again. So if I type 1,000, it means this loop will run 1,000 times and then show process done. So that was quite quick. If I put another 0 there, also very quick. Let's put another 0 there. Not that bad. Put another 0 there. Also fast enough. And now if I start adding zeros, you'll see it gets slower and slower. So if I now click it, it takes about, I think, 5 seconds before it will be done with this one. So let me just click this one again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So basically 5 seconds before it's done. Now if I click another 0 there, now I'm running this loop really a lot of times. Now I've clicked the button, and if I try to click on the edit text, nothing is responding. So it seems to the user as if this application that we're currently running is actually not responding. And even the Android system will pop up and say, you know what, this one isn't responding. What do you want to do? So I'll say wait, because I know actually this thing is doing some work in the background. Or not in the background, in this case, in the user interface thread, and that's why the whole thing is hanging now. And even the Android system picks it up. So we do not want to have this happen for any one of our users. There's the second time it pops up this thing. So I'm going to say wait again, because this at the end, this one will actually give me process done like it did now. So now we're back at the user interface and I can start using it again. But we don't want that for the user. So that's why we need the async task class. So the async task class will help us to run this whole process of the for loop in the background thread, which means it's not going to be in the same thread as the user interface, but on the user interface we'll show a very nice looking progress bar to the user to see how far are we with the whole process. Okay, so let's get into this quickly. So just after this on-click listener, I'm just going to take away this emulator. Let's see how we can do this whole thing now in the background. So just after this onCreate, let's do it after the onCreate method. We're going to create an inner class. And this class you can call whatever you want. So I'm going to say public class, and I'm going to call this class process dice in background. So remember, you can call this thing anything you want. So I'm going to say extends then, because we need to extend this to make it a specific class we want to use. And the class we want to use is the async task class. And you can see there's the three that we also saw on the website that says params, progress, and result. So the first argument there, params, will be what you're passing into this async task class. And we'll look at that later on. And that will also be the value that goes into the do in background method. And then the progress is the one of how you're going to keep track of the progress by what type of variable you're going to use. And normally we use an integer there. And then the result is what you will return after this class is done. Now in this case, we want to return this results of ours. So we'll keep it as a string. So let's just see this again. It's async task. That's the one I want to use. So for the first one, I'm going to indicate the type should be an integer. So that's the value we're going to pass in. Then the second one there will also be an integer, and that's how I'm going to keep my my progress bar up and running with integers. And then the last one there will be a string. And that's the value we will be returning. So we'll look at those three now again. So then there's a few methods that we must have, and you can see it wants that do in background method. So let's go to code and override methods. So another way of doing that is just right clicking and say generate override methods. And then you get to the same menu. So there's the async task, the on pre-execute. You remember from the website we had an on pre-execute, on post-execute, on progress update, and the do in background. So we want all of those. So the first method that usually runs, or that actually runs inside of the async task, is the on pre-execute method. So let's just add that one first. And then the second method that runs after the on pre-execute, let's just go to override methods again, will be the do in background method. So it will be on pre-execute, then do in background. And then while we're in the background, we will have another method there called on progress update to update the progress bar. And then we'll have the last method that will run there, which will be the on post execute method. So basically, when this class starts running, it goes into on pre-execute, then it goes to do in background. And while you're in do in background, you use the on progress update method to update your progress bar, and then we go into on post execute when we're done. So an important part to know here is that the on pre-execute and the on post execute methods actually runs in the normal user interface thread, which means it's not in the background. Whereas the method do in background is in the background, and you cannot update the graphical user interface, or the interface where your application is actually running, the one that the user sees. You cannot update it from here, but you can actually use this method to update the progress bar that's already running. And that's the only way to update. So let's just look at this again. This integer that we had there will then be the integer that will be passed to the do in background method. So whatever the value is that you want to pass in, that's the type. The type that you're going to pass in will be an integer. And then the second one there, this integer type, is whatever you're going to use for this onProgress update. So this one is also an integer. And then the last one there, the string there, indicates what you're returning in the doInBackground method. And the nice thing about the doInBackground method, when it returns the string, in this case the null there, it will return the string to the onPostExecute method, and there the string will be. So whatever you return in the doInBackground method will fall into the onPostExecute, and you can start doing something with it right there. Okay, so now what we want to do in this class, when it starts, we want to start showing a progress dialog. So I'm going to say progress dialog and just call it dialog. Now in the onPreExecute, that's where we want to start showing it. So normally we start showing the progress dialog in the onPreExecute. Pre just before going into the background, post after you've been in the background. So before we go into the background, we'll start showing the progress dialog. When we're done in the background, we'll stop showing it in the onPostExecute. So let's set up the dialog there. So it's going to be progress dialog equals new progress dialog. And then what it accepts is the context. So we're just going to say main activity.this, which means we want to show this progress dialog over the main activity. Then on this object, let's call the set progress style. And the style that we want to use here is the style horizontal. So we're going to have this progress bar as a horizontal progress bar. Then also we're going to use the method setMax to set the maximum number for this progress bar, and we'll see when it starts running what is this maximum value. But the maximum value, we want to basically have whatever the user typed as the number of times that we should run this loop. That should be our value that we have there for the maximum value. So I'm just going to copy this quickly. I'm going to take that whole part there. Let's take it until there, copy. Go there and set that as the max. So whatever the user typed there in the edit text, convert it to an integer. That will be the maximum value of my progress dialog. And then if you're done setting it up, you can just call dialog.show, which will start showing the dialog. And then when you're done in the onPostExecute, just remember to go and say dialog.dismiss so that it actually stops showing when you're done in the background. So that's very important. So if you ever get your progress dialog that doesn't go away, then it's probably because you haven't dismissed it in the onPostExecute. So remember, the onPreExecute and the onPostExecute is part of the main user interface thread. Doesn't run in the background, so that's where you'll show your dialog and where you'll dismiss it, and then set the text or whatever you want to do. Okay, so now the next part is to actually use the doInBackground method. So if I go to the top now, so I want this whole part there. Let's take everything there up until there. Copy that, and that's the part that I want to do inside of the doInBackground method. So in the doInBackground method, I'm going to start with declaring all the 1s, 2s, 3s, and so forth. We need to remove this one line there. We'll get back to that one. And then we'll change the number of times now as well. So we're going to keep all those declarations. We keep the random number. We keep the for loop that runs and actually creates the random number the whole time. And then there's the result. And then we will just return that results. Okay. So basically the same as what we did now. It's just different values that we need to return or send into. So what we want to get now here in this part is the number of times that this loop should run. Okay, so let me just show you how do you pass something into the doInBackground method. So now let's go to this one quickly. I'm going to delete this line. And all the rest. I just want that one line there. So let's just delete all the rest. So basically now when we click the button, we're just going to get the number of times that the user wants to roll the dice. And now we must call this process dice in background. So what we're going to do is to call new process dice in background. That's the class that we want to call. And then you call .execute. Now, if you look at your async task class again, that first declaration is of type integer, and that's the integer that will be passed into the doIn background. So that's the value that you've got there. So integer is the type of what you pass in there, but it's also the type that you must use here. So in this case, we want to pass in that number of times. Now the nice thing here, you can see that the doIn background accepts an integer params. Now what is this 3 dots there? It means that this params is an array of type integer that can accept any number of values as well as you pass it into the array. So I can use the number of times, comma 1, comma 2, comma 3. So I'm passing in different values there, 1, 2, 3, 4 values. And in params, position number 0 will be number of times. Position number 1 will be 1. Position number 2 will be 2. Position number 3 will be 3. So it depends on what you want to pass in to this specific execute method. Okay, so just doing this, process dice in background, execute, passing in number of times. So that number of times must be of type integer. And then that's also what we're passing in there. So where will I get this number of times now? I will get that in the params array. So I'm going to refer to it there as params and then going to position 0. Because I'm only passing in one value, that one value will be in params position 0. Okay, so now the for loop should actually work because we've got that specific number of times that the user wants to roll the dice. So the for loop will run for that number of times, and then when it's done, it will say results equals this, return the results. And where does the result then return to? It will return to the onPost execute method, and it will be saved into S. Okay, so let's just set up that one quickly. So on TV results then, we want to set the text, and that text should be the S that was passed through. So remember, this is in the main user interface thread again. So that S will be the results that we returned there in the doIn background method. So the doIn background returns back to the onPost execute, and that's the result we want to set to the text view. Okay, so now the last thing that I want to quickly show you is how to use the progress bar now and how to update it. So if you go to just before the for loop, I'm going to declare 2 variables there. I'm going to have a double current progress, and we're going to set that one to 0. And I'm going to have another double, which will be previous progress, in order to keep on updating our specific progress bar. So if we go then into the for loop, we will calculate now the current progress. So when the for loop starts running, the current progress, let's see if you agree with what I'm going to say now here. The current progress will be, remember that param 0 is the number of times we want to roll the dice. So if it's the very first time that runs, it's going to be actually the 0 out of the number of times we're going to run this. So the current progress will be basically the I there divided by params 0. So every time the loop runs, if it's the first iteration, the second one, I will be 1. So it's 1 out of, let's say you want to run it 100 times, then it's 1 out of 100, then 2 out of 100, then 3 out of 100, and so it carries on just to get the current progress of where we are at. But because this is an integer and that's an integer, just be careful of integer division there. So I'm just going to convert that I to a double. Okay, so now we've got the current progress. So where the loop is at for that specific position divided by the number of times, that's our progress. So now we can go and test. And this is just to make your progress bar not make your application actually slower than it's supposed to be. Because you can actually slow down the whole process by showing a progress bar. So this if statement helps you a bit to not slow it down too much. So I'm going to say if the current progress minus the previous progress, which in this case is 0. So for the first time, that one will be 0. And then we're going to say if it's greater than or equal 0.02, which means that we actually want to update the progress bar every 2%. 0.02 is basically 2%. So every 2% that your application is done in the for loop, we want to actually start progress or displaying that specific progress. So then we'll just call publish progress. And now we're going to pass in the value of I to publish this specific value. So wherever we are now in the for loop, we will start progressing or publishing that. And then we will say, well, then the previous progress should now be whatever the current progress is. And then we carry on the for loop increments. Current progress is again this, but we've got the previous progress by assigning it to the current one now. Okay, so now we've got publish progress there. Now this publish progress method calls this on progress update. And now again, the value that you're using here, that I, is of type, what you've indicated there is the second one. So it must be of type integer, and you can also see that this on progress update is also of type integer. So if I'm saying publish progress I, that I will be passed into values at position 0, and I can now use it here. So the only thing I want to do here is to go to that dialog object and call set progress, and I want to set the progress to this values array at position 0, and now it will set the progress. So there's another way you can also do this by saying .set or maybe not set, let's just say increment progress by. So you can say increment progress by, and then you can maybe add a 1 there, so it keeps on incrementing it by 1 or whatever you want to do. In this example, I'm just going to say set the progress to the value that I'm passing through. So we're basically passing through the I value where we are in the loop at this stage. So let's just quickly run this and see how it works on the emulator. Okay, so let's say we're going to do a 10,000 there, roll the dice. You can see if I click it, we've seen that progress bar now very, very fast. Let's just add another 0 there. You can see there's the progress bar. It starts showing, but it's really too fast to actually show that progress bar. So if I put another 0 there, also very fast. Again, there I can see something happening. Okay, now let's add another 0. And now you can see the progress bar actually running. So if you remember for this one, it actually took us 5 seconds. So let's just count down this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or maybe 6 seconds. So if it's taking too long, you can actually go to this value there and make it, let's make it a 3 there, which means we're not updating the progress bar as often. Okay then, and another thing that we can do there is to just show a toast when we're done. So we'll show the toast also there in the on post execute. We'll show the toast. And maybe just say process done. Something like that. And that will just help the user to also see, okay, we're done. Rolling the dice. So you can see there the text view there that we've got there. We don't want to show text view right at the start. So what we can do there is to, just after declaring and setting up TV results, the text view, we can call set visibility and pass in view.gone, which will take away that text view totally. And then when we want to start displaying the results, we can call TV results.set visibility again and call view.visible, which will start showing it again. So let's stop again, play it. Okay, now you can see the text view is gone. So if I start typing 10,000, roll the dice, then it starts showing the text view again. So thank you for watching the video. I hope you've learned something from this video. In this video, I'm going to show you how to work with the SQLite database that comes with Android. So we're just going to do a simple example to demonstrate how to do or how to work with the SQLite database. So for my example, I want to just basically create a view where the user will enter his name or enter a name and a cell phone number, and we're just saving people. So this is really just going to be a simple example, but to basically show you how an SQL database works. So I'm going to start off with a linear layout and set then the Android orientation property to vertical. Okay, I'm going to remove this text view. And then when we go back to design, you will have a clear design, but the linear layout will now be vertical. So I'm going to drag in just two simple text fields. So I'm going to drag in a plain text field, and for the cell number, maybe a phone text field or an edit text. Okay, so we've got those two. Then I'm going to drag in 4 buttons that we're going to use for this example. There's a button, 1, 2, 3, 4 buttons. Okay, so for all of these buttons, I'm going to set the width property to match the parent. And then I'm going to set the margin property on all of these. Layout margin left, I'm going to make it 30. And the right, I'm going to make it 30 as well. So we'll have something that looks like this. For this button, let's put the top one also 10 dp, just to move it a bit down. Okay, now we need to set the text on these components. So I'm going to go to the strings XML. So under resources, values, strings XML, let's set up those names quickly. So we're going to use one that says, or the name will be the hint for the name that you're going to type there. So we're going to just say, please enter name. The second one will be hint cell number or hint cell. And then we're going to say, please enter cell number. Then the next one will be for the submit button. So we're going to say btn underscore submit. And then we're just going to say the text will be submit. Then for the next button, it will be the show data button. So we're going to just say show underscore data. And then just put the string there, show data. Then the next one, string name equals btn, it will be edit data, and just say edit data. And then again, string name equals btn delete data, and it will be delete data. Okay, so I think we've set up all of the text that we're going to use. I'm going to close down the strings XML. And now if we go back to the layout, we can set up the hints for these two. So if we just click on that one and we go down to the hint property, 3 dots, we're going to go to hint and we're going to say hint name. And then for that one also the hint, but this one's this hint cell. And then for all of the buttons, so for the new the first button there, we're going to have the text btn submit. So it's just going to be submit. And then for that one, it will be the show data one. For the next button, double click, we're going to use the edit data one, this one. And then for the last button, it's going to be delete data. So we're going to use delete data. Okay, so that's setting up all of our buttons. Now these two, let's just make sure that they are centered. So we're going to go to the normal gravity property and then go to center horizontal. And now it looks good. So let's just set some IDs and some methods for the buttons. So for these two, we're going to set up IDs. So I'm going to call this one ET name. And I'm going to call that one ET cell. Okay, so we've got ET name and we've got ET cell. And then let's go and set up the methods quickly. So going to set up the methods. Public void. First one is going to be btn submit. And we're just going to have view v in brackets. And then for the next one, it will be public void btn show data. And then for this one, it will be public void btn edit data. And then the last one will be delete data. It's going to be public void btn delete data. And then we've created all of the methods that we're going to use. Now, before we go and set up the methods, let's just declare that edit texts as well. Remember, we called them etName and etCell. Just remember those two, etName and etCell. So we've declared them. Let's just initialize them quickly. etName equals edit text, find the view by its ID, r.id. And then we're going to go with etName for the first one, and then etCell for the second one, which will also be an edit text, and it's going to be etCell. Okay, so the two edit texts are set up nicely. Let's just go and set up these methods to the buttons. So if I click on the first button, submit, let's just go to the onClick property. There's the onClick property, and the first one will be btn submit. The second one will be btn show data. The third one, edit data, search for btn edit data. And then the last one will be delete data, and it will be that one. Okay, so now we've set up the whole thing. Both of these edit texts are set up in coding, as well as all of the methods for our buttons. Okay, so now the next thing that we want to do is to go and create a new activity, so that when we click on show data, it will actually go to a new activity and show us the data from the database. So we need to go and create a new activity. So on your folder, in the Java folder, in your package folder there, we're going to right click there and say new and activity, and then we're going to go to empty activity. And I'm going to call this activity, let me just resize the thing quickly. We're going to call that activity, let's just call it data. And then you can say finish. So we've got a new activity called data, and then in the layout folder we've also got data there, activity data. Okay, so let's just go and set up that activity data quickly. Basically, the only thing that we're going to have there is one text view. I'm just going to change that to a linear layout. That is vertical. So if you go down to design or back to design, just an empty view, and I'm going to add a simple medium text there, just on the left hand side, and we're going to go into our strings XML and just set the text for that one. And we're going to say, let's just say data. And we're going to say something like data from the database will be displayed here. Okay, so if we go back to activity data, we can just double click that one and set the text to data. Okay, so data from the database will be displayed here. So that's basically where we're going to set the data. So I want to have a text view. For this text view, we need an ID. So I'm going to say TV data. And let's go to data and set up that text view. So we're going to say text view, TV data, and then set them up, or set it up in the onCreate. So it's going to be TV data equals text view, find the view by its ID, and connect to TV data. So now it's connected, so we can actually go and set the text then to that one. And in the main activity, we can go and say, well, when we want to go to BTN show data, we can just go and say start activity. And then in brackets, we're going to say new intent. You can have Alt Enter for the import. First argument, your context, which is just this. And then the second one is that data class that we want to call. And that will start the new activity. So when the guy then clicks on show data, it's going to go to the data activity, which will just basically be this one. And now we can set the text to it later on. Okay, so that's setting up the second activity. Okay, in order to do the next part, we need to actually go and create a Java class that will help us to build a database. So our database will look something like this, and I like to compare a database with an Excel workbook and all of its tabs there at the bottom and different rows and columns. So basically, we've got a database called contacts database, which could be your whole workbook. And then every table in your database you could see as the tabs at the bottom of an Excel spreadsheet. That's the tab, so that would be your tables. And then inside of every table, we've got columns and we've got rows. So we will basically create a database that looks like this. The database name will be contacts database. We're going to create a contacts table, and in that table, we will create just 3 columns. So there will be a column for the guy's ID, or maybe just a simple ID that will auto increment. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth. And then there's going to be a name for the guy, and there's going to be a cell phone number for the guy. So this is basically what we need to create in order for our database to work for this example. So I hope you understand this simple example of Excel. So let's go back to Android Studio. And then we're going to change or create a new Java file. So under Java, in your project folder, you're going to right click and say new Java class. And we're going to call this class contacts DB, contacts database. So if you open up the class, it just looks like this. And we don't need to extend anything. We're just going to use the class as it is. And then hopefully this class will help us to build our application or our database. So we need to have some fields at the beginning. So we're going to say public static final, and we're going to have string, and we're going to have key row ID. Now remember the 3 columns that we had now in the Excel spreadsheet. If I can quickly just go back to that one, we have an ID, a name for the guy, and the cell phone number. So that's what I'm trying to do here. So the first one will be the ID, the row ID, and I'm going to use it as ID. That's the first column name. Then the second column name, public static final string, and I'm going to have key name, and then that column name we said should be person underscore name. And then we're going to create the next column, so it's going to be public static final string, and that one will be key cell. And then we're just going to declare it same as the Excel spreadsheet one with an underscore. Now, very important, it will give you a problem if you do not use this underscore. So for something that does not have an underscore in it, like for instance person name, just make sure that you actually include an underscore. For somewhat odd reason, this doesn't work if you do not include the underscores. So please make sure that you add the underscore. So if you look at that Excel spreadsheet, we've created names for those 3 columns, ID, person name, and cell. Okay, so they are constants, and we're going to use those constants, but that's basically the 3 names for those 3 specific columns. Then the next one we're going to create will be our database name. So I'm going to say private final string, and I'm going to say database underscore name, and the database name will be contacts database. Then we're going to also have a private final string for the database table, the name of the table, and the name of the table will be contacts table. So you can see in our Excel spreadsheet, the name of the database is contacts database, and then we're going to work in the contacts table, and inside of that table we've got rows and columns, where the column names will be these. Okay, so just a simple example. So we need to have the database name and the database table name, and then a last one that we need is basically the database version. So for the version, we're just going to use an integer there, and we're going to say database underscore version, and obviously we start at version number 1. Okay, and then we're going to have some variables that we need to declare, so we're going to have private DB helper, and we're going to create that class now. So this one is going to give us a problem. So it's private DB helper, our helper. Then it's going to be private final context, which we're just going to say our context. Okay, so it's just to get the class that is using this specific database of ours. And then context, you can use Alt Enter for your import there. We're going to check those errors now. It might not have been initialized. We're going to do that now. And then we're going to have private SQLite database. So android.database.sqlite, choose that one. So it's SQLite database, and we're going to say our database. So basically these declarations will help us later on. So just declaring those, we will get back to them as we get to the coding part. Okay, and now the next thing that we need to do is to create our constructor for this class. So we're going to say public contacts DB, the constructor for the class, and this constructor will basically just take the context. So basically just the class that's using this specific class of ours. So normally it will just be the specific activity that you pass in this. Okay, so it's just the context there, and the context that we created there, our context, we will set our context to this context that was passed through. Okay, so our constructor has been created, and now we're going to create this very important inner class, which will be called DB helper. Okay, so this class will be a private class, so we're going to say private class DB helper, and we're going to say extends SQLite open helper, SQLite open helper. Okay, and then when we open up the method, or the class, then if you hover over it, you can see that it says the DB helper must either be declared abstract or implement the method, the abstract method on create, which accepts an SQLite database in brackets. So we're going to go to code, override methods, and search for those on create method, which accepts an SQLite database. And you're going to say OK. And then you'll see it's got another error there. It must also have the on upgrade method. So again, go to code, override methods, and go and choose the on upgrade method, this one, and say OK. And then if you hover over it again, you can see there's no default constructor available. So we need to create a constructor for this class. So the constructor for this class will just be public DB helper. And then again, we're just going to pass in the context. But this time, we're going to send this to the superclass of the SQLite open helper. So it's going to be the context, passing in the context that was passed through, this one there. The second argument will be your database name, so that we can create the database. So the database name, the second argument null, and then the third argument will be the database version. So then this constructor will basically construct a new database. Now the interesting thing here is that this onCreate method, which we're going to do now, is only run when the database file did not exist and was just created. So if the constructor runs and it creates the database name with a specific database version, it's going to run the onCreate to start building your whole database with its tables and its columns and everything, which we're going to do now. So the onCreate is only run when the database file did not exist and was just created. If the onCreate returns successfully, which means it doesn't throw an exception, the database is assumed to be created with the requested version number that you specified. This onUpgrade method is only called when the database file exists, but the stored version number is lower than requested in the constructor. Okay, so let's just go quickly. I'm going to go through that again, what I just said. So let's go to creating the database inside of our onCreate. And then when we're done with that part, as well as done with the onUpgrade, I'll just go through it again to make sure that you understand. So the first one there, what we want to do is to basically do the following thing. I'm just going to add a comment there. Just to get the simple Java part correct. So what we want to go and do is to create a new table in our database. So we're going to say create table, and we're going to have that contacts table in SQL now, and then the table will be the ID. First column will be ID, and that column will be an integer. It will also be the primary key, and it should also auto increment. Okay, so that's basically the code that we want to place. The second argument, just going to go to a new line. The second, I'm sorry, not the second argument, the second column, that's the first column. Remember, we're creating a table called contacts table. The first column will be called ID. It will be an integer, it will be the primary key, and it will auto increment. And then the second one, or the second column that we're going to use is that person name of ours. That's the second column, and that will be text, and it will be not null, so it cannot contain null values. Then we're going to say a comma again, and then the next one will be underscore cell, the cell number column, and then we're going to also say text not null, and then we're going to close it off and end it off. So this is the SQL query basically, or the SQL statement in order to create our database for us. So we're going to create a new table in this database name for this version called contacts table, with the first column being ID. It's going to be integer, primary key, auto increment. The second column person name, text not null. The third column cell, text not null, and you can keep on adding columns here now. So that's the text that we want to have. But in Java it works a bit different, so we just need to go and do this the correct way. So we need to go and have a string that we're going to declare. So I'm going to say string SQL code equals, and now I'm going to try to recreate what we did here but in Java coding. So we're going to say create table, and then a space, and then we're going to use our database table as we declared it at the top, which will basically be contacts table. So we're going to create that table. Then after contacts table there must be a space and then the bracket. So we're going to have a space and then the bracket. Okay, let me just go to a new line there. And then after that we need to have the first column name, which is underscore ID, but we called underscore ID key row ID. So I'm going to say key row ID. Okay, and then a space again, and then integer primary key auto increment. So it's going to be integer primary key auto increment. Okay, hope you're okay with that one. And then we need to place a comma there, which is still fine. We can place a comma and then a space, and then again the next column name. So I'm going to go to a new line. The next column name will be key name, again a space, and then we're going to have text not null. So it's going to be text not null. Then a comma, you can see the comma there, comma, and then the next column name. A space and column, a space, and then the next column name. So there's the comma and the space, and then the next column name will be key cell, and that one will also be text not null. So you can see there after cell there's a space and then text not null. So there's the space, text not null, and then we end it off with a bracket that closes and the semicolon that closes. So that's very important. And then our Java code should also close with a semicolon. So just make sure that you're okay with this part. Remember, that's what we want to accomplish, and we did it in coding like this. And then just to execute the query, remember that in the onCreate there's a database, an SQL database that will be passed through. So we're just going to say the DB, that specific one, dot execute SQL code for me. Which SQL code? Well, this one that we created there. So it's going to execute this one. As soon as it executes this SQL code, we're going to create this new table with the name database table, with these columns and with those properties for each column. So that's the onCreate. So just remember that the onCreate only runs when the database gets created the very first time. So by using this DB helper class, we're creating a database with this name and the version, and then the onCreate will directly run. OnUpgrade will not run unless you change the database version. If I run this and I go and change the database version to a 2, it's going to go directly to OnUpgrade, and then we're going to do something in OnUpgrade. Okay, so basically in the OnUpgrade method, we're going to do the following. We're just going to say, you can also see there's a database that's passed through. So we're going to say that database dot execute SQL, and we're going to do the following. We're just going to say drop the table if it exists, and then indicate the table name. So it's going to be database table. Okay, so basically when we upgrade the database, when we change the database version, we can drop the table totally and then create a new table. So how do we create a new table? We just call the onCreate method again. And then remember, this onCreate accepts a database, so we're going to pass in that DB again. So basically when onUpgrade runs, we're going to drop the table, delete the whole table, and then call onCreate again to recreate the table for us. That's if you change the database version. So obviously if you want to save the previous data of your table, when onUpgrade runs, you need to do that before you drop this table. Okay, so that's just the job of the onUpgrade method. And next we need to do some really important methods. So after this DB helper class of ours, I'm just going to click on that bracket to see where it ends. After that class, we're going to create some very important methods. So the first method that we need to create is the open method. So we're going to say contacts DB and then open, and this method will be throwing an SQL exception. And then inside of this method, we're going to declare, or we're just going to initialize the our helper that we declared there at the top. So you can see we've got DB helper, our context, and our database. Okay, so let's go down to the bottom again. So in this open method, this method will help us to open up the database so that we can start reading or writing, reading from it, writing to it. So this open method, we're going to say our helper that we declared at the top will be a new instance of this inner class. So we're going to say new DB helper, and we're going to say our context. So now remember, when we pass in this, it's going to go to this constructor, passing in the context, which is our context. It will go to the database name and the database version, as if your database version actually differs from the one that's currently saved on the phone, it's going to run onUpgrade. Okay, if the database does not exist at all, it's going to run onCreate. But if the database exists and the database version did not change, everything will just stay the same. We're just basically opening it up. Okay, so then our helper equals new DB helper, our context. Then we're going to say our database, which we declared at the top. We said our database, which is an SQL database, equals our helper dot get writable database, so that we can actually start writing or reading from the database. And then we're just going to say return this. Okay, so then the next method will be the close method. So we're just going to say public void close. And in this close method, we're just going to say our helper dot close. So that will just be closing the database. So we're going to call open to open up the database, close to close the database. Okay, so then the next methods is the methods that will help us to basically create a new entry, retrieve the data that's currently in the database, delete the data, and updating the data. So these methods you can actually go and create and name whatever you want. So I'm just going to create 4 methods to quickly explain those specific instances that we could possibly get. So I'm going to start with the create entry one. So I'm going to return a long value, and I'm going to explain that now. And we're going to say create entry. Now remember, you can name this method anything you like. So for our create entry, we need to have a name for the guy, and remember, we need to have a cell phone number. Okay, we have 3 columns. The first column is just an ID, but remember we said that that ID will auto increment. So you'll see in the database will automatically give us a value for that one. So the first guy you enter to the database will start with 1, and then it's going to auto increment for every next one or every other person that you add to the database. And then we've got a name and a cell phone column. So we're asking for the name and the cell phone, and then we can basically add a new entry to the database using that name and cell phone. So what we need to do is to go to a class that is called content values. So this content values class will help us with key value pairs so that we can add those key value pairs to the database. So we're going to say CV, or whatever you want to call it, equals new content values with nothing in brackets. And then we're going to say CV, that content values, dot put. So there's a put method, and this put method takes a key and a value. So the key, again, is just a specific name for the data that you want to save. In this case, we want to use the column name. So the column name, in this case, will be key name. That's the name of the column, key name. And then the second argument will actually be the value that you want to save in that column. And the value that I want to save is name. Okay, and then we're going to also say cv.put. Again, the first argument, basically your key. So in this case, it will be our column name again. So our column will be key cell. And then the second argument will be the cell phone number that we want to save there. So you can basically see I'm indicating the column name and then the value I want to save in that column. Remember, we are creating a new row. So it's like this Excel spreadsheet. We're creating this new row. This ID column will be auto incremented every time. So we're adding the person, the jackpot in the person name, and the cell phone number in the cell phone column. Okay, so we're passing in Jack Porter and the cell phone number, and so in the person name column we're going to save the name, and in the cell phone column we're going to save the cell phone. Okay, and then when you're done, we need to return. So we're going to say return our database dot insert. And the insert method will actually insert data to your database. So we're going to say insert to the database table, second argument null, third argument whatever you want to place in there. So we're going to pass in the CV, which is the content values that holds these 2 values for the specific columns. So I think this one is quite easy. Now the insert method returns the number of values that you've inserted to the database. So you can see then that's why we have the long there. We could also insert a lot of values, so that's why we use a long there instead of an int. But in this case, for our create entry method, we'll actually only insert one. Okay, but this is just an example of how you could do a create entry. So this one actually only adds one entry to the database. Okay, so the second one, that's create entry then. The second one will be to get the data back from the user or back from the database. Okay, so for this one, we're going to say public, and remember you can name this method also just what you like. So I'm going to say public string get data, and I'm going to return a string, but if you want to return an array list with data or whatever you want, you can also do that. So I'm just going to return a normal string, and let me just say return null at this stage so that we don't have that error. Okay, so what we want to do, the first thing when you try to retrieve data from your database, you need to indicate which columns do you want to retrieve. So I'm going to choose the columns in an array. So you need to use an array. So I'm going to say columns equals a new string array. And then we're going to initialize that array with the column names. So the column names that I want is the row ID. I'm going to show the ID. And then the second one is the name. And then the third one will be the cell phone number. So I'm just indicating which of the columns do I want to return in this specific getData method. So in this case, I'm returning the values in every one of the columns. So this columns array indicates which of the columns do you want to retrieve. So in this case, I want to retrieve all three of the columns or the values in all three of the columns. Okay, so the next thing is we need to go and create a cursor object in order to move the cursor. So basically what we want to do is to go and set the cursor at a specific position and start reading at that position. Okay, so we're going to set up a cursor object. So it's going to be cursor, whatever you want to call it, equals our database dot query. And then we're going to need to add or to indicate the database table name. So that's just database table. The second argument is the columns that you want to use, and the columns will be this string array that we're going to use. And then for all the rest, you can see there's a lot of selection arguments, group by, having, order by. So you can set values for all of those, but for this example, I'm just going to set null there. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Okay, so that's just creating a new cursor inside of this table with selecting these columns. So then the cursor object has been created, and now we can start retrieving the data. So I'm going to say string result equals, and then we're going to start off the result. Now, before we go to the for loop that will run us through the data, we need to go and get the index for every row. So if I, not for every row, for every column. So if I go to the columns, you'll see that this column is at a specific index. So it could be a 0 or a 1. And then the next one, let's say this one is at index 1, then this one will be at index 2, and that one will be at index 3. So you need to get that specific index in order to retrieve the data. So in order to do that, we're going to say int I row. So the index for the row ID, let's say row ID, the index for the row ID column, so that will be the first column basically. Okay, in order to get that, we're going to say that cursor that's now got a connection to our database table, and it got a connection to those columns. And then we're going to say dot get column index. So you're going to say get column index, and then indicate the name of the column that you want to get the index of. And that's key row ID. So I'm now getting the index, and remember that could be a 1 or a 2 or whatever the index for that specific column. I get the index for the column. And now I need to get the index for all of these in order to retrieve the values in those columns. So I'm going to say int I, now the next one will be the name column, equals c.get column index, again key, in this case name. And then I'm going to say int I, other column is called cell, and then I'm going to say c.get column index, and I want to get the index for the cell column. So now that I've got the index, I know where that specific column is. I know the index of the columns. We can now start extracting the data. So to extract the data, we need a normal for loop. Now a for loop has got basically three values that we need to set. So the first one is the initialization, the second one is the test, and the third one is the increment. So I'm sure you're going to understand this for loop quite easily. So the first one will be c dot, so we're going to take the cursor and we're going to move the cursor to the very first item. So that's just initializing it, starting right at the top. So we're moving the cursor to be at the very first one, move to first. So that would be the cursor. Cursor will be pointing to this one then. Okay. And then the second argument is normally the test part. So we're going to say c dot is after last, but we're going to put a not there. So this for loop must run while the cursor is not after the last one. So remember, after the last one would be at a row where there's no data anymore. And then we want to stop. Okay, so cursor dot is after last then, and then the last one is to increment it. So we're just going to say c dot move to next, and that's incrementing the for loop. Okay, so let's see what we're going to do then inside of this. Now remember, we've set up result there, so I'm going to say result equals that result again, or the previous value of result, plus, and now the cursor is at a specific row. Every time the for loop runs, the cursor is at a specific row. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to say c dot get string, and then I need to indicate the index. You can see there it gives us a hint there, the column index. So the column index that we want to return is called I row ID for the very first one. So I'm going to retrieve the string value inside of that row ID column. Remember, the cursor is at that specific row, but I'm retrieving using the get string method. I'm retrieving that specific column's value, which it will be the 1. Okay, that's the row ID, and then I'm going to add, let's just add a colon there, and then we're going to say c.getString again, but this time we want to get the name of the guy, so I'm going to say I name there. So now it's going to go, it's still standing still at that specific position, but now it's going to retrieve the name of that guy. Okay, and then after the name, we can go and say, well, please give us the cell phone number as well. So let's just put a space there, and then we're going to say, I'm just going to go to a new line, then we're going to say c.getString I cell, which will get the cell phone number of the guy. And then we can just add a new line character there so that we can keep on adding all of the values inside of the database. Okay, so that's basically it for this method. Last thing that we need to do, if we're done using the cursor, we just need to close it so it frees up the memory for the cursor. It doesn't exist in memory anymore, and then we can just return the result. So this getData method will then return the result, and remember, you could have had a class created with an array list where you create an instance of the class, place it in an array list, and at the end you return the array list. This is just a simple example where we are returning basically a string value. Okay, so the next method that we're going to do will be the delete entry method. So we're going to say public, and again I'm going to use long delete entry. Remember, you can name the method whatever you like, remove entry or whatever. And then I'm going to pass in the row ID to delete. Okay, and then this one is very easy. We're just going to say return our database dot delete, and then in brackets you can see there we need to have a table name, a where clause, and then some where arguments. Okay, so we're going to say delete first one, the database table name, the second one, the where clause. So we're going to say where the key row ID is equal to, and then I'm going to add a question mark there. And then for the third argument is the value that I want to add. So I'm going to say new string array, and then I'm going to include the row ID that was passed in there, and then just close it off. So basically what's going to happen here is we're going to pass in this row ID. That row ID will be the value that's passed into the string array, and then we're going to delete in this database table where the row ID is equal to, and the question mark will be replaced by the value inside of the string array. So we're basically deleting in the database table where the row ID is the specific ID, and then it will delete it. Okay, so that's the delete method. The next method that we're going to do is the public long, and remember this one will also then return the number of elements that you deleted. In this case, we're only deleting one, so it will return a 1 after deleting. But if you want to delete more than one inside of that string array, you are more than welcome to do so, and that's why we have the long there. So we're going to say update entry for the next method. And for this one, we're going to pass in the string, the row ID for that specific one. We want to see which ID we need to change. And then we're going to pass in the name, and we're going to also pass in the cell phone number of the guy that we want to update. And now this one, again, we need to go and create some content values. So we're going to say content values CV equals new content values, like we did when we created one there at the top in the create entry, exactly the same thing. So we create or basically place the changed values now. So we're going to say cv.put again, and then in the name column we're going to place the name that the guy entered there, and then in the, what is the other one, key cell, in the cell column we're going to place this changed cell phone value that the guy entered. So again, we're just setting up the content values. cv.put will put in the column name this name that was passed through, and in the cell phone column it will put the cell phone number that was passed through. And now we're just going to say return our database dot update, and then again we're going to indicate the database table name, the values that we want to update, which will be these column name. If you only want to update one column, you will just add one put method there. Okay, so the column name, and then the content values, and then the third argument will be your where clause again. So we're going to say where the key row ID again is equal to a question mark, the same as we did above there, and then the second argument will be again a new string array, and we're going to initialize that with the row ID that was passed through. Okay, so basically the same thing again. We're updating the database table, this specific database table. We are changing these columns, these values in these columns, where the row ID is the row ID that you indicated, which will be the one that was passed through there. So then we are updating a new entry. So this is basically our contactsdb.java class, and this is the one that we use in order to do our database. So I hope you're okay with this class. The next part we will do is to go back to all of our activities and see how this works. Okay, so let's go back to our, I'm just going to close some of these. I'm going to close those. Let's go to the main activity. So in the main activity, in the btn submit, so if the guy is entered now, let me just open up that main again. the guy will come and he will enter his name, or you as the user will enter a name and a cell phone number and then click on submit. So what do we want to do in submit? The first thing we want to do is to get those two values. So we're going to say string name equals etname dot getText dot toString. And then if you want, you can also add the trim method there to make sure that the user did not add any white space. So just removing the white space. So we're going to say also string cell phone number equals etcell dot getText dot toString, and also calling the trim method to just make sure that he did not add a space there or something like that. And then when we want to try to read from the database, we need to have this try catch statement, because it could throw an SQL exception. Okay, so we're going to go to catch and in brackets SQL exception, and whatever you want to call that exception object. Now it will give us an error because we did not actually type any code there that could throw the exception. So now in order to use this contactsDB class of ours, we're going to say contactsDB, whatever you want to call it, equals new contactsDB, and remember that it accepts a context in the brackets, so we're just going to pass in this. Okay, and then we're going to say this database, we're going to call the open method, which will open up the database. And then we must remember to also go and say db.close to close the database at the end. And now we can go and create a new entry. So we can go and say db. We have a method called create entry, and we're just passing in the name and the cell phone number as according to that method. So remember our create entry method. There it is. It accepts the name and the cell phone number, and it inserts it to the database. So that's basically what we did there. Just passing in the name and the cell phone number, and it will add it to the database. And then we can just display a toast to tell the user that we have actually got, or it's successfully saved, or whatever you want. So I'm going to say successfully saved. And then after that, we could also just set that etname.setText and just clear it again. And the same for etcell.setText and setting it to nothing just to clear it. Okay, and then when we catch the exception, we can just do a simple toast again and then maybe just show that message. So I'm going to say, instead of hard coding text there, I'm just going to say e.getMessage. So whatever the exception message will then be displayed to the screen. So that's how you then add something to the database, something new to the database. Because we already created this create entry method, it's easy to just pass it along. So basically, we create a new instance of the class. We call the open method to open up the database. Then you can use any of your methods to change, create, or delete, and then you need to close. Okay, so the next method, the btn show, will just go to when the guy clicks on the show data button. It's just going to go to the data activity, which we're going to do now, and then edit data and delete data we're going to quickly have a look at also. So let's go back to the main activity and then btn edit data. So let's see how we can go and edit some data. So again, we're going to use a try and a catch block. And again, it's going to be an SQL exception that will be caught there. And we can just show the toast quickly there again. Let me just go to that one. And again, just say e.getMessage. Okay. And then here again, we can just go and open up that, or create a new instance of the contactsDB. And passing in the context, just this, the class. Again, we can go and open up the database. And then just remember to also add .close. And then we can go and update an entry. So we can go and say db.update an entry. And remember, the first argument is the row ID. So I'm just going to put a simple example here. Let's say we want to change the very first row, or the first value, and we want to change it to, so let's say currently in the database we've got Jack Porter, and we want to change that to something else. So I'm going to change it to my own name. And then the third argument is the cell phone number. So let's just say 2784567345, something like that. So I'm changing the values of the first entry, and that's how it will work. And then we can also just display a toast there. And that toast will also just say something like successfully updated. Okay, so that's the method that we're going to use. Update entry, opening up the database, updating the entry, and then closing the database. And then the last method that we're going to do there is btn delete data. So we're going to say also try and a catch there in order to get this one to work. So it's going to be try catch, again an SQL exception, E. I'm just going to copy that one there. And let's just paste it there. And then let's see how this one works. Also, you need to create a new instance of our database. So it's going to be new context db, just pass in this. And then we need to open up the database again, close the database again somewhere, and then in between we can delete data. So we can say db.delete an entry, and we only need to indicate the row ID. So I can go and say I want to delete that entry number 1, and it will delete entry number 1 from the database. So that's basically it. Let's just add a toast there. And again, we're just going to say successfully deleted this time. Okay, successfully deleted or something like that. So this is just a simple example on how to use your database class. And then the last thing that we can go and do is to go back to our data class and see how can we retrieve the data from the database. Remember, there's one last method, get data, that we didn't use yet, which will return the result of all the data in the database. So let's go and have a look at how we can do that. Okay, so for this one, again, we need to have the try and the catch block there when we're trying to open up the database. So it's going to be a try and the catch. And again, it will be an SQL exception. And then we're going to say the toast again. And we're just going to say e.getMessage. Okay, so here again, we're just going to call, or just going to open up the database. So we're going to say context db equals new context db, passing in the context. And then we open up the database. So we open it up. And remember to close it. And then in between, we can get the data. So basically what we want to do is to set the data from the database directly to that text view. And the text view is called TV data. So I'm going to say TV data.setText. And then we're going to set the text as db dot and calling that method get data. Now remember, get data will return a string, which will be that result from the for loop. Okay. So then the data is set and everything is done. So that's basically it for this project. I hope you understand basically the important file is this one, the context DB file where you create, delete entries, updating entries, and so forth. And that's the one that you need to understand. So please go through this one again. We will run the application now to see if everything works as planned. Okay guys, let's just have a quick look at this application. If you run the application, we can enter a name. So I'm just going to enter Chuck Norris there. And then we can also enter a telephone number. And then when we click on submit, it says successfully saved. And then when we click on show data, you can see that that is actually in the database. We go back and we can enter another name. Let's say Peter Pan. And we're going to enter his cell phone number and then say submit. And show data, you can see the second entry is also then added. And now we can also go and say edit data, which will actually put the first entry, will change the whole first entry to Johan Urius. We can also go back and click on delete data, which will delete the first entry. So if we go and click to show data, the first entry is deleted. Okay, so both of the delete and the edit methods actually works. If we go to our app settings, so if you go to settings of your phone and go to apps, and you scroll down to that SQL application that we just did, and you click on that application, you can see there's storage, and then you can see the amount of space that it takes up. If you click on clear the data, it removes the database for your specific app. So if I go back to my app and I click on show data, I will see nothing. Okay, so we can enter something again. Let's say Johan with the telephone number and say submit. And if we go click on show data, you can see data exists in the database again. So go back to settings and you can see that we've got 80 kilobytes of data that's been used again. In this video, we will look at requesting permissions at runtime. So I'm just going to read through some of the stuff here for you to understand what is requesting permission at runtime. What does it mean? So beginning in Android 6, users grant permission to apps while the app is running, not when they install the app. So in the past, before Android 6, when you install the application, you grant permissions for everything that the app uses. Now this approach, where we need to grant permission not when they install the app, but while it's running, this approach streamlines the app install process since the user does not need to grant permissions when they install or update the app. It also gives the user more control over the app's functionality. For example, a user could choose to give a camera app access to the camera but not to the device location. The user can revoke the permissions at any time by going to the app settings screen, and I'll show you that on the phone later on. System permissions are divided into two categories, and this is important. It's normal categories and there's dangerous categories. So normal permissions do not directly risk the user's privacy. And if your app lists a normal permission in the manifest, the system grants the permission automatically. Dangerous permissions, and that's the ones we need to handle, can give the app access to the user's confidential data. If your app lists a normal permission in its manifest, the system grants the permission automatically. But if you list a dangerous permission, the user has to explicitly give approval to your app. So if you click on this one, this link there, normal and dangerous permissions, and I'm on the developer.android.com page there. So if you click on this one, it takes you to this page, and if you scroll down a bit, you will get to this table that says dangerous permissions and permission groups. So you'll see there's the calendar. To read and write the calendar is a dangerous permission. To look at the camera, using the camera, the contacts, the location, accessing the fine and coarse location, using the microphone to record audio, using some phone specifications like calling or voicemail, or read the phone state, sensors, SMS is sending, receiving, reading, and then storage, read and write external storage. So these are the dangerous permissions that we should handle in our app in runtime. So if the user goes and he wants to use a function like write external storage, we need to first ask the user for permission in order to do that. So let's look at an app where we can demonstrate this. So what I've done here is just created a normal app there, permissions Android 6. I called the app. In the main activity, I've created a button there, and the button has the text on it that says do something. And then the ID for this button is BTN permissions. Now, if I go to the main activity, you'll see in the main activity that I've linked to that button. So there's the button, BTN permissions. You can see that I linked encoding to that specific BTN permissions ID there. And then on that button, I've set the on-click listener. And now when we click that button, we can have something run in this space there. So now if we launch this app, it will basically not do a lot. It will just give us that specific button now. So now if you click on the button, You can see nothing happens because we haven't coded anything. But what we want to simulate here is that if I click on this button, it should be like, let's say taking a picture, or want to go and take a picture, or I want to save a file to, let's say to the external storage, or whatever I want to do, will be simulated by clicking this button. Okay, so let's go into coding quickly. And what we need to do is ask the user then permission to do that specific feature and that dangerous permission. So the way we do this is to use the context compat library, and we're going to check for a self permission. So we're going to check self permission. It's going to be main activity dot this as the context, and the second argument you can see is a string permission. So the permission that you want to check for is the one that you're going to indicate here. So I'm going to say Android dot manifest dot permission, and then you can choose one of the permissions. So the one that I want to look at today, well, you can choose any one of them, but let's just go with writing to external storage. So let's say we want to save a file to the phone's memory somewhere. Okay, so then we need permission to do that. So that's what we need to do. You're going to say context compat, check self permission, the context, and then the permission that you want to check. And because this is an if statement, we need to check it against something. So I'm going to say if it's not equal to, and we're going to use the package manager for this, package manager dot permission granted or denied. So in this case, we're going to check if it's not granted. So if the permission is not granted, we want to ask the user to grant that permission. And the else part will be, the permission has been granted, we can go and save something to the external storage. So let's just show a toast here. If it's fine, we will say something like permission granted. And let's say thank you. Okay, so that's basically what's going to happen. The else there is if this permission to write to the external storage is granted, it will run the else. But if it's not granted, we need to ask the user for a question to answer to please grant this specific permission. So we're going to use activity compat again, and we're going to say request permissions. So now you'll see that the first argument there is an activity, so I'm going to use the main activity there again, main activity.this. Then the second argument is an array of permissions that you want to request for the user to actually permit. So what we're going to do there is to just create a new string array and initialize it. Sorry, it must be a string. And then the value that we're going to indicate there, you can indicate more than one value, but the one that we want to request now is to write to external storage. So I'm going to say Android.manifest again, .permission again, .write external storage again. So that's the one that we want to ask the user to permit. And then the last argument there, I'm just going to go to a new line, is a unique request code. So that's the request code. So you'll see that I've just declared one at the top. So you can declare anything there, private static final int, name it whatever you like. I think the best way to name this will probably be to name it something that you can refer to writing to external storage or whatever. But I just call it unique request code, and you can put in any code there. You can actually put a 1 there if you want. It doesn't matter. That's just a unique request code. So we'll come back to that unique request code later on. So at this stage, this piece of coding there will ask the user to please grant the permission of write external storage. So let's run this quickly and see how it works. Okay, so there we've got the app running. If I click on do something, you'll see it gives me an exception. So the exception is because in the Android manifest file, we need to go and add that permission as well. So in the Android manifest file, just above your application tag, you're going to say user's permission. And then you're going to search for, you can just start typing write, and you'll get to write external storage. So we want to use that specific permission as well. So your permission needs to be listed in the Android manifest file. So remember the dangerous permissions as well as the not so dangerous permissions. For all the permissions that's not dangerous, you can just list them here. You don't need to handle them anywhere else, but it must be listed here. But for those that's dangerous, you need to list it here, and you must do or ask the user to actually permit it. Okay, so let's just run it again. It should work now with the manifest changed. Okay, so let's just try that again. If you click on it, you'll see it ask the user, allow this app to access photos, media, and files on your device. So you can see that's the first if statement. If the right external storage is not yet granted, then ask the question. So that's the question. Please allow this. So if the user clicks on allow now, that permission has been allowed. And now if the user clicks on this button again, it should go to the else part and say permission granted. Thank you very much. So if you click on that again, you'll see permission granted. Thank you. So where can you see permissions? If you go to the settings of your phone and you go into the apps section, go and find your app. I called mine Permissions Android 6. You'll see there's a permissions button there, and there it gives me the permissions that I've granted. So for this app, storage has been granted. You can see it's on. I can switch it off there, go back to the app, and if I try to click on that button again, it's now going to ask me that question again. And then it's got some other options. So now if I say allow, it works 100%. But what if the user says, I don't want to do this, I want to deny there? So if the user denies, we should actually show the user some explanation to say, no, you can't really deny, please, you need to permit this, or whatever you want to say to the user. Okay, so how do we do that? That's the second part of this video. So let's just quickly have a look at how we do that. You're going to go to code and override methods, and we're going to search for the onRequest permissions result method. So it's the onRequest permissions result method. You can remove that call to super there. Now you'll see that we accept a request code, and that's that request code that we were using there, which is basically just the integer 1. And then there's going to be a list of permissions and grant results. So we're going to have a look at what we do with all of those. So the very first thing that we want to do now is if the user gets asked this question. So let's just look at that question again. There's the question. If the user, doesn't matter how the user interacts with this question, you can say never ask again and click on deny. You can just click on allow, or you can click on deny. Doesn't matter what he chooses at this specific pop-up or dialog. It will go afterwards to onRequest permissions result. And then we can check if it came from asking this specific question by using the request code. So I'm going to say if the request code is equal to that unique request code, or I could have just said if it's equal to 1, if the request code is equal to 1, then we know this method responded to this question that we asked with that unique request code. Okay, so now inside of this, if the request code is that unique request code, we can now ask a question again. Okay, so now the first thing that we want to do in this onRequest permissions result method is to check for this request code. So if we ask the user this question, do you want to allow to write external storage? There's a request code that goes with it. So we want to test if that request code that was sent through is in fact this unique request code of ours. Or you could have tested it with just a 1 there as well, because we set that one to 1. But that's just a way of making your code a bit more readable. Okay, so if the request code comes from this specific question, we know we're handling that question. So the first thing that we want to do now is to see what did the user do there. Did the user click on allow or deny, or did he click on never ask again and deny? So if he clicked on allow, that's the first if statement that we'll do here. So we're going to say if grant results at position 0 is equal to the package manager dot permission granted. So if the permission has been granted, if the user clicked on allow, that's what we want to do now. So if the user clicks on allow, this is what we want to have happen now. So I'm just going to say a toast there, display a toast, and say, let's just turn this one around. Say thank you, permission granted. Thank you, permission granted. Okay, so now the permission has been granted there. So that if the permission is granted, we're going to say thank you, permission granted. Okay, so we can test that quickly. If you run this on the app again. So let's just click on do something. So if I click on allow now, it should tell me thank you, permission granted, not permission granted, thank you. Okay, so if I click on allow, thank you, permission granted. So it goes to the on request permissions result. It sees that the permission has been granted and shows the toast. Now, obviously, you can take it from here to a method or whatever you want to do there. And then if I go now and I click on it again, you can see it says permission granted, thank you. So it's now going to this else, permission granted, thank you. Okay, so that's the first if statement. Now, if the user, let me just go back there and reset that. I'm going to take away that permission again. Right, so if the user clicks on it and it says allow, it goes to this if statement. So let's do the deny part now. So the else if there, if this grant results at position 0 is equal to the package manager dot permission denied. So if the user denied the permission, what we normally should do here is to give the user a bit more information about why should he permit this specific permission. Okay, so what we want to do here is to show a dialogue to the user, telling him a bit more about why he needs to give us access to this specific feature or grant the permission or whatever. Okay, so we're going to use an alert dialog. So we're going to say alert dialog.builder, and let's call it dialog equals new alert dialog.builder, and let's just pass in this for the context. Now to just display a simple message, I'm going to use dialog.setMessage. And let's set the message as this permission is important to save a file to the phone. Please permit it. Something like that. Okay, so that's the message. And then we can also set the title. And let's set the title to important permission required. Okay, so we set the message and we set the title. This permission is important to save a file to the phone. You can have a bit more longer type of message there to explain why he needs to add to have this feature on the phone or for your app or whatever. And then for this dialog, we'll have a set positive button. We'll have a positive button there, and maybe the text for the button should be okay. And then we'll use the new on-click dialog.onClick listener. Okay, so this is basically a button that's part of the dialog, and the positive button will have the text okay. And then we also need a negative button, so we're going to say dialog.set negative button, new. Sorry, let's just add the text first. Let's say something like no thanks. And then for the second argument, new on-click listener, dialog interface on-click listener. Okay, so there's the two buttons. We'll have the message and the title, and we have a positive button, okay, and when we click on it, it will go here. And there's a negative button called no thanks, and it will go there if it's clicked. And then we can just start showing this dialog. Okay, so now the dialog will start showing after that show method. So what's happening here? We're setting the message, setting the title, and if the user says, okay, I want to grant this permission, what should we do now when the user clicks that button? We actually want to ask the user again to permit that or to give us that permission. So I'm going to ask that same question that we did there at the top. I'm going to do that same thing again. So I'm basically going to say, please grant me permission to write to external storage. And then the user will be able to click on allow or deny again. So basically just repeating the whole process again. If the user says no thanks, he doesn't want to do that, then we can just, in this case, you can take him to a method to do something. But in this case, I'm just going to show a toast to show you the negative button. So we're going to say something like cannot be done. Okay, so that's the negative button. Okay, so if we run this now, let's run the app again. Okay, so there the app is running again. So let's just go through the coding that we've got so far. Right at the beginning, if we ask the user the question, please permit. So let's just do that. Click on the button. You can see that's the first if statement there. If the permission has not been granted, ask the question. And now the user can check allow or deny. We already checked allow. No? If we go to allow, you'll see that it will show you thank you, permission granted. Okay, so that one is already working 100%. We tested that one. Now, if the user says, or let's just run it again. If I say allow there, you'll see thank you, permission granted. So it goes to the on request permissioned result and it shows you the toast. Okay, so I'm just going to go back quickly and take away that permission again. So it's not granted. So if I click it again, it asks me the question. Now let's say the user clicks on deny. So if I click on deny now, you can see there's the dialog. There's the title, important permission required. This permission is important to save a file to the phone. Please permit it. So you can say no thanks, or you can say okay. So look at your dialog. There's the message and the title. You can see the okay button there. There's the okay button. And then there's the no thanks button. You can see no thanks. So when the user clicks on OK, you can see we asked that question again. That's what we did there. We said if the user clicks on OK, ask that permission again. Ask the user to permit that permission again. Now if I go to deny, then it shows it. And now the user can say OK. You can see I can basically go between these two the whole time. If the user says no thanks, you can see it says cannot be done. So that's the negative button, cannot be done. Okay, so the other option that the user can choose now, if the user clicks on it again, even though he says deny there and no thanks, if he clicks, it's going to ask him again. So now if the user gets tired of this, you can also click never ask again and say deny. So we need to handle that one as well. So that will be the last else here. The last else here will be if the user clicks on never ask again and then deny. So that's the last else. And we can just say something like, you can also take him now again to another method or whatever you want to do. So I'm just going to say we will never show this to you again. Right, so we've got this toast showing, we will never show this to you again. So let's just test that out. I'm going to run this again. So if we run the app now, and we say deny there, and we say the permission is important to save, and I say no thanks or whatever, it says this cannot be done. So it's basically this no thanks button. But if I run this again now, you can see it gives now the question, never ask this again, and then say deny. Oh, and then it still gives us this. Okay, so I think we've missed something here. So there we go. One thing that we need to add here is to add a simple if statement. So I'm going to add an if statement there. If activity compat dot should show request permission rationale. That's the method that we want here. So if we need to show the user the message, I'm going to explain that now. So it's main activity dot this for the first argument. The second argument is the permission that we're testing for. So I'm going to say android dot manifest dot permission dot and that write external storage again. So let's just put this all in this opening bracket. Okay, so I want to have this bracket there basically, and then this else should become part of it. So I'm going to cut that else there and have it there. Okay, let's just see if this is working out fine now. So I've got that opening bracket there. If we should show the permission rationale to write to the external storage, then we do this, else we will never show you this again. Okay, so let me just explain this part now. So you can see that I've got that first one is the outer if statement to check if the request code is this unique request code, and that's the last bracket there. Then I've got the if with this else if, and that's the last thing also there. And then I've got this if statement then that ends at the end, and then it's got the else that we will never show you this again. So sorry about the confusion there. I'll run through this again to make sure you understand this. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're checking, should we show the request permission rationale? Should we show the user this alert dialog? And this means the only time that we will do that, let's run this again. So basically the user can go and click on it. Let's just go back to the permissions again. Set that permission to off. Let's go to this one. If I click on it now, it asks me the permission. If the user says deny, it gives me this specific important permission, this dialog. So now the user did not say, never show me this again. So if the user don't say, never show me this again, then we should actually show this alert dialog. So this is the method that will run then. We should show the request permission rationale for write external storage. Yes, we should, because the user did not say, never show me this again. Okay, so I hope you understand that part. So if I say no thanks now, and I click on it again, now I can go and say, never ask me this again, and then say deny. And then it says, we will never show you this again. And that's that one there. So basically this should show request permission rationale method is checking if the user clicked on never show me this again, or if he didn't click on it. So if we should show permission rationale, which means that the user did not click on that little tick box that says never show me this again, then we show the alert dialog with the negative and the positive button, giving the user a choice again. But if the user clicked on never show me this again, then this method will return false, and it will just show we will never show this to you again. So I'm just going to quickly run through the whole thing again with you. Let's just take that storage, do it like that, so we can ask that question again. Okay, so let's start from the beginning again. Right at the start, this is the button we want to ask the question. So if the user clicks on it and he says allow, we will say thank you, permission granted. Why did it go there? It went to this method, tested, is the permission granted? Yes, and it shows the toast permission granted. And now the second part there, the else, if the user then allowed it and we try to do it again, it will show permission granted, thank you. It's that toast there. Now let's take away that permission again. So I'm taking away the permission. Now let's try something else. Go back to the app. So if I click on that again and I click on deny, what's going to happen? So if I click on deny, there's the question again. If we click on deny, it comes in. It is that specific request code. And if the permission is denied, then we check, did the guy click on, let's say no thanks. Did the guy click on never ask again and then say deny? So this is what this method is checking. Should it show the permission rationale? Did the user click on never ask this again? If the user did not click on never ask again, then this one will ring true, and we will go into showing that alert dialog. So if I don't click there and I just say deny, it will start doing everything in this if statement. So it's going to show the alert dialog with the message and the title, with the OK button and the no thanks button. No thanks will just print out on the screen, cannot be done. There it is. But if I say OK, then what will happen? It's going to ask the user that question again. So if I say OK, it asks the question again, do you want to allow or deny? Now if I say never ask again and then deny, it means that this method will run basically false, and it's going to go to the else as part of that if statement. So it will print out, we will never show you this again. So if I say deny now, it will say we will never show you this again. And guess what? If I then click on the button again, it will keep on just showing we will never show you this again, because it remembers now that the user do not want to actually give permission to that thing, and we should not ask him again for it. So that's basically the false part for this method. So I hope you understand permissions, and you can do your own permissions now. Remember, this example was only for write external storage, but there's a lot of other permissions that you need to handle as well. If you remember this dangerous permissions, these are all the permissions that you need to handle in this specific way that I've shown you now. So go and play around with it, see if you can get this working, and good luck. In this video, we're going to have a look at how can we create an application that's able to read from an RSS feed. So what is an RSS feed? So RSS is a format for delivering regularly changing web content. Many news-related sites, weblogs, and other online publishers syndicate their content as an RSS feed to whoever wants it. So just as an example of an RSS feed, you could go to feeds.news24.com articles fin24 tech RSS. And this is an example of an RSS feed. It's a feed of data that keeps on changing the whole time. So every day there will be a few news articles that will come onto this web page. And then you can write apps or just open up your web page and follow these data that they place on their websites. So the one thing that we are interested in now is how to read this document. So we've got the link online. There's the link. But how can we read this document now into our application? So now if you right click on your page and you go to view page source, you'll see that your source looks like this. So there's we've got the web page, HTTP, there's the web page. But are we able now to actually read from this web page and get the data that we want from this web page? So you'll see this is an RSS document. The encoding is UTF-8. And then you've got a title and a link and a generator and docs and last build date and publish date. And then after that, you start getting items. And this is a new item. There's a new item. There's a new item again, a new item again, a new item again. And these items are what we see here as that titles there, and with some explanation and an image and so forth. So this web page was designed to take that feed, read the data from this XML file, and display it like this. And that's essentially what we want to do in our application. So how can we read the data from this web page that looks like an XML document, or which is an XML document, and then how can we read this data and display it something like this? Okay, but we'll do this in an Android application, and I'm not going to do everything to display everything like this. You can go and have a look at how to do that, but for now I'm going to show you how to get, for instance, what is the title, the description, the link, and so forth. So in order to do this, I'm going to create a new application. So there's the new application, main activity. I've done nothing at all. I just created a new blank application. So for this to work, we need to go to our manifest file and add a user's permission of internet there, because we're going to connect to the internet to that file. So that's very important that you have this there. And that's basically all you need in your manifest file. Now, if we go to the main activity quickly, I'm just going to remove this constraint layout there and use a normal linear layout. And I'm going to set the linear layout's orientation to be vertical. And I'm going to remove that text view there. And then if I go to design now, let me just open up this. Right, let's get the palette there quickly. And what I want to do here is to basically just drag in a list view. So I'm going to drag in a list view there to just display a list of those items. And then I'm going to give the list view an ID. So I'm going to call it LV, let's call it list view RSS, or whatever. And then go to main activity and let's set up that list view. So it's going to be a list view. And I'm going to call it LV RSS. And then inside of the onCreate, we can set it up. So I'm going to say list view RSS equals, it is a list view, so you need to cast it to a list view, find view by ID r.id.lv RSS. Okay, so then your list view is set up, and to that list view, we can also then set an on item click listener. And I'm just going to choose there the on item click listener. So when we click an item in the list view, we want to take it to a specific website. So I'll show you that also today. So basically what we'll get, I'm just going to get the title, and you get the title or the description or the link or anything the exact same way. So I'm not going to go through everything. So we're going to get the title there, display the title in the list view, and when we click on the title, it will take us to the link. So we're basically going to extract the title and the link. But remember that you can extract any of these values that you want. So let's go back to the Android application. And one of the first things that I'm going to use here in order to be able to make a connection, we're going to call the method public input stream. What we're going to pass through is the input stream. What we're going to return is the input stream. And then we're going to call the method get input stream. And then what we will accept here as an argument for the input stream will be a URL. And that's the java.net URL object there. And it's going to be called URL. So now inside of this method, we're going to have a try and we're going to have a catch block there. So there's the try and the catch block. And we're going to catch an input-output exception. And let's call it E or whatever you want to call it. And then if there's an exception, we're going to return null. And if there's not an exception, obviously it gives you an error because we haven't tried anything in the block that could throw an exception. So let's just try opening a connection now. So what we want to do here is to call open connection on that URL object. So we're going to say return URL dot open connection. And now this open connection method returns an instance that represents a connection to the remote object referred to by the URL. So basically what we want to open in this connection will be this website there, that HTTP. So we'll set up that link now. So this is basically just opening the connection for us. And then on that open connection, we call get input stream, which will get the input stream for us. And the input stream returns then a stream that reads from this open connection that we've got. Okay, so that will basically just give us an open connection to that web page so that we can start reading from it. Okay, so we'll do that part now. So now the next part that we'll need is we need to go into the background and a new thread. So I'm going to use the async task class to actually start reading from that document. Okay, so let's define this class. I'm going to say public class, and we're going to call it, let's say, process in background. And then we're going to say extends and then async task. So I'm going to say async task, and then we need to supply the parameter types there. So we're going to have an integer there as the first one, an integer as the second one. If you want to update it, and maybe a string there, it doesn't really matter how you declare them. Obviously your first value there, we'll talk about those values on where we use it, but the middle value we're not actually going to use because that one is used for a specific value that you increment, or a progress bar that you increment. And the first integer is the one that we're going to pass in, that will come back to your doing background method, and this is what your doing background method will return. So it depends on what you want to do. Actually, I think we could have just said void for all of those. But in any case, so let's go to code, override methods. And what I want is the on pre-execute. That's before we go into the background. And then I want to add the on, or the do in background method that actually does something in the background. And then the last method that we want there is then the on post execute method. So it's the on pre-execute, the do in background, and the on post execute. So the variable there, integer, is the type that you accept in your do in background. And we're not going to pass in anything there. So what we could have done there is to make that one also a string, and then when we call this, we pass in that URL. That's if you wanted to do that. The second one, we're not actually going to use there, so we could just pass in void there. That's no problem, because that's just incrementing a progress dialog or whatever you want to do there. And then string will be what your do in background method returns. Okay, so you can change those variables as you would like them. Now in the on pre-execute, we're going to do the following. We're going to set up a progress dialog there to start showing. So I'm going to say progress dialog, Android app progress dialog. Let's call it PDIA, progress dialog, or progress dialog, equals new progress dialog. and then you need to pass in the context. So I'm just going to call, or just going to say main activity dot this. Now in my on pre-execute, then we can start showing it. So I'm going to say progress dialog dot set message first, and we can say something like busy loading RSS feed. Please wait. Something like that. Please wait, and then a dot 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 at the end. Okay, so that's the progress dialog, the message, and then we can start showing the progress dialog. And now remember that somewhere in your on post execute, never forget that you should actually go and dismiss this thing. So I like to do that right from the start so that you know that it is dismissed right at the end when we're done with everything. Okay, so now the next part that we can do now is to go into the do in background method. We will leave that return statement for later on. So in this do in background method, I'm going to have a try and a catch block again. And now there's a few catch blocks that we're going to have here. So I'm going to type all of them, and we'll see as we code where we're going to use all of them. Okay, so the first exception that we want to catch there is the malformed URL exception. If there's something wrong with the URL that we typed, then we're going to catch, and we can do there whatever we want. We can just set it to a specific value or whatever you want to do. So maybe we could create an exception object there at the top and set it to null. And then when an exception occurs, we can just say exception equals this E then. And then if you want to, you can return that as what the do in background method returns, that exception. So we'll see what we need as we carry on with this example. So then the next catchphrase there will be an XML pool parser exception. So that's when we try to basically extract data, and it throws you an exception there. Then we can also set that exception object to E there. And then the last catch that we're going to have there is the input output exception, just a normal IO exception that goes along with reading from anything. And then we're going to set that one to E as well. So those are the exceptions that we'll catch in this try block. And now we can actually start creating what we need to do in order to retrieve the data from that website or from that RSS feed. So now the very first thing that we need to do is to set up our URL object. Okay, so that will just be URL, let's call it URL, equals new URL. And then you need to pass in the URL that you want to retrieve your RSS feed from. So now this basically this website that we've got there. So I want to take that part there and just copy it from the HTTP. That's the whole link that we want to copy. And that should be in double quotation marks. So if you paste it there, you can see that we've got a new URL and it's defined as this specific RSS feed. Right, and then the next one, we need to go and say XML pool parser factory. So we're going to create a new pool parser factory object, and we're going to talk about that one now, equals XML pool parser factory dot new instance. So basically what happens here now is we create a new instance of the pool parser factory that can be used to create XML pool parsers. And the XML pool parsers will help us to actually retrieve the data from the XML document. And then the next one, we're going to say factory dot set namespace aware. And then the awareness you can set to either true or false. So I'm going to set this one to false. Now, what does this mean? It just specifies whether the parser produced by this factory will provide support for XML namespaces or not. So in this case, we're setting false, so we're not going to provide support for XML namespaces. And then we're going to create an XML pool parser. So there's the XML pool parser. Let's call it XPP equals factory, which is the object that we created there, the pool parser factory. And remember what that one does. It creates an instance of a pool parser factory that can be used to create XML pool parsers. And now we're creating the XML pool parser. So we're going to say factory dot new pool parser which will create us a new pool parser. And this is basically just a new instance of an XML pool parser using the currently configured factory features. And this will help us now to extract data from that XML document. Right, and now that we've got an XML pool parser now, we can actually set the input. Where do we want to start reading from? So we're going to say xpp.setInput, and you need to basically give the input stream there that you're going to use. And you remember this method that we called getInputStream that returns us a new input stream. So we're going to say xpp.setInput, call that method getInputStream, and then we're going to pass in the URL. So it's that object that we defined there at the top. Okay, now if you look at the error there, it needs, okay, we'll get to that part now. And let's just put the second argument there. The second argument will then be, what is the specific input that you're reading? So it's going to be a UTF_8 there. And that is then taking care of that error there. So it's UTF-8. We're basically just indicating that the encoding of this document is UTF-8 encoding. So we get the input stream, which makes a new connection, and we can start reading using this XML pool parser object, start reading from this URL XML document that is UTF-8 encoded. Right, and then we're going to start off with a Boolean variable here that I'm going to declare. Let's call it inside item, and I'm going to declare this one to be false right from the start. Now, let me just explain that quickly. If you look at your XML document now, you can see that we've got opening tags and we've got closing tags. So basically what we want to say, if we say we set up a Boolean variable called inside the item, and we're going to say false there. Basically, the data that I want to extract is inside of these item tags. So I'm going to have a Boolean variable to tell me when am I inside of the item tag. So if I'm inside of the item tag, I can start extracting the title and the description and the link and whatever you want to extract. So that's what we're going to do with this variable called inside item. Let's just open up some space. And let's carry on with the rest of the application. Now for the next part, we're going to say int event type equals. We're going to go to that XPP, XML pool parser object of ours, and we're going to call get event type. So when we start reading from it, when we call get event type, this returns the type of the current event, whether it's a start tag, an end tag, if it's the start of the document or where we are currently. And obviously we start reading right at the start of the document. And then we go to maybe a opening tag, and we go to another opening tag and another opening tag, and then we get to a closing tag and so forth. So as we read, this event type will basically tell us where we are. Okay, so now we can use a while loop to run through every element inside of that XML document. So while the event type is not equal to XML pool parser dot end document. So we'll keep on looping while the event type is not the end of the document. So obviously we want to start reading and keep on reading until we reach the end of the document. And when we reach the end of the document, this while loop will stop executing. Now inside the while loop, we can go and search for if the event type is equal to XML pool parser dot start tag. So if it's a start tag, then we are interested in the specific type of start tag. So obviously right at the start, there's a start tag, there's a start tag, and there's basically a closing tag or an end tag. So if it's a start tag, then we're going to say, let's check what is the tag's name. So we're going to say if xpp.getName, which will get you the name of the tag. So xpp.getEventType will tell you whether it's an opening tag, a closing tag, or is it the start of the document or the end of the document. But calling xpp.getName gets you the name of the specific tag you're in. So that will return channel or title or link or item. Okay, so we're going to say if the xpp.getName dot equals, but let's use the ignore case there. If it equals ignore case, item. then we are interested in the data of that tag. So if you look at it, it's going to go through and it will find the first item tag there. So if it's a start tag and that tag is the opening tag, then we know the next time we read, we're inside of the item tag. So inside of this if statement, we'll just basically go and say inside item, that Boolean variable should be set to true. So now we are inside of the item tag. If it's an opening tag and it's called item, we are inside of the item tag. And then we set that thing to true. Okay, the else part that could be happening there is obviously, let's just go and test for xpp.getName again. If the name dot equals ignore case, and then you can have a look at what you want to extract. So let's say title there, or description, or link, or whatever. Okay, so let's just go down and we'll name this one the first one that's called title there. So if it's a title, then we just want to make sure, because if you look at this one, there's a title there and there's a title there. So we must first make sure that we are inside of an item tag before trying to extract the title. Okay, so what we're going to do here for this if statement, if the name is title, we want to first make sure, are we inside of an item tag? So then we're going to test if inside item. If we're inside the item tag, then we can do what we want to do. And we can now start extracting the data. So to extract the data, I'm just going to create an array list at the top. So I'm going to say array list of type string, and let's call it titles. So just Alt Enter for your import there. And we're going to have another array list that will save us the links. So let's call this one links. Okay, and then let's just set them up here. So it's going to be titles equals new array list, not array list, array list of type string. And then for the links, the same thing, links equals new array list, and it's also of type string. So now we've got the two array lists set up, and now we can add data to them. So if we are then at the title tag and the title tag is inside of the item tag, then we know that's data that we actually want to extract. So how do we extract then the data in that tag? So we will say, and my array list is called titles there. So I'm going to say titles.add, which adds a new string object. And the string object that we want to add is xpp, which is my XML pool parser object, dot next text. So now if we are inside of the item tag and you call next text, it will create or basically return to you the text inside of the title tag. So in this case, it's going to retrieve this part there between the opening and the closing tag. Okay, so that will give me then the title tag's information. Then I'm going to basically add another if statement there, else if xpp.getName, and you can add as many of these as you like depending on what you want to extract. So the next thing I want to extract here is this link. So that's the new tag that I'll open up there. So let's just call that one link. Again, I want to make sure that it's inside of the item tag. So I'm going to say if inside item, yes, then let's extract it. And I'm going to add this to the links array list. And to that one, we also just going to call xpp.nextText, which will also retrieve me the text. Okay, now let's look at this else if statement here for this if, where we test basically if we are at the start tag or an opening tag. The else if there could be if the event type is equal to XML pool parser dot end tag. So now I'm not testing for the start tag if it's the end tag, but I want to test something else also. If it's the end tag and at the same time xpp.getName.equals ignore case is an item tag. So if it's an end tag, a closing tag, and the tag's name is item, then I want to go and set that inside item again to false. Okay, so when we enter the while loop, we check, is it a start tag or an opening tag? If it is, we will go and check if it's an item tag. If it's an item tag, we set the item tag to true. Then the loop runs again. So let's just look at this. Let's say we're basically at the publish date there, started reading now, and we're checking for all the tags. So if we are at the publish date there, the pub date opening tag, this while loop will run. It goes in, it sees it's a start tag. It's not item, it's not title, it's not link. So now how do we increment this whole while loop? So just after everything here, we will say event type should be xpp.next, which will increment and go to the next tag. Okay, so now we increment and then we test again. If it's a start tag, so now you'll see if we're there and it goes to the next tag, this one is now a closing tag. So then we'll say if the event type is a start tag, well, that will not be true. It will go to the else if and check, yes, it is an end tag, but it's not an item tag. So we just go to the next one. And the next one then moves to the item tag there. So now it tests if it's a start tag, yes, it is. If it's an item tag, yes, it is. Set inside item to true, and then go to the next one. So now it goes to the next one. There's title, and then it says, we go into the while loop. It's a start tag, yes. It's not item, no, but it's called title. So if it's called title and it's inside the item, which it is, we start extracting it. So I hope you understand this whole process of getting data from that XML file online, which is an RSS feed. Okay, so now the next thing that we can do here, we are in the do in background. We can actually return this exception object now if you wanted to. So let's say return exception. It's going to give you a problem there because you want to change that variable there to exception, or the type there to exception, which means you need to change that also to exception if you want to get hold of that exception that occurred. Okay, so right at the start, all the errors are done and we're returning that exception. And what you return from the do in background directly goes to your on post execute. So that declaration there must then also be an exception. Okay, so it depends on what you want to return for your specific method. So the do in background method then makes the connection, it reads, it adds all the titles and all the links. And I know that in title position 0, I will get the same link at the same position 0 as well. Okay, so now in the on post execute, we've dismissed our progress dialog. And now we can, maybe just before that, we can set the data to our array or to our list view. So we're going to say array adapter. And let's make this one of type string, obviously, because our titles there that we want to put to it is of type string. So we're going to say array adapter of type string. Let's call it adapter equals new array adapter. And then the type, again, must be string. And now we're going to say the first argument is the context. So I'm just going to pass in main activity.this. The second argument is your layout file. Now I'm not creating a custom layout here, so I'm going to use one of the predefined layouts. So it's going to be android.r.layout.simple list item 1, and then we can use headlines there, not headlines. What did we call it? Titles. Let's call it, or pass in the titles array list there, and then that is the new array adapter. Now, in order to set that array adapter to our list view, we can just go and call lv rss.setAdapter, and we're going to set that adapter to this new adapter that we just created. And that will essentially make the connection and then show it on the list view. But now you can see we haven't called process in background, so obviously somewhere here we should call, let's just call it there, a new process in background dot execute. And remember, the value that you can pass in there is your first type, so we can actually pass in an integer there, and that integer that you pass in will be whatever your do in background accept. So actually we can just make that one also void because we're not going to pass in anything. Okay, so that's the async task. It will then start running and it will show the list view. But now let's say we want to click on an item in the list view, and now we want to show the links that was retrieved. Okay, so what we'll do here is to say URI, and that's android.net, and then we're going to say, just call it whatever you want, equals URI.parse, and then the specific link that you want to connect to. So in this case, I'm going to say, go to my links array list, which has got all my links as strings. I'm going to call get, and then the position that the guy clicked in the list view will be this position. So that's also the same position that I want to retrieve from that link or from the links array list. Okay, so that's basically the web page I want to open up, which is links.getPosition. And if you look at the link there, you can see it's a web page that will be opened up. Okay, so that's the first connection that we need to make, is make a connection to that web page, and then we need to use an implicit intent to open up that web page. So I'm going to say intent equals new intent, Alt enter for your import, and then the first argument there will be intent dot action view, because you view a web page, so the action is view, and passing in URI, which is the connection now to that web page. And then we're going to say start activity, and we're going to pass in this intent. And now when the user clicks on an item in the list, it will go to that specific web page and open it up using an implicit intent. So let's just run this quickly and see how it actually shows on the virtual device. Okay, so here we are. You see mine actually went very, very fast. I didn't even see that progress bar there. So it depends on your internet connection, obviously. But there's my list now. The very first one there is Competition Commission joins, data must fall. And you can see on the website itself, there it is on the website. The first one there, the Competition Commission has set in motion a market inquiry and so forth. But there's the title, Competition Commission joins, data must fall. So there it is. The second one there is actually backup solutions key to fighting downtime, and here you can see. So I'm reading exactly what is on this online document. And now if I click on the first one there, you will see the first one goes to tech news competition or whatever there. So if I click on it, let's look at the web page. You can say tech news. It's exactly what I extracted there from the link part, and it opens up this now in a new web page using an implicit intent. And you can see there the web page opens, and then this is then basically how you can read data from an RSS feed. I hope that you've enjoyed this video. In this example, we'll look at a more advanced type of widget. So the previous video that we did, we just did an introduction to a widget, which was a very, very easy, simple widget. So this widget will do a bit more. So what we want to do in this widget is basically read from an RSS feed and show some news stories on the widget. So what we'll do is to create a new widget, you're just going to go into your Java folder, into your package folder there, and going to say new widget, and you're going to call it or click on app widget. So then you get to this new Android component. We're going to leave it basically anything you can type there. For the name of your widget, I'm just going to leave it as new app widget. So the placement will be home screen only there. I'm going to have it resized horizontally and vertically. Let's say the minimum width should be 3 and the height should be 2. I'm not going to use a configuration screen, so I'm just going to say finish now, and this now creates my widget for me. Okay, so now after the widget has been created, let's just quickly run through it on what gets created again. So in the Android manifest, you'll see there's a new receiver tag that gives you the name of your widget. This is the app widget. There's some metadata with it. It listens for an update. Then it's going to call new app widget. So this is created for you automatically. Okay, so that's the Android manifest file. Then inside of your package folder, you'll see there's a new app widget that was created for you. And this is the one that will run whenever your widget needs to update. Then in your resources folder, under drawable, you'll get that picture of how your widget looks when the user selects it. And then under layout, you'll get the layout for your widget, and under XML, you'll get the app widget info. Okay, so now the first thing I want to do for this widget is to quickly go and create the layout for the widget. So I'm going to go into this layout folder of mine and go into new app widget. So this is the new app widget. It's the basic one that we did on the previous video, and we're going to change this one now. So I'm going to go into the text. I'm going to change the relative layout there, and I'm going to change it to a linear layout, and I'm going to make sure that the orientation is set to vertical. The background color I'm going to use as white, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fs there. And then the padding there, you'll see it is under dimension or basically under the dimensions XML file under widget margin. So if you go to the dimensions XML file, it's under values, you'll see the margin is set to 8 dp there. So I'm going to leave it like that. That's 100% fine. I don't need to have it anywhere else. So this is 100% the 8 dp margin. Remember that they recommend that you have a margin around your widget. So this is the default one, and this one will do more than fine. I'm just going to close down some of these. Okay, the main activity not going to use. Okay, so let's just go back to the new app widget XML file. So this is the layout file for my widget, and what we've set so far is the linear layout, the orientation vertical, and we set the background color. I'm going to remove the text view now because we're going to do our own thing now. So if we go to the design, this is now designing how your widget should look like. So if I just close down all of these, how do you get to it? You're going to go to resources, layout, new app widget, and that's how your widget will look like. It's that file. Okay, so if I go to this file, this is basically then just a blank screen, and what I want to do now is to add some data to the screen. So we're going to read from an RSS feed, and we're going to show the title of the new news story. We're going to show let's say a description of the news story, and when we click on the description, it will take us to a link. So we also need to retrieve the link. But for what we're going to display there, we're only going to display the title and then the description and maybe a refresh button as well. So let's just quickly create some pictures there. So I'm going to right click on the resources folder, and you're going to say new vector asset, and going to click on icon, and let's go to communication first. I want this book picture there. So it's actually saying import contacts, but I'm going to use that book picture just to show that we're reading from an RSS feed. And I'm going to call this one, let's call it book, and then just say next and say finish. And you'll see under the drawable folder, you've got that book XML now. Then let's do that again. So we're going to go to new vector asset, go to icon again, and let me just see. Under action, I want to have this refresh type of button, which says auto renew there, or cached, or whatever type of refresh button you want there. And I'm going to say OK, and I'm going to call this one a refresh as well. And then just say next there and finish, and you can see that we've got both pictures there. We've got a book and we've got refresh. Okay, so now in my layout, what I want to do is to quickly show the picture there, but I'm going to do that in a linear layout that is horizontal. So you'll see that we've got a base layout that is vertical, and inside of that base layout, I'm going to place a linear layout that is horizontal. I don't want to have it span the whole height there, so I'm going to set the height to wrap the content. Okay, so what I want to add to this one now is that book picture. So I'm going to go to the palette there and going to go down to image view, and I'm going to drag in the image view into this horizontal layout. And now it's going to ask me for the picture I want to use. I want to use the book there, and I'm going to say OK. So for the book itself, let's click on the image view. Let's set the width to 120, and let's make that one 60. Let's just see how that one looks. Okay, that would be fine. So 120 by 60 would be fine for the book. And then next to that book, remember it's horizontal layout, so it's horizontally over the screen from left to right. So just after the book, I want to show another linear layout. So let's go to the palette again. I'm going to show a linear layout now that is vertical just after that image view. So I'm going to add it to the linear layout, I'm just going to move that image view again to the top, so I make sure that the image view is first and then the linear layout. So you can see we're going to display the image view, and then right next to it there will be a linear layout again. And in that linear layout I'm going to add 2 text views. So let's just scroll up. I'm going to have one text view in that linear layout and another one in that linear layout. So if you look at the screen now, you can see that we've got the book and 2 linear layouts. So don't worry too much about that now. We're going to fix that now on how it looks. For now, make sure that your componentry looks something like this if you want to follow this video. So we added the picture there. It's a horizontal linear layout, but in the horizontal linear layout we've placed an image view and another linear layout. Now after this linear layout that's horizontal, this big one there that you can see, I want to add another text view. So let's just go to the palette again. I'm going to add another text view there. You can see it's at the same level as the linear layout. And then after that text view, I'm going to add another picture. So I think for that one, let's just add another horizontal linear layout. Let's go to layouts there, horizontal linear layout. So it's going to be inside the big one, but at the bottom. Let me just see which one is first now. So this horizontal linear layout, I'm going to also say wrap the content, and I don't want that one at the beginning, I want him at the end. So it's first this linear layout, then the text view, and then another linear layout that's got nothing in it. So what I want to put into that one is an image view again. So let's place that image view into this horizontal linear layout, and this time it's going to be the refresh button, or the picture there, which will become a button then. And let's make that one, let's see, 60 by 60. It's too big. Let's make it 20 by 20. Too small. 40 by 40. 30 by 30. Let's see. Yeah, I think that one will be fine. So let's make it 30 by 30, or even a bit smaller, 25 by 25. Okay, so that's the picture. And then on this linear layout, I'm going to say on the width also wrap the content. And then I'm going to go to all properties there, and I'm going to set the gravity, which is the layout gravity, to be on the right hand side. So the refresh button will be there right at the side of it. Okay, and then let's add some margins now. So on this linear layout that's horizontal, that's containing all of those, let's add a margin on the left of 5 dp, on the right of 5, and the top 5. Then on this text view there, I'm also going to add a left margin of 5, right margin of 5, and a top margin of 5. Okay, and then on this linear layout, let's also add a left margin of 5, right of 5. Well, right's not really necessary, and then top also 5. Okay, so maybe let's make this one a bit more on the linear layout. Let's say on the right hand side, sorry, I've got a margin on the left. On the right hand side, let's put a 10 margin there. Okay, so that's basically how it looks now. And then on this linear layout, let's just go into the linear layout that's horizontal. Inside of that one, we've got 2 text views. So on this linear layout that's vertical, I'm going to set the padding or the margin on the left. Let's set that one to 10 as well, to just move it away a bit. So at this stage, we've got it looking like that. And now let's move that text view from the top a bit. So let's go to the first text view there, and on the top, let's move it 10. Just see how that one looks, maybe a bit more. So I'm going to set that margin to 12. Let's see, yeah, that could work. So let's set that margin to 12, and then for this one, we'll just add a margin at the top of, let's say, 3 or something, just to move it down a bit. And that's basically the layout for the widget now. So let's set the title there. That one will be the title. Let's set that one to bold. So we're going to go down and set the text style to bold. And maybe the text size could be a bit bigger. So it's currently 14. Let's make it 16. just to have it a bit bigger than the rest. So that will be the title then, that will be the description, and these will be the buttons. So very important, if you want to have your buttons clickable or your text views clickable, then you need to go to the clickable property. So I'm going to click on the description there, that will be this text view, and I'm going to go down and search for the clickable property, and I'm going to make it clickable so that when the user clicks on the description, it will take him to that specific web page online. Okay, and then on this picture as well, on the image view, let's go and set the clickable property there as well, so that we can click both of those too. Right, so let's start setting some text. So I'm going to go down to the values strings XML file, and the first text that I want to set there is for the text that we want to have as the title there. So I'm going to say title, first string, let's say title, and which we'll be basically just saying random news there. So let's go back to the layout now, and I'm going to change, so I'm going to change this text view there. The text should be what I have as the title there. It should basically show random news there. So I'm going to change the text programmatically on this text view and this one. So I'm just going to give them IDs so that I can change the text there. So I'm going to call this one TV title. That will be the title of the news story. And this one will be TV description, to have the description of the random news. So when we drag the widget to the screen, we will basically get the news from the RSS feed, show the title there, show the description there. When you click on the description, it will take you to the link, and then refresh will just get a new random story for you. Now another thing that we also need to do is on the image view, we need to give this image view also a name. So I'm going to say this one should be IV sync, to sync a new story. And then I think we've got everything we need. We've got the text view, we're going to set the text. We've got the text view, we're going to set the title, set the description, and then if the user clicks on this one, we can also do something with it. Now, a lot of people like to have their widgets a bit see-through or transparent. So if you want to do something like that, you can go into the text there, and in your linear layout, your main linear layout, you can see there's a background color. So what you can do is then change some values there, and we won't see it on the white. So let's take this book one. So you'll see at the book picture there, it's black. It's basically just a normal black there. So if I'm going to add a 50 in front of the color, although this one is not working, let me just use 0. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros, which is a normal black. And if I add a 50 there, you can see that I'm changing the transparency of that color now. It seems as if it's gray now, but I'm actually changing the transparency of it. So you can go and play around with this value that you add at the top or at the front of it. The higher the value, the less see-through it is, the less transparent it is. So I'm going to use -90 there on the book, and let's say on refresh also, let's make it black, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros, but a 90 at the front will make it a bit see-through, so it will appear actually in my widget, it will appear as a type of a gray picture, although it's not synced now, and I'm not sure why it takes so long to sync the colors, but in any case, it will basically display now as a type of gray. So you can do the same thing for your linear layout. The background color there, instead of showing white, we can show a 90% white there, which means 10% you can see through. Okay, so you're changing the transparency by adding a number, a percentage value at the beginning of your color. So that's just for information if you want to use something like that. So ours will be a bit see-through. When we run it, I'll show you that you can actually see it's see-through there. Okay, so this is the design then of the widget. So we've got our design done. You can see now it seems gray there. It's actually see-through now, but the black then became a type of gray there. So we are done with the layout of the widget. So we can now continue to see how we can get data from the RSS feed. Right, for the next part of this video, I want to have a look at how can we retrieve data from an RSS feed now into the widget. So we've done the video on retrieving an RSS feed. So what I want you to do is to go to this link, https goo.gl and then a va16fz. So go to that website, which will give you this example coding.java. I'm not going to do everything of the coding again to show you how do we retrieve data from an RSS feed, because I've explained that in detail in that application or in that video. So please run through that video again on the parts on how do we extract data from an RSS feed. Okay, so I want you to open up that link there, which gives you this example coding.java, and you're going to download that link. After downloading the link, you can go to your downloads folder, and I'm going to just copy this one now. I'm going to copy there. Let's just copy. And I'm going to paste this into my project folder there. So I'm going to paste there and say, okay. Now this is just so that we can copy and paste into the service that we're going to use next. So in the example coding, I'm just going to quickly run through it. You'll remember this from the RSS feed video. This method basically just gets us an input stream so that we can start reading from the RSS feed. And then you remember that we had an async task there running the do in background. There's the URL that we retrieved the data from. We used the XML pool parser factory to help us to open up the stream for UTF-8 reading. And then if we go into the document, we're testing. We're going to keep on extracting while the event type is not at the end of the document. And if it's a start tag and it's an item tag, we set the inside item to true. If it's a start tag and it's called title and we are inside the item, then we extract the title from the RSS feed. So I'm not sure if you went through that video. So if you haven't yet, go through that video again so that you understand how to read from an RSS feed. So the only change I made here was to add this extra else if there. So you'll see that I've got three array lists there: descriptions, links, and titles. And to those array lists, which in any case in this specific file is not initialized yet. So we'll copy and paste the coding from here to the service that we're going to use now. But basically I'm extracting the title, adding it to the titles array list, extracting the links to the links array list, extracting the descriptions to the descriptions array list. So we're going to use this coding now and copy and paste it where we basically want to use that coding. So let's first create a new service now. So I'm going to right click there and say new. You're going to go to service and it will be a normal service. It must be enabled. I'm not going to use it as exported there, and maybe we can call this service the news service. This one will help us to extract the data from the array, from the RSS feed, which is a news service. So I'm going to say finish there, and it creates the service for us. Remember, in the manifest file, it will also add that service for you there. Now, because we're going to read data from the internet, you need to have the user's permission there, and we want the permission to use the internet. And also I'm going to show you how to quickly connect. I've got a method there, example coding, which is, I call the method connection available, which basically checks if a connection is available for you. So in order to do that, we also need some other permissions. So we're going to say access. You'll see there's a network state. So we want to access the network state. There's also a permission to access the Wi-Fi state. Okay, so we want to have those two permissions as well if we're testing for an internet connection. So before we retrieve the data then, using the internet, we're first going to check if there's an internet connection using this sample method that I gave you there. Okay, so in the new service then, let's just go into that service. You'll remember that a service based. In this video, I will do an introduction to Android app widgets. So what is app widgets? App widgets are miniature application views that can be embedded in other applications such as the home screen and receive periodic updates. These views are referred to as widgets in the user interface and you can publish one with an app widget provider. An application component that's able to hold other app widgets is called an app widget host, and the screenshot below show the music app widget. So this is an example of an app widget, and if you go to the developer's website and you go to this specific site, this is a very nice web page that you can go through, and it basically gives you everything that you need to know about Android app widgets. So if we quickly have a look at a phone, I can go to this Android virtual device, hold down on it, and I'll be able to select widgets there. So these are the widgets we're talking about. There's an example on the website of how a widget could look like. And you've also got some examples here. For example, you can get an email widget, or maybe a contact widget, or time widget, or Google Now type of widget, maybe a map, messaging, and so forth that is pre-installed on the devices. So this is a widget. So I see a picture of the widget there, and then I can just hold down and drag the widget and leave it on the home screen. And now it's something small that gives me information about the application. Sometimes people just create normal widgets without basically using an application with it. Okay, so this is app widgets then. And if you scroll down a bit, they give you information about the basics. How do you declare the app widget in the manifest? Adding some metadata and everything about that metadata. And if you scroll down to creating the app widget layout, and that is how your specific widget will basically look like, you'll see that they give you some app widget design guidelines there in the link. So make sure that you go through that app widget design guidelines. If you look at this heading, creating the app widget layout, you'll also see that you can only use the following layout classes with widgets, and that's the frame layout, the linear layout, the relative layout, and the grid layout. You cannot use any other layouts. And you can also use the following widget classes. Now, if we talk about widget classes, just quickly go to Android Studio. These are the widgets that I can drag to let's say my main activity XML. We're talking about these widgets like the button and the toggle button and whatever, the edit texts and so forth. It's those widgets that we're talking about. So only the following widgets can be used on a widget, on a normal app widget, which is the analog clock, the button, the chronometer, the image button, the image view, the progress bar, the text view, the view flipper, list view, grid view, stack view, and then the adaptive view flipper. And descendants of these classes are not supported. So this is basically the only things you can use, the only layouts you can use, and the only widget classes that you can use when developing your own layout for that specific widget. Then also adding margins to app widgets. I suggest that you go through this part as well. We should add some margins to our widgets. And then you can go down, you can see there's using the app widget provider class. So we're going to look at that app widget provider class now, and there's some explanations on every single one of the methods that can be called inside of that class. And then if you go down a bit more, you'll see that you'll get to a heading called creating an app widget configuration activity. So this is also an important one that you need to go through. We'll quickly have a look at it in Android Studio when we create a new simple, very simple widget. We will see the Android widget configuration activity. So this activity is basically just a configuration activity that runs right at the start when you basically drag your widget to the home screen. This activity will pop up and ask the user for some configurations. So you can go through the rest of this web page. You'll see that setting a preview image and so forth. We're going to look at that now. But there's so many things that you can run through here, and some examples that they give you and so forth. So make sure that you go to this developer website, developer.android.com, and go and have a look at app widgets there. Okay, so in the Android application, which is this one now, I've just created a blank application. There's nothing to it. It's really just a blank application. So if I want to add a widget to any one of my applications, I can do so very easily. So let's say this is the application we've got, and we want to add a new widget now. So we'll go and right click there and say new, and if you go down to a widget at the bottom, we can choose the app widget. So if you choose app widget, you'll get to this screen. Let me just resize the screen quickly. Okay, so it's not resizable, but in any case, there's the class name, and I'm just going to leave it as new app widget. You can give your widget a name there. It could be anything. So you can give your widget a name, and then the placement, you can choose there the home screen and keyguard, home screen only or keyguard only. So I'm going to go with only the home screen, and then you can set it resizable, and we're going to talk about resizable now, horizontally and vertically, or only horizontally or only vertically, or the user can't resize it. So it's up to you what you want to do here. And normally we would say horizontally and vertically. And then the minimum width in cells, also up to you what you want to do there. And then there's a choice of a configuration screen or not a configuration screen. So if your application needs to maybe, let's say we're talking about a widget that displays news. So let's say the user then will, if you select configuration screen there, it means that the user will probably then, in this example, get a configuration screen where he will need to choose the type of news that he wants on the widget. For example, he could get financial views or news on the widget. He could get some sport news, or maybe world news, or only his specific country's news, or whatever. So then you can basically get a configuration screen where you ask the user what type of data should be displayed on the widget. And then depending on what the user said in the configuration screen, you show him the specific information on the widget. Okay, so for now, I'm going to choose the configuration screen. In the next video that I'm going to do, I'm going to leave out the configuration screen. So let's just choose the configuration screen so that you can see basically what's happening there. And then I'm going to click on Finish. And then it creates a lot of coding for you automatically. So let's just quickly step through what happened now when we created this new app widget. The first thing is in the manifest file, you'll see that there's a few things that happened now. You'll see that there's the main activity, there's a new receiver tag, and there's a new activity tag. Now, because we said that we want to have that configuration activity, that activity was created for us automatically with the name new app widget configure activity, and you'll see it's part of your classes there as well. So there's an activity called new app widget configure activity, and that's the activity that will run basically as soon as I drag a widget. So if I go to widgets again, let's say I'm dragging, let's just go with the time one again. If I drag this widget, as soon as I leave it there, it will pop up that configuration activity. So obviously this time widget here does not have a configuration activity. Okay, so that's basically this activity that will run. So there's the activity, and you can see the intent filter there is the app widget configure activity. You'll also see the receiver tag there, and in the receiver tag it refers to a new app widget, and this is this class there, new app widget. And the filter there is it's going to listen for an app widget update. So I'm going to talk about that more now. And then there's also metadata, and in this metadata it basically says your app widget provider is defined in the new app widget info XML file. So you'll see if you go to your resources folder, under layout, you'll see there's two layout files now, one for how your widget will look like, and one for the configuration activity that goes with this one. And then also you'll see there's an extra folder that was created called XML, and if you go into that one, you'll see there's new app widget info that it refers to here in the metadata, new app widget info. Okay, so let's quickly go to the new app widget info. So in the new app widget info, there's a lot of things going on here. And this is the app widget provider. This is basically, you can look at this thing as the settings for your widget. So now if you start at the top, you'll see that we've got a tag there, Android configure, that basically points to your configuration activity. So remember in the manifest file, we said the receiver will be the new app widget. It's going to listen for an app widget update, and your app widget provider will be this. But the activity itself says this one is the app widget configure activity. So again, here we're saying the configure activity should be that activity. Now there's also then an initial keyguard layout, but remember we said we only want to have it on the home screen, so we'll actually we'll not be using that one line there, so I can actually just delete it. And then there's an initial layout. So the initial layout there is basically pointing to how your widget will look like. And you'll see it goes to add layout, new app widget. So if we go to add layout and we go to new app widget, there's how my widget's design should look like. So if I double click that, you'll see I've got this, just like designing a normal activity or whatever, you've got this specific XML file where you can design your layout for your widget. And you can see that in your palette you can also use all of those, but remember you can only use those that were specified on the website, otherwise it won't work. So you can drag in all the supported widgets on the left hand side. You can drag in and define or design your layout as you want your widget to look. At this stage, if we run this now, let's just run it quickly. Okay, there you can see the activity is running. So this is just showing the normal activity. But if we go outside now, let's just go to a new screen there, and I hold in, I go to widgets, you'll see there's my basic widget video. So you can see there's a picture there that it's showing, just showing example. And now I drag the widget, and as soon as I leave it, you'll see that the configuration activity pops up. And now I'm basically able to basically type something else there. So let's just say hello world, and then say add widget, and then there's the widget. So you can see this layout is the blue layout with the white text, and that's exactly what we got there. And now the user are able to also resize this widget. We said he's able to resize it vertically and horizontally, and that's exactly what we are able to do. Okay, so that's the widget. Again, I just want to show you quickly. If you go to widgets, you'll see there's a picture there. So we'll come back to this picture now. So I'm going to leave it open there so that we can talk about that picture. But this new app widget is the layout for my widget. This is how my widget will look like. So let's go back to that part. So the initial layout is the layout that we want to have it look like. Then there's a minimum height and a minimum width attribute. And this specifies the minimum amount of space that the app widget consumes by default. So the default home screen positions the app widgets in its window based on a grid of cells that have defined or have a defined height and width. If the values for an app widget's minimum width or height don't match the dimensions of the cells, then the app widget dimensions round up to the nearest cell size. So that's the minimum height and the minimum width. Then you'll also see there's a preview image. So that's the image that gets displayed there when the user tries to use the widget for the first time. And you can see there, it's just this ugly blue example picture. So you can see there it refers to add drawable example app widget preview. So if I go to the drawable folder, you can add your own picture there for that specific widget and just reference it there, and you'll have another picture there. So you can see there's the picture, and it's this same picture that we're seeing there when trying to select the widget. Okay, so that's the widget, or the picture for the widget. Let's just remove it. Right, then we get to the resize mode. Now the resize mode attribute specifies the rules by which a widget can be resized, and you must use this attribute to make home screen widgets resizable horizontally, vertically, or on both axes. So users touch holder widget to basically show its resize handles, and then drag the horizontal or the vertical handles to change the size on the layout grid. And the values for this resize mode, we said it should be resizable horizontal and vertical. So the values that you can choose here will be horizontal, vertical, none, or both of them. And this is basically what we said here. If I drag this to the home screen, we're going to get that example again. And now the user is able to hold on or basically just hold in on it, and then we can resize it vertically and horizontally. Okay, so let's go back again. So then that's the resize mode. Now in the as part of the resize mode, we can also go and say Android And then we can specify a minimum resize width and a minimum resize height. So then the minimum resize height attribute specifies the minimum height to which the widget can be resized. And this field has no effect if it's greater than the minimum height, or the vertical resizing isn't enabled in your resize mode. So, and then obviously the minimum resize width is the same thing. It specifies the minimum width to which the widget can be resized. And this field has no effect if it's greater than the minimum width or if the horizontal resizing isn't enabled in your resize mode. Now let's go down to the widget category. We'll come back to the update period in milliseconds. The widget category, you'll see that this attribute basically declares whether your app widget can be displayed on the home screen, on the lock screen, which is key guard, or on both. But only Android versions lower than 5.0 support the lock screen widgets. So for Android 5 and higher, you will basically only use the home screen. So now let's just quickly have a look at the update period in milliseconds. What does this one mean? So this one defines how often the app widget framework should request an update from the app widget provider. And that's the app widget provider class. We're going to get to that class now. And that's by calling the onUpdate callback method. And the actual update is not guaranteed to occur exactly on time with this value. And the Android guys suggest updating as infrequently as possible. Perhaps no more than once an hour to conserve the battery. So you are able to change this value to a lower value. At this stage, that value there is basically 24 hours. So which means that this widget will update every 24 hours. So let's say you've got news stories and you want to get the newest news stories, then you can update it, let's say once a day, this value will then suffice because it's every 24 hours. But if you want to go lower, the lowest value that you can basically use here in this update period in milliseconds, even if I put 2 milliseconds there, the lowest value that we can get there is 30 minutes. So if you want to update your widget less than every 30 minutes, you will need to go and have a look at the Alarm Manager class, which is also explained on that website. Okay, so this is basically the app widget provider and the settings around that. So that's just basically how should your specific widget, how should it behave, and how should it look, and the preview image and the resize mode and so forth. So this is everything in the app widget info. So remember then that your initial layout is there, the configuration activity, and whether it's home screen, when should it update, and so forth. So let's just go back to update period in milliseconds. Let's go to the app widget provider, which is this new app widget. And you can see it extends app widget provider. And inside of this method, you'll see there's the onUpdate method. So if you say here, update period in milliseconds should be 24 hours or 30 seconds, or not 30 seconds, 30 minutes, or whatever your update period in milliseconds is, it means that if I say every 24 hours, it means that every 24 hours it will go to the app widget provider and run this onUpdate method. So you'll see there's a few methods there. There's an update widget, there's an onUpdate method, there's an onDeleted method, onenabled, ondisabled. So this update app widget is the method we use to update the widget. In onUpdate runs. Let's just talk about when onUpdate runs. In your new app widget info, obviously it will run every time that you've indicated it there. But when your app runs right at the start, or your widget runs right at the start, the onUpdate method will run if you do not have this activity, the configuration activity. But if you chose to have the configuration activity, it means that in your configuration activity, you should call or you should update the widget right at the start. So if you do not have a configuration activity, the onUpdate method will run as soon as you drag your widget to the home screen. And then from there, it will run every, let's just go back to that one, every 24 hours, 30 minutes, or whatever you've indicated there. Okay, so this is a very important class, this app widget provider. So in the onUpdate method, you can see there we call update app widget, which is this one, which updates the widget. We're going to do a new video where I go into every single line of coding and explaining what happens. Then, so the onUpdate method will run according to your update period in milliseconds. It will also run if you do not have a configuration activity. It will run right at the start. Okay. Then the onDeleted method, so when the user deletes the method, then you can show a message to the user, thanks for using the widget, or whatever you want to do there. So that this method basically runs as soon as I remove a widget from the home screen. So if I remove it there, that method gets run. Then if I go to onEnabled, basically there's the comment there, enter relevant functionality for when the widget is created first, and when it was disabled or whatever. So this app widget provider has got some useful methods that we can use. So that's the app widget provider. We talked about the info there. We talked about the manifest. We talked about the layout. So let's just go and have a look at the configuration activity. So in the configuration activity, you can see if we just zoom in a bit, this is the layout for the configuration activity. So we just basically ask for some other text there and add it to the widget. So now in that activity, you'll see this activity has got a lot of methods that you can use or you can go without. But basically, the important thing about this configuration activity is that your configuration activity should update your widget. So if you've got a configuration activity, your configuration activity must update your widget. And you can see there it's calling new app widget.update app widget. So going into new app widget again, it calls this method the same as the onUpdate method calls that method. So that's the main thing about your configuration activity that you need to remember, is that if you have a configuration activity, your activity must update your widget the very first time. If you don't update your widget won't get updated at all, unless, or it will only be updated after your update period in milliseconds then. So if you set that to 30 minutes and you drag in your new widget and you haven't updated it in your configuration activity, you will only see your widget or data on your widget after 30 minutes then. So that's very important to remember. Your configuration activity must update your widget. So there they do that. So this is just some sample code that was generated. We'll get to how this works and so forth in the next video. This is just an introduction on how does this thing work. So in the next video, we will do an example of a widget where we will not have a configuration activity, but we'll have a normal widget that starts right from the start, but this widget will read data from an RSS feed. So that's the next video that I'm going to do, maybe in a series of videos, but we'll explain in detail how a widget works and how we can update that widget. Also, how can we, when we run the widget, get some data online and then show it on the widget. In this video, we will have a look at Android services. So if you go to the developer's website, developer.android.com, and you go and search for services, you can see that a service is an application component that can perform long-running operations in the background, and it does not provide a user interface. Another application components can start a service and it continues to run in the background even if the user switches to another application. Additionally, a component can bind to a service to interact with it and can perform inter-process communication. For example, a service can handle network transactions, play music, we're going to look at play music today, and perform file input-output, or interact with a content provider, all from the background. So if you go down a bit, you can see there's the basics. There's a few methods that we can use when working with services. So these are the most important methods, and one of them is the onStart command. So the system invokes this method by calling start service, and this start service will call in the main activity when another component such as an activity requests that the service be started, and when this method executes, the service is started and can run in the background indefinitely. And then if you implement this, it's your responsibility to stop this service calling stop self or stop service. So we'll look at the onStart command. And then there's also the onBind method. You can read about the onBind. We're not going to use the onBind today. We're going to basically use onStart command. We're also going to use the onCreate method, and the system invokes this method to perform one-time setup procedures when the service is initially called. So basically before onStart command or onBind, the onCreate method runs. And then, so first when we create the service, onCreate will run, and then onStart command. And then when you destroy the service, the system invokes this method when the server is no longer used and it's being destroyed. And your service should implement this to clean up any resources such as threads, registered listeners, or receivers. And this is the last call that the service receives. So we're going to have a look at all of these methods, just not the onBind, because we're going to just play back some music. So it's going to be the onStart command. We're going to have a look at the onCreate and the onDestroy methods. And then you can look at how to declare this in the manifest and so forth. So we're going to have a look at the coding part now. So I've just created a new application. And in this application, basically the graphical user interface in the main activity will just show a play button there. So I've got two pictures there that I've downloaded, play and stop. And you can basically go and use any picture online. So just go to Google and search for play or stop button and use your own stop or play button there. So this play button that I've got here is labeled for reuse on Google. So we've got no problem showing this picture here. So basically what I've done there is this is an image view that I copied. And if I go to the properties, you can see that the ID for this image view is called Ivy Play Stop. And then the source is that play button. So I'm showing the play button. Just make sure to go and make this one clickable in the clickable property. And then I use the layout gravity to set it to center horizontal. Move the margin from the top 25 dp. And then the width and the height for this component is 250. So that's just how it will display initially. And then when we click on it, obviously when you start playing something, you click on it, the stop button must start showing. So this is what we've got there is the stop button. So the stop button looks like this. We'll also resize it a bit. And there's the play button, the one that's currently showing. So please just go to Google and get your own pictures there and see if you can use those pictures on an image view. So that's basically all I've done there is to just add this image view to the main activity. And then I gave it an ID called Ivy Play Stop. So now if you go to your main activity Java file, you can see it extends app-compat activity. There's the declaration for the image view. I just called it Ivy Play Stop also. And then to that Ivy Play Stop, I connected it to the main activities XML file to find the view by its ID. And the ID for that one is Ivy Play Stop. Okay, so that is setting up the image view. Then also on that image view, because I made it clickable, I'm now able also to set an on-click listener on it so that when we click it, it acts like a button and it will go into the on-click property or the on-click method. So now the coding for this part, we're going to get back to this coding. You'll also see that I've got an audio link there. So this is just a link to a file for us to actually be able to play this file or this music clip now. And how I did this is to actually take any MP3 file or whatever type of music file that will work on your phone. So I've taken an MP3 file that I got for free on the internet, and I just placed it inside of my Dropbox folder. So I don't know if you guys know Dropbox, but that's a very nice service to use. So just go and create yourself an account at Dropbox. If you don't have one, you get 2 gigs of data for free. And basically what you do is you just drop in that one MP3 file there. And as soon as the MP3 file has been synced online, you can right click on that file and just say get public link. And that gets a link to that document in the form as this one that I've just pasted here. Just note that when you get that link, it will show www.dropbox.com. Just replace the www with a DL. And that gets you a direct link to that specific file for audio playback. Okay, so now let's start with creating our service. So in the manifest file, because we're gonna play music directly from an internet location, I'm gonna say users permission, and I want to use the internet there. So that's very important that you place that one user's permission there. It's not a dangerous permission, so we don't need to handle that permission encoding, but it must be in the Android manifest file. Then the next part that we need to do is to actually go and add your service. So how do we add a new service? Just go to your project folder, or not to your project folder, to your package folder there, right click, say new, and you're going to go down to service, and you can just use a normal service there. We're going to call this one my play service, just to create the service. I'm not going to check export it there, but it must be enabled. And then your service gets created. So now if you go to your Android manifest file, you can see that there's the service, there's the name of the service, it's enabled, true, and exported false or whatever. And if you go back then to your my play service, you can see that we've got the onBind method there already. So let's just add a few other methods there as well. So I'm going to go to code override methods, and we'll use the onCreate method there. And then I'll also use, let's just go to code override methods. We'll also use the onStart command method. And then, yeah, I don't know, this auto-generated method is giving a problem here. I don't know what's the problem there, but just remove that part there so that you only have this. Then it should be fine. And then after the onStart command, we also have the onDestroy method. So that's the methods that we looked at on the website as well. So basically the method that runs first when you start using the service will be the onCreate and then onStart command. And then when you stop this service, it goes to the onDestroy method. Okay, so now this service of ours will be a special type of service where we will actually play back music. So for this service to play back music, we need to implement a few interfaces. So we're going to say implement, and the first one there will be media player dot, and the first one will be the onCompletion listener. So let's just go to onCompletion listener. That's one interface that we're going to implement. And remember, we can implement more than one interface. So just put a comma there, and let's add another one there. It's going to be media player dot, and the next one will be onPrepared listener, and then just put a comma again. I'm just going to go to a new line there so that everything just stays on the screen. And after the onPrepared listener, let's use the onError listener. So that's android.media.mediaplayer, onError listener, and then let's go to the onSeek complete listener. That's also one we're going to use there. Then there's an onInfo listener, that we must implement there. There's also an onBuffering update listener, Let me just go to a new line for that one as well. And then if you click on it and you say Alt-Enter there, you can say implement methods, and then it gives you the onBuffering update method, onCompletion method, the onError, the onInfo, the onPrepared, and the onSeek complete methods. So just click OK there, and it implements all of those methods automatically for you. Okay, so now let's add a few declarations at the top after all those implements. So these are all of the interfaces that we're going to implement while using this service to play back music. If you're using this service for anything else, you will probably not have these implements there. Okay, so one variable that we're going to use here is the media player itself. So we're going to say private media player of android.media, and we're going to call this one media player as well. And we're going to set up the media player now in the onCreate. So remember, the onCreate method is the method that you use to set up everything before you go into onStart command, which actually runs the service. So before we carry on, let's just add a few more variables here. So the next one I'm going to use here is the link. Now remember, we've got the link in the main activity. So I'll show you how do we pass this link then to your service, and we can use it then. So that's going to be the link. And for the rest, we're going to get to the rest of the declarations as we carry on. So now let's go into the onCreate method quickly. Now in the onCreate, we're going to set up that media player. So I'm going to say media player equals new media player. And then there's a few listeners that we need to set up, and it's basically these that we've implemented now. So we're going to set an let me just start from the top there, the onCompletion listener. And then we're just going to pass in this because we said implements onCompletion listener, which means that this service is a onCompletion listener. That's why I can just pass in this there, and it will go to the onCompletion method if that needs to run. Okay, and then the media player, we're going to also set, so if you go to the top there, the next one is the on prepared listener, and we're going to also pass in just this. And then again, media player dot set on, the next one is the on error listener, and also just going to pass in this there. And then also media player dot set, after the on error, we've got to do the on seek complete listener. Then again, dot set, after the on seek, it's the on info listener, also just passing in this. And then on the media player object again, dot set, and then it's the on buffering update listener, and we're also going to pass in this. Okay, so that's basically what we need to set up. We made a connection to the media player, and then we set all of these listeners to the media player. Now in the onStart command, remember the onStart command runs directly after your onCreate. So after setting up the media player, we can now start playing the music. So I'm going to say link equals, and now I'm going to get the link from the main activity. In the main activity, we will start the service with an intent, and with that intent, I'm going to pass through this audio link. So you'll see the onStart command gets back an intent there. What am I doing now? Let's just go back there. So the onStart command gives us an intent object there, and that intent object will be the intent that started this specific service. So now, using that intent, I can get back data, and I'll get back to this one on how do we get actually that specific link there, because we still need to use a put extra method on an intent to pass through this. So we'll get to that one, and I'll explain that again. But basically, to get the link, I'm going to say it's equal to intent dot get string extra, and then I'm going to call the data audio link. Remember, this get string extra basically works as a key value pair that you pass in. Sorry, not audio line, audio link. So I'm going to get the audio link from the main activity, and then it will be displayed or will be saved in link. So I'll show you now when we get to the main activity, how do we send it through this side. But this is how we will get it. We get to the intent that we're going to pass through to here, get the data called audio link, which will be this link that we're passing through. Okay, so that link is basically just this link that we've got there. Then just before we use the media player, we're going to say media player dot reset. Let's just say reset. Now, if you look at the reset method, if you hover over it, you can see it resets the media player to its uninitialized state. And after calling this method, you will have to initialize it again by setting the data source and calling prepare. So for now, we should set the data source there. So the first thing we'll need to do is to first go and test if the media player is not playing. So we're just going to call the isPlaying method. So if the media player is then not playing at the start of this specific run of the service in the onStart command, if it's not playing, then we're going to try and start this to play. Okay, so we're going to have a try and a catch block there, and let's catch a normal exception for now, and we can change it afterwards. So the media player, we just test if the media player is not playing. What do we want to do? So now we want to set the data source. Remember what the reset method says, we should set the data source and then call prepare. Okay, so we've got the media player there. Let's call the set data source, and the data source will be this link that we pass through. So that's our data source. It comes from that Dropbox file called this one there. That's our link. That's our data source. We're going to play the MP3 file directly from there. Then we're going to call media player dot prepare. Now you can see there's a prepare method and there's a prepare async method. So if you hover over the prepare async, you can see it prepares the player for playback asynchronously. And after setting the data source and the display surface, you need to either call prepare or prepare async. For streams, which we are going to do, you should call prepare async, which returns immediately rather than blocking until enough data has been buffered. So that's what we want to do. We want to stream that music, so we need to call prepare async. So then we catch the exception there. Now, if you want, you can catch this illegal state exception, which will also work there, but it doesn't really matter for this example now. So we're going to have an error there, and then I'm just going to show e.getMessage if there's an error, and we can show the exception if something happened. And then when we return now, it's actually a weird return statement here. It's going to be start sticky. Now, if you hover over it, let me just scroll up a bit there. If I hover over it, you can see this is a constant to return from onStart command. If the service process is killed while it started, after returning from the onStart command, then leave it in the started state, but don't retain its delivered intent. Later, the system will try to recreate the service because it is in the started state. It will guarantee to call the onStart command after creating the new service instance. And if they, let's go back there, if there are not any pending start commands to be delivered to the service, it will call this with a null intent. And then you can see there the bottom part says this mode makes sense for things that will be explicitly started and stopped to run for arbitrary periods of time, such as a service performing background music playback. Okay, so because we are using background music playback, we should return start sticky. Okay, so this is the onStart command method. That's all we're going to do. Basically, the service will just playing or start playing this. If it's not playing, we will actually start setting the data source and start playing the music. Right, so now the next part is to go to the onCompletion. Basically, the onCompletion listener will run this method as soon as your music has stopped playing. So in the onCompletion listener, there's a few things that we want to do here. So you can see there's the media player object. It's passed through as an MP there. So I'm going to call that or use that variable there, MP, which is the music player or the media player. And we're going to test if the media player is playing at this stage and it completes. I'm just going to say mp.stop, which will stop the whole thing from playing. And then afterwards, after we completed playing this specific music file, we need to stop this specific service. And this you can do by just calling stop self, and it will stop this service from running. So because we're only playing we're using this service to only play one song, as soon as the song is done playing, we stop it and we stop the service from running by calling stop self. Now the next method that we're going to quickly have a look at is the onError method there. So there's the onError method, and we can keep that return false there. So in the onError method, if something happens while running or while playing the music, there's an error code that we can have a look at. So you can see there's the media player was passed in, and then what is the error, what happened there. So I'm going to pass in the what there, which is the second argument integer. And then there's a few cases that we can test for. So the first one is from the media player class, and it's called media underscore error. Maybe we need to go to media player first, media player dot media underscore error underscore not valid for progressive playback. So that's one of the errors that can occur, and we're just going to show the toast there. I'm just going to show this whole error message there, just to show what happened there, and maybe just go to a new line, and then we can break. So that's one error that can occur. Another one that can occur is when the server died. So it's media, let's just go underscore error server died. That's another one that can happen. If your server is just not working anymore, something happened with the server, we can't play back that file or the link to that file, and then we break again. Another case there could be the media error unknown. There's an unknown error, don't know what the error is, and so forth. So you can keep on running through these errors and see if you can catch all of these errors there. I'm just going to copy it, paste it there, media error unknown, and then we can break again. So these are some of the errors that we can catch then. If there's an error, we can just show a toast to the user. This is what happened. An error occurred. And then you can redirect him doing something else or whatever you want to do. Now, in the onDestroy method, if we want to stop basically playing the method or playing the music, and on completion is run, and we call stop self there, it will automatically go to the onDestroy method, and now we need to release some resources or whatever you want to do in your onDestroy. So in this method, I'm going to test first again, if the media player, if our media player object is not equal to null, we know we still got a connection to the media player, as basically when we call onDestroy, when we call stop self there, when we're done with the whole process, and we stop it, it goes to onDestroy. And now we want to make sure, is there still a media player object running in the background that uses up resources? And then at the same time, if it's not null, it means the media player is still active. So now we need to test, is it actually still playing? So we're going to call if media player dot is playing. If it is playing now, when we want to destroy this service now, then we should stop that media player from playing. So we're going to say media player dot stop, and that will stop the media player from playing. And then after that if statement, then we're going to say on this media player, we're going to call release. So now if you hover over release there, you can see it releases the resources associated with the media player object. It's considered good practice to call this method when you're done using the media player. So it just releases all of the memory it used. So remember, the onDestroy method runs when I call stop self, but also in the main activity, I can call stop service, which will also call onDestroy. And then onDestroy means if I go to my activity and I'm using the play button to play, and now I decide to stop it. So if I click the stop button, it will also then go to, or we can call stop service, which will also go to onDestroy. Checks if the media player is still active. Yes, it was. Is it still playing? Yes, it is still playing. So we stop it first, and then we release all resources. Okay, so now the next part that we're going to do is to go into the main activity now, because somewhere we must actually start this service. So I'm going to go to the main activity. And in the main activity, remember, we just made a link to that image view. And I'm going to declare a few variables here at the top also. We'll have a Boolean variable right at the top that's going to say music playing. And we're going to use this variable to change the whole time whether we're playing music or not. So I'm going to start off with music playing equals false. Now we already have the audio link there. And the next part, or the next thing we need there, is an intent. So I'm going to call this one, it's just a normal intent, but I'm going to call it service intent. This is the intent that we'll use to launch the service. Now if we go down after initializing the image view there, we can go to that image view just to make sure, and we're going to set the background resource. And to set that background resource, we're just going to go to r.drawable.one of the pictures that we use there. So it's in the drawable folder, and I want to use the plain one right at the start. So just to make sure that the plain one is, when we launch this activity again, whether it was taken away or whatever, we set it to play right at the start. So the play picture will show at the start. And let's set up that service intent. So that service intent will be a new intent. And then the first argument will just be the context. So you can either say main activity.this or just pass in this there if it's going to work, or get application context or whatever you want to do. And then we're going to call the myPlaceService.class. So you can see that by just saying service intent equals new intent, this comma myPlaceService, just like you would do any other activity to start a specific activity. But now instead of calling start activity, we will call start service. So the intent stays the same. Right, so let's go to the method now. So if the user then clicks on the play button, then we want to first check if the button gets clicked, because this button can get clicked whether it's playing or not. So if it's playing and we click on it, it should show the play button. If it's not playing, like right at the start, it's going to show the play button. And when you click on it, it should start playing the music, and then it should also show the stop button. So let's just go into the main activity. So there's two ways that it can actually run this one. It's when it's already playing or not playing. So the first one I'm going to check is if the music is not playing. So obviously at the start, we set this variable to false, which means not false is true. So the very first time you run this thing, it will go to this specific if statement. And then we're going to call a method play audio, which we're going to set up now. I'll show you now how to do that method directly from here. So we're going to call a method play audio to start that service basically and start playing the audio. And then we're going to say to that Ivy play stop, we're going to set the image resource to r.drawable and now we're going to say stop there. So now if at the beginning when we run it, it's going to show the play button, but when I click it, it should start showing the stop button. So that's what I said there. And then we're going to set music playing to true because now the music is playing. So what will be the else part then? The else part will be if the music is playing when we click it, then it means when I click it, it should show the stop button first. And then if I click on the stop button, it should start showing the play button again. So then we're going to say stop. Let's call this method stop play service. We're going to create that method now. And we're going to say Ivy play stop dot set image resource. Oh, come on. There we go. Set image resource, and the image resource will be r.drawable.play again. And then we're going to say music playing should be false again. So I hope you understand the logic here. So if the music is not playing right at the start, it shows the play button. So if you click on the play button, it should start playing the music and set the picture to the stop button. And if you click on this button and it's currently music is currently playing, it is automatically showing the stop button then. So when we stop the music from playing, set the button to the play button again, and then set music playing to false. Okay, so that's basically what we do in the button or when we click on that button. Okay, so now after this, let's just go and create these two methods, or actually after the onCreate method, which will be outside there. So we're going to hover or just click Alt Enter, and it says create the method, and I'm going to say inside of the main activity, and on that one also Alt Enter. Let's just enter there. So on that one again, Alt Enter, create the method, main activity, and just click again. So there's the two methods now. So let's start with the play audio method. So now in the play audio method, we're going to use that service intent now. And to that service intent, remember this service intent will be used to start the myPlay service class. And remember in the myPlay service, in the onStart command, we said intent.getStringExtra. So now in the main activity, let's just see how to pass through this audio link now. So to pass through the audio link, I'm going to say service intent.putExtra. And then I'm going to give my data a name. So it's going to be audio link. And just make sure, because this name that you give it here, I'm just going to copy it here, must be the exact same name that I'm retrieving there. And I'm going to paste it there just to make sure the two are the same. Okay, so that's the name of the data, and the data itself will be this audio link that we declared there at the top. So I'm going to say audio link. And that's how I send through data then from the main activity to the play service as soon as I start the service. Then we'll start the service, but we'll do this in a try-catch block. So if there's something that goes wrong with starting this specific service. And this one will be a security exception. And I'm just going to use a toast there to display the exception, error, and then e.getMessage again. Right, and now we can start the service. So we're just going to call start service. And you can see that start service method accepts an intent. And the intent we called service intent. And that will start your service. And you can see no problems there because the start service, if you hover over it, just go up a bit. If you hover over it, you'll see right at the bottom, it says there, this one can throw a security exception, and that's the exception I tried to catch there, if there's any security exception. So in the play audio then, we just basically pass through the audio link. That's the one at the top. And how do we retrieve it the other side? We call start service here, which sends through the service intent. That service intent starts the myPlay service, and in the myPlay service, in onStart command, there's the intent. And on that intent, I call getStringExtra. This side I said putExtra, so the other side getStringExtra, and that's the name of the data, and it will retrieve the audio link. Okay, so that's playing the audio. Then to stop the service from playing, remember we're going to click the button to stop it from playing. So what do we want to do if we click then the button to stop playing the music? So very easy also. It's also going to be a security exception that we're going to catch here. So let's just do a simple try catch block there, and it's also a security exception. And I'm also going to show that toast error e.getMessage. And the only thing we need to do here is to call stop service. And then you can see it wants an intent name again. So I'm going to stop that service, and that service is defined inside of service intent, which means it will stop the MyPlay service. Okay, and then if you call stop service there, where's it going to go here inside of the service? It will automatically call on destroy. It will check if the media player is still active. Is it playing? If it is, it's going to stop it and then release all memory. Okay, so that's the stop service. So you start a service by calling start service, and you can stop the service by calling stop service. Okay, so let's see if this one runs now. I'm going to run it quickly. Okay, so now my application is running, but actually nothing happens when I play and stop because I forgot about one part, and that's the onPrepared method. So in your onPrepared method in your MyPlay service, we need to basically start playing. So we're going to say, you can see there's the media player MP. So we're just going to say there, if this media player, and I'm just going to put a not there. If it's not playing, then we will start playing it. So then we're going to just say media player dot start, and that will start the media player. So let's just run this application quickly and see if it runs correctly. Okay, so let's just see if we click on it now, if it starts playing. Now, it depends on your internet connection, how long it will start, after how many seconds will it start playing, because this is streaming the music now. So let's just see how fast this happens. Okay, so there you can hear it start, the music starting playing. So now, if I want to stop the music from playing, you can see now the stop button started showing. If I click on it, you can see it stops the service, and then I can click again to play it. And I want to show you something now, because if I click on play again and it starts playing the music again, we can go and have a look at if I leave the song to play through the end. It's not a very long song. Is it going to actually stop this automatically? And I've got a very bad internet connection right now, so it takes quite a while for this thing to actually start playing. Okay, so there you can hear the music start playing again. So I'm going to leave the music now to basically run through the whole music clip, which is only a few seconds, and see if this actually changes now. So you can see there the music clip stopped, but my stop button is still showing. It's not showing the play button. So I think it's clear now to see if I click on stop, it starts showing play. And if I click on play, it will start the service. If I click stop again, it will stop the service. But what if we leave the music to play and we come back to the main activity to play something else, then the play button should show again. So in order to do that, we must basically, from the MyPlay service, when it gets to completing your music, just before we call stop self, we must update the main activities user interface. So how do we do that? And that's the last part for this video. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a new Java class, but it's not going to be a class. I'm going to change that now to an interface. And let's just call this one music stopped listener. So we're going to create our own interface there. Let me just see there, we can choose an interface there. So the kind is an interface, and we're going to say OK there, and there you can see your interface. So it's called public interface music stopped listener. And then I'm going to have just one method called void, and let's just call this one on music stopped. And that's the method that every class that implements this interface must have this method called on music stopped. Now in the main activity, we're going to let our main activity, it extends app compat activity, and I'm going to say implements, and I want to use that interface now. So it's the music stopped listener, and then you'll see it must have that method. So I'm going to use Alt Enter there to implement the method, and we want to have that one method there, and there's the method at the bottom. So this is the method that will be called as soon as the music gets stopped. So we're going to go to the MyPlay service now and see how we implemented that side. So from MyPlay service, if we call on music stop, then we're going to say on that Ivy Play Stop, the image view, we're going to set the image resource to r.drawable, because now it's stopped playing again. So we want to start showing the play button again. And then after this, we're also going to set music playing to false again, because now the music has stopped. So that's the only implementation we need in the main activity. So let's go to my play service quickly. And right at the top, we'll have a variable there. And we're going to call this one private music stopped listener. And then let's just call this one music, let's just call it, music stopped listener, that's fine. And I'm also going to use a context variable there just to get the main activities context inside of, I'm just going to use the import class there. I need to have the context inside of the MyPlay service, the main activities context. So in order to do that, I'm just going to quickly create another class there, and I'm going to call this one the application class. That's the application class is basically the class that runs right at the start before your application even starts. So I'm just going to have an onCreate method there. Sorry, let me just go into, let's just say extends application first, and then it will have an onCreate method. Just go to, yes, there's the onCreate method. Right, and then inside of this class, I'm going to have a static variable here that I'm going to use. So I'm going to say public, let's just call this static, and it's going to be context. So I'm going to say context, Alt Enter for your import, and I'm going to call it context as well. Okay, so that's the context. And now in order to make this application class actually to be an application class, you need to go to your manifest, and in the application tag somewhere there, you just need to have the Android name property there linked to your application class, which is that one. So that's the name of my application class, and there's my application class. So I'm basically saying in the application tag, this is the class that should run right at the start of my application, setting up some static variables or whatever you want to do. In this case, I'm setting up a context variable there. And then inside of the main activity, we can just set up that context variable quickly. So as soon as my onCreate starts there, somewhere there, we can just go and say on the application class, there's a method called context, or not a method, a variable called context, and I want to set that context to the main activity. So I'm going to say main activity.this, and well, if we can actually cast this to a context just to make sure, but this will be the context, then will be the main activity. So the variable context will basically now have a link to the main activity. So now let's just go back to my MyPlay service. And actually, we don't need that context anymore because we can directly get it from the application class. Okay, so what we've done in the MyPlay service class is to just set up this music stopped listener. Now, in order to set this one up, we're going to go into the onStart command, and maybe somewhere here, we'll just set it up. So it's going to be the music stopped listener. And I'm going to say equals, and I'm going to cast this now to a music stopped listener. And I'm going to add application class.context. And that's now basically getting a connection to the main activity. And the main activity is a music stopped listener because the main activity implements a music stopped listener. And that's why we can cast it to that specific one. Okay, so now we've got this music stopped listener is basically a connection to the main activity now. And in the main activity, there's a method called music stopped. And that's the only method we can call on this object called music stopped listener. Okay, so now where are we going to use this now? So if you go down in the onCompletion method, as soon as it stops playing, we want to basically call that method right here. So we'll just say on that object, music stopped listener dot, and you can see there's the method on music stopped. So what will happen now in the main activity? The main activity implements the music stopped listener, which means it must have this method on music stopped. In the main activity also, we set the context variable in the application class to the main activity. So in the MyPlay service, when we create a new instance of the interface, remember you can't create an object of the interface, but you can create an instance variable. And then by saying the main activity needs to get linked to this music stopped listener, we now have a connection to the main activity. And now on the main activity, we call the method. Where are we now? We call the method on music stopped. It will go to the main activity, call the method on music stopped, and it will set the play button again. Okay, I'm going to click on the play button again, and as soon as the music starts playing, I'm going to leave the music and see if when it stops, if it actually gets back to the play button. Okay, so there it starts playing. Now you can see that I can move away from the activity and the music is still playing. So it's something that plays in the background now because we're doing this in a service. So I can go outside of my activity and come back, and then it's still playing. If I click now on the stop button, it will stop. But let's see if it stops on its own now. And when it stops, you can see there the play button just came back. And that now happened because of this music stopped listener. In this example, we'll look at a more advanced type of widget. So the previous video that we did, we just did an introduction to a widget, which was a very, very easy, simple widget. So this widget will do a bit more. So what we want to do in this widget is basically read from an RSS feed and show some news stories on the widget. So what we'll do is to create a new widget, you're just going to go into your Java folder, into your package folder there, and going to say new widget, and you're going to call it or click on app widget. So then you get to this new Android component. We're going to leave it basically anything you can type there. For the name of your widget, I'm just going to leave it as new app widget. So the placement will be home screen only there. I'm going to have it resized horizontally and vertically. Let's say the minimum width should be 3 and the height should be 2. I'm not going to use a configuration screen, so I'm just going to say finish now, and this now creates my widget for me. Okay, so now after the widget has been created, let's just quickly run through it on what gets created again. So in the Android manifest, you'll see there's a new receiver tag that gives you the name of your widget. This is the app widget. There's some metadata with it. It listens for an update. Then it's going to call new app widget. So this is created for you automatically. Okay, so that's the Android manifest file. Then inside of your package folder, you'll see there's a new app widget that was created for you, and this is the one that will run whenever your widget needs to update. Then in your resources folder under drawable, you'll get that picture of how your widget looks when the user selects it, and then under layout you'll get the layout for your widget, and under XML you'll get the app widget info. Okay, so now the first thing I want to do for this widget is to quickly go and create the layout for the widget. So I'm going to go into this layout folder of mine and go into new app widget. So this is the new app widget. It's the basic one that we did on the previous video, and we're going to change this one now. So I'm going to go into the text. I'm going to change the relative layout there, and I'm going to change it to a linear layout, and I'm going to make sure that the orientation is set to vertical. The background color I'm going to use as white, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fs there. And then the padding there, you'll see it is under dimension or basically under the dimensions XML file under widget margin. So if you go to the dimensions XML file, it's under values, you'll see the margin is set to 8 dp there. So I'm going to leave it like that. That's 100% fine. I don't need to have it anywhere else. So this is 100% the 8 dp margin. Remember that they recommend that you have a margin around your widget. So this is the default one, and this one will do more than fine. I'm just going to close down some of these. Okay, the main activity not going to use. Okay, so let's just go back to the new app widget XML file. So this is the layout file for my widget, and what we've set so far is the linear layout, the orientation vertical, and we set the background color. I'm going to remove the text view now because we're going to do our own thing now. So if we go to the design, this is now designing how your widget should look like. So if I just close down all of these, how do you get to it? You're going to go to Resources, Layout, New App Widget, and that's how your widget will look like. It's that file. Okay, so if I go to this file, this is basically then just a blank screen, and what I want to do now is to add some data to the screen. So we're going to read from an RSS feed, and we're going to show the title of the new news story. We're going to show let's say a description of the news story, and when we click on the description it will take us to a link. So we also need to retrieve the link, but for what we're going to display there, we're only going to display the title and then the description and maybe a refresh button as well. So let's just quickly create some pictures there. So I'm going to right click on the resources folder, and you're going to say new vector asset, and going to click on icon, and let's go to communication first. I want this book picture there, so it's actually saying import contacts, but I'm going to use that book picture just to show that we're reading from an RSS feed. And I'm going to call this one, let's call it book, and then just say next and say finish, and you'll see under the drawable folder you've got that book XML now. Then let's do that again. So we're going to go to new vector asset, go to icon again, and let me just see. Under action, I want to have this refresh type of button, which says auto renew there, or cached, or whatever type of refresh button you want there. And I'm going to say OK, and I'm going to call this one a refresh as well. And then just say next there and finish, and you can see that we've got both pictures there. We've got a book and we've got refresh. Okay, so now in my layout, what I want to do is to quickly show the picture there, but I'm going to do that in a linear layout that is horizontal. So you'll see that we've got a base layout that is vertical, and inside of that base layout I'm going to place a linear layout that is horizontal. I don't want to have it span the whole height there, so I'm going to set the height to wrap the content. Okay, so what I want to add to this one now is that book picture. So I'm going to go to the palette there and going to go down to image view, and I'm going to drag in the image view into this horizontal layout. And now it's going to ask me for the picture I want to use. I want to use the book there, and I'm going to say OK. So for the book itself, let's click on the image view. Let's set the width to 120, and let's make that one 60. Let's just see how that one looks. Okay, that would be fine. So 120 by 60 would be fine for the book. And then next to that book, remember it's horizontal layout, so it's horizontally over the screen from left to right. So just after the book I want to show another linear layout. So let's go to the palette again. I'm going to show a linear layout now that is vertical just after that image view. So I'm going to add it to the linear layout. I'm just going to move that image view again to the top, so I make sure that the image view is first and then the linear layout. So you can see we're going to display the image view, and then right next to it there will be a linear layout again. And in that linear layout I'm going to add two text views. So let's just scroll up. I'm going to have one text view in that linear layout and another one in that linear layout. So if you look at the screen now, you can see that we've got the book and two linear layouts. So don't worry too much about that now. We're going to fix that now on how it looks. For now, make sure that your componentry looks something like this if you want to follow this video. So we added the picture there. It's a horizontal linear layout, but in the horizontal linear layout we've placed an image view and another linear layout. Now after this linear layout that's horizontal, this big one there that you can see, I want to add another text view. So let's just go to the palette again. I'm going to add another text view there. You can see it's at the same level as the linear layout. And then after that text view, I'm going to add another picture. So I think for that one, let's just add another horizontal linear layout. Let's go to layouts there, horizontal linear layout. So it's going to be inside the big one, but at the bottom. Let me just see which one is first now. So this horizontal linear layout, I'm going to also say wrap the content, and I don't want that one at the beginning, I want him at the end. So it's first this linear layout, then the text view, and then another linear layout that's got nothing in it. So what I want to put into that one is an image view again. So let's place that image view into this horizontal linear layout, and this time it's going to be the refresh button, or the picture there, which will become a button then. And let's make that one, let's see, 60 by 60. It's too big. Let's make it 20 by 20. Too small. 40 by 40. 30 by 30. Let's see. Yeah, I think that one will be fine. So let's make it 30 by 30, or even a bit smaller, 25 by 25. Okay, so that's the picture. And then on this linear layout, I'm going to say on the width also wrap the content. And then I'm going to go to all properties there, and I'm going to set the gravity, which is the layout gravity, to be on the right hand side. So the refresh button will be there right at the side of it. Okay, and then let's add some margins now. So on this linear layout that's horizontal, that's containing all of those, let's add a margin on the left of 5 dp, on the right of 5, and the top 5. And then on this text view there, I'm also going to add a left margin of 5, right margin of 5, and a top margin of 5. Okay, and then on this linear layout, let's also add a left margin of 5, right of 5. Well, right's not really necessary, and then top also 5. Okay, so maybe let's make this one a bit more on the linear layout. Let's say on the right hand side, sorry, I've got a margin on the left. On the right hand side, let's put a 10 margin there. Okay, so that's basically how it looks now. And then on this linear layout, let's just go into the linear layout that's horizontal. Inside of that one, we've got two text views. So on this linear layout that's vertical, I'm going to set the padding or the margin on the left. Let's set that one to 10 as well, to just move it away a bit. So at this stage, we've got it looking like that. And now let's move that text view from the top a bit. So let's go to the first text view there, and on the top, let's move it 10. Just see how that one looks, maybe a bit more. So I'm going to set that margin to 12. Let's see, yeah, that could work. So let's set that margin to 12, and then for this one, we'll just add a margin at the top of, let's say, 3 or something, just to move it down a bit. And that's basically the layout for the widget now. So let's set the title there. That one will be the title. Let's set that one to bold. So we're going to go down and set the text style to bold. And maybe the text size could be a bit bigger. So it's currently 14. Let's make it 16. Just to have it a bit bigger than the rest. So that will be the title then. That will be the description, and these will be the buttons. So very important, if you want to have your buttons clickable or your text views clickable, then you need to go to the clickable property. So I'm going to click on the description there. That will be this text view, and I'm going to go down and search for the clickable property, and I'm going to make it clickable so that when the user clicks on the description, it will take him to that specific web page online. Okay, and then on this picture as well, on the image view, let's go and set the clickable property there as well, so that we can click both of those too. Right, so let's start setting some text. So I'm going to go down to the values strings XML file, and the first text that I want to set there is for the text that we want to have as the title there. So I'm going to say title, first string. Let's say title. And which we'll be basically just saying random news there. So let's go back to the layout now, and I'm going to change. Oh, man, come on. So I'm going to change this text view there. The text should be what I have as the title there. It should basically show random news there. So I'm going to change the text programmatically on this text view and this one. So I'm just going to give them IDs so that I can change the text there. So I'm going to call this one TV title. That will be the title of the news story. And this one will be TV description, to have the description of the random news. So when we drag the widget to the screen, we will basically get the news from the RSS feed, show the title there, show the description there. When you click on the description, it will take you to the link, and then refresh will just get a new random story for you. Now, another thing that we also need to do is on the image view, we need to give this image view also a name. So I'm going to say this one should be IV sync, to sync a new story. And then I think we've got everything we need. We've got the text view, we're going to set the text. We've got the text view, we're going to set the title, set the description, and then if the user clicks on this one, we can also do something with it. Now, a lot of people like to have their widgets a bit see-through or transparent. So if you want to do something like that, you can go into the text there, and in your linear layout, your main linear layout, you can see there's a background color. So what you can do is then change some values there, and we won't see it on the white. So let's take this book one. So you'll see at the book picture there, it's black. It's basically just a normal black there. So if I'm going to add a 50 in front of the color, although this one is not working, let me just use 0. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros, which is a normal black. And if I add a 50 there, you can see that I'm changing the transparency of that color now. It seems as if it's gray now, but I'm actually changing the transparency of it. So you can go and play around with this value that you add at the top or at the front of it. The higher the value, the less see-through it is, the less transparent it is. So I'm going to use -90 there on the book, and let's say on refresh also, let's make it black, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros, but a 90 at the front will make it a bit see-through, so it will appear actually in my widget, it will appear as a type of a gray picture, although it's not synced now, and I'm not sure why it takes so long to sync the colors, but in any case, it will basically display now as a type of gray. So you can do the same thing for your linear layout. The background color there, instead of showing white, we can show a 90% white there, which means 10% you can see through. Okay, so you're changing the transparency by adding a number, a percentage value at the beginning of your color. So that's just for information if you want to use something like that. So ours will be a bit see-through. When we run it, I'll show you that you can actually see it's see-through there. Okay, so this is the design then of the widget. So we've got our design done. You can see now it seems gray there. It's actually see-through now, but the black then became a type of gray there. So we are done with the layout of the widget. So we can now continue to see how we can get data from the RSS feed. Right, for the next part of this video, I want to have a look at how can we retrieve data from an RSS feed now into the widget. So we've done the video on retrieving an RSS feed. So what I want you to do is to go to this link, https goo.gl and then a va16fz. So go to that website, which will give you this example coding.java. I'm not going to do everything of the coding again to show you how do we retrieve data from an RSS feed, because I've explained that in detail in that application or in that video. So please run through that video again on the parts on how do we extract data from an RSS feed. Okay, so I want you to open up that link there, which gives you this example coding.java, and you're going to download that link. After downloading the link, you can go to your downloads folder, and I'm going to just copy this one now. I'm going to copy there. Let's just copy, and I'm going to paste this into my project folder there. So I'm going to paste there and say OK. Now this is just so that we can copy and paste into the service that we're going to use next. So in the example coding, I'm just going to quickly run through it. You'll remember this from the RSS feed video. This method basically just gets us an input stream so that we can start reading from the RSS feed. And then you remember that we had an async task there running the do in background. There's the URL that we retrieved the data from. We used the XML pool parser factory to help us to open up the stream for UTF-8 reading. And then if we go into the document, we're testing, we're going to keep on extracting while the event type is not at the end of the document. And if it's a star tag and it's an item tag, we set the inside item to true. If it's a star tag and it's called title and we are inside the item, then we extract the title from the RSS feed. So I'm not sure if you went through that video. So if you haven't yet, go through that video again so that you understand how to read from an RSS feed. So the only change I made here was to add this extra else if there. So you'll see that I've got three array lists there: descriptions, links, and titles. And to those array lists, which in any case in this specific file is not initialized yet. So we'll copy and paste the coding from here to the service that we're going to use now. But basically I'm extracting the title, adding it to the titles array list, extracting the links to the links array list, extracting the descriptions to the descriptions array list. So we're going to use this coding now and copy and paste it where we basically want to use that coding. So let's first create a new service now. So I'm going to right click there and say new. You're going to go to service and it will be a normal service. It must be enabled. I'm not going to use it as exported there, and maybe we can call this service the news service. This one will help us to extract the data from the array, or sorry, from the RSS feed, which is a news service. So I'm going to say finish there, and it creates the service for us. Remember, in the manifest file, it will also add that service for you there. Now, because we're going to read data from the internet, you need to have the user's permission there, and we want the permission to use the internet. And also I'm going to show you how to quickly connect. I've got a method there, example coding, which is, I call the method connection available, which basically checks if a connection is available for you. So in order to do that, we also need some other permissions. So we're going to say access, you'll see there's a network state. So we want to access the network state. There's also a permission to access the Wi-Fi state. Okay, so we want to have those two permissions as well if we're testing for an internet connection. So before we retrieve the data then, using the internet, we're first going to check if there's an internet connection using this sample method that I gave you there. Okay, so in the new service then, let's just go into that service. You'll remember that a service basically needs a few methods there. So I'm going to override methods. And what we want is the onStart command method there. And for some reason, they include this value that is just giving errors. So that's fine. The onStart command should look like this. So there's your service class. And we're first going to set up the service class before going back to the widget and updating the widget. So in the service class now, we want to read data from the RSS feed. So there's a few things that I'm going to copy from this example coding. And the first things is these array lists. So I want to have those array lists declared at the top. So you can just type them or copy and paste them. So we're going to have the description, the links, and the titles declared in the news service. And then I want to have this method, very important, as well as that method, very important. And also this whole async task. So the rest you can also copy. So it's basically from the input stream method right down to the bottom, we're going to need all of those. So I'm just going to add them at the bottom there and paste, and that's all the methods that we'll need. And you should not have any errors right now because we declared those three. Now in the onStart command, or if you want to in your onCreate, you can set up those three, but we're going to do that now. Okay, so you'll see that we've got then the connection available method. Now this connection available method basically checks for two network types, type mobile and type Wi-Fi. Then we go to the connectivity manager and connect to the connectivity service, and we check if there is an active network, if there's active network info. So if it's not null, it means that we've got an internet connection. But what is the type of internet connection? It could be mobile or it could be Wi-Fi. So in this method, it will basically return true if we've got either a Wi-Fi or a mobile connection, and it will return false if there's an exception or if there's absolutely no connection available. So we're going to use this method, and a nice way of using this method could be in your application class where you call this method connection available. Because then this connection available method will be available in any class that you're using, and you only need to pass the context and it will check the connection for you. So I think let us quickly do that. I'm going to create a new Java class then, and I'm going to call this the application class. I'm going to say OK. And for it to be the application class, I'm going to say extends application. And if you remember correctly now, the application class is the class that runs right before anything else in your application runs, even before your main activity. So this is a very nice place to set up some variables or whatever you want to do. But in order to make it the application class, you need to say extends application and then go into your manifest, and you're going to add the name attribute there, and you can see their application class just pops up for me. So I'm going to use that application class. So make sure that it's in the Android manifest, and in the name tag you're referring to that specific class. And now you can see it's not grayed out anymore. Now for your application class to actually do something, we can use the onCreate method there to do some code if you want to initialize some variables or whatever you want to do. So remember, your application class will now, if you set it up like this by saying extends application and going into the manifest, setting up the name attribute, then your application class will be the very first thing that runs in your application. So if we quickly, let me just close down some of these now. Close down that one, we're going to use that one, we're going to use that one, let's close this one also. Okay, so now in the application class, let's go to this connection available method. So let's take it away from the new service now. So I'm going to cut it from there, and we're going to use it in the application class. So now this application class will become available for me as soon as the application starts, and I can use this connection available method. Okay, so now in the new service, we'll test that later on whether there's a connection or not. Okay, so now in the onStart command, and remember the onStart command is after the onCreate, the first method that runs inside of your service. And there's an intent, and this intent is the intent that activated the service. So basically what we're going to do in our new app widget is we're going to start this service. And then when the service gets started, we're going to send through also the ID for the widget that we want to update. So with this intent, you'll see now that we're going to pass in some data, which will be the widget's ID that we want to change. So now in the onStart command, I'm going to set up these three now, the description, the links, and the titles. So I'm going to say description or descriptions equals new array list. And the type of the array list will just be a normal string. And then we're going to do the same for the links equals new array list. And the type will again just be a normal string. And then the last one will be the titles. So it's going to be titles equals new array list of type string. And then those three are then set up. So now we can start using those three, the description, the links, and the titles as array lists. Now another thing that I want to have there at the top is an intent object, and we're going to use this intent to basically get a connection to this intent that was passed through. So let's just do that quickly. So we're going to say, and you're going to see where we're going to use that now. So we're going to say this.intent, which is the intent there at the top. We're going to set that to this intent that was passed through, which is just called intent. And the reason for this is so that we can get hold of this intent that was passed through inside of the get or the doing background method. And you'll see where we're going to use that now. Okay, so we've got the intent that started this specific service, and we've got it globally in this class so that we can access it anywhere. Now what we want to do is to check if the connection is available. So I'm going to use the application class for this. So in the application class, there's a static method called connection available. So I'm going to say application.connection available, and then we will need to pass in the context. And we can just pass in this there, which will basically just be the context of the service, or actually the safest way there is to say get application context there. Okay, so we get the application context and we pass in the application context. And now we're checking if the connection is available. If the connection is not available, it will go into the else part. So the else part, we can actually just show a toast there and maybe say, please, I'm going to use this again as the get application context instead of this. Then we're going to say, please make sure your phone has an internet, or maybe an active internet connection. Okay, so that's when something went wrong. Now we can't get a connection there. We will go to this one, and then I'm going to call stop self, and stop self will stop this service from running, because if we don't have an internet connection, it doesn't make sense for this service to run at all. So we'll show a message to the user, please make sure that your phone has an active internet connection, and then we stop the service from running. Now if the user clicks on the refresh button, then again, after he's got a new connection, then we can start the service again for him. Okay, so now if we've got a connection available, we want to now make a connection to the app widget. So if you go to the left hand side, you can see there's the new app widget. So that's the layout file, and we want to make a connection to that layout file and start doing something to it and start showing basically data on that widget. So in order to do that, we need to use a remote views class. So the remote views class should be from android.widget, and that one we're going to call views, or whatever you want to call it, equals new remote views android.widget. And then you'll see that we need to have a package name there. So the package name you'll find right at the top there. So there's my package name. I'm going to copy it, and let's go there, and in double quotation marks, because it wants it as a string, that's my package name. And then the second argument will be the layout file. So this layout file for the widget is in r.layout. And we called it new app widget. That is the layout file that we want to connect to, this new app widget.xml file. So this remote views class, you can see it's a class that describes a view hierarchy that can be displayed in other process. The hierarchy is inflated from a layout resource file, and this class provides some basic operations for modifying the content of the inflated layout basically. So in this case, our layout is new app widget, and this remote views class will help us to basically update data on that specific layout. So on that layout, I'm going to say views now dot. Now there's a special method called set text view text, and you can see there this one accepts a view ID. What is the ID of the text view that you want to set the text to? And then the second argument is basically the text. So what we want to do now is to set the text on, let me just go to this XML file. We want to set the text on two text views. Just open up this one a bit bigger. So we want to set the text on the title as well as on the description. So you can see that the ID there is TV title, and this ID was TV description. So those are the two that we want to set the text to. So I'm going to go to views.setTextViewText, and the first argument now is the ID. So I'm going to go with r.id. And I've called it TV title, the first one. And then the second argument was the text. So what do we want to set the text as? Right at the start, we're going to say busy retrieving data, and then maybe just say 3 dots there, busy retrieving data. And the same thing we're going to do with set text view text for the r.id.tv description. We're also going to say busy retrieving data, or whatever you want to do. Maybe you just want to set it on one of the two or whatever. So basically, as soon as the guy clicks on the refresh button, the title and the description will go to busy retrieving data. Or also in the very first part, if you add the widget to the screen for the first time also, it's going to show busy retrieving data and busy retrieving data. So now we've updated, or we set on this remote views new app widget, go and set the text on TV title and TV description. And now we need to notify the app widget manager that there's been changes to the widget and he should update that widget. So I'm going to use app widget manager from Android app widget, and we're going to call get instance dot get instance, and then the instance there will be get application context, and that's the application context to get an instance of the app widget manager. On that app widget manager, we're going to call update the app widget for me. So now it's going to update the app widget, and we need to send in the app widget ID or the IDs that we want to update. But in this case, let's just go with this one app widget that clicked on the refresh button. So it's going to be one app widget ID and then the remote views object. So what is the object ID or the widget's ID there? It will be coming from this intent that activated the service, because in this intent, we'll see when we get to the other class now, as part of this intent, when we start the service, we'll pass in the ID for the widget. So how do we get that? By calling intent dot get, and I think we're going to use an integer there. So let's say get int extra, and then the value for that, what we're going to call the data on the other side, will be app widget ID or whatever you want to call it, and then it needs a default value. So if we cannot get that value, we'll use the default value as a normal 0. And then the last argument there will just be this remote views object. So basically we'll say, go to the app widget manager, update the widget with this widget ID that we're going to get from the intent, and what should you update? The widget's view, which is the one that's connected to new app widget. So this will then update the widget for you, and it will say busy retrieving data and busy retrieving data. And now we need to start, after doing that, that's basically like showing a progress bar for the user, but we're showing it on this specific widget. Then we want to start then the get stories in background. So how do you start that async task class? We're going to say new get stories in background, and we're going to call execute. And that is how you start a new async task class. So now we go to the async task. So we show to the user on the widget, busy retrieving data, update the widget, now it's showing. Then we go into the background. So remember, your async task basically has 3 very important methods. The on pre-execute, which I'm not going to use in this instance because I'm not going to show a progress bar. We're showing it there on the widget. And then after the on pre-execute, it goes into do in background, and after do in background, it goes to the on post execute method. So inside of my do in background method, we make a connection to the RSS feed, and here we start reading from it. We read the title, we save the title into titles. We read a link, we save it into the links. We read the description, we save it into the descriptions. So the whole do in background method is done completely. Okay, so now after this do in background method that retrieves the titles, the links, and the descriptions for us from the RSS feed, it will then go into on post execute. And you can see we return null there, so we don't really do anything with that result because our results is in titles, links, and descriptions, which is declared globally in this class, so we have got access to them anyway, also in the on post execute. So this is where I want to start now, changing the content of the widget is in the on post execute. When we are done in the background and we go into on post execute, this is now what we want to do on the widget. So because our widget is basically, or I want to design this widget so it shows random news stories, it's up to you how you want to do this. So this example will just be random news stories. So I'm going to use the random class to do this, java.util.random. And I'm going to call it random. And we're going to say new random there, just to get a new random object. And then on that random, I'm going to get a new random number there. So I'm going to say, let's call it random value equals random.nextInt. And the nextInt method, let's use one of the array lists, could be any one of them, and say size, because that's the number of elements inside of an array list. And the nextInt method, if I pass in, for example, there, I don't know if you know the nextInt method, but if I pass in a 6 there, it will give me random integers from 0 to 5. So that's why, for example, if you're using a dice, I could say +1 there, because it's going to give me values from 0 to 5, but if I +1, it's going to give me values from 6, or 1 to 6, basically. So it depends on what you want to do here. So I'm going to pass in there titles, or one of the other array lists also, .size, which gives me the number of elements inside of the array. So let's say the array list has got 5 values or whatever. If there's 5 values inside of it, it will basically return me a random value that's going to be from 0 to 4. And that's basically the index values of the titles array list. So this will work perfectly to give me a random value outside or inside of those titles, descriptions, and links, because they will have the exact same amount of items inside of them. So that's the random value. So now we can go to that remote views again. So we're going to go to remote views again, just like we did there, to make a connection to it. So I think I'm just going to copy this part there, that whole part that we just did there at the top. So we're going to have remote views there. Again, we're going to link to the new app widget, the layout file. Again, we need to set the title, but now we can set the title from that array list now. So we can go and say, go to the titles array list and get me the object at the random value position. And that gets me the new string value. And that's the value I want to place as the TV title. And we can do the same thing for the description now. We can say, go to the descriptions array list and get me the index value at that random value that was returned. So obviously that random value will stay the same then for both of those, so you'll get the title and the description that goes with it. Now the next part that we also retrieved there was the links. So you'll also remember that we said on the layout, when we click on the description, it should take me to the link. So how do you do that? That's the next part we're going to do quickly. So in order to do that, I'm going to use a URI there. So I'm going to say URI equals URI.parse, and then the string that you want to pass there will basically be your link. And that we'll get from the links array list. Get that same random index value, and then on that one will then be the link, or the website's link to where we want to go when we click on it. So we're going to create a new intent to do this. So we're going to say intent, let's call it link intent, equals new intent. And then for this intent to actually open up a web page, we're going to say intent, the intent class, dot action, and there's an action view. Just type it out. Action underscore view. That's the one we need. So you view a web page. So this is the implicit intent that you're going to use. Action view, and then the second argument is just passing in the website that you want to open up with this intent. So you're going to view which website, this one described by URI, which is the link that we got from the RSS feed. Now for this to actually work, we need to have a pending intent, and the pending intent will basically just hang in the air somewhere and wait for the user to do something to activate that pending intent. And what we want to do to activate the pending intent, the user needs to click on the description, then it activates the pending intent. So let's just set up the pending intent quickly. So I'm going to say pending intent, let's just call it pending intent, equals pending intent dot get activity. And now in the get activity, we're going to have to get the application context there, so the context first. Then the second argument, a unique ID there for this pending intent. And then we're going to pass in the link intent there. So we're going to pass in link intent. So this is what the pending intent should do when it gets activated. It should activate the link intent there. Okay, and then the second or the last argument there will then just be a flag value that we're going to update. So that one will be pending intent dot flag, and you're going to say update current there. So this flag update current, if we can just move up a bit there, is basically updating the flag, or basically it says that if this pending intent already exists, keep it, but replace the extra data with what is in the new intent. So every time we're using or creating this one again, it will update that flag, or this flag will tell us that we should just update the data for this intent. Okay, so the pending intent will basically just be something that's waiting in the background somewhere, waiting for it to be activated, and we're going to set it up now. How do we activate it? How do we activate this now? So we're going to go to the views there that we created. That's a link to my widget, and on that views I'm going to set an on-click pending intent, and the on-click pending intent will be set to a specific component. So I'm going to say it's r.id.tv description. I want to set the on-click pending intent to TV description, so that when the user clicks on TV description, which is this text view there, when he clicks on it, this pending intent should fire. That's waiting in the background for something to happen, and it will basically run link intent, which will start showing the website. So it's going to be r.id.tv description, and then the next one is the pending intent that you're going to use or to basically activate. So as soon as on this view, which is the app layout or the widgets layout, on the TV description we set the on-click pending intent. So this pending intent will wait for somebody to basically click on TV description. It activates the pending intent. Pending intent activates link intent, which will start showing the website that we got from the links. Okay, so that is how you set up a button basically on a widget. So now the next part I'm going to do as well is to quickly define what this button there should do, which is actually just a picture, but it's called Ivy Sync. If the user clicks on it, I want to start this service all over again. So let's just set up that one quickly. So we're also going to use a pending intent. Let's call it pending intent sync. And then we're going to say pending intent again dot get. Now that one was get activity because we're using it to actually view a web page. This one will be get service because we want to run a new service. So I'm going to first pass in the get application context again. I'm going to pass in 0 again, which is just the request code there. Then I'm going to pass in the intent to activate the service. And now this is why we use this intent that I declared right at the top. You'll see there's intent. And to that intent was the intent that initially started this service is this intent that's connected now. So basically by saying use that same intent to start the service again is starting the service the exact same way as it was started now. Okay, so that's the intent that we're going to use to start the service, the same one that actually started the service. And then we're also going to use that pending intent dot flag update current. Okay, so that's the next pending intent, and then we're going to do the same thing. We're going to say views dot set on click pending intent. This time it will be on the Ivy Sync button. So if you go there, you'll remember that that is called Ivy Sync. This picture is called Ivy Sync. So I'm connecting to that one. So I'm going to set an on-click pending intent on Ivy Sync. And which pending intent should it activate? The second one that we created now, which is called pending intent sync. So when somebody clicks then on that sync button, it's going to run this pending intent, which will run the intent, which is the intent that actually started the service right at the beginning, this intent. Okay, so now after setting all of those on-click pending intents and setting the text views and so forth, we need to update the widget because now this is just setting it in coding. We haven't updated the widget yet. So then we go to the app widget manager again. We call get instance. The instance will be get application context. There's the argument. Then we get now we've got hold of the app widget manager, and then we're going to call update the widget. And now again, which widget should we update? It's part of that intent. We're going to call get int extra, get that same app widget ID again, app widget ID, and the default value will again be a 0 if we cannot retrieve it. And then the last argument there, let me just see, that should actually be there. And the last argument will be this views that we made a connection to, which is this one there. Okay, so it's the same as what we did here, if you remember. That's where we call also the exact same thing. It's updating the exact same app widget ID. Okay, so there we go. We've got the app widget ID and the views and so forth. So now the widget has been updated successfully. Okay, so now how does everything start actually? Because we said that this widget should not have a configuration activity, it means that in this new app widget of ours, we can actually just go and say we run the onUpdate method. We actually won't need the update app widget at all. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to delete this method totally, and then I'm only going to use the onUpdate method. So we'll obviously not call that method there. So we'll do this one from scratch now, and then we can see what happens when we drag the widget to the screen and also when we refresh that app widget. Okay, so now let's look at this new app widget, which is the app widget provider. So this specific class is the one that gets activated. If you remember from the previous videos, or the video where we did the simple widget there, if you go to your app widget info, you are able to say here what is the update period in milliseconds. And this update period in milliseconds, every time that, let's say you make it every 24 hours. So after every 24 hours, it will activate this new app widget class, which will run on update. So when this runs, you can see that we've got the context, we've got the app widget manager, and we've got all the app widget IDs. So remember that for your specific widget, the user can choose to have as many app widgets as he like. So I'm going to remove all the coding here. We'll do our own coding now inside of this one. So in the onUpdate, I first need to see how many app widget IDs there are in order to run a loop to update all of my widgets. So I'm going to say final int, and maybe just call it number of widgets equals, and we're going to go into this app widget IDs dot length, which will give me basically the number of widgets that we currently have on the screen. And I'm going to run a simple for loop there. So I'm going to start at integer I equals 0, I less than this number of widgets, and then we're going to increment I. You can also run the faster for loop as well. So now we've got a for loop that will run through every single one of our widgets that we got on the home screen and update every single one of those widgets. Okay, so in this example, for our widget, actually, we don't need more than one widget. But remember that if you have a configuration activity, you could ask the user, do you want news for financial news, or do you want sport news, or whatever you want, and you can have different widgets with different content on them. Okay, so this is then just updating every single one of them if the user has actually dragged in more than one widget. Okay, so the first thing I want to do there is to get the app widget ID that we're currently updating. So I'm going to say int app widget ID, and we're going to call, or we're going to say app widget IDs, which is the array that was passed in. And we're going to get the widget ID at position I, the one that we're currently working with. Then I need to make a connection to the remote views again. So I'm going to say remote views, let's call it views again, equals new remote views. And again, I want to go to, now the context was passed in here. So instead of getting my package name there, I can also just call context dot get package name, and that will also give me my package name. And then the second argument is then again what is your layout file that you're going to connect to, and that's new app widget. So we're going to say there r.layout.new app widget. So now we've got a connection to our widget again that we want to update. And now we can create this intent to start the service. So I'm going to say intent, Alt Enter for your import if you missed it there, equals a new intent, passing as the first argument the context. So the context was passed in to the onUpdate method. There's the context. And then the second argument, the service that you want to start. And we called our service news service. So I'm going to say news service there. And you need to remember to add the .class there as well. So I'm going to use this intent to start the new service. So remember now in our new service, we want to get from that intent this app widget ID. So that's what we did here in the service. We get the app widget ID from the intent that starts the service. So this is what I want to do here. I'm going to add that data quickly. So I'm going to say intent.putExtra. And the put extra that I want to add there is to have exactly this value that I have there. So I'm going to copy it and let's just add the value there. So that's the name of the data I want to pass through, and the data itself will be the app widget ID that we just got from there. Okay, so that will be the app widget ID. So before we start the service, we add some extra data to this intent, which is called the app widget ID. And we send it through as an integer there. So on the other side, in the new service, we say intent.getIntExtra, because it's an integer that we're passing through. What is the name of the data I'm passing through? It's called app widget ID. So if it exists, it will return back then this value that we pass as the second argument. If it does not exist, it will pass through 0. Okay, so let's just go back there. So we've got the intent. To the intent, we added this data to the intent, and now we can just call context that was passed in dot start service. Start service, and we pass in this intent. And that's all we need to do now. So after this, the service starts running, and then it will update the widget for me automatically by getting data from the RSS feed and so forth. So now what I want to do here is just to make sure that I go to this app widget manager now, that one there, app widget manager dot, please update the widget or the update app widget for me. Update the app widget for me on this specific app widget ID, passing in this views there. Okay, so that basically then will update the widget, start the service will do all the updates and so forth, and then my widget will be working. So it's actually very easy part. In this class, we did all the hard work inside of the service class. So this part there will run for every widget that we've got on the home screen. We'll get the widget ID, we'll make a connection there, we'll basically get the intent, start the service, and then when the service gets started, then in the new service, it will start with what? We'll start with the onStart command, setting up the array lists, setting up that intent, checking if the connection is available, setting the widget's data to busy retrieving data, updating the widget, going into the background. Going into the background will be this async task, connects to the RSS feed, it retrieves all the titles, the links, and the descriptions. It go to the onPost execute, we get a random value there, we make a connection to the widget again, set the title and the description, set the link so that it will open up in a web page, set up the pending intent so that when TV description gets clicked, we will run this pending intent, that will run link intent, that will show the website. The other pending intent is on the intent object that started this service, which will be this intent there. So we're going to set the pending intent that will activate that intent when Ivy sync gets clicked, and then we update the widget again. If you go into your new app widget, you'll see some problems there. If you sync again, you'll see some problems on where you set the two pictures. So just change it to Android source src and have it drawable book, as well as go to your picture at the bottom and have it Android source drawable refresh, and then that error should then be gone and we can run the application. I've also just made a few changes here. In the layout file, I removed from this text view, I removed the layout margin, so there's no layout margin there. And also the text size is 12. If I go down to, let me just see if I changed anything else there. If I go to layout gravity, in the layout gravity, I just set the full vertical. Okay, so make sure that you've got that one full vertical there, and then everything should be fine then with your layout. So if we run the layout or run this application now, I'm going to quickly run the application and then come back and show you how it runs. Okay, so there the application is actually running, but we haven't done anything in the main activity, obviously. So I'm going to hold down and get to the widgets quickly. So you'll see my advanced widget is right at the top. I'm going to drag in that widget. And if I leave the widget, you can see there's the widget. Okay, so now the user is able to resize this widget to make it a bit bigger, or whatever you want to do there. And if I refresh, I can also make it bigger vertically as well. So let's say that's the whole widget then. So you can see there's random news. It got the title from there. It's got the description. If I click on the sync button, it retrieves the data again from the RSS feed and gives me another random value there. You can also see that if you click on this text view there, which is basically the descriptions, it opens up the web page for that specific news story. So it opens up the web page nicely. I'm not going to go into the web page now, but the web page opens up for that specific story. And if you click refresh, everything runs. Let me just show you again if we remove it now. If we go back and we add this widget, you can see that on update method automatically runs. If I leave it, you can see, well, my connection is very fast now. So you can see that the connection made automatically. We didn't even see that part of busy creating or busy connecting or whatever. Let me just see if I can actually see it. But I'm sure if the connection is too fast. Yeah, there we just saw it very fast. You can see that it was connecting. Okay, so in this stage, every time I click there, the service runs and it gives me new data. So maybe something else also, the title there, this title, I changed the text to be a bit smaller, so the size should be 12 there. But you can play around. I'm not an expert in layout, so this is basically just a simple layout that you can go and design how you want your specific widget to look. You can also see through there. It's a 90% see-through. If I change those values, I will see through a bit more and so forth. You can even have some round edges there to make it look a bit better, but I'll leave that for you. So this is basically creating a widget that can read from an RSS feed. And this widget will also update every 24 hours, and it will run the service and give you a new random story. Right, in this video, we'll quickly see how to set up backendless in Android Studio or in your project in order to make sure that it works and can actually save data online. So we're going to start a new Android Studio project, and I'm going to call this project the same as I had my app there, which is called Test App. So I'm going to call it Test App. I'm going to leave the rest the same. Maybe just call this one 2018. Okay, and then I'm going to go to Next and Next and empty activity, and we can leave that as the main activity and say finish. And now let's just wait for this application to quickly refresh. Right, so we've got this app up and running, and now we want to set up this app for backendless. So one of the first things that we'll need to do is if we go back to the website and I'm going to go to a new tab here. I'm going to say backendless.com and open up backendless again to get to the documentation. So I'm going to go to documentation, API documentation, going to the getting started guide. Right, so if the page refreshed, you can see that there in the quick start guide, they tell us how we can set up the Android application. So there's a few things that they do here. We'll look at that now. I want to go to the client setup quickly, or the client side setup. Just wait for all of these pictures to load. So make sure you go on the right hand side, then you can also go to the quick start guide there and go to the client setup, this one. Okay, so if we're in the client setup side, you can see that they say in the Gradle setup we should add these dependencies. Okay, so you're going to take this implementation there. I'm just going to copy it there. Take that implementation group, and you can see it must go into your Gradle file under dependencies. So let's just open up Android Studio there again. So if I open up Android Studio, in the Gradle scripts, go to build.gradle, and somewhere here where we add the implementations, I'm just going to add mine there. You can see implementation group, backendless, name backendless, and the version. But now it tells us avoid using the plus in version numbers, as it can lead to unpredictable builds. So we should remove the plus sign there, but we need to get the specific version that it's currently at. So I'm going to go back to Firefox, and you can see that they say here it's not recommended to use the plus sign. You should go to Maven Central. So I'm going to open that in a new tab, and this repository here will tell me which one is the newest version of backendless. So the newest version of backendless is then 5.0.2. So in Android Studio then 5.0.2 will be the newest version, and then you can sync your project. Now after your project has been synced, there should not be any errors, then you're fine. So if there's new versions coming out and you want to make use of those new versions, then you can just come and change the version number here. Right, so the next step that you need to do to set up Android Studio, or to set up backendless in Android Studio, if we go back to the website again, and we can close this one now, they say also if you work with real-time database and real-time messaging, you should also include this. So we'll look at that later on. Then if you work from SDK Maven, then you need to do this. Then they also say in the Android manifest, you should add this one line. So I'm going to copy this line quickly. Go back to Android Studio, and then let's open up the manifest folder. Inside of the manifest folder, there's only one file, so you open up that one file. And inside of this file, we must paste the permission to use the internet. Well, you don't need to paste really. You can just add the user's permission and then search for the internet as well. That will also work. Okay, so copy and paste is the easiest there, but you can add permission to use the internet also here. So we're basically just saying that our app will be able to use the internet, and we must tell the user that we will be using the internet, and that's why this permission must be there. Now if we go back to the website again, they say then we must initialize our app by calling this, and I think they've got a better version. If we go to the top here, they've got they basically say, yeah, this is how we should set the URL and initialize our app, and we need to have these default values. Okay, so we're going to do this now. So basically what we've done so far is in the Gradle scripts, in the build.gradle, we've added the implementation to get the correct version of backendless, and we went into the manifest to get permission to use the internet. Okay, so now the next thing is to go into your Java folder and create a new Java file. I'm going to say new Java file. And the new Java class that we want to create here is the application class. So I'm just going to call this test application. And then say, okay, you can name your application class whatever you want. So basically what an application class is, it's the class that runs the very first thing that your application runs, even before your main activity. So remember, in your manifest file, we say the main activity is the main one, and that one should launch. But even before your main activity launches, your application class will launch. So by just creating a class with the word application in it will not work. So we need to say extends there, and you need to say extend application from the android.app library. Okay, so this now makes it the application class. But also, if I just leave it like this, it won't work. We need to go into the manifest file and add the name property there under the application tag. And you can see, because that test application class of ours extends application, it will automatically pick it up as the application class. So you can just select it, and you can see now in the application tag, before the settings part closes, somewhere there you need to add the name property. Now when my application starts, the very first file that will run is this file called test application. So it will go into this test application.java file, it will run whatever is in here, and this file will only close when the last thing of your application closes. So remember, your application class is the one that starts right at the beginning, and it's the very last thing that ends. So I'm going to right click there, and I want to generate override methods, and I want to get the onCreate method. So make sure you get the onCreate method there. And now we can go and add a few values here inside of the application class. So this is basically the values that we want to put in the application class. So remember where we are at the quick start guide again. Right at the top, the quick start guide. And if you go down, these are the default values that we want. So I'm going to copy those values, go into Android Studio, and these are the values that we want to get defined right at the top. But these values will not be correct, so you can leave out those values in the strings. We will place in other values there right now. Okay, so we're going to have the application ID, the API key, and the server URL. Let's go to the website again, and then in order to initialize your app, you need those lines as well. backendless.set URL as well as init app. So let's open up Android Studio again. Inside of the onCreate, that's where we will start using these. Okay, for that, Alt-Enter. Alt-Enter will give you the import statement there. We will not use defaults there. We're just going to use the server URL. We will not use defaults, and we will not use defaults there. We will just use it as it is. Okay, so we've got our server URL defined there, our application ID there, and our API key there. And those are the values that we will use. So for now, they are all of them are basically useless. We need to enter some values there. So for the URL there, you need to type in https://api.backendless.com, and that will be the server URL where we need to connect to. But now, if it connects to the server URL, we also need our unique application ID and our unique server or API key. So go back to the website again where we had our app defined. So this is my app. We called it test app in the previous video. And you remember, if we go to the home button there, I'll have an application ID as well as an Android API key. So first take your application ID. So there's my application ID. Yours will be different. So just copy it from there, go back to Android Studio, and that's your application ID. You can paste it there. Go back to the website again, go to the Android API key, and if you think that somebody else has got your API key, you can just refresh there and regenerate that key, and then copy it. So you can copy that API key, that Android API key, go back and paste it in your API key. Right, so now we've basically set up Android Studio, or this project called Test App 2018, to work with my database that I've got online that's called Test App, or my application called Test App. So you can see there's one API that I've already run for some reason. I'm not sure why. So if we go to data now, this is where all my data tables will be. So you can just keep it open at the data tab there. So just to run through the steps again, what you need to do right at the beginning is to go into your build.gradle, make sure you've got this implementation there. So if you missed it, you can just type it there from the video also. This is what you need for your implementation. And then you click on sync now so that your application can sync the library of backenders. The second step was to go into your manifest and make sure that you have this line of coding to say that we need the internet connection. Your third step was to create this application class by just right-clicking there and saying new Java class. Create your test application class. The class should extend application. You must have the application ID, API key, server URL, and then these few lines to just set up the URL and initialize your app. Where did we get these three values? Remember, from the website, if you go to your home button, there's the application ID and there's your Android API key. Right, so you paste those two values. Your server URL will always stay the same. It will be api.backendless.com, so just leave that one the same. And then these two lines of coding will basically then set up your application. Also remember, if you create your test application class, that in your manifest file, you need to add the name property to add your test application as the very first thing that will run when the application starts. Okay, so this is basically setting up your application. And if you are able to type backendless.setURL without any errors like mine here, then you know that your library in the build.gradle file actually synced and you've got the library. Now let's quickly see and test if we can get something to run on this application. So I'm going to go into my main activity quickly. Or before we do that, let's create a custom class. I'm going to say new Java class, and I'm going to call this person. It's a simple Java class, nothing weird about it. I'm going to say private, a string, let's call it name, and we have a private string surname. And we'll get back to this later on, but basically what backendless wants is just the normal default constructor and some getters and setters. So I'm going to go and say generate the getters and the setters for me, which is those two. And then we can also create, generate the constructor, and we're going to say select none. And that's just basically the no argument constructor where we can set the name to null and we can set the surname to null. Okay, so this is just a basic Java class, but this class now in Java will become in my database a new table. So in Java, classes, in backendless, it becomes a table. In Java, a variable right at the top, instance variable, becomes a column for that specific table in backendless. Okay, so we've got the person table now with two columns, name and surname basically. Now, if I go back to main activity, I can now create a new person object. So I can say person equals new person, initialize it, and I can go and say, for this person, we set the name to be John. And for this person, we can set the surname to be Rambo. Right, so now we have a new object, and this object will basically become one line in the table called person. So the way we do this is the following. We'll start off by saying, let's hack into the backendless or get into the backendless libraries there, and we're going to call data.of, and you can see there at once now the table name. So the table name in this case will be person.class. So that's the table name called person. It's a class in Java. And then we're going to call save. Now you can see there's two versions there. The first version will be for normal Java to just say, go and save that entity. But with Android, we need to do everything in the background. So we'll need to use the second one. So you can see it's first the person entity and then an async callback. So the person entity will just be this person object that I want to save. And the second argument will be new async callback. Just start typing A there and it will open up this whole thing for you. Now we'll get into this part again later on. So we're just testing now to see if we can save this new person to backenders. So I'll explain later on what this handle response and handle fault and all of those mean. But for now, let's just see if something gets saved into backenders. So I'm going to run this application quickly on a virtual device. So there the app is running. I'm not going to pause the video now. You can see my Gradle build is running at the bottom. It's trying to initialize the app or trying to install the app on the device. And while this build is running, let's just quickly go to the website. There we go to the website. And you can see that on the website, if I go to my data table or to my database now there, we have basically nothing at this stage under app tables. But as soon as my application gets run now, just wait for it to quickly run. As soon as my application runs, we're creating a new person table with new data in it. So you see there, my app is running. It says only hello world. Remember, we just did something in the background there, so it won't show anything here. But now if this part is done, it means that we have now saved something to this database. So if I refresh this now, you can see a new person table was created. And in the person table, if I click on it, I've got a column called name, I've got a column called surname, and I've got the values John Rambo saved in it. So for every table, you'll have an object ID. So every object in backendless will have a unique ID, this long ID. It will have an owner ID, a created and an updated. So you can change the columns also here under schema, but it must be the same in your Java class. So you can see my Java class was called person, and the fields was called named and surname. And those fields then became the columns. So if we go back to Android Studio quickly, we can save another value there. Let's call it Peter Pan, and run this again. Let's go back to Firefox and open up the virtual device. So there, I think it will refresh now. Okay, so there it runs. There it runs. It says hello world. Let's refresh it here. Now we should have a second entry there. There we go. We have the second entry called Peter Pan, also in the same name and surname column. So this is basically it for setting up backendless for your application. In the next video, we will dive a bit deeper into what backendless can do. In the next few videos, we will be creating a contacts application using some of the basics of backendless, which is the mobile backend as a service platform. So I want you to go to this website, go to bit.ly and then go to /backendless training. You'll get to this website where I'll place a few documents that we will use in the videos. For example, set up backendless in Android Studio, the coding that you'll need for that, basic coding for the backendless user service, the progress bar example, the picture that we will use, and so forth. So everything that you'll see in the videos when I refer to some documentation, you'll find the documentation on this website. So make sure that you go to this website and get the documentation as we progress through the videos. Right, so let's start creating this app. Basically what I did is to just create a new contacts app. So it's called Contacts 2018. And inside of this application, you will see that I created a few files. So we've got the main activity and the main underscore activity XML. Both of these files, when you create a new blank application, you will have them both. And I've changed nothing at all in any one of these two. What I did do was to create a new application class. So you're going to say right click on your folder there, and you're going to say new, and then Java class to create this application class. So you'll see that I've got an extra application class, and remember that I've done this video already to help you set up the backendless SDK. So you can just go and follow that video. So just to run through the steps quickly again, in your application class is where you'll have these three variables defined, and we'll get these from the website now. And then you've got your server URL, and in the onCreate method, you've got these lines of coding to set up the URL and initialize your app to be able to use in backendless. These backendless calls will actually not work unless you go into your build.gradle file and you add this one line of implementation. So you'll get that also in the documentation. If we go back to the website, you remember this website that we talked about, you go to this website and you'll see the set up backendless in Android Studio documentation, where you can quickly have a look at that. So it looks basically like this, and you can copy and paste the coding from here. There's the implementation, this should be in the manifest, and so forth. So go and have a look at that video again if you are having problems. So we have this implementation there. That's important. That's basically your first step. After that, you can go and create your application class. In your application class, we've got these lines copied and these lines copied and pasted from the document. Then if we go into our manifest file, you must have the user's permission in order to use the internet access to use backendless. And then remember to add this one line there to say Android name should be pointing to your application class, and that is the application class that we created. And if you remember correctly, this application class is the class that runs right at the beginning, and it will also be the last class that exits your application. So just make sure that you go to the previous video again if you're having trouble setting up back-endless for Android Studio. Right, so this is basically everything is done except for my application ID and my API key. So let's just quickly go and refresh what we need or where we need to get these two values. If I go to my website quickly again, and where I've logged into back-endless, we had the test app to set up everything in the previous video. So what I want to do now is to create a new app, and I'm going to call this app Contacts and just say create. Right, and then we'll have a new Contacts application. And in this application, I can check my application ID there. So I'm going to copy my application ID, go back to Android Studio, and that will be my application ID in double quotation marks. If I go back to that website again, you'll also see there's the Android API key. I'm going to copy that API key and I'm going to set it up as my API key. And now basically back-endless should be able to work and everything should be fine. Now the first part of our Contacts application is to do the login section. So for this video, we're basically just gonna set up everything so that we can start with the next video on the coding for this Contacts application. So firstly, I want to talk about, and you'll see in the Word documents that you can download. Let me just go to another one there. I've got a progress bar Word document on that website. So if you go back to the website, you'll remember this basic coding and so forth. You get the progress bar example there. So I'm referring to that Word document now. And on that Word document, you'll see there's a layout file and where I've got a progress bar inside of it. And then there's some coding on how to handle that progress bar. So we want to quickly set up this part so that we have a progress bar on every activity where we want to actually show the progress bar. So I'm going to go back to Android Studio and we're going to create another two activities. So you're going to go to new, you're going to go to activity, and you're going to say empty activity. And let's call this activity the login activity. So I'm going to leave it as activity login. It will not be the launcher, or let's make it the launcher activity. We'll see in the manifest how it basically generates that file for us. So this will be the first activity where we start. That will be our login activity and our launcher activity. And let's say finish. Now after your login activity is done, let's just go to the manifest file quickly and see that our main activity is in fact still the main and the launcher activity. So I'm going to remove that intent filter there just to make sure that our main activity is not the main one that will launch, which means our login activity will now be the main one and the one that will launch. So we'll come back to the main activity and where we'll use it again. I'm going to close down my application class, my main activity, and my main activity XML file. Right, so we've got, let's close down the manifest as well. We've got the login activity with its XML file. So what we want to do also is to create a new, let's go with activity again, empty activity, and I want to call this one register. So we're going to have a registration activity where the user can register his account. And then if he's done registering his account, he can go and log in using the login activity. Right, so we're going to work in both of these now. So in your register activity is obviously the first thing that a user needs to do, needs to register an account. And after registering the account, we will go back to the login activity where he will be able to log in. So my application, remember, will start with my login activity. And in the login activity, we'll have a button that goes to register. So in the login activity, let's go to the XML quickly for login. You'll see it's a constraint layout. I want to change that to a linear layout, so you can just change that to a linear layout, and let's set the orientation to be vertical. Now actually I want to just take the layout from here, so actually you could have just skipped that part. Let's just copy the whole layout from here. So we're going to take this progress bar layout and we're going to copy it to this layout that says activity login. So let's just paste it there. And right at the top, let's just remove this part there so that you won't have any errors. And I think I still have the linear layout, an extra one at the bottom. Let me just check. This linear layout closes there. Yes, so this one is an extra one. So just make sure that your layout now looks like this. So we basically just copied it from here, and you can see it's referring to the main activity here, and it should be referring to the login activity as the context for this file. Right, so we're in the login activity login file. The orientation is vertical. We've got a progress bar with the ID login progress. We've got a text view that says TV load, and then we've got our base linear layout. So let me just quickly talk about this progress bar. Basically, we're adding this progress bar and a text view there. And you can see that I've set them as gone and gone. So if you quickly change it to visible and visible, you'll see it in your design tab. So there you can see this is basically how it will look like. Okay, so that's the color. So if you want to change the color of this, you need to change your color scheme under your colors.xml. So we'll do that also now. So that's basically your accent color, and it says loading, please wait. So basically what this progress bar will be doing is that it will hide these two components from your layout until you need it. So we will do the following. Right at the start, we will say, take away these two components, but only have my linear layout, which will now become my base layout. So everything inside of this linear layout is what we'll see in the screen. So we will design inside of this part. And you can see I gave it the ID login form. So my form will come there. And then when I want to show your progress bar, I will hide or start showing the progress bar and the text view that says loading. And I will hide the linear layout that's the login form. So basically everything on your screen will then disappear and it will only show your progress bar. Now let's go to the login activity and see what we need to do there. If you go back to your Word document, this is the layout part. Inside of your activity, you need to have these 3 lines. So I'm going to copy them, go back to Android Studio, and I'll have them right at the top declared. Alt-Enter for your imports. Yes, it's the Android view there and the text view there. So there also will be just a normal text view. Then inside of your onCreate, we'll have the following where we just link to the 3 IDs. So we'll say login form view equals find the view by its ID. One is called login form, the other one is called login progress, and the other one was called TV load. So you can see the IDs. This one is login progress, TV load, and this one is login form. So we're basically just setting up and linking to them in coding. And then the last part that you need to copy is this whole part that gives you the method that will actually do everything for you. So let's just copy that method, and we'll have that method underneath the onCreate. Okay, so there's a few things that we need to import here. So we're going to say Alt-Enter to import, Alt-Enter again to import there. For this one, Alt-Enter to import the class. For that one, Alt-Enter to import the class. And then everything should be fine. So the reason why I'm giving you this is because it's a lot of coding to type just in order to get this progress bar to work. So basically what happens here is we create a method called show progress, and you pass in a Boolean value. So if I want to show the progress bar, I'll pass in a true value. That true value will then start with the login form view. You can see if the value is true, it's going to be gone. But if the value is false, it will be visible. So if we send true to the show progress method, the login form view will be gone, which means this linear layout where you've designed everything for your activity will be gone. And then what happens for the rest, the progress view, the progress bar will, if it's true, will be visible. If it's false, will be gone. And the text view that shows loading, if you pass in the true value, will be visible. But if you pass in false, will be gone. And then the rest of these is just to set some animations. And you'll also see I've included this, although my SDK in this case will always be greater than or equal 19. But if you're developing for an API less than 19, then you'll need this if statement. So that's why I've included it. So if your build version is greater than 19, you'll use this, or greater than or equal to 19. But if it's less than 19, you'll just use this where you just set it visible or invisible. And that's basically it. So now if we go back to our login activity, this is now where we can start designing our activity. So just make sure that you've got your layout like this, and we're going to do exactly the same layout for the register activity. So I'm going to copy this whole layout there for login. And you can see we've basically just got the progress bar and the text view on it. We'll start defining how it should look. So we're going to go into register, go into the text part, and replace the coding that you have there with this one. And now just change your context there to go to the register activity, and then the rest should be fine. So now we've got two layouts that looks exactly the same, and we will go and design them to look different than we've got it now. Okay, so now in the login activity, we had these 3 lines at the top. I'm going to copy it, and I will have the same 3 lines at the top for my register activity. Also in my onCreate, I have those 3 lines. I will also have the same 3 lines there. Also in my login activity, I've got that whole method called show progress. I will copy that whole method and I'll have it after my register or after my onCreate. So basically we've got the exact same thing for both activities now. Okay, so before we end with this video, just to get the progress bar up and running and your activity, what we can do is to just quickly check out this progress. So let's say right at the beginning, I'm going to call show progress, and I'm going to set the progress to true just to see if it's actually working. And I'm going to run this quickly, run it on that device. Right, so just make sure that you are in the login activity, because that's the first one that should run, and then it will start showing the progress bar there. Set it to true. Okay, and there you can see the application running, and you can see it started showing the progress bar there. And it will basically just keep on running. So when we're logging in a new user or registering a user, and it takes some time to connect to backenders, this is what we'll show to the user. So let's just go and change our color scheme a bit. So remember, for the color scheme, we will go to a website called materialpalette.com. And let's just choose 2 or some colors there in order to do this application. So I'm going to go with, let's go with an orange and a deep orange, for example. So let's say that's our color scheme. I'm going to copy my dark primary color, go back to Android Studio, open up my colors XML, and there's your primary dark. I'm going to choose that as my primary color, primary dark. Go back, this is my primary color. Let's go back to Android Studio. So that is my primary color that I'm going to have there. And then it wants the accent color, and the accent color is this dark one. So let's go back to Android Studio, and that's my accent color. Now I want to also add another color property there, and that will be my color light. So I'm going to say color primary light, and then the light color will be this one there. And go back and I'll add the color there. So it's a whole new color scheme now. If we run this now, you will also see that where we had the emulator run this pink accent color now, the accent color should now be the dark orange or the deep orange. Right, and there you can see the accent color is now the deep orange, and that now became our progress bar's color as well. Okay, so in my colors XML, make sure you set up your colors XML. We've got the progress bars up and running. We've got back endless set up. So just make sure that everything is fine. If you are having problems with your XML file and it's not displaying as it should here, I'm just going to force to refresh this layout. And sometimes for some reason everything's not appearing as it should. You can just force refresh your layout, and then also, if you go into your styles XML, some people had a problem here where they're not actually seeing the action bar there. So if you're not seeing the action bar, or you're not seeing anything at all here, what you can do is to change this. Just add the word base there and dot, and that will change your theme to the base theme, which could probably help you there. So just go and play around with it. On my Mac, I don't have any problems with that. Right, so we'll come back in the next video to start with our application. For now, we just had to set up the progress bar and so forth. You can see that my layout is empty, even though I've got the progress bar and a load button there, or a load text view there. But I've hidden them, and whatever we will design, we will now do inside of this linear layout. And then when we show the progress bar and the text view, we will hide our linear layout. Right, in this video, let's see if we can do the layout for the login as well as the register activities. So we'll start with the login activity. And for the login activity, we'll set right at the start, I'm going to set the background property to my color light, primary light that we defined in the colors XML. So now the background is this color, and to just quickly get the lock picture that we're going to use in this application, you can just go to the website again and just download that lock picture there. So you're going to copy that picture that you've downloaded, and then we're going to use it inside of our drawable folder. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to paste that lock there, and I'm going to keep it in the normal drawable folder, and you'll see that we've got the lock picture there. Now I'm going to drag in that lock picture. But note now that remember that we've got the progress bar, we've got the text view, and then inside this linear layout is where we want to define our layout. So I'm going to drag in the image view into that linear layout. And it's going to ask me to choose that specific picture. I will choose the lock, and then I can click on OK. Right, so now it's basically the whole screen, and we're going to set the width to 180, and you can enter there. I'll just try that again. 180, and for the height also 180. Now to get it in the middle of the screen, we're going to use the layout gravity, and we're going to say center horizontal, and that's now in the middle of the screen. And to just move it down a bit, I'm going to use the top margin, let's say as 40, to just move it down a bit. Now for the next part, we need to add, remember this is the login screen now. So we want to ask the user what's your email and what's your password. So I'm going to go to text, and I'm going to use a email one, and I'm going to drag it just underneath the lock, and you can see it's still inside this linear layout if you look at your component tree. And then I'm going to also drag in a password edit text just underneath it. Right, so there's the two. Let me just zoom in a bit so you can see there's the two. I'm going to click on both, and I'm going to set some margin on the left, let's say 20, on the right, let's say 20 again, and at the top, let's make it 20 also. Maybe for this one, let's make the top one 10. Okay, so there's the two edit texts. For this, let's set the hint quickly. So for the hint, we'll say something like, please enter your email address. And for that one, we'll say, please enter your password. And then we've got those two edit texts. Now if we click on both of them, we can go to the gravity property and also set center horizontal, which will center it horizontally. Now what we can do with the buttons, it's up to you how you want to do the buttons, but I'm going to drag in another layout there, a linear layout that will be horizontal, and it will still be in my login form, but it will be after these edit texts. So there's a new linear layout, and it's easier to drag it into your component tree. And you can see currently it spans the whole screen, so you're going to set the height property there to wrap the content. Now I'm going to go into the buttons, drag in one and two buttons there. So now you see the two buttons next to each other. I'm going to click on both of those buttons, and I'm going to set margins on the left 20. No, let's not click on both of them. Click on the first button. Let's set the margin on the left to be 20, and for that button the margin on the right to be 20, and then maybe the margins in the middle, which means for this button it's on the right hand side. I'm going to have a margin of 10. Let's make it 5. And for this one also on the left, a margin of 5. Right, so there's the buttons. They're nicely aligned there. Let's click on this linear layout that contains both buttons, and we're going to set the margin at the top to be 20 as well, just to move it down a bit. Okay, so there's the two buttons. And then after the two buttons, we can also add a text view right at the bottom. I'm not sure if that one's going to work. Let's do it there. So the text view right at the bottom there, make sure it's not inside of this linear layout, but inside of the main linear layout. Okay, so it's going to be there. And for this text view, we'll have it also go to the gravity property and center it horizontally. And then we can move it a bit from the top. So let's say the top, make it 10 there. And the text will be forgot password with a question mark, reset here. right? Something like that. So you'll have a nice login screen with where the user can then click on reset here if he wants to reset the password. Now for this one, if we want to use this one as a button as well, the text view, we need to go and change the clickable property to on there. So make sure the clickable property is on, otherwise it will not work as a button. Now for these two buttons, we can design our own button. So I'm going to go into the drawable folder and I'm going to say new drawable resource file. And I'm going to call it buttons and then say OK. Now in this file, you can see it's a selector. So we're going to change the selector there and we're going to set it as a shape. Now what I want the shape to be, so inside of the settings part there, I'm going to have this shape as a rectangle because normally buttons are rectangles. And I'm going to add some corners to it. So I'm going to say the corners should have a radius of, and let's work with 20 dp. And that's basically all I want there. And we can add a solid color there. Solid color there. And we can use the color property. And let's use the color primary color. And then just close it off. So let's say this is our background for our buttons. We'll have a corners, it will have a round type of button, and it will have a solid color primary. Now if we go back to the login, let's change that background on the buttons quickly. So I'm going to go to text, or you can just leave it at the button and go to the background property. So there's the background, and I'm going to start typing button or buttons, and there you can see add drawable buttons, and the same for that one. Buttons, add drawable buttons. And now our button is a bit, it looks a bit better. Okay, so now the text, click on both buttons. Let's set the text style as bold, and we can set the text color as a hash 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fs. And now we have white text on the darker buttons. Now in order to get rid of this bottom, you can see that the bottom of the button is basically cut off there. So let's just add some margin at the bottom of, let's say, 10. And for that one also a bottom margin of 10. And then that looks good. Okay, so now we've got the buttons, and maybe for that whole linear layout that contains the two buttons, let's just see if we don't have a bottom margin, so that is fine. For this one, a margin at the top. So let's make this one 2 to get it a bit closer, and that should be fine. Now let's click on the first button. For the text for this button, we'll name this one, let's call it login, and we'll name the text on this one register. Right, so basically now we have this layout all figured out. Where the user needs to enter his email address and password and then log in, or if he doesn't have an email address and a password, he will click on register, and if he forgot his password, he can click there. So let's make that one also, let's say, bold. It's a bit easier to see, and we can even make it blue if we wanted to. So let's make that color, let's set the color for this, and we make it a hash 0000, and we'll take a B2 there. So it will seem like maybe a link. Well, it depends on what you want to do. You can make that any color. Let's make the style, remove the style bold. Okay, something like that. Okay, so you can also make it, let's maybe make it the orange there. So let's use the color primary, or the color primary dark maybe. Okay, something like that. So forgot password, reset there, and then you can reset the password for the user. Okay, so this is the layout for your login activity. So let's just give it IDs. So that one will be, I'm going to call it ET mail. For this one, I'm going to call it ET password. And for that button, I'm going to call it BTN login. And for this button, I'm going to call it BTN register. Then for this one, which will act as a button, I'm going to call it TV reset. So that one will be to reset the password. Okay, so that's basically then the layout for my login screen. So let's do the layout quickly for the register activity. We're going to go into the text part and set the background there also as the primary light, so that we have that light background. Let's just zoom in a bit. And what we want to do here is to basically ask the user, you can ask him different questions. So I'm going to start off by asking his name. So I'm going to drag it in there, and we can ask, remove the text totally, go to the hint property, and we can ask him, please enter your name to register. Let's just try that again. Please enter your name. Escape key will take away the autocomplete. Okay, so let's drag in then after that, we will ask him what's your email address. So we'll drag in an email address after that, and then we will ask him what is your password, and we will even confirm, please confirm your password. Right, so we'll have this one, which is just a normal email one, and the hint will be please enter your email address. For that one, it will say, please enter your password. And this one is, please re-enter your password. It's something like this. Now we can select all of these edit texts, and then we're going to say set the gravity to center horizontal, and then everything is centered nicely. So for the top margin, we can set the top margin as 10 for all of these, and then let's make the left 20 and the right also 20. Okay, so now it looks like this, and maybe for the top part we can set the top margin for the most top one. We can set it to 30 to move everything a bit down. Right, so there is basically all of the edit text that we're going to use. That one is plain text, email, password, and password. The last thing we're going to use on this layout will be the button. So we're going to drag in a button there. Let's set the left margin to 20, the right margin to 20, and the top margin to 30. Okay, so that's your button. Now let's set the background for that button as well. So there's the background property. We're going to set it to that buttons again. There we go. And we'll set the text color on it to be white. So where's the text color? There it is. Hash 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fs will give you the white. And then you can also make it bold. So there's the button. The text on the button should be register. And I think this is it. Enter your name, enter your email address, enter your password, re-enter your password, and then register. So let's go and give it names again. This one will be ET name. That one for the email address will be ET mail again. This one will be ET password. And this one will be ET re-enter. Okay, and then your button will be BTN register. Right, so that is basically it for this video. So we have the login screen that will look like this. If the user clicks on login, we'll try and log him in. If he clicks on register, it will take him to the register screen. He'll enter his details, click on register. We'll take him back to the login screen where he'll enter his details again and try to log in. If he forgot his password, we will just send a reset password when he clicks there. So this is basically it for this video, where we've got the two XMLs defined. Right, in this video, we'll quickly do the coding to register a new user in Backenders. So that's basically in your register activity. So remember that we gave IDs. So let's just link up those IDs quickly. So we've got ET name, ET email or ET mail, ET password, ET re-enter, and then the button. So let's set up these components quickly. So we've got 4 edit texts. So in the register activity, let's quickly set up those 4 edit texts. So I'm going to have edit text. The first one was ET name, we had an ET mail, we had an ET password, and we had also ET re-enter. So those are the 4 edit texts. And if we go back, we also had a button and we called it BTN register. So I'm going to set up the button quickly, BTN register. Okay, so let's link them up quickly encoding. So we'll say et name equals find the view by its ID, r.id.etName. We have an et mail one equals find the view by its ID. It's called et mail. We also have et password, which should be r.id.etPassword. Then we also have et re-enter, should be find the view by its ID, and it should be et re-enter. Okay, so now we've logged, or we basically linked all of the components. So now if the user then types any one of his, or let's say all of his values, and he clicks on register, we must first make sure that he actually entered anything there. So for the button basically that gets clicked, we call that one, okay, so we should still set up the button. btn register should be find view by ID, r.id.btn register. Okay, so now for the button, we're going to say set the on-click listener, new on-click listener, and this is now the on-click listener for the button. Okay, so now if the button gets clicked, we want to go and check that these edit texts all have values in them. So I'm going to say if etname.getText.toString.isEmpty. If it's empty, or etmail, which is the mail address, .getText.toString.isEmpty. So if that one is empty, or this one is empty, or the other one, etPassword.getText.toString.isEmpty. And for the last or, I'm going to go to the new line, and that will be et reenter.getText.toString.isEmpty. So if any one of these are empty, we will need to tell the user, please enter all details. Okay, now the else part will be if now we have data for all of those edit texts. The second thing that we want to check now in your register is if the user typed the password and the retype password, if those two are the same. So we can check here if etPassword.getText.toString.equals etReenter.getText.toString. So if those two are the same, then we can start with whatever we want to do to register the user. The else part will be they are not the same, and then we will just display to the user again, please make sure that your password and retype password is the same. Right, so just a simple message to the user. So basically what we'll do now is in this part here, if we know that nothing is empty because we're testing there, if this one is empty, or this one, or this one, or that one, please enter all details. So if we get to the else part, it means that everything is filled out, and then we can test if the two passwords are the same. If they are, then we will register the new user. If it's not the same, we will make sure that he will retype them and get them the same. Right, so now in this if statement, we need to get the different details from the user. So I'm going to start off with the user's name. So I'm going to say string name equals etname.getText.toString. Maybe use the trim method also. You can also use the trim method when you're testing here. So let's just try and do that also. Trim it. And after that one, also just add the trim method there. So remember what the trim method does. It basically takes away any leading or trailing white space so that you make sure that the user did not accidentally click on a space bar or whatever, and now you can't test properly. So I'm getting the name field, and then we're going to ask the user for his email. So we're going to say etmail.getText.toString, and we can trim it again, because normally the autocomplete of your keyboards that you get autocomplete your mail or remember your mail, and after the mail they add a space, and then you can have a problem if you do not use the trim method. So then we've got the name, we've got the email. So the last thing we need here is the password. So the password will be etPassword.getText.toString.trim again. Okay, so now we've got the name, the email, and the password of the guy that we want to register. And now this is the part where we actually send data to backendless. So we're going to say backendless user, create a new user, and we can call it what we like, equals new backendless user. So that creates a new backendless user. So now to that user, we're going to set the email property to be email. Now, if you go online quickly to your database, now this is our contacts application, and we quickly go to data, then you can go to the bottom and you can see there's your users table. Now for the user, we need in email, if you do not have the name property there, normally it's added there, but remember you can add your own column. So if you go to schema, you can remove that name property there, or you can add it. So if you want to add a new column, you will go and say new, and then just type name, string, and the default value if you want. So it's very easy to create a new column that you can add data for. So if you wanted the name and the surname and the address of a new user, you can go into schema and say new, and you can add your columns there. Just remember that it's case sensitive, so if it's called name here, we must also refer to name inside of the coding. So let's go back to Android Studio. So the set mail and also the user.set password is very important that you use those two. So then I'm going to just pass in the password. So if I use the set password method, it encrypts this password and then save it to backendless. Now for any other field that you want to save, like for example, you can see there's a set password and a set email, but obviously if you choose there must be a name, there won't be a set name. So you're going to say set property. And you can see for the property, they need a key and a value pair. So basically you're going to give your data a name, and that will be the name of the column where you want to save it. And if I quickly have a look at the name of my columns here in my users table, you see I've got a name column, and exactly that same spelling is what we need. So I'm going to say name, that's the column where I want to save it, and then the value is the second argument that you want to save into that column, and that will be this specific name. Okay, so you can have as many set properties here as you like, where your first argument will, as a string, be the name of your column, and your second argument, the value for that column. Right, so now the next part is to actually take and register this new user in backendless. And for that, we need to now start showing our progress bar. So I'm going to say show the progress for the progress bar, and then we go into backendless. So we're going to use backendless dot user service dot register. And you can see there's two. This one is for Java, this one is for Android. So the first one for Java is not using it asynchronously, but in Android for the phone, we need to go asynchronously. So we're going to use the second one there. So the first one is, what is the backendless user that you want to save? It's this one that we created that we called user. And the second one, you're just going to say new A, and you can click it from the link there, async callback. Now, how this works is it will go now into backendless to the user service and register this new user that we defined here. But remember, it could find that this user already exists. So then it comes back after it's done. It will either come back into handle response, or it will go into handle fault. So if there's a fault, for example, this user already exists, it will go into handle fault, and you can print out the message of the fault. So basically what we'll do here is to just go and say toast, and we can say error, and then just print out this fault object. So we're going to say fault.getMessage, and that gets me the exception message, what occurred. So it could tell me, this guy already exists, or whatever the case may be. Okay, so that will go into the handle fault. So remember then, somewhere we should stop this progress from showing. So what we need to do then is, if there's a fault, obviously we don't want to have that progress showing anymore, so we'll set that to false there if there's a fault. But also, when it's done in the background and everything went fine, we will also set the show progress to false so that we see the activity again. But now there's a question, should you have this activity open after the user registers? So if it's registered successfully, we want to actually take him directly to the login activity so that he can log in. So let's do that. So we will set the show progress to false, or you can actually leave it because we're going back, but we're closing this. So we can set it to false. And then what we'll do is, because we came from the login activity to this one to register, we will then, if we go back, we can actually just close this register activity. So we will say register.this.finish. And that will close down this activity, and it will take you to the previous activity. And then maybe just before that, we can show a toast also to the user successfully registered, so that the user will know what is going on. Right, and that's basically how you register a new user. Now for us to test this out, we will need to go to the login activity quickly. And let's just go to, I'm going to close down buttons. Let's go to the login activity and set up all these components quickly. So this one was called etmail, and that one is etpassword. So in the login activity, let's just go and set up the two edit text there. So we're going to say etmail, and we had etpassword. And we also had two buttons there. So I'm going to say button btn login, and we had the btn register. So that's basically just looking at these two buttons. We called them btn login and btn register. And then we have also a TV reset. So I'm going to say text view there, and this one will be called TV reset. Right, so let's just quickly set up those components. Seen I've set the login here to show the progress, so let's just remove that. So let's set up those components quickly. etmail would be find the view by its ID, r.id.etmail. Just connecting up these components. etpassword will be find view by its ID, r.id.etpassword. Right, and then we've got two buttons, btn login, find the view by its ID, r.id.btn login, and then we also have btn register equals find the view by its ID, r.id.btn register, and now all the components except for the text view setup. So let's set up the text view as well, r.id.tv reset. Right, so now all the components are set up, and three of them we want to act as buttons. We want to have this one as a button, that one as a button, and we also want to have this text view basically do the same thing as a button. So we will say btn login.set on click listener new on, and then we will say btn register.set on click listener new on click listener. There we go. And then the same for TV reset. We want to set an on click listener new on click listener. Okay, so there's basically everything is set up for the login activity then also, but what we want to test for this video is if we can register a new user. So in the login activity, when the user then clicks on register there, we want to take him to the register activity. So there's btn register, so we will just say start an activity, and then a new intent. And what we'll have there is first the login activity, login.this, and then the second argument where we want to go, and that will be register.class. Okay, so let's quickly test out this application now. So if we quickly go to the website, you can see that even if I refresh my tables there, in my users table, I have absolutely nothing now. So we'll see if we can register a new user here. Let's go back to Android Studio and get that emulator. See how the app runs. Right, so there's our login activity, and we want to click on register. Takes me to this page. Let me say my name is, it allows me to type there. Let's say Chuck, and my email address will be, or just say chuck@gmail.com. Enter the password 12345. 12345, and then I'm going to register. And you can see as soon as I click on register, it removes my layout, and now it takes me back to the login activity. So you notice that when we clicked on the register part at the bottom, we still saw the register activity. So it's up to you whether you want to go into this register and show the progress or set the progress to false here or not, because we're in any case going to close down, so it's not really necessary to set it to false there. And then maybe that screen will look a bit better. So let's go to backendless and refresh this table, and now we should see a new user that's created, chuck@gmail.com, and the name is Chuck, and the password was set. So yes, we can create a new user online. So that's it for this video. This is how you create a new user. So in the next video, we'll see how we can log in that user and how we can reset the password for this user. Right, so at this stage of the video, we are able to log in a person. So I'm going to say gmail.com, chuck@gmail.com, and I think my password was 12345. And if I click on login, you can see it logs in this person successfully. Now, if we remove this activity totally, and I open up my application again, you can see it's taking me back to the login screen. Whereas in our Java file where we log in the user, you'll remember, let me just see where's the login, that we add the stay logged in true value there, which means that we want this user to stay logged in. Okay, so this is one thing now that's not working 100% as we would like. So actually the user is logged in, but it takes him back to the login page when we start this whole application. So in this video, we will handle this part to see if the user is currently valid and then log him in automatically without him needing to log in his details again. Right, so what we're going to do is to go into our login activity, and then you'll see that we start with the button and set the on-click listener, and the register button and set the on-click listener, and the TV reset. So after all those on-click listeners, we can do some coding that will actually run before these, because these are just listening for something to happen. So what we'll do now will actually start before anything of that happens inside of these on-click listeners. Okay, so we're going to do something here. So what we'll do is to go to backendless right at the start, and we're going to call the user service, and we're going to check first if this login, this user that's currently logged in, if it's a valid login. So if it's a valid login, and we're basically just going to say new async callback there, and if it's a valid login, it's going to go to handle response. Remember, we said that user, we set it to true there, stay logged in. So now we're checking, is it still valid, this guy that will be currently logged in. So we're checking if it's valid, the Boolean value there will be true, otherwise it will be false. If there's something that's wrong, we'll just display a toast here and tell the user error and go to fault.getMessage. Right, and then also we must remember that just before this, we can show the progress now by passing in the true value, and we'll try to log in this user without going to the login screen first. So we'll show the show progress. So just remember that right from the start, we're just setting up components here. This is just setting up an on-click list, and only when the user clicks on it, it will execute this code. This code won't execute right at the start. Also, this code won't execute right at the start unless the user clicks on the button. Also this part. So by calling show progress, the user will actually right from the start see nothing on the screen. If you're worried about that, you can also cut that and just paste it somewhere here in the front, just after you've set up these 3 lines of coding. Okay, so I'm going to start showing the progress there, and then we check if it's a valid login. If it's not a valid login, or if there's a problem, we will need to show progress to set show progress to false so that we can carry on and log in the user. Right, so now if we can test here, if that response is true, what do we want to do? It means now that this is a valid login, and we want to take the user now to the next activity. Well, we've seen that it's a valid login, but we need to get the user. So if you want to get the user after this, the else part there will just be, if it's not a valid login, we will basically just call show progress and set the value to false so that he can log in. But if it is a valid login, you can directly take him to the new activity, or you can first get that user. So if you want to get that user, we'll need to follow the following procedure. You need to first get the user's object ID. So we're going to say object ID equals. Now we're going to go to the user, let me just see, user ID storage factory. And that's what that true value did there for us. It stored it somewhere on the phone that this user is still going to be logged in. So we're going to go to the user ID storage factory .instance.getStorage.get. And that gets me now basically the object ID for the user that we want to have currently logged in. And then we're going to go to backendless.data.of. And now we need to indicate the class that we want to access in the backendless cloud. So we want to use the backendless user class. That's the one we want to access. And we want to find the user, or let's just say find by ID. We want to find that user by its ID. And we're going to use that user object ID that we just had there. This user object ID, that's the one that we want to search for and find by ID. And then the next argument is just the async callback again. And you could close it off with a semicolon. Okay, so basically what we're doing now, we're checking, is it still a valid login? Is there a user that's already logged in? And if it's true, we get that user's object ID by calling user ID factory.instance.getStorage.get. And then we go to backendless, we make a connection again, go to the backendless user class, get that user by its ID so that you have the whole backendless user object there. And that this response then, if such a user is currently logged in and you've got that user, it will be this response. If anything went wrong with this, we're going to go to the toast there and we can just say error again, fault.getMessage. And then we can also remember to just set the show progress to false there, and the progress will stop showing. And the user will again be back at the login. Right, so if we've got this user now, then we know the user is currently a valid login and we've got the user. Now we can start the activity and take him to the landing page. So the landing page will basically be our main activity. Right, so how do we take him there? We will say new intent. We will start with the login activity, login.this as the context, and we want to take him to the main activity .class. And then after this, we can just basically go and say, well, this is the login class, so we're going to say login.this.finish, and we finish off this class. So basically, he will then directly go to the main activity, and this class will finish. So if anything fails here, the progress dialog will just be stopped, and we will carry on logging in that specific user. So we can just quickly test this. Oh, by the way, we'll do that now. We can also set the text on that progress bar to something else, and we'll do that now. Right, so now it runs the application again. You can see this is now the part that we coded, and it takes it back to the landing page. So what we can do now is to go into the settings, just go to settings of the app, and we're going to go to the apps. Let's go to app info, and I'm going to search for my app that's called Contacts 2018. And what we can do now is to go to storage and clear the data as well as clear the cache. Right, and then we can start this application again. So we can open up, start the application, and then the login information will be gone. So now if we want to register a new user, you can do this now. So let's just try having something else here, chuck2@gmail.com, or let's just call it chuck2, and we'll have chuck2@gmail.com. And the password will be 12345 and 12345. and let's register. So you can see loading, please wait. So we can change that text to say registering, please wait. So let's quickly go to the register activity, and where we start showing, where do we register here? So basically here we start showing the progress. So we can go and call tvload.setText, and we set the text to that text view as busy registering user, please wait. Okay, and now if we run it again and try that part again, you will see the text change on that part. Right, let's try and register a third person quickly here. So this will be Chuck3, and it will be chuck3@gmail.com. 12345 12345. And now look at the load screen. Busy registering user, please wait. And then you're done. Okay, so now we can log in this user. I'm going to use chuck@gmail.com, and I'm going to log in with 12345. Now let's look at this login. When we click login, let me just see that one also. So if we click on login, we show the progress. So we can also set the TV load here, set the text for TV load to be something else. So we can say busy logging you in, please wait. Right, I'm just going to run that app again. Okay, let's log in again, chuck@gmail.com, 12345, and then we can say login, busy logging you in, please wait. Logged in successfully, we are in. Okay, so now we close down the app totally, and we open up the app again. So what will happen now? It goes into the first part and it says loading, please wait again. So now instead of saying loading, please wait, we can change that also. But you can see we've been taken directly to the new activity or the first activity. Now let's go down. You can see here we start showing the progress true. You could have done it there at the bottom as well. So then we go into the user server and check whether we can log in this guy. So we can also set TV load here. So we can say set text, and when we want to check if the user is logged in, so we can basically say something like checking login credentials, please wait. And then as soon as we get into this part where we know this guy is fine, it is true there, we can then say here TV load, we can change it again. We can set text logging you in, please wait. Right, so let's try that one again, and then when we're done with logging in, the show progress will be done and so forth. So let's just run and see how it works now. So now remember, when this app starts, it will basically start with the login activity, which will try to log in the user automatically. So there we go, checking login credentials, logging you in. And so you can see we move from the one text view to the one part where we just started it. If this one is done and we know it's true, then we can change the text to logging you in, please wait. So, which is quite nice. So if I go back and I remove this, start the application again, you will see that it also goes checking login credentials, logging you in, please wait, and we are at the new page, or we are at the main activity. Now the last thing for this video is to just quickly go to your reset button or your reset part and also set the load there. So we can also here say TV load dot set text and set some text here. So remember, when we ask the user to reset his password, it will go into this part, show the progress, and then it goes in and tries to restore the password. So we can say something like busy sending reset instructions, please wait, and that's your load button. Okay, so that's basically then it for this video. We are done for this video. You know how to log in a new user, how to register a user, you know how to reset the password, and you know how to keep a user logged in. So see you in the next video, where we'll start with the main page of the application. Right, so we've done registering a new user. So we've got a new user on backenders, and now let's see if we can log in this user. So basically we log in this user, and then after logging in this user, we take him to the main activity, which will be the starting activity of my app. So in the BTN login, if we click on login, so remember this is our screen, the user will enter his email address, enter his password, and then click on login. So if he clicks on login, we want to get his email address and his password. So let's do that first. So in the login, we're going to get his, let's call it email equals etmail.gettext.toString.trim. So here actually we should also ask the user first, or just test if it's not empty yet. So we're going to say if etmail.gettext.toString.trim is empty. Well, let's do that before the trim, if it's empty. So if that one is empty, or at the same time also et password, or not at the same time, whether that one or this one is true, or both, doesn't matter. So we're going to say etmail gettext.toString.is empty, or etpassword.gettext.toString.is empty. So if any one of those two are empty, then obviously we cannot log in this guy. So then it's else. So if it's empty, we will show a toast, and we'll say, please enter all fields. Right, but if it's not empty, it means that he's entered a username and a password. And now we can get that username and password. So I'm going to cut that there, and we're going to use it inside of this else. Okay, so firstly we get the email address. There's the email address, and we can get the password. And that will be etpassword.gettext.toString, and we can trim it. Right, so now we've got the email and the password, and we want to now start logging the user in. So we're going to show the progress, or start showing the progress bar again, so that we can go into backendless and then retrieve what we want to retrieve to see if we can log in this user. So we're going to say backendless.userService again, .login. And you can see there's login with the password, login with state login. There's an async callback, and there's an async callback with state login. And this is the one that we want. So we're going to enter login first, is basically the email address or the identity value. I'll show you now on the website how you can set the identity value. So that will be your identity value. In our case, it will be email address, then the password, then you go into the background, and then there's a last argument to let the user stay logged in. So that is when you've already got the user logged in and you don't want to ask the user for his login details again. You just take him into the app. So that's essentially what we want to do. Okay, so the first argument there will be your login, which will be your email or your identity value. Your second argument will be your password, and that's the password we gathered from the user. The third argument is the new async callback, and I'm going to do that one now. And the last one is whether you want this user to stay logged in or not, and I'm going to set that one to true. So it's easier to put it in now than right at the end. So now in the third argument, we're going to say new async callback, and then it creates the rest for you. So it's a bit more difficult to set this stay logged in true here, so just do it before you do the async callback. Okay, so basically what we're saying is go to the user service and log in the user with this email address or this identity, this password, go into the background and let me know. If it's done and everything is fine, we can let the user in. Otherwise, there was a fault. If there's a fault, we show the toast, we show error, and we can show that fault.get message again to just show what went wrong there. And then just remember to also stop showing your progress. So I'm going to say false there. Okay, so if there's a problem, we just say there's a problem and we stop from showing the progress bar. Then if everything went fine, what should we do? All right, so we're going to start with a toast to show the user or tell the user logged in successfully. So he knows that everything is fine. He's been logged in successfully. And we will take him now to start activity. And we'll have a new intent here. And we will start from the login activity, login.this, and we will move this user to register. No, not to register. We'll take him to, what did we call it? Main activity. We'll take him to the main activity. Dot class. So if he's registered or logged in successfully, we'll show the toast login successfully, and we'll take him to the main activity. Then also we can just go to the main activity and finish the main activity. Sorry, not the main activity, the login. This login, specific login page. So we'll have the login page close off when the login is successful, and we take him then to the main activity. Now we can quickly test that. If you run this application now, it will basically now go to backendless and then try to log in that user. So remember, I think my password was 12345. We'll see now. But basically, we'll need to get exactly the same email address that I had there, chuck@gmail.com. That's the one I need to log in with. So let's try that one. Not sure if it's done yet. Yes, it's done. So let me just use chuck@gmail.com. And now if I just click on login, you can see it will tell me please enter all fields. So let's enter the password. I think it was 12345. Let's add a 6 there, which means it's going to be wrong. So I'm going to say login. So it's trying to connect, authenticating, invalid login or password. So now I'm going to remove the last character there and just say login again. And now it should be fine, and it should take me to the next activity, which is the main activity. Logged in successfully, and there we are at the main activity. Now let's quickly, with this one, let's quickly do the reset password one. So remember, we've got register, which takes him to the register activity. We've got now the login that logs in the user. But let's say the user has lost his password. How can we help the user to reset the password? So I'm going to go and say TV reset, .set on click listener, and we are inside of this one. So obviously, it's up to you how you want to do this, but you can let the user type his email address there and say forgot password. So I'm just going to take it from here, but you can pop up an alert dialog or something like that and ask the user for his email address where to reset the password. For this example, I will just get the email address from etmail. So let's go back to login, and we'll say string, or let's just first test if etmail.getText.toString.is empty. We will tell the user, please enter your email address in the email field. Okay, so if he did that, that will be the else. We've got something entered there. We will now try and send a password reset for the user using that email address. So let's just get the email. So the email will be etmail.getText.toString, and we can use the trim method again. Okay, so now we have an email address, and that email address we'll use to reset the password. So now in this case, we're going to start showing the progress bar again, and then we will go into the background. So we go to backendless, .user service again, .restore. Let me just see the restore password, and you can see there's two. This one is for Java, this one is for Android. So we're going to use string identity and then the async callback. Again, the identity, in this case it's the email address, so we're going to pass in email there, and then for the second argument, new async callback, and it creates the rest for you. So basically what this also is doing is it's sending a password reset now to this specific email address or this identity, and then it goes into the background and tells you when it's done, either with a response that's fine, the password reset has been sent, or with handle fault, for example, that email address doesn't exist, or it's not a valid email address, or whatever. So if there's a fault, again we're going to say toast, and we'll say error. Let's get the message there. So I'm going to say fault.getMessage. So we get that message there with the fault, and we stop showing the progress bar. So we're going to set it to false. Then when the user is basically sent, or the password reset was sent successfully, we'll also tell the user. So we can say reset instructions sent to email address. Right, and then after that, also remember to set your show progress to false, otherwise the user cannot log in afterwards. So then the reset instructions will be sent to his email address. He will get a link there, and I'm going to show you now on backendless before we do this. Let's quickly go to backendless, and you'll see that if you go into schema here under your users table, you will see that one of your columns should have the identity column ticked. So in this case, my email address is my identity. But you can also use a username, for example, instead of an email address as your identity. But remember, it must be non-null, it must be unique, and it will be indexed. So you can change the values here and select some constraints and so forth in order to take another column as the identity. But there must always be an email column and a password column, even though you're not using the email as the identity. So the email will in any case be used whenever we send here in Android Studio. If I'm sending this, my identity value here as the username, then it will in any case go to the email address associated to that user and send out the password reset. So just make sure about this, that your identity value is set. If you don't set it, automatically your email will be your identity. Then also just remember, you can go to users there, and this is setting up the email template. So if you go to users and you go to email templates, this is where you'll set up your email templates. For example, a confirmation template for the user that's basically registering for the first time could get a confirmation template where you can type whatever you want there. You can also choose to not send an email for this event. The user logs in for the first time. There's the text that he will receive if he logs in for the first time, if he registers for the first time, if he requests the password recovery. So this is where we want to get now. If the user requests password recovery, we can say, you requested a password reset, or something like that. So you can have your subject for your message. You can type your own subject there and then have your own mail there. But you can see there it gives you a new password. So this is one way of doing it. So what we'll do is I'm going to click on the bottom one, and you can see the bottom one gives you a link where you can change your password. So for this one, I'm going to untick that one, and then if I go back, let me just save at the bottom there, save at the bottom, and if I untick that one, user request password recovery must then be ticked. You can't have the both of them. And if I save, you will see that that one is now red and this one is green. So you can either request a password recovery where it just sends you the password directly, or you can send them a link. And this is, I think, the best way, where you send them a link then and they can change the password using the link. So go and play around a bit with these email templates. Basically, if you want them, it should not be ticked. And if you do not want that specific email template, you can just switch it off here. Okay, so if we go back to Android Studio, this is basically what we're doing here. We're sending it to that email address and we're sending reset instructions. Unfortunately, that chuck@gmail.com does not exist, so I will get a problem there, but we can check it out quickly. So mine will probably give me a problem here, so I'm going to say chuck@gmail.com, which I do not think will exist, and we can say set the password. So probably somebody else with that Chuck email address as an email now, and he will get his reset instructions and don't know what he will do with it. But in any case, that is basically just how your reset password work. If it's something that is not a website or not an email address, let's see what it's going to say. Error cannot perform, unable to find a user with this email. So just make sure that also if I type somebody here, let's say peter@pollock.com or whatever, then if I say password reset, it will also tell me that this user does not exist user unable to find the user with that one because he's not registered online yet, and then you can't send a password reset. But for a user that is currently inside of your user table there, so if I go back to my data and I can see then under my users, there's Chuck, there's the password, and there's everything. So if the user exists on your table and you use a password reset, it will send that email out. But if that user doesn't exist in your table, it cannot send out that email. Right, and that's then basically it for this video, where we've seen how to log in a user and how to do a password reset. So for the next video, we'll quickly have a look at how to keep a user logged in so that you can take him directly to the main activity. Right, in this video, we're basically done now with the login activity, and from the login screen, we will arrive at our main activity. So let's start coding from the main activity, and what we want to look at first is how to create a new contact, and then also see a list of all the contacts currently in our database. So remember that this is a contacts application, and we want to see a list of contacts. So the first thing we'll need to do is to be able to create new contacts. So I'm going to create a new. You can just go to new activity, and we're going to create an empty activity. And I'm going to call this activity new contact. And we're going to say finish. We will also create another activity. So go to new activity again and use an empty activity. And we're going to create an activity called contact list. So that will be a list of all my contacts. So for now, let's just set up or see if we can set up these components. So we've got new contact, which is a new activity that was created, and we've got contact list, which is a new activity that we created now. So from the main activity, we'll have a few buttons here that we're going to set up. So let's open up the main activity XML, go into the text at the bottom, text tab, and let's remove this constraint layout and make it a linear layout. And I'm going to set the orientation to vertical. I'm going to remove this text view there. And then let's set the background property there as the color primary light. So we have the light color back at the back again. Let me just remove this. Okay, so now we have a blank application to start with. So this will be our main page. Now you can put a nice picture here or whatever you want. For me, this video is this whole application is all about functionality. So let's look at just adding a few buttons here. So I'm going to add 2 buttons on the screen. So we're going to have 2 buttons there. On both of them, let's zoom in a bit. On both of these buttons, you can click or select both of them. And I'm going to have a left margin of 20. I'll have a right margin of 20 and a top margin of, let's say, 20 as well. Now for this button, let's take it a bit more from the top. Let's make it 50. Let's say we'll have something like this for this button's top margin. Let's make it 10. Okay, so let's say this will be my screen where I get to my application. And then now for this, remember that we had in our drawable, we have a buttons XML. So I'm going to use that as the background property. So go to the background property on both of the buttons and set it to buttons, drawable buttons. Right, so we have those 2 buttons. The first button's text will be list of contacts, and this button there will be create contact. So we'll get to from the main screen, we'll basically just see the list, click on to see the list of all the contacts, and then we'll be able to create a new contact. So if I go down to the bottom, I'm going to set that to bold. Let's select both of them. Where is it now? I'm going to set them both to bold. Then go down again, set the color to #1234566Fs, and then that is the buttons. So we've got list of contacts and create contact. Now for this list of contact, let's set up the button, the BTN, the ID there. So I'm going to say BTN list, and this one will be BTN create. So we have 2 buttons. One that will take me to the list of all the contacts, which will be contact list, and this one will take me to new contact, to create a new contact. So let's set up these two components in the main activity quickly. So this one is called btn list, that one is called btn create. So we're going to say button, btn list, btn create. Then let's set up these buttons. So it's going to be btn list equals find the view by its ID. And then the same for btn create. We're going to, first find the view by its ID, r.id.btn create. Right, so we have both of the buttons linked up. So we're going to say btn list dot set the on-click listener. And for btn create, we will also say set the on-click listener as new on-click listener. Okay, so what we want to do then, if we move from btn list, when we click on btn list, we want to go to contact list, this activity. So we're just going to say start activity, and on that activity we'll say new intent. We are currently in the main activity, so the context is main activity.this. And then the second argument will be where we want to go. So in this case, we want to go, this is btn list, so we're going to go to contact list. So it's contact list.class. Okay, so we'll do exactly the same line. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to paste it here. And instead of saying contact list.class, when we click on btn create, we will go to new contact.class. Right, and that's basically it for the main activity. So the main activity will basically show two buttons there. You can add a nice picture there at the top or whatever you want to do there. If we click on list of contacts, it will go to contact list. If we click on create contact, it will go to new contact. Okay, so just to make sure that everything is fine and is running, let's see if we can run that on the virtual device. So this is where we left off the last time. We will go to the main activity, which is this one. That should now have two buttons. Right, so the application is launching, it's logging us in automatically, and then we will arrive at the main activity. List of contacts will go to the list of contacts, or the contact list activity. Create contact will go to create contact. Okay, so let's go and set up the layout files for these two. So let's go to create new contact first. Right, so for the new contact, we want to basically ask the user a few questions here to create a new contact, and we'll basically just ask what's the name, what's the number, and what is the email address of a new contact that we want to add. Then as soon as we click on create a new contact, we want to have that progress bar shown again. So I just want to remind you again of the website, this one there, bit.ly, back in this training will take you to this website, or just type that. And you can go and open up progress bar example. So download that Word document again. That's the one I'm opening up now. And you'll see there's the layout file. So I'm going to copy that whole layout again so that we don't need to retype this the whole time. I'm going to go back to Android Studio, into the text part, remove everything of the new contact XML file, and I'm going to paste my coding there. Just remember to remove that part, because that's where our layout will come. Right, and then for this layout, I'm going to set the background as primary light. So if you go back to design, you'll see basically a clear background, but you can see that these two components are on your layout, and we will use them later on. So now let's drag in a few components. We want to go to a few edit texts. So I'm going to ask the user to enter his name. So I'm going to use a plain text one. I'm going to drag it into that login form. So that's the plain text one. Then I want to have a telephone number. So I'm going to drag in the phone one directly after it. And then I'll have an email. So we drag in the email one just after that one. Now you can see there's the three edit texts. I'm going to click on all three of them, or select all three of them. You can do them individually as well. And I'm going to set the margins on the left to 20, the right 20, and maybe the top 10. Now for this one, I'm going to make the top a bit bigger. So let's make it 20 to move it down a bit, even more. Let's make it 30. Right, now for this one, there's text in it. So we're going to remove the text, and then we're going to go down to the hint properties. So we go down to hint, and the hint for the first one will be please enter contact name. Just use the escape button on your keyboard to take away the autocomplete, and then you can click enter. Please enter contact name. The hint for this one will be please enter contact number. And the one for that one will be please enter contact email. Then we're going to select all three of them again and make sure that we set the gravity property to be center horizontal. Right, then the next component that we'll add to the screen will be a button. So let's just add it there at the bottom so it gets after those three edit text. Click on the button and let's make the margin on the left 20, on the right 20, and let's have a top margin of 30 to move it a bit down. Now on that button also, let's go to the background property and use that buttons XML again. So we're going to go to drawable buttons so that our buttons all look the same. We will go down and set the text style to bold and the text color to #12345 Right, so there we have the button, and on the button, the text that we can have on the button will be create new contact. Right, so this is then basically the layout for our new contact. So let's give them IDs. This one I will name ET name. This one I will name ET, let's call it number. And this one will be ET mail. Right, and then for the button, that one will be BTN, let's say new contact. BTN new contact. So we've got ET name, ET number, ET mail, and BTN new contact. So for these components, let's just quickly go now to that activity. I'm going to close down the main activity now that we have some space here at the top, and we're going to go to new contact. Now in new contact, let's set up those components quickly. So we've got one button, which we'll call, what did I call it now? BTN new contact. BTN new contact. Then we'll have the three edit texts, ET name, ET number, and ET mail. ET name, ET number, and ET mail. ET mail. Okay, so there's the components, and we'll quickly set them up in coding. So we're going to say ET name equals find the view by its ID, and it's going to be ET name. Then also ET number will be find the view by its ID, r.id.et number. And then also ET mail will be find the view by its ID, r.id.ed ET mail. Okay, so there's all the components except for the button. So let's set the button also, and that will be find the view by its ID, r.id.btn new contact. Okay, so now for the button, we're going to say btn new contact.set on click listener, new on click listener, and this is what will happen when we click the button. So I'm going to leave it there. We'll do this in another video. So for this video, we'll just set up all the layout files. Now remember that we said that this one has the login progress and TV load. So there's a few things that we need to set up in new contact as well. So go to that Word document again, and we go down where we copied, and this must come in the activity. So I'm going to copy that, go back to Android Studio, and paste it there inside of your new contact activity. Alt Enter if there's an import that's needed. Okay, so now the next part, let's go to the Word document again. We'll be setting it up by the find view by ID. So let's do it here. Right, so that part is done. And then the last part is just the method that we take from there until the bottom and we copy it. So now that part there, just paste it. Okay, so there's just a few Alt Enters that we need to do. Alt Enter for the import. That one is imported, import, import, and then we should be done. Okay, so for this class new contact, then we are fine. We've got the layout done. We've got the whole activity. Everything is linked up. So in the next video, we can come back and we can start coding to create a new contact. Okay, so new contact is done. We are fine with new contact. Let's go to contact list now. So in contact list, also, we want to show the progress here for the user. So what we can do then is to go back to that Word document again, have the same layout there, copy it, go back into text, and let's have that same layout there. I'm going to remove that part, and then also I'm going to set the background property to primary light. Okay, so that's the layout for it. Now you can see that we've got login progress and TV load there. So now for the rest of what we want to do here is to basically just show at the top, this is the list of all the contacts, and then we have a list view there. So let's have a text view, which we drag into the screen. Let's drag it into that login form. All right, let's zoom in a bit. Now for this text view, let's make the text size a bit bigger. I'm going to have it bold, and then the size, let's make it 36 is too much, so let's make it 24. Okay, then that one also, let's move it to the middle of the screen. So we're going to set the gravity to center horizontal. That's fine. And then we will set the margins, not the margin, the margin at the top. Let's set it to 15 or maybe 10. Then the text property, we can say contacts or list of contacts or whatever you want to have there. So that's basically the heading for this specific activity called contact list. Now underneath that, we want to go to legacy and drag in a list view. So make sure it's underneath that text view, and that's our list view. Okay, and that's basically all we need here. So I'm going to go there and call this one TV or LV list, and that's our list view. So just to quickly connect it in coding, for this one, I'm going to set a margin at the bottom to be 10 as well, just to move your list a bit down. Okay, so that's basically it for this activity. So we have that one as LV list. Let's go to contact list and set up that list view. And we call it LV list. Also in this part, LV list equals find the view by its ID, r.id.lv list. Right, so let's do the last part there. We had it in new contact. So I'm just going to copy for the progress bar what we need for the progress bar. So I'm going to copy this part and paste it into my activity, and it adds the import statements for me. Go to this one and take that part also, or you can go and take it from the Word document again. And then the last thing was the method. So the nice thing now is if you copy this whole method, it takes all the import statements with it. Right, we're done. Okay, so we've got two new activities that we created. A new contact, which will come and code inside of this on-click listener, and the contact list will be a list view where we'll set all of our data from backenders. So if we run this application now, there should not be any errors, but nothing will really work. So let's look at the emulator and see how our app works now. Right, so it's loading the credentials, logging you in, please wait. And then let's see, we've got a list of contacts and create new contacts. So let's click on list of contacts. You can see there's nothing in our list view yet, so we won't see the list view, but we can see the heading. And if we go to create contact, we'll see everything that we need for create contact. Right, so this is it for this video. On the next video, we'll see how we can add a new contact to backenders. In this video, we'll see how we can create a new table online and create this new contact. So if you go to the Backendless website quickly, where you've logged in, you can see that we have no app tables yet. So you are able to go and create a new table by clicking the plus sign there and now naming your table contact or whatever, and you create it. And then you can see that your contact table will be there, and it asks you, do you want to add some columns? And you can add some columns, let's say name and so forth. So we can say name as a string. We can set a new column there, let's say a number as a string and so forth. So you can keep on adding your contact table here. So you'll see what gets automatically added to your table is the created and the updated fields there. Also in your data browser, you can see there's an object ID. There's an owner ID, there's created and updated. So what we essentially want to do in Java or in Android, we want to create a class called contact. And that class called contact will become my table online. And the fields in that class, which is name and number and object ID and created and updated, those become my columns. Okay, so I'm going to delete this here because we will create this table in coding, and that's a better way to do it so that you know that everything is set up correctly. So let's go back to Android Studio, and what we want to do next is to create a new class. So we're going to say new Java class, and we're going to call this class the name that you want to name your table. So I'm going to call this the contact table. Right, so that's the contact class, and we'll have a few variables there, or a few fields at the top, which will become our columns. So we'll have a name, string name. We'll have a name for our contact. We will have a number for our contact, and we'll have an email for our contact. Then also you saw online that we have some other fields that we can also basically get for every table that we create. So if we go back quickly, you can even see on your users table, you've got email, name, and so forth, but there's an object ID and there's a created and updated. So if you want to have access to these columns called object ID, created and updated, then you must add them to your class as well. You do not need to add them to your class, but these are generated or created automatically. So I'm going to include them just to include everything that we possibly can here. So I'm going to say private date, and that date must be of java.util, and I'm going to call it exactly the same that you see the spelling online, which is this spelling. So make sure it's created, private date, updated, and then we also have a private string object ID, and please note the spelling. So this object ID, for example, you can see the spelling. There's object ID, capital I, created all lowercase, updated all lowercase. So make sure that you type it exactly the same, and then you're basically done. So that's the contact class will become the contact table, and every one of these fields or variables that we have here will become a column in that table. So the last thing that you need to do in this class is just to right click and to say generate, getter and setter, select all of them and say OK. And I recommend you doing that instead of typing out your getters and setters, because we need the Java convention in order for backenders to work. So it must be, for example, get name must have the get keyword in front of it, and then the N of name must be capitalized. You can see get number, the same thing. So if you do not know how to type this out correctly, in any case, the faster route is to just say right click and generate. Now you'll realize that we do not have any constructor in this class. So this is exactly how we want it for backendless. If you do not provide a constructor for your class, the default one will be basically provided, and the basic one or the default one will set all the string fields or object fields to null, which include this string and date and string. Everything will be set to null right from the start, and then let's say you've got an integer or a double variable here, it will set that variable to 0, and if you've got a Boolean value, it's going to set that one to false. So that's what the default one does if you do not add any constructor at all. Okay, so now basically what we'll do is we create a new contact object, and then we use the setters to set the values. Right, so this is done for the contact class. Now, if we go back to our new contact, you will see that we basically set up all the components, and then when the user clicks on the button, we want to do something. Right, so what do we want to do? Firstly, we want to see that the user is entering all the data. So let's just go to the layout again. It is new contact. So the user must basically type on every single one of those fields for a new contact to be made. So it's et name, et number, and et mail. So we're going to test if et mail dot get text dot toString dot is empty, if it's empty, or et name dot get text dot toString dot is empty, or at the same time et number .getText.toString.isEmpty. So if any one of them, this one didn't autocomplete, there we go. If the user leaves open one of those fields, we will just show a toast there for the user and tell him to please enter all fields. Right, so that is basically it for testing that these fields are empty or not. So if they are empty, then we will fill out on the fields. The else part is everything is fine, and we will now start creating that new contact. So for the contact, we need a few variables. So I'm going to get the name from it. So that's etname.getText. Get text.toString.trim. And we'll also get the email, and the email will be etmail.getText.toString.trim. And then we'll also have string, what is the last one, the number there. That will be the cell phone number, so we're going to call it etnumber.getText.toString.trim. So now we've got all the details that we want from this specific contact, and we can now start creating this contact online. So first, before we take the contact online, we're going to go back to our contact class that we just created, and we're going to create a new object of it. So I'm going to say contact equals new contact. And remember, we are using the default constructor, so it's basically passing in nothing. Now on that contact, we're going to set or use the setters to set a few values. So I'm going to say, and remember, you're basically only going to set the values that you want for that specific one, which is these. The created, updated, and object ID will automatically be there for you. So we will go and say set the name, and we pass in the name variable that we had there. Then we're going to say contact.set email, and we pass in the email that we got from the user. And then we're going to say contact.set number, and then we're going to pass in the number. And that is basically setting up the contact. Now, just something else here. In our application, we're actually logging in, and we can create new accounts with the login screen. So what we can do here is to say, well, let's go to the application class, and then I'm going to add a public static variable here, and I'm going to call it, let's make it a backendless user variable. Backendless user variable. So it's a public static backendless user, and the name is user. So it's in the application class. So to refer to it, I'll say application class dot user. So now the reason behind this is for every contact that we create now here, we can also link one of our users that's currently logged in to that contact, so that every guy with his own account will have his own set of contacts. So where do we need to do that? Firstly, if you go to your login activity and you go down a bit, and you can see here we have successfully logged in this person. So what we can do here is to then, here where we log in the person, we go to the application class and we say application class dot, and you can see there's the user. And we set this user to the response that we had here, and you can see it's the backendless user object. So now we know if the guy uses the login screen and he types his username and his password and he's into the app, we have our user that's in the application class set to that logged in user. So that's the one part where we can do this. If we log in the user, if we register a new user, it's not necessary. If we reset the password, it's not necessary. But also if we load and check if the user is already logged in. So this one is basically logging you in, and there we get the backendless user response again. So here again, we can go and say application class dot user equals this response. So whether the user is using the login screen to log in, or he's already logged in, then if it's already logged in, it will go to this part, and we also get a hold of that user so that we can set the contacts. Every contact will belong to a specific user. Okay, so we've got the application class's response there, and just remember now that we want to also add maybe an email address for the user. So for our contact table, I'm going to add another field here. Let's say private string user email, so that we can get a hold of the user that's currently logged in, and we save this contact for that specific user. So the next time he logs in, he will only see his own contacts and not contacts of somebody else. Okay, so let's go to the new contact one again. Let's just go back to contact. We need to have a getter and a setter for this. So right click, generate, getter and setter, choose it, say okay. So we've got get user email and set user email. So that's what we want to do now. So when we create a new contact, I'm going to add that also, contact.set user email. And the user email I'll get from the application class .user. That's the backendless user. And if I put a dot on that, you can see I can get the email for that user. So the email for that user, if we go back to the website, it will basically be this email field that we're returning. So we're using a specific user that's logged in to work with his contacts in that table. Right, let's go back to Android Studio. So now we've created a new contact. We set the name, the email of the new contact, the number, and the user to which that contact belongs. Okay, so now we can go into the background and start setting or creating this new user or this new contact. So I'm going to say show progress true to start showing the progress bar. Then I'm going to say TV load dot set text. Now remember TV load is, let me just see where we are now. Let's go to new contact. So TV load is the text view that will show with the progress bar. So we can set the text on it. Okay, so let's go back. We're going to say TV load dot set text, creating new contact. Please wait. Right. And now we can go into the background and actually save this new contact to the database. So we're going to say backendless dot persistence. So this is a bit different now. In the previous one we said backendless dot user service. So now we say backendless dot persistence dot save, and you can see there's two. This one is for Java, that one is for Android. So we first need to have the entity, and then we go into the background. So the entity is just the object. So we're going to pass in the object called contact there, and then the second argument, new async callback. Right, so now we have handle response again and handle fault. So in handle fault, if something went wrong, we will just go and say error and show that fault dot get message to get the fault. Just remember also to stop the progress from showing when you have an error. Now in the handle response means that we have been successfully, or we saved this contact now successfully. So now in this part is where we can tell the user, save successfully and whatever we want to do here. So I'm going to show a toast, and we will just say new contact saved successfully. Right, after that, it's now up to you what you want to do here, but we can go and set this to false. Remember, we are in this activity. So if the user clicks on create new contact, it will show the progress bar, create that new contact online, and then when it's done, what do you want to do? So in this video, what we'll do is we'll empty up these three fields so that the user can add a new contact. But you can also decide to close down this activity and it goes back to the main activity. So it's really up to you what you want to do. So what I will do here in my new contact.java, I will say, let's stop showing the progress, and then for et name, we're going to set the text to nothing. So to empty up that edit text, and go to et mail and set the text also. Come on, set text also to nothing. And then et number dot set text also to nothing. Okay, and that is basically it then. So when the user has saved this new contact, we know then it's online, and we will show the progress while it's doing that. If it's done, we will say new contact saved successfully, and we close it down. So let's just see if this one works. Run this application again. So just before we look at the virtual device, you can see that even if I refresh here, I do not have any app tables there. So let's open up the virtual device and see when it runs. Right. So there the application starts. It's checking the login credentials, logging you in, please wait. So remember, by this time now, we've got the logged in user in the application class. So now if I say create contact, let's add a name there. Let's say John Rambo. Contact number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Doesn't matter. Please enter the contact email. Let's say johnr@gmail.com. And we say create a new contact. So now it creates the contact, creating new contact saved successfully. You can see that all the fields are cleared. Now you can see that we do not have that table here. So the very first time that you actually create or you add a new contact to that table and the table does not exist, you'll see it creates that contact table for you. So now we have that contact table. Click on it and you can see there's the email, there's the name, there's the number. Also, the user email for the guy that's currently logged in is chuck@gmail.com. Okay, so it's saved successfully. You can also see your object ID was saved and you've got something in created. So if you want to get the date where this was created, in coding you can just refer to that object and call get created or get updated. Right, so that's basically it for this video. We've got a new contact. We are able to create a new contact and then add that contact to the database online. So in the next video, we'll have a look at the list, the contact list, to show a list of the contacts that we have currently in our database. In this video, we will have a look at how to connect to backend lists and save or show all our contacts in a list view. So for a list view, you obviously need on your layout file, you need your list view. You need to have an ID for your list view. And if you go to your activity, you need to declare it and you need to set up the list view. That's the first step you'll need to do. So we've already done that. The second step is you must have a custom class that will work with every item in your list view. And basically, we're going to show contacts in the list view. So we need a contact class, which we already have. This is also our table online. If you have this all set up, then the next thing you'll need is a custom layout file for every item in your list view. So what we'll need to do now is to create a custom layout file that will represent every item inside of your list view. So let's do that. We're going to go to on your layout folder, resources layout. You're going to right click, say new layout resource file. I'm going to change the root element to a linear layout and the file name I will call row_layout. Now please make sure that you have all the letters that you typed here is lowercase and you may use the underscore. It's in the resources folder, very sensitive folder, so make sure that everything is lowercase. So I named it row_layout. Then say OK. All right, now in this layout, you can design how every row element should look like. So what we'll do here, I'm going to add, firstly, we'll add a layout and I'm going to add a horizontal linear layout. So I'm going to drag in the horizontal linear layout there, click on it, make sure that the height is set to wrap content. Then I'm going to drag in a text view. There's the text view. Then after that text view, I'm going to drag in another layout. So I'm going to drag in a vertical layout this time again. So make sure it's in this one, but it's after your text view. So you'll have a linear layout, and the best way to do this is to not look at what's going on in your layout, but look at your component tree. So you have the root vertical layout. You've got the linear layout directly after that. That's horizontal, and look at the indentation there. And then you have a text view with a linear layout. Inside of this linear layout, we're going to drag in two more text views. So make sure you go into that one and again into that one. Okay, so make sure that your indentations look like this. Right, so now on the screen it doesn't look very nice. So we're going to set that up now. So for the Let me just see, for this text view, we go into the text. So that's basically this text view. So you can see there's a linear layout, another linear layout, and then there's a text view and a linear layout. So I'm talking about this text view and linear layout. So for the text view, I'm going to set the width property to 0 dp. But you can see the weight property is 1. So for the linear layout, I'm going to also set the width property to 0 dp and make the weight property 8. Okay, so what we did now is to say on the screen in the linear layout that's horizontal, we've got 2 components. Although inside of this linear layout there's another 2 components. But inside this linear layout there's only 2, the text view and the linear layout. On the screen there's 1 plus 8, 9 spaces on the screen. This one takes up 1 of them, this one takes up 8 of them. So if you look at your design, you can see that this text view takes up 1 out of the 9 spaces, and that one takes up the rest. Okay, now let's go into this text view, and what I want to do here is to just give it the text A. I'm going to explain later on. Just give it the text A. I'm going to go down and set the gravity to center horizontal, and then I'm going to go down and set the style to bold and the text size to, let's make it 48. So just type it there, 48. So we'll have a nice A there. So basically for every contact, let's say that guy's name is John, we'll show a J there and then show the contact's name. Okay, so that's the first one. We're going to have a big character there and just leave it as an A. We will change it later on. Then in your linear layout, let's click on the first text view there. And we're going to make that one a bit bigger and also bold. So I'm going to have it bold. And let's make this text size, let's leave it at 18. Okay, and keep that one small. So let's click on the top text view there. I'm going to add the margin on the left of 10, maybe even more, 15. And then the one at the top, let's make it 10. So that is beginning to look like something. So on the left we have 15, so click on that text view, and on the left also we'll have a 15 there to have them aligned. So this is what we want for our layout. So we'll have there the first character of the name, there will be the name, and that will be, let's say, the mail or the email. Now let's set the background for this one as well. So let's click on this linear layout that's horizontal, which is basically your whole layout there. And we want to set the background color there as a color, let's make it a primary color. And then also on these texts, I'm going to select all, just make sure you only select the text views. And then I'm going to set the text color to be a white. So it's a hash with 4 Fs. Right, so we've got a white there, and then click on that linear layout again. And let's change the margin of all to, let's try 5. Yeah, let's try 5. Okay, so it will look like this. Now it's also important that we go to every text view that we want to set. And I'm going to say TV char for that one. That will show the character. This one will show the name. So I'm going to call it TV name. And this one will show, well, you can choose between the male or the number. Okay, so there's the information that we need. We're done for this row layout, and now the last thing that we will do in order to get our list view to show is a custom adapter class. Right, so what you need to do is to right click here and say new Java class. Now for this Java class, you can call it what you want. I'm going to call it contacts adapter. Click on OK. And what we need to do for this class is have it extend array adapter. So we're going to say array adapter, and the type of this array adapter will now be that custom class that we have, which is our table also in backenders. It's called contact. Okay, so that's the array adapter. Then you will keep on getting this error, so don't worry about the error there until we have the constructor all figured out. So we're going to have a context variable here, and that's just basically what is using this specific adapter. So we'll basically use it inside of the contact list. That will be the context. And then also we'll have a private list, and that list will contain contact objects, and we're going to call it, let's call it contacts. Come on. Okay, now that import, Alt Enter if you do not have the import there. So basically in the constructor, we'll receive two things. The context, that's the class that will be using this, and the list will be the one that we get from backend list, and we'll pass it into this method. So we're going to have a public constructor. That's going to be public contacts adapter. And what we want to accept is a context. Let's call it context as well. And we want to accept a list of contact objects. And I'm going to call it list. Right, so that's what we're going to accept when we create a new contacts adapter. We will say contacts adapter, whatever equals new contacts adapter, pass in the context and the list that we got from backenders with all of our contacts. Okay, so now what we want to do here, very important, and that's why we still have this error, is we need to send something to the super class, which is the array adapter class. So what we need to send there is firstly the context. So I'm going to pass in the context. Second one that we need to send through is the custom layout. So our layout is called row underscore layout. So that's the one we want to pass through. So it's going to be r.layout.row underscore layout. And then the last thing that we need to pass through is this list that we passed in. And now you should not have any errors in this class. So now the next thing that we want to do in this constructor is to say that our context, this one there, should be set to the context that was passed in. And our contacts, which is this list that we have there at the top, should be set to the one that will be passed in so that we have access to them. Okay, and now after this, you can just basically go right click, generate, override methods, and make sure that you get the get view method. Double click it, and there you have the get view method. So just enter that return statement. We will return that one later on. Now for this, we need a layout inflator service. So we're going to say layout inflator equals, and we need to go to the context now that was passed in. So that will most probably, in our case, it will be the contact list that wants to use this. So it will basically be referring to the contact list and get the layout inflator service of that specific contact list. So we're going to say cast it to a layout inflator, going to context, which will refer to the contact list. And we're going to say .get system service. And the system service that we want to get is from the context class. And there's a service called layout inflator service. Now, because our data is on an external layout and not on an activities layout, that is why we need to go to use the layout inflator service to get a link to this external layout. So now the next part will be, you can either create a new view here. So you can say view whatever equals, or you can just use this convert view there. So I'm just going to use the convert view, and I'm going to set that to inflator.inflate. And now what do we want to inflate or connect to? We want to connect to r.layout.row layout. And the second argument will just be this view group that was passed in, which is called parent. And the last argument, you'll just set to false. Right, so now what we will return here is basically also that convert view. That's the one we'll return. So now we've got a connection with this convert view. We've got a connection to that layout. On that layout, we've got 1, 2, 3 text views. The first one is called TV char. So let's set them up. So I'm going to say text view. Let's say TV char equals. Now instead of just saying find view by ID, you can see it doesn't even pick it up. We need to go to convert view, which has got a connection to that layout, and then say dot find the view by its ID. And the ID for that one is TV char. Right, now let's do the next one, text view again. I think I'm just going to copy and paste this. It's going to be faster maybe. So we're going to have 3 of them. The first one is TV char, this one is TV name, and that one is TV mail. Right, so we've got TV name, and we've got TV mail there. So also make sure that you change it there. So this one will be TV name, and that one will be TV mail. Right, so now we've set up all the components, and now we need to decide what are we going to put where on this layout. So remember, for the A there, we want to actually take the name of the guy's first character. So what we're going to do here is to say on TV char, we're going to set the text to be. Now remember, this is the list of all the contacts that was passed in, and we've set that list to our contacts. So we've got directly access to it. So we're going to refer to contacts.get, and then the position where we are currently is identified by this position. So I'm going to say get position and then call get name. So that gets the name of the contact. But I'm going to convert to just make sure that the user typed that in all uppercase. I'm going to convert it to uppercase and then use the character add method to get the first character. And then I will just add some space there, so it will be a string. You can also use the character class, so character.toString, and then pass all of this in there to convert it to a string. Then for the TV name, we're going to set the text to contacts, going to the list again with all the contacts, go to that specific position and just get the name. Okay, so for this one, we'll just show the character of the name. That one will show the name, and that one will show the mail. Okay, so now that's the next one, TV mail. Set text, contacts, .get, position, .get, email. And now we have all three of those values set, and we are good to go. Right, so this is the contacts adapter. You can close the contacts adapter now, or let's just leave it open. The row layout is done. The contact list, we can close that one. Okay, so now in contact list, we've already got a link to the list. So now what we want to do next is to actually go and get the data from backendless. So after all of these, we can just go and set up a where clause. So that will be the first thing. We will need to connect to backendless and tell them, you know, we want to get all the contacts where this specific values is true. So what we want to get is where our, remember in the contacts or in the application class, where our user is a specific user. So back into contact list, we're going to set up a where clause, and the where clause will be where. Now if we quickly go to the back to the website, on our contact table we have a user email column. So exactly that spelling, user email, is what we want here. So I'm going to say user email is equal to, and then I want to go and have a look at my user in the application class. So I'm going to say application class dot user dot get email. Now just remember that actually how we want this to be, if I can just quickly remove this, we'll type it now again. We want to have something like where the user email is equal to, and then have it in quotation marks there, and we can say something like john@gmail.com as an example. So you can see those two values, or those two single quotation marks there. Okay, so that's how we want that. So I'm going to remove it. I'm going to keep the open one there to open it up. Then we're going to have our application class .user .get email, and then we will need to close it also. So we'll basically say where the user email is equal to whatever the user's email that's currently logged in is. That's the contacts list, or the contacts that we want to extract. And then after that, we're going to create a data query builder, and I'm going to name it, let's say just query, or actually, let's call it query builder, equals data query builder. Data query builder dot create. Right, so that creates a new query builder for me, and then on that query builder, we can go and set a few things. We can set the where clause now, and we're going to set the where clause as the where clause that we use there. So basically, we're setting the where clause as where the user email is equal to this user email that's currently logged in. Then after that, we can also go to the query builder and set a group by. So this is how I want to sort my data. So if you look at your table there again, we've got a number, we've got a user email, we've got a name, and we've got an email. So maybe we want to sort our contacts by their names. So that's what we'll do there. Make sure you spell it exactly the same as you have it in Backendless. So I'm going to say querybuilder.setGroup by name, which means that every single contact in that specific contact table will be sorted by their name property. Right, now we can go and start showing the progress, and we set it to true. And also that TV load, let's give it a message, set text. And we can set it to getting all contacts, please wait. Right, so now we show the progress, we show getting all contacts, please wait, and now we can make a connection to Backendless to actually get that specific table's data for this specific user. So we're going to say backendless.persistence again, .of, so now we need to indicate which table name do we want to get the data of, and that is contact.class. So remember that our class or our table name is contact, so that's where we want to retrieve it, contact.class. Then we're going to say .find, and you can see that we find that by using a data query builder and then going to the background. So we're going to say find. Our data query builder was called query builder, and then we just say new async callback. Right, so now at this stage you can see then that we go into the background to the contact class, we find all the contacts where this query will be met, basically where the user email is the guy that's currently logged in, and we group or set the data by its name. And now if you go into handle fault, we can just show a toast there again, show the error there, fault.getMessage to show the error message, and make sure also that you set show progress to false. Now in handle response, if everything went fine, this response, you can see it's a list of contacts. This response will be a list of contacts that we can send to our contacts adapter now and set up our data. Now the easiest way here to do is to go and create a variable at the top for your contacts adapter. So I'm going to say contacts adapter, and then we'll set it up in coding now at the bottom. So have it as a global variable at the top, contacts adapter. You can see it's this class of ours. So it's contacts adapter, go down, and we're going to set it up here. So we'll say adapter equals new contacts adapter. And you'll remember for our constructor, we sent in the context and then a list with all the contacts. So the first one is the context, and that will just be contact list, the class that we're currently in, dot this, comma, the next argument will be the list. So this response. So we can basically pass in the response there. Let's say response. Okay. And now what we want to do then is to go to this LV list, which is the list view, and we're going to set the adapter to the adapter that we just created. And that should set your data now to the list view. So just another comment, later on we will also be able to go to the next activity and maybe edit the data and delete the data and so forth, or maybe directly call this guy or whatever we want to do with it. So then it will be important for us to have a link to this response that we had here. So I'm going to go to the application class again, and I'm going to create another variable here, static, and I'm going to add a list of type contact, and I'm going to call it, let's call it contacts. So this list will then, just add the import statement. This list will then basically have a link to all my contacts currently in the database. So here it's basically just set up. So where can we get a reference to it? By setting it here. So I'm going to say application class dot list. Let me just go back to the application class. Sorry, contacts, not list. Dot contacts equals this response that was passed in. And then we can set, instead of response there, we can say application class dot contacts. Okay, so now we get the list of all the contacts. We set that list to our list in the application class, which means that we've got access to that list throughout our whole application. And then that will be the new response. And to the contacts adapter, we're setting that contacts, and to the list view, we set the adapter. And now if we run this application, we should see all of our data from backenders. So just remember here to say show progress false. And let's just remove this white space there. And let's see if our app works by running it quickly. Right, so there you can see the app is running, logging in this person. And then we've got, if we click on list of contacts, let's see what list of contacts will we get back, and that's John Rambo. So if I quickly go back to Firefox, you can see that I've got John R at Gmail, there's John Rambo, and the user email is Chuck. So I've got johnr@gmail.com. Let's go back there, johnr@gmail.com. So that's exactly this one user that we have online that I have displayed now here. You can see the J from the name was taken and so forth. Okay, so now let's say I create a new contact there. Let's say the contact name is Peter Pan, his contact number, and his email, peter@gmail.com. And we create a new contact. You can see that a new contact was created, Peter Pan. If I go back and I say the list of contacts, it should now be sorted, also John Rambo and Peter Pan. Just something interesting now, if I go to the user email and let's make this one chuck@gmail, just chuck@gmail instead of chuck@gmail.com, then the user email is not the same for the user that's currently logged in. So if I run this again on my emulator, go back, say list of contacts again, it will not take this person that the email is not of the current user, and it will only show me Peter Pan. If I change it back to gmail.com there, for that user, go back, refresh, list of contacts, I will see both again. So this is basically it for this video. We've got a list of all the contacts that's currently in the database, and we've got them sorted by, or basically by the name column, but we have them for every single user that logs in. So if you log in with another user account, you will not see these two contacts there because it does not belong to you. In this video, we will continue with the application where we start to just create the layout file for the next activity. We will basically click an item in the list view, which is a contact, and it takes it to a new activity where we will be able to call or to send an email or to edit this specific contact or maybe to delete the contact. So now for this to happen, we need a new activity. So we're going to go to new activity, empty activity, and we're going to call this activity contact info. Right, and we're going to say finish there, and this will be the contact info activity. So there's a little bit of work that we need to do for this XML file. So when it's done, we will start designing the layout. So let's go into activity contact info. You can see it looks like this, and because we will be able to update or delete a contact from backenders, we also need that same layout. So I'm going to quickly go to, I think the easiest one to get to now will be contact list. So let's go to the contact list layout file. And then I'm just going to copy this whole layout. Copy the whole layout and place it into contact info. Paste it there. Now basically all that we do not want here is the text view and the list view. So let's just remove the text view and the list view. We can also set the context there not to main activity but to contact info. And if you go to design, it will look like this. Right, so we are done with a blank layout that will have the login progress bar as well as the load text view. Right, so let's close down contact list totally. So we're only left with this new activity. So the first thing that I want to do is to drag in a normal text view. So I'm going to drag in the text view there inside of the linear layout. I'm going to make that text view's style bold, and I want to set the size as let's make it 30. In fact, I think let's even make the text size a bit bigger. Let's go to 48. Okay, so I'm going to click on that text view and I'm going to set the character again as A, and then I'm going to have the width to wrap the content, and then let's go to the layout gravity, and we set the layout gravity to center horizontal. So we have it in the middle of the screen, and we'll set let's say TV char again, and then the layout margin from the top, let's make it 10 from the top. Now let's drag in another text view there just underneath that one, and that one will become our TV name. So that will be the name of the contact. Let's go down and set the style to bold and the size to 30 there. Right, that should be fine. And then we set the gravity property to center horizontal. Right, now for the next part, we want to add a few buttons here that will use images. So I want you to do the following. You're going to go to your drawable folder, right click on it and say new vector asset. So the vector asset that we're going to search for is under the clip art there, and we're going to search for call. So there's the call. I'm going to use that one. I'm going to name it call as well, and then just say next and finish. Now let's do that again. Go to drawable, go to vector asset, and we're going to search for another image. So the next image we'll use is the mail image. So let's use email there. Call it mail. Say next, say finish. Let's go there again. New, vector asset, click on clip art, and let's type edit. And we'll use that one for edit. And we'll call it edit as well. Say next, say finish. Now let's do it one last time. New, vector asset, click on clip art, and we want delete there. So we use delete. Name it delete as well. Say next, say finish. Right, so now the next part, we want to quickly go to that pictures. So you'll see there's call, delete, edit, and mail. I'm going to open up delete quickly, and I want to replace this with a red. So you can just use this code hash df2e2e. So that will make this delete icon, will basically make it red. And now for the rest, I want to use the primary color. So I'm going to go into my colors XML, and there's my primary color, this one there. Unfortunately, it's giving us some problem when we want to reference the color primary. So just make sure you copy your primary color there. Then let's go to call first, and we set the full color there to our primary color. Then let's go to edit, and we do the same. And let's go to mail and also do exactly the same thing. Right, so now all of our pictures has got colors, and now we can drag them to the screen. So what I want to do here is to have them horizontally as 4 buttons. So let's go to layouts, and we're going to add a linear layout that's horizontal over the screen. So I'm going to drag that just after my last text view. So there's the linear layout. So make sure that the height is set to wrap content. Right, so now inside of this linear layout that's horizontal, we're going to drag in, just see where we've got that, under common, there's the image view. So we're going to drag the image view inside the linear layout that's horizontal, go to project, and we want the call one there first. So I'm going to say call, that's fine, we'll resize them now. Then after that, take in another image view, go to project, and the next one we'll have as the mail. Say OK. Then do the same thing again. Drag in an image view just after that, and we'll set that one to edit. And then we'll do it one last time. Drag in an image view there, set it to project or to the delete one, which is currently red. Okay, so there we have the linear layout that's horizontal. Let's just move it down a bit. So the top margin will be, let's make it 20. That would be fine. Now for every one of these components, we're going to set them to a height of 50 dp. Also this one, the height should be 50 dp. Also that one, the height should be 50 dp. And for this one, the height should be 50 dp. Okay, so now our screen looks like this. So we're going to get to this screen. We will see, let's say it's John Rambo. So the text view there will contain John Rambo and the J there. And then if you click on call, we can call him, we can email him, we can edit, or we can delete. Right, so now you can see that there's a little red arrow there. If you go there and you open it up, you can see it says to use the vector drawable compat, you need to set android.default. So I want you to copy this part. So just check out the part that I'm taking there. So copy that part, android.default config.vectordrawables.usupport library equals true. Take that part, and then I want you to go to Gradle scripts, into the build.gradle file, and you're going to paste it here. And then you're going to say sync now. All right, so now we can close it down, and if you go back to contact info, you can see that red error is gone. We don't really worry about the orange errors. They are not errors that will give us problems when you run the app. Okay, so it's basically more suggestions. Okay, so now we've got our layout to look like this. This one is TV char, that one is TV name. For this one, we can call it Ivy call, Ivy image view, Ivy call. That one we can call Ivy mail. Come on, Ivy mail. This one we can call Ivy edit. And this one we can call Ivy delete. Right, so there's the buttons. Now they will act as buttons. So for them to act as buttons, you need to click on them and set the clickable property to true. Also that one, clickable, true. That one, clickable, true. And that one, clickable, true. And now we'll be able to use them as buttons. So the last part for this layout is when the user clicks on edit, we want to open up a section at the bottom. So let's see if we can do that part quickly. So we're going to go to text, and we're going to have the contact's name again. So plain text, just try dragging it there at the bottom. Oh, not there, delete it if it's there. Let's open up this component tree. It's a lot easier to drag it in there. So after this linear layout, so close that linear layout that's horizontal, that's got the 4 images. So just close it, take your plain text and drag it. So you can see if you hover it over that login form and move it to the side, you can see the dotted line there will place it directly after this one, which is where we want it. Okay, so it's going to be the name, email address. So let's drag an email address after that one. And we're going to ask also for the telephone number, or show him the telephone number to edit. So there's the 3 edit ticks. I'm going to click on all 3 of them and set the left margin to 20, the right margin to 20, and maybe the top margin to 10. Okay, so now we have these 3 components there. Let's click on the first one, remove the text, and let's go down to the hint property. So the hint for the first one will be, please enter contact name. For this one, it will be, please enter email address. And for this one, it will be, please enter telephone number. Right, so now for those 3, let's set the gravity property to center horizontal, and you can see it's nicely centered. Now let's move this one from the top a bit. So let's set the top margin as 20, maybe even more. Let's make it 30. Okay, so remember that this part will open up when we click on edit, and then we fill in all the details there automatically. But if the user deletes everything on one of these, he will still get the hint there. Okay, so now the last thing we need is a button there. So I'm going to drag in a button as the very last component there. Maybe there. Okay, so make sure it's after your last edit text. If you close down some of these, it will be better. So you'll see it's edit text, edit text, edit text, then button. Okay, so in that button, we can set the background for the button to be that buttons again. Add drawable buttons, and then we can set the text to be bold, and we can set the text color to be #1234566Fs. Right, and then let's just move it down a bit. So the top margin will be, let's say, maybe 15 there, just to move it down a bit. Okay, so for this margin, let's set the left margin also to be 20 and the right margin also 20. Now the text on the button, we'll make submit. And now we need to just link up these components as well. So this first component, let's call it ET name again. That one, ET mail. And this one, ET telephone. And that one will be BTN submit. Right, so now we have a lot of stuff that we did for this layout. So let's just link up these components now. So we've got on the left hand side in the component tree, it's now a bit easier to see it there than anywhere else. So you can open up the component tree a bit more. So you can see we've got TV char, TV name. In this linear layout, we've got IV call, IV mail, IV edit, IV delete, ET name, ET mail, ET tel, BTN submit. So there's a lot of components that we need to set up. So I'm going to start with the top two, TV char and TV name. So in the contact info, edit text. Sorry, they were text views. So I'm going to say text view. Now the first two, TV char, TV name. Now let's look at the next two. We've got IV call, IV mail, IV edit, and IV delete. So those are all image views. So we're going to say image view, IV call, IV mail, IV edit, and IV delete. Right, the next few will be ET name, ET mail, and ET tel. So they are all edit texts. So we're going to say edit text, ET name, ET mail, and ET tel. Right, then the last one is the BTN submit. So that's the button. So we'll say button, BTN submit. Right, so let's link them up quickly. Let's start with the TV char equals find the view by its ID r.id.tvchar. We'll also have TV name, should be find view by its ID r.id.tvname. Then for all the image views, IV call equals find the view by its ID r.id.ivcall. And for the image views, I'm going to copy this now. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one will become IV mail. And I'm going to change it there to IV mail as well. There it will become IV edit. And it must be IV edit there as well. And here it will become IV delete. And also there, IV delete. Right, so that's all the image views. Then the edit text, ET name equals find the view by its ID r.id.etname. And then the last one there is ET, or there's three of them, ET mail equals also find the view by its ID r.id.etmail. And then ET telephone number equals find the view by its ID r.id.ettel. Right, so we've got those two, we've got these four, we've got those three, we only need the button submit. So we're going to say BTN submit. By the way, this is a live template that allows me to type it a bit faster. So you can set up or learn about live templates. So that's BTN submit, find view by ID, BTN submit. Okay, so now which one of these do we want to actually use as buttons? So we'll use all the image views as buttons. So all of them must be clickable. And then we'll also use the button as a button, obviously. So let's set up them quickly. Let's start with IV call dot set on click listener, new on click listener. So it will function as a button. Then we will say IV mail dot set on click listener, new on click listener. We'll do the same for ivEdit, ivEdit.set on-click listener, new on-click listener, and then we'll have ivDelete. So we'll have ivDelete.set on-click listener, new on-click listener. So we've got all of the image views set up, and now we only need the button. So for the button, btn submit.set on-click listener, new on-click listener. So now we've got on-click listeners for all of them. Just remember that we have in this layout, we've got that login progress and TV load. So if you want to go to that Word document to copy it, or you can take any one of the other, let's say contact list, for example, to just quickly get that coding. So we're going to set up this part. So copy that from contact list, go to info, and we need that as well. Then also this part there with M login form view, copy that, and we'll also need it somewhere here, just underneath or inside of your onCreate. And then the last part you need is this method. So copy the method and use it at the end in your activity. Okay, so now we're done setting up all of the components here inside of your contact info, and I think this is where we'll stop the video and we'll carry on designing the rest, or basically handling the rest, in the next video.